In a basketball game, you scored a crazy 81 points, bombarding the entire season with an average of 40 points per game. However, with such skills, you are not even qualified to touch the floor of the CBA, let alone secure a trial spot. Even your teammates mock you as a waste, just because you are only 1.40 meters tall at the age of 13, lacking basic basketball talent. Your friend, Alien, was already 1.92 meters tall at the age of 13, so even if you score more and have better skills, no one believes you have a future. But you just laugh it off, getting up at 4 a.m. every day to train, doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and running 10 kilometers every day. You become stronger without losing your hair, because you are the lucky male protagonist who has been reborn and awakened the basketball demon king system. After choosing the dual energy guard template, you will grow to a golden height of 1.95 meters in the next 5 years. All you need to do is train seriously, upgrade your badges, and make efforts to play in the NBA in the future. However, fate is always surprisingly similar. Despite gaining the attention of the NCAA through your persistent efforts, they were only willing to offer you a substitute position. Unwilling to waste time, you decisively refused and chose to join a European basketball team that was willing to give you a starting position, heading to play for the Real Madrid youth team. As usual, upon your arrival at the Real Madrid youth team, you were still doubted and even mocked by your teammates. Despite growing for 2.5 years, you, standing at 1.60 meters, were still like a baby in the face of the strange talent in basketball. So, you decided to teach these arrogant guys a lesson in humility. Just as you stepped onto the Real Madrid basketball court for the first time, a group of tall young players curiously looked at you, as at this time, those who came to the court were either players or coaches. However, as a short and Asian person with yellow skin brought here by the head coach, you piqued their curiosity. What shocked them the most was when the head coach announced that you would be the starting player for the future team. A group of players still striving for a substitute position erupted. They angrily questioned the coach, asking why you deserved to start. Although the EBA may not be as competitive as the NCAA, there are still numerous basketball stars in Europe who have made it to the NBA. Furthermore, Spanish basketball, while not as popular as football, still holds a place in the World Basketball League with 108 official basketball clubs. Even if they offend the coach, they are not afraid of not having a place to play. Most of those who come here are the pride of heaven, striving for a better future in professional basketball. They do not want to be replaced by a short Asian person in the position they have been fighting for. Although head coach Raul was questioned by the players, he did not speak, but looked at you with a helpless look, as if saying, "Hey, kid, it's time for you to prove yourself." Although Raul understands your abilities very well and believes in your strength, he still faces a lot of doubts in order to get you into the team or even start. To prove that his choice is correct and eliminate all doubts, there is only one way, which is for you to prove your abilities. So when you saw the coach's eyes, you understood his intention, and then you stared at the player who was howling the most fiercely and said, "Hey, big guy, dare to have a solo match with me? I will teach you what manners are." Velasquez is a local player from Spain. Unlike most foreign players, he truly loves basketball. So with ordinary talent of 180 centimeters at the age of 15, coupled with hard training, he was finally selected by the Real Madrid youth training team. In order to get the opportunity to start, he trained even harder. However, after putting in twice or even several times the effort as others, he did not gain the team's recognition, but was replaced by a small Asian player who was only 160 centimeters tall. How could he not be angry? So when he heard that you would be starting, he was the most excited. However, when he heard that you wanted to have a one-on-one solo with him, he laughed. Although he is not an exceptionally talented player, he is confident in teaching you, the Asian, a lesson. After all, in terms of height and physical fitness, he completely outclasses you by more than one level. So he went from anger to a cold smile and said, "Asian, kid, remember my name. I am Fidel Velasquez, and I will be your nightmare in the future." Sun Hao didn't hold back his laughter when he heard it. A 14 or 15-year-old is the age of the middle child. It would have been appropriate for him to return with a middle of the road. No, just the opposite. But he's really past that age. Seeing that Sun Hao didn't reply but just smiled, Velasquez snorted coldly. He'll make Sun Hao never laugh again. There were several halves of the one-on-one confrontation going on at the same time, and Raul's attention was on Sun Hao and Velasquez's side at this point. Velasquez is a young Spanish-based player and one of the best of the bunch, and this is just the right opportunity to check out his strengths. By his prediction, the odds are that this will be a lopsided confrontation. 1-on-1, 5 balls. Sun Hao wins the guessing first attack. Velasquez drove the ball to Sun Hao, sinking his weight a meter away and spreading his hands in a defensive position. After seeing Raul's eyes on his side, His eyes were also filled with wariness. This was his perfect opportunity to earn his head coach's trust in training camp. However, just in the moment he retracted his gaze, he saw Sun Hao shoot directly from the three-point line, very quickly and decisively. Throwing straight threes? A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's a famous basketball saying that the farther away from the basket you are, the lower your percentage will be. I didn't expect Sun Hao to ignore this as soon as he came up. You know you can't break in and take your chances? Sure enough, Asians are soft. His surprised eyes changed to contempt and he looked back. Swish! With a crunch, Sun Hao's first three-point shot was thrown and there it was. 1-0. Velasquez froze for a moment before coming back to his senses. Sun Hao was lucky. He drove the ball to Sun Hao again, and then spread his hands, making no defensive moves whatsoever. That means clearly, throw another one in if you can. The provocation was clear as day. Raul frowned slightly at the sight. Velasquez had taken it lightly. Sun Hao has a good three. Something that was shown in that high school final. Sure enough, Sun Hao received the ball and directly took another shot. He has practiced hard in the system for the past 4 years, and his shooting focus has been on the long-range shot. Velasquez standing that far away is no defensive threat at all. No different than training in the system. Swish! Another crunch. Sun Hao's three-point shot is still available. 2-0. At this, Velasquez's face began to change. He realizes that Sun Hao is a pitcher. He was dumb enough to let a shooter get open in front of him. You won't get that chance again. Velasquez, still in his mid-twos, this time went straight up to the defense after he kicked off. He needed to win this one-on-one in front of Raul right now more than he needed to fake it. Sun Hao still has a three-point shooting motion. Velasquez accelerated and pounced, but he didn't realize that Sun Hao was a false start. Sun Hao collected the ball to the right and suddenly accelerated to break through. Velasquez pounced on it and could only turn back to see Sun Hao scoring a layup. 3-0. Clean, sharp, and in one fell swoop. Sun Hao's strength was too much stronger than Velasquez's, and he didn't need to use his full strength at all. No way. Again. Velasquez didn't believe that he couldn't defend Sun Hao and got the ball and drove it directly to Sun Hao. Sun Hao received the ball and saw that Velasquez was still pouncing fiercely, and made another false move, but this time it was a change of direction to go left to break through. Training within the system, the intensity of ball handling and shooting is the same. He has a great shot and naturally a decent ball handling skill. It's not quite top tier, but it's more than enough for the youth team. Such a breakthrough came to him with ease. Velasquez was completely unable to understand Sun Hao's attacking movements, and just made a strong lunge, and as a result, he didn't confiscate it and directly fell into a dog's poop. Sun Hao scored another easy layup. 4-0. Raul's eyes went wide at this point. He had been watching, and when he saw it he realized something. Perhaps it was the difference in the strength of the opponents that made Sun Hao's play just now completely different from what he did in China. In that high school final, Sun Hao was more of a three-point shooter, plus scoring on defensive rebounds after steals and caps. But this time, the use of Sun Hao's combination of sudden throws is quite mature. And of course the more crucial thing is that the rhythm is very good. That's a sign of having an extremely high basketball IQ in itself. Not to mention other aspects of ability, Sun Hao is definitely a genius in the area of ball quotient. It was something he hadn't seen before. Or perhaps he had underestimated Sun Hao, the last person he had chosen to make up the numbers. Velasquez was a bit skeptical as he drove the last ball to Sun Hao. Sun Hao was still watching, and when he saw that Velasquez didn't pounce again, he made another three-point shot. Shooting depends on the feeling, also depends on the mentality. Sun Hao this moment self-confidence burst. The feeling also followed the hot swish. The basketball went airborne into the net once again as Velasquez looked on in despair. 5-0. Game over. Raul judged correctly that Sun Hao and Velasquez were indeed lopsided. Only, fell in the exact opposite direction of what he predicted. Sun Hao finished off Velasquez. With a limited half-court in the gym, not everyone is going one-on-one. It's sequential rounds. There were players waiting and people watching in each half. Sun Hao and Velasquez's side ended early and also attracted the attention of a large number of players. How loudly they had laughed at Sun Hao in front of them. Now they felt how much their faces hurt. Sun Hao would ask the question of whether he could cross the level in front of him was not being insouciant, but he really had that ability. Velasquez watched the faces of the players around him change, and had the feeling that he could not wait to drill his head into the ground. You should know that he had not only laughed in front of him, but also directly mocked Sun Hao to his face. Other people's faces just hurt. He was swollen. One more game. I'll attack first. He yelled at Sun Hao. He's not happy about it. He's not convinced. He wants his face back. Another round? Sun Hao glanced at Velasquez, then shook his head very directly. You think I'm a kid? I'm not obligated to play another round with you. Sun Hao turned around and went straight off the field, leaving the soon-to-be frantic Velasquez alone in the wind. Come on. Next group up. He also moonlighted as a staffer when he came off the field. Velasquez. One more game. Velasquez on first down. Just then, Raul, who had been watching this side of the room, came over. Sun Hao glanced at Raul, and this time he couldn't see what Raul's purpose was, but the head coach gave the word and he couldn't disobey. Only he wasn't in a hurry to get on the field, but instead, without panicking, he first picked up his own thermos and took a sip of goji berry tea. It's a little hot. Blow on it and take another sip. Took a third sip. Raul froze. On the field, Velasquez already wanted to have a one-on-one duel with Sun Hao. Just when Raul couldn't help but open his mouth, Sun Hao put down his thermos. Velasquez is a left-handed general and he breaks left very quickly. Just then, Sun Hao heard someone remind him. He turned his head and realized it was the other 11 or 12-year-old boy he'd locked eyes with earlier. The one who'd given him a green and kind smile. Thanks. He's a very polite man. And there was a hint of familiarity with the boy up close. Just couldn't remember who he was for a second. Sun Hao re-enters the ring and the second round of the confrontation begins immediately. This time it was Velasquez who attacked first. Driving the ball to Velasquez, Sun Hao didn't sink his weight immediately, but drew closer to a position half a meter away to assume a defensive stance. One hand up and one hand flat, i.e., to prevent shooting and breaking. He was a basketball trainer in his past life, so he naturally knew a lot about defense. Plus he had unlocked the basketball badge, which was completely impeccable in detail, not to mention ability. And Raul's request made him make the decision to come down hard this time. Raul's attention never left Sun Hao. His eyes were more than surprised at this point. They were a little shocked. Sun Hao's detailed action is not like a 15-year-old kid. It is clearly an old ball gangster. He even suspected for a moment that he was seeing things, but the fact of the matter is that he didn't blink. Velasquez changes direction and goes left. His eyes glared. That little boy was right to warn Sun Hao that Velasquez was a left-handed general, which is why he wanted another round and also asked for a first strike. In sports with confrontation, the left-hander will attack all the routes differently than normal, which makes it easy for opponents to suffer on defense. But even without the little boy's reminder, Sun Hao also guarded against Velasquez's breakthroughs, grabbing the position in advance and then giving up the confrontation, not giving up the starting speed. Boo! The two collided directly head-on. Velasquez instantly felt like he had hit a wall. Most of the young players are still growing into their bodies, and the matchups aren't even practiced yet. Even an inside beast like Howard was a big skinny guy before he entered the league. Sun Hao has been practicing hard for strength within the system. Standing still is really a wall. Velasquez was taken straight back, staggered and fell straight to the ground, and the ball came off. Mistakes. Raul's eyes widened once more. Sun Hao's muscle lines didn't look particularly obvious, but this strength, it was unbelievable. What kind of amazing player did he get to make up the numbers? Velasquez stood up again and looked at Sun Hao with eyes full of terror. He's not a player known for his strength, but that gap. This Asian player is a monster. Both sides exchanged possession and it was Sun Hao's turn to attack again. Sun Hao took the ball and also still made a three-point shot. This time, though, his three slammed off the rim, and there's no guarantee that every shot will go in. The one who trains to one-up every shot is Carmelo Anthony. Seeing that Sun Hao's 3 points didn't go in again, Velasquez's desperate eyes lightened a bit. He still has a chance. Getting the ball again. He continuously cross-stepped trying to shake Sun Hao. Sun Hao's center of gravity is very stable and he doesn't eat any wobbles at all. He couldn't wiggle through, and his shot after forcing a breakthrough was almost covered by Sun Hao. Directly a triple non-stick. There was a commotion on the sidelines. Getting shaved 5-0 up front just proves how good Sun Hao's offense is. Now in this game, they have seen Sun Hao's defensive ability again, and compared to the previous inning, Velasquez is significantly more woeful at this point. He wasn't even trying to prove himself, but was helping Sun Hao show as a supporting actor. The ball was exchanged again. Sun Hao didn't make a three-point shooting action this time. Took the ball and directly chose to break through the right road. Seeing Sun Hao's choice, the already self-absorbed Velasquez regained his confidence. This time he was able to get his defense in place. Velasquez defends it. Sun Hao was too late to make another change of direction. Raul was slightly comforted by this. Although Sun Hao had surprised him greatly, he didn't want Velasquez to be beaten out of his mind. After all, the latter is a Spanish native and confidence is important for young players. Boo! But just as he was thinking that, Sun Hao directly crashed through Velasquez with an acceleration. There's no technique to it. It's just a strong dislike. Velasquez couldn't react in time and couldn't crash. Sun Hao scores with a flicked wipeout. 1-0. Raul's mouth hung open in midair. This is so bullying. This type of scoring is way more over the top than bobbling breaks or even shooting threes up front. I don't need technology to abuse you. Velasquez's mental defenses are down. The next few balls finished into a crushing innings. Sun Hao turned into an emotionless bulldozer. Even though Velasquez sank his weight, he was still toppled off the line by Sun Hao. The second set wasn't over yet, but the win was already out of reach. Sense of rhythm, confrontation. Velasquez was finished off by Sun Hao. When Raul saw this, the shocked look on his face disappeared and was replaced by a joyful look that he couldn't hide. Originally, at the beginning, he was not too fond of Sun Hao because of his prejudice, but by the time the fight came to an end, that kind of emotion had completely disappeared, because he realized he had picked up a treasure. Although reason told him that players who are great one-on-one don't necessarily play well all over the court, Sun Hao's kind of strong is all-encompassing. It made him uncontrollably optimistic, and he even wanted this one-on-one to end earlier, so that he could then examine Sun Hao's performance in the whole game. Although he had seen Sun Hao play a full game in China before, he felt that Sun Hao's full game was much more than what he had seen before in terms of his performance in one-on-one encounters with stronger opponents. If he can produce a Paul Gasol who belongs in Real Madrid like Barcelona next door did, and produce a player who crosses over from the youth team to the first team in 1 year, then he can jump up the ladder with it, instead of staying in the youth team as a coach. A breakaway by Sun Hao doesn't go in and the ball is exchanged. This was Velasquez's last chance, but after he was dumbfounded by Sun Hao, his strength, which was not superior in the first place, even chose to play behind the basket. As a result, he turned around and couldn't send out any force, and was directly covered by Sun Hao, who seized the time difference and chopped his head. Hiss. The players on the sidelines are a little hard to watch. This one-on-one also lost its suspense after this bloody caper. Another 5-0. Although Sun Hao's hand dropped in the second set, he switched to a more brutal way to end the fight. Sun Hao was here on the last day. Velasquez was not. Youth team practices have also been going on for a while now, and Velasquez is ranked at the top of the strength charts at camp, but he was now completely hung up by Sun Hao. After these 2 rounds of one-on-one, the others present had a completely different understanding of Sun Hao's strength. What they were mocking before was the strongest king here. Good job. Raul also came over and patted him on the shoulder to express his affirmation after the training session. It was able to be seen from the change in expression and behavior that his attitude towards Sun Hao had changed. It was okay, warmed up. Hearing Sun Hao's reply, Raul froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. He hadn't paid much attention to Sun Hao before, but now it seemed that Sun Hao had pride in his bones. The one-on-one training continued as Sun Hao and the others who had finished took a break on the sidelines to prepare for the final full-court confrontation drill. You're really good. Just then, the 11 or 12-year-old who had spoken to him earlier came over to talk to him again. A green and kind smile, plus a kind reminder. Sun Hao had a good impression of this little boy, coupled with the familiarity of his eyes. He also chatted with the little boy. Sun Hao, Guangdong, China. Sun Hao reached out and introduced himself. Rudy Fernandez, Valari Island, Spain. The little boy shook hands with Sun Hao and smiled back. Sun Hao first paused for a moment when he heard the name. Then he immediately smiled. He then said that the boy looked familiar, although he couldn't tell who he was at once because of his young age. But after the name was given, this was right on the money. Fernandez, the future centerpiece of the Spanish national team, has an ethereal style of play and has also had a stellar career in the NBA. Fernandez is young, but has a maturity that doesn't belong to his age group. There wasn't much of a generation gap between the two and they had a nice chat. And from chatting, Sun Hao knew that Fernandez also likes traveling. It didn't take long for the two to talk before they made plans to hang out together sometime. They had talked about as much as they could, and the one-on-one had gone about as well as they could. Raul got the team back together and followed it up with a final full-court scrimmage. The camp has been open for a while, and the groupings are divided around the time of arrival at the camp. Raul moved selfishly at this time, and purposely assigned Sun Hao to the group that entered the training camp the earliest. He was clearly trying to see if Sun Hao's display of basketball IQ was a momentary illusion on his part, or if it was indeed the case. Full-court scrimmage practice begins soon after. Sun Hao once again became the absolute center of attention on the field. To say that on the airplane, Raul casually gave Sun Hao to pass the time. It is the team's tactical manual. He was new to training camp, but already had more tactical mastery than anyone else in the room. Plus he just unlocked the basketball IQ badge. Swimming is the best way to describe his performance. Never hesitate when it's time to make a play. Make a decision when it's time to make a play. And incidentally watch the defense and direct your teammates to run the ball. It was like auto-joining the engine of a Ferrari. And the team that Sun Hao was on took off at once. Raul was ecstatic watching from the sidelines. His judgment was right. In China, because the opponents were too weak, Sun Hao's individual strength was not fully displayed. He was really picking up the slack. Sun is playing the first game of the new season. After the full-court scrimmage, Raul couldn't hold back his excitement as he announced the results. This time, no team members laughed anymore. They all took it for granted. and many of them even had envy in their eyes. Competitive sports. Strength speaks. There are still nearly 2 months to go before the new EBA League season kicks off, and these 2 months are crucial for Sun Hao. On the one hand, he's going to use this time period to fully gel with his teammates. On the other hand, he also needs to define the team position with consistent performances. Although Raul made an exception to the rule and announced early that he was playing in the starting lineup, it will depend on his performance on the field whether he can convince the public or not. Real Madrid's youth teams have been doing those same 2 things for 2 months, bonding and training, as well as playing a series of warm-up matches. Sun Hao's performance did not disappoint, and 2 months down the line, he has become the team's thundering core. The smile on Raul's face never stopped. Sun Hao could level his coaching career. On the field, Sun Hao has a good time off the field. With Fernandez as his free guide, he took in the sights of Madrid. Madrid, the capital of Spain, has a well-developed economy and many tourist attractions. After the Palace of Versailles and the Palais de Congrès in Vienna, the Palace of Madrid is the 3rd largest royal palace in Europe. The world-famous Cervantes Monument in the Plaza de España, the Bernabéu Stadium, home of Real Madrid's soccer team. There's also the Roman-inspired Las Ventas bullring, just 2 or 3 kilometers away from their ballpark. For Sun Hao, a hobbyist traveler, this was heaven. 2 months passed quickly, the youth team's preparations were over, and the doors to the new EBA season were officially opened. The first match for Real Madrid's youth team was at home against Barcelona Youth. This is definitely the most watched and gimmicky match in the EBA League. Real Madrid and Barcelona. Because of the history of Madrid and Catalonia, Catalonia has been bloodied and conquered by Madrid several times in its history, and has always been on the pro-independence side in its history. No matter what the sport is, and no matter what the level of the league is, anytime they meet it's a marquee match. The senior tournament, moreover, is known as the National Derby. Raul also took the game extra seriously, with pre-match training and tactical setups detailed to the nth degree, and he was confident this time. Real Madrid got beat up enough last year because Barcelona had that super rookie in Paul Gasol, but after last season, Gasol completed a triple jump to La Liga, and the Barcelona youth team plummeted. Coupled with the fact that he had unexpectedly gained Sun Hao, this gave him a lot of confidence. Marcelo Huertas, Barcelona's current centerpiece, a point guard from Brazil, 5 feet 80 inches. You have to watch out for him on the break. After setting up the tactics, Raul also pulled Sun Hao to give him separate instructions. Hearing Huertas' name, Sun Hao also had some impressions in his mind. The man is a late bloomer in the history of the game as he didn't play in the NBA until he was 32 years old, and he's been playing on the bench for Barcelona's first team at his peak, which shouldn't be considered very strong. Not to mention that this is still in his youth team days. Raul reminded though, and he came out with 100% focus. After all, this was his first official game since arriving in Spain. The basketball gym, capable of holding more than 1,000 people, was packed that night. Soccer is the #1 sport in Spain, but there are plenty of local basketball fans, and many of them have their families in tow, and the atmosphere is strong. Both teams jumped on the ball and Barcelona got the first chance to attack. Huertas came up with a block on the team center and then burst into the lane to take advantage of the pace difference for a layup. Raul was right to warn that at least Huertas is not a bad ball player. Back to the Real Madrid frontcourt to run the play. Sun Hao dribbled the ball to see Huertas is farther away from himself, and took a direct shot from the three-point line. Like Velázquez's previous reaction, Sun Hao's hit was so far ahead of his time that Huertas didn't expect him to throw it like that at all, and directly froze there without moving. Swish! With a crunch, Sun Hao threw it there. He got Real Madrid's first score. There was a sudden silence, followed by an explosion of cheers. I've never seen it played like that before, but it's a great feeling to be throwing in threes like that right out of the gate. Barcelona's frontcourt wave of inbounds offense was disrupted, and without Gasol, their inbound strength slipped with the naked eye. Real Madrid's side took the rebound and then directly played fast break. Sun Hao was very fast. After taking the ball, rushed to the front court, against Huertas directly strong. He's intentionally looking for confrontation on this one, to see what Huertas can do against it. Once the two men confronted each other, Huertas was obviously in a disadvantageous position, and was directly toppled out of the bottom line, reaching out and pulling a hand but not pulling Sun Hao. The referee at the line of scrimmage whistles for a defensive foul on Huertas. Sun Hao still managed to score after being fouled. 2+1. The result of 4 years of professional hard work within his system is too buggy to be inside the youth team. The moment the ball went in, the scene once again stormed with cheers. The youth team has a lot of changes in personnel every year, not to mention an Asian face that they just don't pay attention to at all. But once the game started, the Asian face gave them surprise after surprise. Sun Hao's extra point was also there, as he opened the game on a 6-0 run all by himself. Can't The intensity of the youth team's game wasn't as high as the adult teams, but this kind of strong start was something they hadn't seen in a really long time. Huertas came back to try to do the same trick to help his team raise points, but Sun Hao was obviously on guard this time, and went straight to the top early before blocking. This uptake was so sudden that Huertas was not prepared for it, and he lost control of the ball directly after the two of them physically confronted each other. Pop! Sun Hao directly grabbed Huertas' raw basketball in the 90s, or European basketball, encouraged rivalries. The blowout scale was loose, and the refs completely ignored this level of rivalry. Sun Hao went down the fast break again, this time on a 1-0 from the front court, and he added 2 more points with an easy layup. He opened the game with 8 straight points. The head coach on Barcelona's side called a timeout straight away. This Asian guy who came out of nowhere dominated the game from the opening kickoff. Raul's smile was whiter than a daisy at the moment, and that was how he wanted to feel. During the timeout, the fans in the stands were already mingling and discussing who this Asian face out of nowhere was. His name is Sun Hao. My son and he are friends. Somewhere in the stands, Fernandez's parents began to pass Sun Hao's message along. Soon, many people in the dugout knew that the Asian face on the field was called Sun Hao. Back from the timeout, Barcelona scored a goal and back they went straight to Sun Hao on the pack. But Sun Hao basketball IQ badge in hand. The defense reads very well. The breakthrough between the pass to the open teammate under the basket. The latter easily put a basket to score, and in the next turn, Sun Hao used his teammate's body as a cover to snatch out and break another ball from Huertas, forcing the latter to foul in place. It's literally unstoppable. The Barcelona manager couldn't help but reach for his head at the sight. Huertas is well aware of his abilities, has a decent basketball IQ, and plays with a veteran approach that is different from the average young player. But I didn't expect to meet Sun Hao, who looks surprisingly like he can't play, and in such a crucial game. You can't blame Huertas entirely for that, though. He relies on the ball skills to play, but Sun Hao also relies on it, and Sun Hao is obviously one grade better than him under the badge addition. In other words, what he was good at, Sun Hao could do better than him, and what he was not good at, Sun Hao was better at it than him. He's being fully suppressed here. In the next few rounds, Huertas was afraid of Sun Hao did not hold the ball attack, and Barcelona's offensive focus shifted from the outside to the inside. However, European basketball follows the rules of FIBA. There is no defense 3 seconds inside. Without Gasol inside cannot open. Barcelona has been very passive. On the contrary, on the side of Real Madrid, Sun Hao threw 2 more threes and one after another from the outside, pulling Barcelona's defense out completely. In complete contrast to last year, when they were all over the pitch, this year Real Madrid turned the tables on Barcelona. After the first quarter, Sun Hao scored 14 points in a single quarter, plus 3 assists. With him leading the way, the Royals went on a 22-8 one-quarter run that got the fans in the crowd right up in arms. In the second half of this quarter, they started shouting Sun Hao's name together as soon as he took the ball. In other words, Sun Hao has captured the hearts of Real Madrid fans in just one quarter. Sun Hao came off the bench to rest during the substitution bridging section of the first and second quarters. Barcelona worked hard to chase down points in this time period, cutting the deficit to 8 before the starters returned, which prevented the game from being out of reach too early. The taut nerves of the Barcelona manager eased only slightly. This kind of game if a section of flowers. He went back for fear that he could only resign to thank, but he had just relaxed a bit when a short whistle sounded on the sidelines, and he saw Sun Hao reappear on the field. His eyelids fluttered involuntarily. He called Huertas up and kept barking at him before he went on the field, deeply afraid that the latter would go up and get sacked again. In the last 5 minutes of the second quarter, all the main players from both sides came back. Huertas took the ball and directed his teammates to run from the three-point line. He didn't even have the desire to look at the frame now. Tactical run by Barcelona on the weak side. Huertas sees the opportunity and prepares to pass. However, just at that moment, he felt a pressure coming from in front of him. When he turned around, he saw Sun Hao pouncing again. The eagle swooped on the rabbit, and swooped with despair. He tried to dodge, but Sun Hao grabbed the time gap when he turned his head, and his hands were already gripping the ball like pincers. 2 men. 4 hands, engaged in the most direct confrontation of strength on a ball. Then Huertas was at a complete disadvantage, as he had been in all the previous rounds. He felt his body lose control, and then the ball was snatched hard from Sun Hao's hand. Real raw rob. The Barcelona manager's eyes went wide. It's a foul, foul. He waved his sleeve and yelled, but the referee didn't whistle. It wasn't even touching the hand, which is not a foul. Another Barcelona defender reacted quickly and posted over it the first time after Sun Hao's steal, before giving him another 1-0 chance. Sun Hao fast breaks to the front court against the defense, and still takes hard shots against it. The opposite guard dared not go down for fear of fouls, and somehow easily squeezed him for a layup. Basketball is really a body-eating sport, and his body now looks like an EBA James. 2 easy runs came in. Congratulations host, you have successfully unlocked the Fast Attack Terminator badge. It was also at this moment that the system's beep once again came from Sun Hao's mind. Fast Attack Finisher, bronze, small increase in speed and finishing success on fast attacks. After laying down fast break after fast break and putting up a completely crushing performance against the Huertas, Sun Hao unlocked yet another badge. This is somewhat similar to the previous scenario when basketball IQ was unlocked. Sun Hao has been playing domestically for the past 2 years, and the confrontation is so much stronger than his opponents that the one-stop fast break after a steal is the signature scoring tool. It also reached the tipping point of breaking out of its bottleneck, and Huertas made it happen. Without the badge, Sun Hao had robbed Huertas a bit skeptical of life, and with the badge the latter was even more beaten into autism. All night long, it was as if he had been tied to a post and then whipped incessantly, unable to do anything but make a ha. The Barcelona team was also in a hanging situation all night. In the end, Real Madrid's team slaughtered Barcelona 78-46 in the opening match to give a strong start to the new season. Sun Hao played only 3 quarters, made 11 of 12 shots, 4 of 5 3-pointers, 4 of 4 free throws, and cut down a luxurious 30 points, 5 boards, 6 steals, and 3 assists on almost 100% shooting, playing an absolutely explosive debut. Although the youth team's data is not that informative, Sun Hao's performance like this is enough to make Madrid's fans remember him. Keep in mind he's only 15 years old. Definitely a great future to be able to play like that. I have a feeling that if you keep playing like this, you're really going to be like Pau Gasol, playing for the first team in 1 year. After the match, Fernandez looked at Sun Hao with adoring eyes. For a young boy of 11 or 12 who has only just set foot in professional basketball, Sun Hao's performance tonight is enough to become his idol. You've got to step up too. The future here is yours. Sun Hao also did what an idol should do, reaching out to touch Fernandez's head for encouragement. European basketball is characterized by strong matchups, slow pace, slow movement, lots of blocked shots, and crowded baskets. And Sun Hao's offense is mostly focused on the outside. He's far beyond the youth team, and with the basketball IQ and fast break finisher badges, he's a superb killer in the youth team. He scored 30 points in 3 quarters in the first game, 36 points in the second game alone, and then took it up a notch in the third game with a straight-up 43-point explosion. Such a performance drove the local Madrid fans crazy. Even at the youth team games, many fans holding up Sun Hao's KT board could be seen. It's important to realize that Sun Hao has only played 3 games for Real Madrid's youth team. The level of passion for sports in Spain is evident. The court is pleased. Sun Hao also appropriate to give himself a relaxation. Real Madrid's youth team's next match was against a student team, but there was a rare 4-day break in between matches. Taking this time period, Sun Hao approached Fernandez again to talk about traveling. That's going to be hard for Fernandez. Although he loves to travel, he is still only a 12-year-old kid and his usual activities are limited to Madrid. But Sun Hao came to Spain in addition to training is traveling. The Madrid can turn all over the place. Finally Fernandez gave a proposal that they go to Aragon, near Madrid. Sun Hao didn't know much about Spain before, and this was the first time he had heard of a place called Aragon. He had an affinity for the name of the place because the hero in some epic movie was named Aragon. Zaragoza, the capital of Aragon, where they were going this time, was also full of medieval-style place names, which made Sun Hao more and more excited about this trip. Located northwest of Madrid, Zaragoza is the link from Europe to the Iberian Peninsula and the confluence of 3 major Spanish rivers, including the Ebro. Such a geographical position determined that he was a very important strategic location in the Middle Ages. In its early years, the Kingdom of Aragon was one of the most prosperous kingdoms in the Spanish region. Later, in the Roman era, it was an important military town of the empire. Having had such a history, it is only natural that a large number of historical monuments have been left here. Walls, stone bridges, churches, bell towers, palaces. These tourist attractions can make one feel like they are truly back in medieval Europe. And more than that, Zaragoza has been a central hub for transportation in Spain well into the modern era. It is the centerpiece of the road network in northern Spain, as well as a major hub for Spain's railroads and an international airport with the longest runway in Europe. In a nutshell, it's a Spanish tourist destination that's easy to get to. There is no better place for Sun Hao and Fernandez to go. And on the way to Zaragoza by train, Fernandez popularized some other information to Sun Hao. Spain is the land of flavor, which is why Spain is also known as the capital of racy affairs. Madrid tops the list of Spanish cities in the sex index, while Zaragoza comes in second place. Fernandez is still far from adulthood, but Sun Hao will turn 16 in a few months. The age of majority varies from country to country. In Spain the legal age is 16. In other words, Sun Hao will be an adult in a few months. When you're an adult, you can do what adults do. Maybe for a change you'll have good luck. That's what Fernandez said to Sun Hao. When this came out of a 12-year-old's mouth, Sun Hao almost didn't knock him with a chestnut. But in the end, he just shook his head and laughed. Fernandez knew this at such a young age. And the Spanish wave, flavor country lived up to its name. But there was something to look forward to as he watched the scenery sweep by outside the window. He was single for 28 years in his last life, even in open America. Now that he was living again, he naturally wanted to experience what it was like to be in love. You know, one of the big reasons for not letting your parents come with you in the first place is because the girls here are plentiful, and different from the ones elsewhere. I had been so busy training in Madrid before that I didn't meet up even when I went out to play. It's a change of pace, so I'll try my luck anyhow. After getting off the train, Sun Hao and Fernandez threw their luggage into the hotel and then went out to play. On the first day they started with the Cathedral of the Epiphany and the University of Zaragoza. Both places were relatively close, and on the way there, Fernandez was giving Sun Hao a racy lesson. According to him, location is important in the matter of lustful encounters. Cathedrals are sacred and solemn, but the more they are, the more they inspire primal desires, which is number 2 on the list of erotic locations. Third in line is the campus, where students always yearn for romantic love. Sun Hao was speechless for a while as he listened, and he suddenly felt that Fernandez would definitely be a tinfoil hat when he grew up. But he didn't say anything. What Fernandez said was actually quite right. The Cathedral of the Apparition of the Virgin is dedicated to the Virgin on the column of remembrance, the patron saint of all Spain, and the interior is beautifully decorated with Goya frescoes. They come early, and if they come in October, the festival of Our Lady of Pilar is celebrated here, with a display of ornaments and religious objects worn by the statue of the Virgin. That was the peak season for tourism here, and it was about as lively as watching a sea of people in China. Even now, though, there are a lot of tourists here, and many of them are native Spaniards. They wandered through the cathedral, then went around to the University of Zaragoza. The University of Zaragoza is more than 500 years old and has a number of buildings that resemble ancient castles and are magnificent. To put it in a more graphic way, the campus here has the feel of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Harry Potter. The two enjoyed a visual feast as they wandered through the two places. It's just that they didn't meet any of the so-called ravishing encounters as they circled around. It's not that Fernandez is wrong. It's that they're too young. One could even say that they looked underage. Especially Fernandez's youthful and boyish face could have some youth training book with TFBOIS. The law on the protection of minors exists in any country. The next day, Sun Hao and Fernandez went around the outskirts of Zaragoza again. The stone castles and bridges in the Roman style make for a memorable experience. Today they are another experience compared to yesterday. After 2 days in Zaragoza, on the morning of the third day they boarded the train back to Madrid. The 2-day tour was a great experience and the views were very enjoyable. But sitting on the train, Sun Hao had less regret inside, because Fernandez was underage. For the 2 days they were in Zaragoza, they could only go shopping in the evenings or sit around inside cafes. They didn't manage to go to the bar at the top of Fernandez's list of raunchy encounters, and naturally the raunchy encounters and all that didn't exist. When people don't have ideas, some things don't cross their mind, but when they move on and it doesn't work out, regrets are inevitable. Looking at the fading Zaragoza, Sun Hao was still inexplicably lost inside. After returning to Madrid, Sun Hao and Fernandez went straight back to the dugout for practice. After the afternoon training session, Sun Hao and Fernandez went out of the dugout together. The two were still talking about the Zaragoza tour. As he was walking forward, Fernandez suddenly tapped Sun Hao's shoulder and then signaled the front with his eyes. Sun Hao followed his gaze forward. At the intersection ahead, there was a little girl who looked to be 15 or 16 years old, her face anxious, her eyes casting to the passers-by from time to time. I think she's run into something. Do you want to go help? Fernandez has a look on his face like you've had a racy encounter. Sun Hao gave Fernandez a blank look. Why was this guy more active than a matchmaker? Though he refused inwardly, his feet nevertheless walked honestly, walking fast to follow up. Sun Hao also saw the girl, a delicate face with pink lips, a straight nose, and eyes that seemed to seduce. Not very old, but a beauty. But she looked distinctly different from the Spaniards around her, and with that fluent American English, she didn't look native. The girl had just finished asking a passerby and her face was filled with disappointment. Turning her head to see someone coming towards her, her eyes showed a burst of anticipation, and she didn't wait for Sun Hao to speak, but spoke herself first. Excuse me, do you speak English? A very standard American accent. Judging from Sun Hao's experience in his previous life, the girl was most likely from the North American side, and looking at it a few more times, The looks gave Sun Hao a very familiar feeling, only that he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Anything? Sun Hao said back in English. He has always been helpful, especially if the other person is a pretty girl. The girl's eyes burst out with essence all of a sudden, as if Sun Hao was the sun monkey she had waited for 500 years for. Ah shucks. Why is Sun Hao's last name Sun? You're American? Sun Hao smiled and shook his head. He was an assistant coach in the NCAA for a long time in his past life and has a very American accent, and with quite a few Asians in the US, it's no wonder girls get the wrong impression. Looks like the girl is mostly American. The girl's look of surprise faded, though her face still hid the joy. Son, I have to go back beforehand. Fernandez, true to form, was a little Grinch, and seeing that the situation was good, spoke directly. Sun Hao gave Fernandez a breathless look, and Fernandez had already turned around and walked away. That one was small in stature but tall in back. This guy's got his hands behind his back? You've crossed over too. Excuse me, are you in a hurry? The girl didn't know about the exchange between Sun Hao and Fernandez. Thinking that she had affected Sun Hao's business, her face was slightly apologetic. Nothing, did you run into something? Sun Hao withdrew his gaze. Business was important. I wanted to go to the bullring in Las Ventas but I got lost. I asked a few passers-by but I don't speak Spanish. The girl also told what she had encountered. Sun Hao nodded after listening. Spain was a maritime power for more than 500 years until the 19th century. Unlike countries that were colonized by Britain like Australia and the United States. This difference also leads to the fact that unlike those other colonized countries, their official language is not English but Spanish. Sun Hao hadn't really gotten used to it until now, but it was a good thing that the youth team had players from all over the world, and the default official language of communication was English. He usually trained in the dugout, and even when he went out, he joined Fernandez, so there was no trouble in that regard. So how did you get here? Sun Hao couldn't help but ask after nodding his head. Things he understood, but how was this girl alone on these streets? If this had happened at the station he would have felt more reliable. The problem was that this was near the youth team dugout. It's off to the side here, and the pigeons are outnumbering the people. I came here in a cab. The driver spoke English. His car broke down and he dropped me off at that intersection over there and said it was just a little further north and I'd be there. And I haven't gotten there yet. The girl's words were clear and organized, but Sun Hao felt a big head all of a sudden after seeing the direction he was pointing. Because that's not fucking north at all. That's south. This girl, I'm afraid she's a roadie. But at this time there was no cell phone navigation, so getting lost in an unfamiliar place was barely understandable. Although in theory, mistaking south for north is a small probability. You're going the opposite way. You should go in that direction. But the Las Ventas bullring is closing soon at this hour, so you'd better go tomorrow if you want to go. Sun Hao redirected the way, but after pointing he gave an extra reminder. Well, the girl's expression was a bit helpless, and she looked a bit deflated. Sun Hao had wanted to ask her parents, but thought better of it. Fernandez is the one who created the opportunity for him to flirt with girls, not for him to be a father. So do you know of a place to stay around here? The girl quickly followed up with another question. She was now unfamiliar with the world and met one who could speak English, which was taking Sun Hao as a lifesaver. There's a hotel 2 blocks past there. You have your passport with you, right? Sun Hao opened his mouth and asked. The girl nodded. Never mind. It's not far anyway. I'll take you there. Sun Hao now felt that this sister seemed to be a roadie, and he was a good man to the end. The girl spat her tongue at Sun Hao and said thank you. Obviously she also knew that her sense of direction was not very good. Sending the girl to the hotel entrance, Sun Hao then prepared to leave. The girl looked about the same age as him. When the teasing object to exercise the ability to exercise is okay. Really want to do something else. Minor protection law warning. Wait. I'll buy you dinner and thank you for helping me with directions and for bringing me to the hotel. The girl took the initiative to open her mouth to Sun Hao. Sun Hao looked at the time point. It was almost time for dinner. It just so happened that there was a Western restaurant downstairs in the hotel. Besides, how could he refuse something like dabbling? The two arrived at the Western restaurant and chatted after ordering. The girl is a roadie, but she's very relaxed and talkative. Sun Hao had an inexplicable familiarity with the girl, but after the girl said her name was Jocelyn, he still couldn't recall. The American side was mostly actresses if he remembered, but she didn't seem to recognize anything called Jocelyn. It's possible that it's just an illusion, after all. Face blindness is sometimes a normal thing. After the two talked more, the conversation slowly unfolded, and Jocelyn did take the initiative and had begun to share with Sun Hao what she was doing and why she had come to Spain. She's an actress and a child star who came out very early, but the information that came out of her mouth was a bit different from what Sun Hao thought. In Sun Hao's opinion, child stars become famous at a young age, analogous to 5-star high school students in the United States, should have a bright future. But out of Jocelyn's mouth, she didn't have the same fulfilling childhood as the average person, and started hustling for acting at an early age. Either acting or preparing for acting, day in and day out was wearing her down. That's why she purposely put off a movie this time to run out and travel to relax herself. It's just that because of her age, she's really inexperienced in this area. Picked Spain, and didn't have an interpreter with her. If she hadn't met Sun Hao, she really might not have been able to find a place to stay at night. Are you doing anything in the next couple days? Can you take me to the Las Ventas bullring? I'm afraid I won't be able to find it again. Jocelyn made an unforgiving request to Sun Hao. Tomorrow is fine, not the day after. I have a game the night after that. The two people were close, and Sun Hao didn't mind doing this favor. It's just that the day after is a game against a student-athlete team, and there are definitely practices during the day. You're a sportsman? Jocelyn was surprised. She had been the one confiding in the front, but it was Sun Hao who hadn't even said what he did for a living. Sun Hao nodded. Rugby? Jocelyn pursued. Rugby is the #1 sport in America, and Sun Hao looks strong after a few years of systematic training. Sun Hao smiled and shook his head. Basketball, he continued. NBA? I know. I went to see it. What made Sun Hao a bit surprised was that Jocelyn had been exposed to basketball before. It made for a lot more conversation between the two. And really, Sun Hao playing professional basketball, either in the reality of training or in the system training, day after day, body and mind sometimes tired. In a way, they resonate on this piece despite their different careers. Even after going deeper, the two realized that not only were the topics of conversation there, but the hobbies were surprisingly the same. Jocelyn's biggest passion besides acting is also traveling. This is evident in her choice to use traveling to release stress. This discovery made the two talk even more, and before they knew it, over an hour had passed. And at the end of the conversation, Sun Hao also promised to come tomorrow morning to take her to the Las Ventas bullring. After dinner, Sun Hao sent Jocelyn to the hotel door. Jocelyn suddenly went up on her tiptoes and kissed Sun Hao on the face. Sun Hao froze for a moment. I'll see you tomorrow then. Jocelyn then waved her hand. Sun Hao hadn't returned to his senses and nodded mechanically. By the time she got back to her senses, Jocelyn had already turned and gone into the hotel. A gust of wind blew through. With a bit of coolness on his face, Sun Hao wiped it, then turned to leave as well. Just now, should it be just basic etiquette? Americans are more open. Meeting and shaking hands and hugging and kissing faces should all just be basic etiquette. Well, it should be. Sun Hao thought so, but there was still some impatient restlessness inside. Having spent a lot of time in the United States in his previous life, he understands American culture, but he didn't seem to have received this kind of etiquette in his last fucking life. Did he? Not to mention the fact that the girl was a minor and it was his first day seeing her. At this moment, Sun Hao actually had the feeling that he was a bunny and had really turned 15 years old. Even this night, he slept much later than usual. At the end of the training session the next afternoon, Sun Hao and Fernandez said they were going to the hotel. By the time Fernandez realized that Sun Hao was going to accompany the girl from yesterday to go out and that the tickets had already been purchased, he couldn't hide the smile on his face anymore. You're talented. You just lack courage. Fernandez smiled and gave him a thumbs up as he summarized his previous career as a tease. Just regular friends. Sun Hao opened his mouth and said back, but as soon as he said friend he remembered being kissed last night and blushed slightly. Fernandez couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. You're in love. Sunday. After laughing he continued. Sun Hao gave him a blank look, and didn't say much when he saw that it was almost time, and went directly to the hotel. Go for it. There were also encouraging sounds from Fernandez behind him. Sun Hao smiled and shook his head. But Fernandez doesn't make a bad point. In his last life in the US, he hadn't tried to date girls because he felt there was a cultural difference. When we got to the hotel, we asked the front desk to call up, but Jocelyn wasn't in the room. Sun Hao was a bit lost for a while. They agreed to meet at this point yesterday. He shook his head, feeling like this was really kind of off for him. He sat down on the couch in the hall and waited. I just couldn't help but get up again after sitting for a while, and then sit down again after getting up. After about half an hour or so, Jocelyn finally came in through the hotel door. Son, you're here. Jocelyn saw Sun Hao reveal a smile. Where have you been? There was a hint of reproach in Sun Hao's tone. I went to get some coffee. The coffee in the hotel wasn't good. Jocelyn was a little embarrassed. Only then did Sun Hao notice that she was holding a box of coffee in her hand. For just a moment, that lost emotion of his dissipated into nothingness. Well, here are the tickets. I went and bought them this morning so I could go right in this afternoon. Sun Hao then spoke. Son, you're so sweet. Jocelyn looked at Sun Hao with some strange eyes. She didn't realize yesterday that Sun Hao was still a warm man. I have to put on some makeup though, so wait for me. Jocelyn continued. Sun Hao nodded and prepared to sit down. There was more waiting to be done, but the emotions inside him were completely different from the previous ones. Go. Jocelyn, however, suddenly spoke again. Sun Hao looked at her suspiciously. Go wait in my room. It's noisier here with people coming and going. Jocelyn continued. To the room? This isn't very good. Sun Hao was a bit embarrassed, but he still stood up. Get on the elevator and go to your room. After Sun Hao went in, he saw that the room was very neat and there was a big makeup bag on the table. From these details it can be seen that Jocelyn is a relatively clean and also precocious girl. After entering the room, Jocelyn told Sun Hao to sit down first and then went to make coffee. None of the coffee here is good. And I'm guessing you shouldn't be able to get used to it either. The front desk said there was an Americano 2 blocks over. And I still ended up getting lost. Jocelyn opened her mouth with a smile as she brought the coffee to Sun Hao, spitting out her tongue when she finished. When the two of them were chatting yesterday, they naturally chatted about how he's Chinese but why he has such a heavy American accent. Sun Hao's explanation was that he had previously lived in the United States for a relatively long period of time. I didn't realize that Jocelyn had remembered and made a special trip to get an Americano. The two of them seemed to not only share the same hobbies, but also have a great understanding. He froze for a few moments. I'm not going to be able to hold it if you don't take it, Jocelyn said with a smile. Sun Hao turned back and took the coffee a little embarrassed. After Jocelyn handed Sun Hao the coffee, she then went to the table to put on her makeup. Sun Hao sipped his coffee and waited while watching Jocelyn put on her makeup. After looking at it for a while and feeling out of place, he got up to look out the window again, but somehow he couldn't help turning to look at Jocelyn again. For a moment he had a fidgety feeling. He suddenly remembered what Fernandez had told him earlier. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Having been a bachelor all his life in his previous life, he really hadn't experienced any of this, and as he looked at his hand holding the still warm coffee, he suddenly felt like he wasn't flirting, like he was being flirted with. He turned his head to look at Jocelyn again, and then this time, he froze for a long moment. I don't know when Jocelyn has finished putting on her makeup. Despite her young age, perhaps because of her profession, she is really good at makeup. Originally that was a face of beauty, and after makeup, the beauty was no longer like that. Sun Hao felt that if she grew up a bit, she would definitely be a special thing. The adjective was apt. For Jocelyn, though she looked young, was very much developed in every way except her face. Most importantly, after applying makeup, Sun Hao felt more and more familiar with Jocelyn. It was that close to a reminder that he might just remember who he'd seen in his past life. But no matter what went through his mind, he just couldn't connect the person in front of him to anyone named Jocelyn. Maybe he might actually be in love. When I was talking to Fernandez at morning practice, Fernandez said that familiarity only comes when you like each other. And the more you like it, the stronger it gets. Sun Hao felt that this guy's 12 years of age made him as experienced as 42. But that seemed like a more reasonable explanation. Jocelyn suddenly smiled. And in that instant Sun Hao understood why the ancients were able to create the idiom of smiling like a flower. He was also brought back to reality by Jocelyn's laughter. I'm better, are you? Jocelyn said with a smile. Well, let's go. Sun Hao tried hard to take his eyes off Jocelyn's face, then put his coffee on the table. Spain has more than 300 bullfighting stadiums of all sizes, and Las Ventas is the largest of them all. Spaniards are so lazy and procrastinating that it's not unusual for them to be half an hour late for appointments. But bullfighting matches are the only thing that they are not late for, much less absent from. When Sun Hao brought Jocelyn to the bullfighting ring, the bullfighting ring that could hold 25,000 people was already crowded. They had a hard time squeezing in, and it didn't take long to sit down before the bullfight started. The two precursors, dressed in 16th century attire, rode in first. They went straight to the stand where the president was seated and asked him for the keys to the bullpen. The orchestra played a loud and clear matador march, and the three matadors each led a class of men and horses in 3 rows at the same time on the field. The silk bullfighting costume shone brightly in the sunlight. These preparatory stages are full of medieval style. The horn blows, the gates of the bullpen open, the bulls come flying out, and the bullfighting show begins. At first, it was just the bullfighters' 3 assistants who were responsible for teasing the bull and sapping its initial sharpness. But wait until the spearmen on horseback with armor come out and stab the bulls in the back of the neck with their spears, puncturing their veins to bleed them out. Sun Hao felt his arm being gripped tightly all of a sudden. He turned his head to see that Jocelyn's expression had frozen. She probably didn't expect the so-called bullfighting to be so bloody. The spearmen were followed by the flower dart men. He comes on and teases the bull into charging at him, taking the opportunity to drive a flower dart into the bull's back and neck. In no time at all, the bull's back and neck had been filled with flower darts, blood staining the heads like blooming roses. By this time, Sun Hao had already seen Jocelyn looking left and right trying to leave. It was just that the sight was so tightly packed that it was difficult to move a spot, let alone leave. After the spearman has accomplished his mission, finally the matador, armed with a sword and a red cloth, comes on and begins to perform a number of teasing and evasive maneuvers that show his prowess. The crowd was lit up and started cheering and whistling as hard as they could. When the show is over, the matador bends his head and aims his sword at the bull's neck, teasing the bull to come toward him, and then he himself rushes up and stabs his sword into the bull's heart. Sun Hao heard a yelp, and Jocelyn had buried her head in her arm. He turned to help shield her from view. He had wondered before how Jocelyn could be interested in something like bullfighting, and it seemed she was mostly fooled. Bull was eventually stabbed and the crowd all stood up and cheered and applauded. The bullfighters in the arena also greeted the enthusiasm from the crowd. The Spaniards say that only those who come out victorious in the Las Ventas bullring are true bullfighters. They were now witnessing the birth of a new matador. But while this was happening, Sun Hao had already left the bullfighting ring with Jocelyn. When he was out of the bullfighting ring, Sun Hao realized that Jocelyn was slightly pale, and was still holding onto his hand and refusing to let go. She was probably really shocked. "Why don't I take you to Real Madrid for a soccer match tonight? There's a national derby tonight." Sun Hao opened his mouth and proposed. Real Madrid is the most powerful club in Madrid, and the Real Madrid basketball and soccer teams belong together. The two teams don't usually cross paths, but there is some private exchange of tickets. After all, if you play soccer, your family will get tired of watching soccer games, and it's nice to see basketball once in a while for a change. Sun Hao is in the youth team of Real Madrid. This kind of ticket is not much, but will also be distributed to some, only the position is not very good. Jocelyn nodded after hearing that. She's like a person on the phone right now. Her brain doesn't have the ability to think much and she'll take whatever you hand her. It was a while after the cab ride that Jocelyn slowly eased up. She also didn't realize she was still holding onto Sun Hao's hand until then. It was already crimson there from her scratches. "Excuse me." She's more of an open-minded kind of person, but the bullfighting show just now really scared her. Blame it on the tourist handbook that the guide at the airport slipped her, saying that the bullfighting ring was a tourist attraction in Spain that she would definitely regret not going to. She went and she really regretted it, but knowing that she was going to a soccer game in the evening brought her mood back a little. After having dinner around the Bernabeu Stadium, they proceeded to the stadium. Compared to the dilapidated dugout where Sun Hao's youth team was located, this was a paradise. The large ballpark makes the heart grow fonder. This feeling, Sun Hao had only experienced in his last life when he watched the NCAA final. Even the football stadium commandeered for the NCAA Final Four can only hold a maximum of 60,000 to 70,000 people a game. And there's still a gap between that and the Bernabeu Stadium in front of us. At its peak, the stadium was able to hold a full 120,000 people at a time. The venue is still so big, even though standing room only tickets have since been eliminated due to rule requirements, which has resulted in a sharp drop in attendance to 80,000 people. They were so far up that it was really only a couple palm sizes to see the stadium. "Look what I've prepared." Sun Hao silently took out 2 binoculars from his bag at this time. He had noticed someone selling binoculars on the street when he went to dinner earlier. When Jocelyn finished her meal and went to the bathroom, he took the opportunity to get 2. Don't ask Sun Hao why he is so meticulous, because he has watched soccer games before, and was pitched a night just watching the little dots move. Jocelyn didn't expect Sun Hao to have prepared this, and her face was full of surprise. Real Madrid, who discovered the golden boy Raul last season and the talented Danish star Big Laudrup, regained the La Liga title after 4 years. But a year later, the roster hasn't changed much and the team's record is in tatters. As of now, they're only in 10th place in La Liga, with no defending champions in sight. This national derby with Barcelona is particularly important. If they can take such a focal point battle, they are bound to be demoralized, while the opposite would be a real fall into the abyss. The game was about to start and the crowd was already moving. Neither Sun Hao nor Jocelyn had ever experienced it, but this kind of thing never followed the large group. After the two had played along for a while, the mood had been completely driven. After the warm-up, the national derby between Real Madrid and Barcelona officially kicked off. Barcelona dominated from the start. Real Madrid's offense and defense have shown a scattershot attitude, and this season's results are not unreasonable. And soon enough, Real Madrid were outplayed by Barcelona, trailing 0-1 at halftime. The faces of the fans on the sidelines are filled with anxiety. If the national derby can't even rouse this team's spirits, then Real Madrid's season is really over. As the game entered the second half, the fans began to cheer in unison for Real Madrid, with Sun Hao and Jocelyn joining in. There's an idiom for going with the flow, and in an atmosphere of so many people, individual emotions simply can't resist the general trend. Another pain shot through Sun Hao's arm. Jocelyn had grabbed onto his hand again at some point, and in the same place, though this time it was out of excitement rather than fear. "But can we change it?" The cheers of the fans finally played a role, and the Real Madrid side stepped up to the young golden boy Raul. He received a pass from a teammate amidst cheers and scored with a trademark high-angle shot to help Real Madrid equalize. The scene completely lit up the Bernabeu, and Raul's name rang out over the dugout. Jocelyn's grip on Son How's arm used a few more points of force, and she stood up and pulled upwards. This goal ignited the morale of the entire Real Madrid team, and they came back to overwhelm the Barcelona team in the following game. Led by Raul, they started to pound the Barcelona goal like crazy. Finally, in injury time, Raul scored twice, with a world shot that broke Barcelona's goal again. The scene was in a complete frenzy after the goal, because there was no longer enough time. This goal would have been a solid lock to win the game. Everyone in the stadium, including Son How, began to stand up and cheer. Many people excitedly hugged those around them and then yelled to vent their emotions. There was a team of couples in front of Son How, and they were even more excited to start kissing passionately in place. European country, really open. Just as Son How was lamenting, he was suddenly pulled violently. Before he could wait for a response, he felt himself being grabbed and kissed hard by Jocelyn. Jocelyn continued to yell after she kissed him and gestured for him to join her. It's getting high. Son How mechanically waved his hand after him, not having returned to his senses. Is he losing his first kiss? The wild celebrations lasted for a long time, and it was not until all the players on the field had retired that the fans began to leave the field one by one. This time it was Son How's turn to go down with Jocelyn in full confusion. He was still reeling from the kiss he'd just received. It's sweet, but why is it sweet? Jocelyn didn't eat any candy. Raul. He was brought back to reality by the chants of the fans. He then realized that Jocelyn had taken him not to leave the dugout, but to run to the players' tunnel to wait for the exiting players. It was just the right moment for Raul to come over. Raul smiles, waves and greets the fans, and with that handsome face, is a proper quality icon. Jocelyn tried to push her way to the front, but there were so many people she just couldn't do it. Son How silently walked in front of her after seeing this and helped her open a green channel. The system had been practicing hard for so many years, and the power hadn't grown for nothing. Jocelyn squeezed into the front row and waved at Raul as did the other fans. It's not like she really likes soccer, and I can't say she's a fan of Raul's, but travel is about experiences, and this is an unparalleled one. Son How was a thick wall of strong behind her, blocking her from all the people crowding towards her. Just then, to Jocelyn's surprise, Raul came toward her. Son How was also full of doubts. Could it be that Raul and him were in the same boat? Son How thought so, including Jocelyn. Only the way things went on was something they couldn't have anticipated in any way. Instead of looking for Jocelyn after coming over, Raul looked straight at Son How. Son, basketball? You know me? How could Son How not expect Raul to ask this? Is he that famous? Yes. My parents are huge fans of yours. They've seen you play 3 games in a row. They say your shot is just too good. Madrid is so big. Your parents are my fans and my lover is your fan. Which isn't too surprising in Madrid, where the sports atmosphere is strong. It's just that Son How has only played 3 games for Real Madrid, and Raul's parents have watched him play 3 games. So it's a real bond. Do you have a pen? Just as Son How had just reacted, Raul had already started to take off his jersey while talking. Is this about giving yourself a jersey? Borrow it. Son How grabbed a pen over from the fan next to him and then shamelessly said thank you to him. It would be nice to be able to ask for a signed Raul jersey for Jocelyn. Raul took his jersey off, but instead of picking up the pen, he handed it to Son How, signaling him to sign on it. Well, it's for his parents. The move was unexpected, but true. It's all for yourself, and all for the world. Son How paused for a moment, but still signed his name on the jersey and returned it to Raul. Just when he thought that was the end of it, Raul slung his jersey over his shoulder and then began to take off his sneakers. After asking Son How for a pen, he signed his name on it quickly and then handed it to Son How with a smile. Thanks. After saying thank you, Raul followed and left with his teammates. Son How couldn't help but laugh. This guy, Raul, is pretty funny. After getting their sneakers, they retreated amidst the envy of a crowd of fans, and the murderous eyes of the fans next to them who had been robbed of their autograph pens. The jersey ends up being a sneaker and the wave is earned. Coming out of the stadium, Jocelyn was already in a beautiful mood, completely unshadowed by the afternoon bullfight. This spontaneity is great. The two took a cab back to the hotel. All the way there, Jocelyn was talking about the race. When he got to the entrance of the hotel, Son How handed the sneakers to Jocelyn. For you, jersey or not, sneakers or not. This was what he had asked for Jocelyn in the first place. Jocelyn was surprised. That's yours. It's too valuable. Jocelyn didn't take it. The Real Madrid star's signature sneakers are something that many people may never get in their lifetime. Even if you put it away to take it to auction later, it would still be a sky-high price. Can't you see that Raul and I know each other well? This means more to you. And when you're traveling, souvenirs are the most important thing. Sun Hao talks in a set way. He was a little bit of a player in his past life when he snubbed those players. Jocelyn ended up taking it, because she realized that what Sun Hao said was so reasonable. Son, I'll come watch you play tomorrow. After accepting the sneakers, Jocelyn continued. It's fine. No problem at all. Sun Hao answered dryly. He arrived to the team not long ago, but as long as he was part of the Real Madrid youth team, he more or less got a share of the tickets. He didn't know many people in Madrid, and he didn't usually use these tickets. I'll get you a ticket to the game tomorrow afternoon around 4 and pick you up on the way too. Sun Hao then added. He was really afraid that Jocelyn would get herself lost again on her way to get the tickets. Jocelyn nodded, then turned to go into the hotel. Try to the hotel door. She also turned back and smiled at Sun Hao. Sun Hao also smiled and waved at her. The day was unforgettable for Jocelyn. It's the same with Sun Hao. On this night, Sun Hao didn't just sleep late. He was insomniac. For the first time since arriving in Spain, he missed the team's morning practice because he overslept. It's a good thing Raul didn't blame him. After all, the team leader was still counting on him to contribute at night. At 4 p.m., Sun Hao went to the hotel to get Jocelyn to the dugout and had a casual lunch nearby. He waited for Jocelyn to touch up her lipstick and go to the audience before he ran back to the locker room. Even though he hadn't slept well last night and was in a bit of a hurry with this running back and forth, he was in a more exhilarated mood than he had ever been in before. Seeing Sun Hao in this state, both his teammates and Raul, who arrived at the locker room a little later, had a vague feeling that something big was going to happen tonight. An hour before the start of the match, the Real Madrid youth team entered the field to warm up. As soon as Sun Hao looked up, he found the location where Jocelyn was. Jocelyn smiled and waved at him, and he responded with a smile. Warming up, he had a hot three-point touch. He could feel himself in a state he had never been in before. There are two very important chemical messengers in the human body. One is adrenaline and the other is hormonal hormones. When the body secretes hormonal hormones, the body becomes aroused. On this premise, the body also secretes adrenaline with it. The secretion of adrenaline causes the contractility of the heart to rise, causing the blood vessels of the heart, liver, and sinews to dilate and the blood vessels of the skin and mucous membranes to constrict, which leads to faster breathing, faster heartbeat and blood flow, dilated pupils, more energy for physical activity, and faster reactions. Sun Hao was now in this state. If I had to draw an analogy, it would be the zone state from Coroco's basketball, and the person who made it happen was none other than Jocelyn in the stands. Before yesterday, Sun Hao thought what Fernandez said was just a joke, but after last night's insomnia, he realized that he really did have feelings for Jocelyn. In movies, the meeting and love between the hero and heroine are always sensational, and even some of them are even more life and death. But the reality is that most people's love is mediocre and about eye contact and fate. Although Sun Hao and Jocelyn had only known each other for the third day, both of them had left a very good impression on each other. Despite their different professions, they resonate and have common hobbies. Add to that a taciturn and pleasant time together. As well, Sun Hao has always been a single dog, so it all came naturally. Sun Hao's hot form was also seen by manager Raul on the sidelines. Tonight's opponent for Real Madrid, the Students, is a very special team. As the name suggests, student teams are, as the name suggests, teams made up of students. Spain, or most countries for that matter, have a different basketball system than the US. The United States is a very mature system that goes from elementary school to high school, then to the NCAA, and finally to the NBA. But such a system is also limited to the US. Most countries have to rely on youth training as well as youth teams to develop basketball talent. That's why their campuses are also different from those in the US. Those players with talent and potential have been tapped by the youth teams, leaving the rest with relatively mediocre talent. Of course, that's not an absolute. Campuses do produce some late bloomers. It's just that the probability of that is relatively small. The biggest difference between the students and the pros is the systematic nature of the training, resulting in an overall weakness against them. That's why the student team has a strong stylistic identity that is arguably different from even most youth teams. Because of the lack of matchups, they are low on the defensive end and the team is more offensively oriented in comparison. This style of play has made the rest of the league uncomfortable. Also on the back of the counterattack, they have had a very good run in the EBA league and are now third in the league. A strong team. The most effective way to play an opponent like this is to overpower it on offense. So after seeing Sun Hao's hot status, Raul already had a decision in his mind to increase Sun Hao's shots more and ensure the success rate of offense more. In fact, it's exactly the right thing to do. Sun Hao has scored more points in each of the last few games and he deserves more chances too. After the warm-ups, The fans on the field began to enter the stadium one after another. Home attendance was very good tonight. Fans know that tonight's opponent is a student-athlete team, and having been used to seeing defensive battles, it's only natural that fans would want to see something different. Jocelyn turned her head to look around at this time and saw a number of fans holding up Sun Hao's big head KT board. She couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in her heart. So Sun Hao had such a high reputation in Spain. Yesterday Raul asked Sun Hao for an autograph, and it didn't seem so strange. After the pre-game warm-ups, the first two teams took the field one after the other. The student-athletes jumped on the ball and got the first possession. They capitalized on their first turn with a quick three-point shot from a wideout. As Raul warned before the game, this team is all about playing fast and playing offense. Real Madrid attacked to the front court and the ball reached Sun Hao at the very beginning. Sun Hao had already established his position as the team's boss, plus Raul's special instructions before today's match. Slightly different from the past few games, he was the team's main point of attack from the outset. He watched the student team's defensive stance, and they didn't call out to each other enough, or even stand up very well. He greeted the center by pulling up to the arc and hitting the block. The opposing center didn't come out in the 3-second zone. Sun Hao seized the opportunity and made a direct shot from three before the defender got around the block. It was an undisturbed shot. The ball soared and spun through the air in a high parabola. Swish! There was a crunch, and the basketball went straight into the net hollow. Sun Hao returned an answer ball directly. The student athletes played fast again on their side, but the Royals were on guard this time and their offense didn't score. Back in the game, Sun Hao continued to use the cover to make a three-point shot. The opposing center still hasn't come out. It's not that the student team looks down on Sun Hao, but the three-point shot is not valued in this era. And with no defensive 3 seconds in Europe, centers basically hunker down inside. So as long as the center is blocking well and the opposing guards are average around the defense, this simple guard-center blocking play is simply unbeatable. Sun Hao strikes again. The ball remains square. The mouths of the fans on the field had fallen open early. Swish! Another hollow three. There was a storm of cheers. Sun Hao brought his hot hand from pre-game training into the game. He has made 2 three-pointers in a row. This style of play is not quite the same as the previous games, but the spectacle, more so. Sun Hao turned his head to look at the stands after he made the three-point shot, where Jocelyn was waving her hand vigorously to cheer him on. Seeing this, he felt his adrenaline rush grow again. The student-athlete offense. They still play fast. The linebacker greeted a blocker and took an early shot without waiting for the block to be in place. This style of play is kinda similar to the NBA's shellacking style of play. Pop. But without waiting for him to throw the ball, he felt a lightness in his hand, and the ball that was in his hand was gone. Sun Hao steals the show. After a sustained adrenaline rush, he was now in a state of absolute exuberance. It's not just the hands, it's his whole body that's on a super level. Everyone else didn't expect Sun Hao to be able to directly grab this. By the time the defender reacted and tried to chase, Sun Hao had already crossed the midfield with a fast break. It's a little too fast to be true. With the aid of the fast break Terminator badge, the others could only watch as he scored a sliding layup. The cheers at the scene rose again, especially those fans holding up Sun Hao's KT board, waving quite vigorously. Counting this fast break, Sun Hao has scored 8 points in less than 2 minutes of the opening game. The touch, the form, it's divine. The student-athlete's fast-paced offense still isn't there. Sun Hao's hot form has mobilized his teammates. Not much help on the offensive end, but they can play defense. Real Madrid play fast offense again. Or Sun Hao. He is faster without the ball fast down than with the ball. A sweeping pass from center. Although the quality of the pass was average, Sun Hao still ran over to catch the ball, and then quickly went to the basket and scored the ball before the defender could seal it. 10-3. All of Real Madrid's opening points came from Sun Hao. Sun Hao opened the game with 10 straight points by himself. De Cavo, the head coach of the student-athletes, sat down a bit and got up to the sidelines. Students' shots from the front court are still off the mark, and the Royals' defense is playing with high intensity right now. Back off the defense. Retreat. De Cavo yells from the sidelines. The front was beaten into 2 by Sun Hao in a row with fast attacks, and he didn't want to see a third one. Such a shout still worked, and the students were more timely in their retreat this time. When Sun Hao took the ball and fast attacked to the front court, there were already 2 people on the student team's side retreating into position. Sun Hao didn't accelerate to impact the basket after seeing it, but suddenly made a sharp stop outside the three-point line. The sharp stop came so suddenly that the student-athletes were accelerating back to the defense and couldn't break in time. By the time they slowed down and stopped, Sun Hao had already completed his shot from the three-point line. A gleam erupted in the eyes of the fans on the field. This is an emergency stop and chase 3 points by Sun Hao. Without some body control, the average person can't make that kind of shot. In the history of men's basketball, China played a warm-up game with Brazil before the 2019 World Championships, when it trailed Brazil by 3 points in the final minutes. The ball belongs to China. Zhao Rui fast break to the front court but did not shoot the chase three, but fast break layup off. After the game was a burst of questions. That's typical of not having the ability to chase down threes. Sun Hao had already possessed this ability after practicing hard in the system for so many years, and his physical quality and ball control ability far exceeded those of his age. Whether you can get in or not is another matter. Of course, the ball looked a little on the strong side when it came out. These sharp stop-and-chase threes are quite a bit more difficult than regular threes, but the good thing is that the ball's trajectory looks pretty decent. Bang! The ball slammed into the rim and then rebounded and shot into the net pocket. Sun Hao's trailing three also went in. He opened the game with 5 shots and his hands were on fire. The cheers at the scene reached a peak, and more than a few fans climaxed in place. Sun Hao has scored 13 points in a row now, and it was just under half a quarter. He's going to set his own league scoring record again here tonight. Sun Hao glanced at his hand after he threw it in and smiled as well. The heat of the hand was a little hard to believe in himself, but it felt, well, cool. He turned his head again to look at Jocelyn on the stage. For the first time he realized how powerful love could be. Sun Hao's playing style in the youth team is similar to that of his domestic days, with 3 points and fast breaks dominating. This style of play is basically insurmountable in the lower divisions. Fast break is the lower limit of Sun Hao's points, and the upper limit depends on his outside hit rate. He's put up a lot of points in the first couple games, but hasn't shot many threes. Take the first game against Barcelona, for example, where the main scoring came from the fast break. But tonight this hot-to-trot hand from outside the arc for him will likely send his scoring to an area he's never touched before. Just then, Jocelyn in the stands looked at Sun Hao, who was looking at her, put her hands on her chest, and made a gesture of comparing hearts. It was as if a Cupid's arrow flew and directly stabbed Sun Hao's heart. His entire mental state lifted violently and his face flushed. The hot blood in his body was already churning uncontrollably. The student athletes finally broke through for a goal on their side, breaking a scoring drought that lasted nearly half a quarter. But back, or Sun Hao, hot-blooded, front court against the opponent's defense, directly throw 3 points. Swish, throw away there, 16-5. Sun Hao's 6th shot of the opening half, and he bagged all 16 of his team's points. He is, by himself, a team. In the stands, Jocelyn was also a bit emotional. She hadn't felt this way before, even when she watched the game live in the NBA, as she did now. Watching the game used to be a kind of entertainment, but now watching Sun Hao play is a kind of attention. The better Sun Hao played, the happier she was. It was a strange feeling, but it was what she was feeling right now. A timeout was called on the student team's side. DeCavo knows he has to curb Sun Hao's scoring momentum. And then of course there is the more important fact that the student athlete's offense is out of whack as well. Defense isn't their strong suit by nature, but if the offense can't get it going either, then they're bound to lose tonight. Maybe even surrender at halftime. Back from the timeout, there was a noticeable change on the field. The student athletes began to drop the tempo of the game, and instead of going for the fast break, they began to play position. The change has been a bit inapplicable to the Real Madrid team. Realize it's hard for a team to have both styles. Take the NBA as an example. The Mavericks and the Warriors during the old Nelson period. The Suns during the D'Antoni period. The shelling is unbeatable, but the position is sparse. Then there's Popovich's Spurs, where positional play is their strength, but they're not known for their fast break. But now, the student athletes are showing 2 completely different styles all at once, which is incredible. It's not entirely impossible, though. The style of European basketball is inherently positional, and while the students are a change from that norm of playing fast and shell-shocked, it's no surprise that they'll be old school. The students capitalized on a hole in the Royals' positional defense, picking up 2 points on a forward cut and catch. Real Madrid's defensive effectiveness in the opening half relied more on aggressive uptempo or pressing. This works well against quick hits, but not so much against positional defenses. With positional play, it's more about the team's overall defensive ability. Real Madrid isn't a bad team in that regard, but the students are so adept at attacking that it's hard for them to fully defend. That's why Raul instituted the attack against attack tactic before the game. The Real Madrid offense pushed further upfield, and just as soon as Sun Hao got the ball, the students went up for a sack. DeCavo is a youth league coach, but not at a low level. Sun Hao didn't attack strongly, but chose to pass the ball ahead. A teammate took a pass from him for an easy layup. The student team's defense was already average and was even more porous after the sack. Sun Hao's passing was average, but it was aided by the basketball IQ badge. He got the ball out early after sensing the packed defense. DeCavo shook his head in disbelief as he watched from the sidelines. Real Madrid's positional play is not good at defending against the student team, and in turn the student team can't limit the Real Madrid team. The student team scored again on their side of the positional battle, but back came Sun Hao with another assist from the front court. Sun Hao or the rest of the Real Madrid team. The student team is now met with a dilemma of choice. The natural person to make that multiple choice question is head coach De Cabo. He finally reached out and signaled for the team to give up the sack and still keep man-to-man. Compared to Sun Hao's 3 points from the outside, that kind of leaky defense is a bigger blow to morale, and it's easier to score. Sun Hao did have a hot hand after the start, forcing him to adjust his defense strategy, but it's hard for players to stay hot. When Sun Hao's hand drops, that's when the student team counters. There was more to come from the student athletes' front court, and after a mid-range hit, the score on the court became 11-20. The two sides began to battle positionally against each other in this segment, and the students stalemated the Royals on the field. Real Madrid's offense. Sun Hao continued to call for a block after seeing the other team give up their package, and after the block he went on to make a 3-point shot. The shot was slightly off and knocked against the right rim of the basket, but Sun Hao not only has good hands tonight, but also good luck. The ball bounced up a second time and fell back into the basket. Sun Hao's 7th shot, and there, he has scored 19 points in this quarter. Ruthless. But De Calvo's expression was a lot more relaxed at this point. Sun Hao scored this goal, but it was significantly different from the previous few. The balls in front were all hollow, indicating that Sun Hao's hands were hot. But with this one just now, there was more luck involved. Or in other words, Sun Hao's touch has begun to fall back. His previous judgment and choice was correct. Sun Hao felt it himself. When there is a player on the basketball court with hot hands, the players have to keep feeding him the ball. On one hand, he has a good grasp of his hands, and on the other hand, it's also about keeping his hands up. There is consensus on that. After 2 consecutive rounds without a shot, Sun Hao's hand inevitably fell back. He turned his head to the audience again at this point. The fans on the sidelines are still cheering for him, and those who are his fans are still selling out and waving his big head KT board. And Jocelyn. The first thing he saw when he looked into the audience was Jocelyn in the crowd. After Jocelyn noticed Sun Hao's gaze, this time, her hand went straight to her mouth. And then she made a flying kiss to Sun Hao. Jocelyn, as before at the Bernabeu, got high again. Sun Hao felt another Cupid's arrow shoot towards him, and the last Cupid's arrow just hit him. This one, straight through. He felt his heart stop for a moment and then race like it was going to jump out of his heart. He felt more than just hot. Even his sweaty hairs began to stand on end. He's excited now. Very excited. Pop. The result of the excitement was that when the student team was running a play, Sun Hao suddenly grabbed out and snatched the ball raw from the opposing defender like he had snatched Rodriguez in his youth team debut. Then without waiting for the other team to get back to their senses, he had already darted from the backcourt to the frontcourt in a single line and slammed the ball in with another layup. Sun Hao's 21st point of the first quarter. De Calvo's brow was so furrowed at this point that he could fit a pen in it. Sun Hao was so hung up on steals and fast breaks in addition to 3 points. He yelled at the players on the field, reminding them to protect the ball. The student team attacked to the front field again, and the focus of the offense was obviously biased to the other side where Sun Hao stood. But this style of play diminished their ability to play the positional game, and they failed to connect on their scores. Waiting back, Sun Hao held the ball in the front court and greeted the blocker again before taking another shot. The ball had a relatively high throw-in, and after coming from the top, it was surprising that it barely touched the net and just went right in. 24th point in a single quarter. De Calvo froze outright. The way he looked at Sun Hao was like looking at a monster. Sun Hao's hand is the stock market, down not a few points, all of a sudden and up again? But anyone else would not be able to understand it. Maybe only Sun Hao himself knew it was Jocelyn. Jocelyn was the strongest assist tonight. What the fuck are you bitches doing? Throw me the fucking ball. You sons of bitches. De Calvo finally lost control of his emotions when he came back to his senses and started to show his Spanish national curse. The phrase bitch is relatively popular in soccer circles. During the national derby between Barcelona and Real Madrid, whichever side wins, there are scenes in the streets of thousands of fans coming together to organize a national curse. De Calvo has nothing to do with soccer, but his level of national cussing is very Spanish. Those on the field are students, after all, and students have an innate fear of adults, especially when that adult is also the head coach who decides whether they live or die. It was like a whip had been slapped hard on their asses, and the student team members buried their heads in their hands and ran hard forward, with a different kind of ruthlessness on their faces. The offense got upfield and was able to notice a big improvement in the quality of blocking and play execution by the student athletes. The wideout seized the opportunity to hit a 3-point shot. That 3 points came at a good time. The front-running student athletes pushed the score to 11-20, and a 9-point deficit kept the try situation deadlocked. But after Sun Hao threw in 2 more 3-pointers plus a fast break steal and went on an 8-0 personal run, the situation changed instantly. 9 points and 17 points are two different concepts of point spreads altogether. One is close to 2, one is close to 20 points, but that 3-point play turned a 17-point deficit into a 14-point one, and the pressure on their psyche became much less again, and after being whipped, the intensity of their defense has increased. A 3-point play by Sun Hao didn't go in, plus a layup by a teammate went wide. On the other hand, the student-athlete side of the court failed to score twice in a row as well, but both resulted in kills for 4 points. After De Cabo showed off his Spanish national curse, the students countered with a 7-0 run on Real Madrid. That offensive wave ended the first quarter. The score on the field was set at 28-18, but at this point the fans' focus was not on the score, but on Sun Hao's individual scores. Sun Hao blasted 24 points in the first quarter. The score not only broke his own youth team record for points scored in a single period, but also broke the Real Madrid youth team's team record. It was a session that will go down in the history books of the youth team. And the key was the way Sun Hao scored. He didn't make a single free throw in the quarter, but made 6 threes. This is something incredible, not to mention EuroLeague, but World League wide. By the end of the first quarter, Raul had a smile on his face. Amazing. Surprised. Shocked. Incredible. His knowledge of Sun Hao was constantly being refreshed as he brought him to Spain from Guangdong, China. By today, he was beyond certain of one thing. Sun Hao will become his money tree, a pot of treasure. Sun, any problems with stamina? Should I give you an extra 2-minute break? During the timeout between the first and second quarter, Raul opened his mouth to ask Sun Hao. His attitude made a 180-degree turn from when Sun Hao first arrived at the youth team. It's fine. Just a normal rotation. His stamina is actually perfectly fine to play a full game inside a youth league. It just seems a little over the top that way. Sun Hao came off the bench to rest in the opening stages of the second quarter, and the student athletes continued the momentum they had been building towards the end of the first quarter. As the difference in the field was constantly being reduced, they were able to place third in the youth league. Not bad in their own right, and with De Cavo's Spanish national cussing, the situation on the field was instantly different. Raul was ferrying back and forth on the sidelines and could tell he was overwhelmed with anxiety. Keep in mind that the Royals led by as many as 17 points in the first quarter. Sun Hao was also focused on the field at this time. Honestly, with his experience in his past life, the difference between a student and a professional player is huge. Especially in countries other than the United States. It is very difficult for students to get professional and systematic training because there is no mature system, but now it seems that his understanding was somewhat off. At least at the youth team level, the gap isn't that big. Or maybe it's also because it's in Spain, where there's a great basketball atmosphere. Son, just as he was thinking, he heard someone calling out to him. He turned his head to find it was Fernandez at the end of the bench. Hearing Decibel had been yelling at him for a while, he cast a puzzled look and saw Fernandez reach out and point behind him. He turned his head and the next thing he knew he saw Jocelyn 2 rows back. Jocelyn was working her way down the audience aisle toward him. Seeing that Sun Hao had discovered her, Jocelyn had a burst of happy smile on her face. It didn't take long for Jocelyn to get behind him. Jocelyn's arrival was quickly noticed by her teammates, and there was a flurry of envious glances from the bench. Tonight has been one of the most meaningful nights of my visit to Spain. Jocelyn was full of glory as she spoke, and it was obvious that she was genuinely happy. Sun Hao also rejoiced inwardly, temporarily putting aside the matter of the competition and chatting with Jocelyn. But after a short chat, Raul came over. The student team had gotten the deficit down to just 3 points, and he had to get on Sun Hao early. Sun Hao was called up. Son, go for it. Before he went on, Jocelyn called out to him and then gave him another cheering gesture. Originally, 1 or 2 substitutes bridging section. Sun Hao was sitting in the field for a period of time. The body has been a little cold, but looking at Jocelyn's movements and expression, he became hot again all of a sudden. The deficit on the field was down to 3 points and the fans were already getting restless. The close score is actually nothing in itself. After all, the opposite student team is a powerhouse in the EBA league. But the problem is that the Real Madrid team led by as many as 17 points in the first quarter, and by now the score is almost tied. And this situation of being chased by points is what makes them uneasy. Good comebacks are part of the charm of competitive sports, but no one wants to be a fan of the side that got turned around. Just then, a short whistle came from the sidelines and Sun Hao was replaced back on the field. Seeing that it was Sun Hao who appeared on the stage, the restlessness of the scene immediately turned into cheers. Sun Hao has been the centerpiece of this Real Madrid team for a long time now, and was the dominant force on the field tonight. The ball went to Sun Hao in the first turn of the substitution. Another block from the top of the arc. Sun Hao used the block to take a direct shot. All eyes on the field were on the ball, including De Cabo, the head coach of the student athletes on the sidelines. Sun Hao sat so long in the field, hand more than half cold, come up to throw. This ball should be. Swish. A crunch. Sun Hao hit his first three-point attempt of the second quarter. Decavo looked dumbfounded on the sidelines. This is a human being? You sit down on the field for so long. You come up here and you throw it? Throw it and it goes in? The basket is your house. Decavo doesn't understand it. In fact, everyone doesn't understand it. But Sun Hao was just able to throw the ball in tonight. Except for Sun Hao himself. Even Jocelyn might not know that everything was because of her. Because she is there. Sun Hao is unstoppable tonight. Decalvo didn't expect Sun Hao's hand to remain so good in the second quarter. But he didn't bother to adjust his defense again. At least Sun Hao was allowed to score alone. And the student team was stalemated on the field. On the flip side, this is not necessarily a bad thing for the student teams. That's the way it is in the sport of basketball. It's hard to come out of your offensive shape if you're on the court for long periods of time without a chance to make a shot. Sun Hao was in hot form, but the rest of the Real Madrid team was in average or even low form, which is why the student team was able to chase points. That's why Decalvo was still just using man-to-man defense against Sun Hao. Sun Hao also continued to cut points like crazy. He raked in 24 points in the first quarter and fell back a bit in the second quarter, but scored 18 points. By halftime, he had scored 42 points. This has tied his single-game scoring record in the EBA League, and it only took half the game. No one knew exactly how many points Sun Hao would be able to score in the end. Even many of Sun Hao's fans are beginning to expect him to set another new record. Of course, whether or not it can be done depends on whether or not the opposite student team is willing to give it a chance. The answer was also quickly revealed when we returned from halftime. Coming back in the second half, there was still no change in defensive strategy on the students' side. The reason was the same as in the first half. And despite Sun Hao's 44-point halftime bomb, the students trailed the Royals by just 8 points, 45-53. Letting Sun Hao score is not a bad thing for them. And Decavo still firmly believes in his idea that Sun Hao's touch will fall back in the second half. Keep in mind that the halftime break can be a lot longer than those few minutes in the first or second quarter. No one can keep that hot hand all the time, unless God is on his side tonight. The second half came back to the Real Madrid first offense. Sun Hao three-point line still blocked the three-point shot. Swish. Voted surprisingly. Cold hands at halftime and all that just don't exist. Decalvo instinctively reached up and slapped his forehead upon seeing it. It's really been a hell of a night. Sun Hao, this shot is with a high magnification lens, directly dumping sniper. How to vote, how to have. The fans on the field have gone into a frenzy. They knew they were likely witnessing history tonight. The student team scored a goal on their side and came back to defend his man standing out wide. Sun Hao didn't wait for the center to block in place when he saw it, and a three-point fake shot completely fooled his opponent, then rushed directly into the interior and met the opposing center to force a shot. There was physical contact between the two in the air and the opposing center's hands were visibly down on defense, and the referee blew for a foul, but Sun Hao still threw the ball before falling, and it went over the center's right hand and slid in, grazing the rim. It's a 2+1. The scene was once again in a frenzy. Sun Hao was really playing crazy tonight, scoring in any way, in any position. All Decalvo had left was a bitter smile and a shake of his head. He was a Christian, and he was now certain of one thing, and that was that God was on Sun Hao's side tonight. The game on the field continued, and the student team's offense continued to play well, but they never wrapped up on Sun Hao, whose score kept rising. He added another 20 points in a single quarter in the third quarter, just slightly different from the first quarter. He made a little fewer three-pointers in this quarter, but a lot more free throws. Sun Hao has good hands, but he plays smarter. At the end of 3 quarters, his personal score had come to 62 points, an incredible score, yet the unthinkable continues. The student athletes continued their offensive momentum as well as their defensive approach. Sun Hao's touch remains the same after coming back from rest. He scored 12 more points in the quarter. The student athletes were resilient beyond belief, though, and with an incredible long-range shot, they sent the game into overtime. This is definitely a game for the history books. When it went into overtime, Sun Hao's physical advantage came out. After going toe-to-toe for an entire game, the student athletes had fitness issues on their end and their hitting percentage fell off a cliff. But Sun Hao, still alive and kicking, flew all over the field. He drained a three-pointer, plus 2 fast break layups off steals, and he accounted for all of Real Madrid's overtime scoring. On the flip side, the student athletes did not score a single point. In the end, thanks to Sun Hao's heroic play, the Real Madrid team topped the student team 98-91. The moment the game ended, almost every fan in the crowd gave a standing ovation and cheered, not just because the home team won this epic game, but because of Sun Hao's score on the scoreboard. 24 points in the first quarter, 18 points in the second quarter, 20 points in the third quarter, 12 points in the fourth quarter and 7 points in overtime. In the whole game, Sun Hao got 81 points. An incredible score. Sun Hao became Mr. 81 points. The fans were cheering and the Real Madrid players were celebrating. Just the moment the game ended, the players on and off the field had rushed to Sun Hao's side. First, they surrounded him for a while, yelling and screaming, then they just picked him up and threw him into the air. The last thing young people need is passion. Looking at Sun Hao, who had been thrown several times in a row on the field, Jocelyn in the stands could not stop laughing. With a night like this one, her trip to Spain this time was far more than she could have imagined. Sun Hao was finally put down by his teammates, and he tried to get a look at Jocelyn in the stands, but was already being pushed by his teammates back to the locker room. They definitely had a good time celebrating. By the time Sun Hao came out of the locker room, the fans on the scene had basically left. However, Sun Hao still saw Jocelyn at the entrance of the dugout. Jocelyn has been waiting there for what should be a while now. Sun Hao trotted up and left the dugout together amidst the uproar of his teammates behind him. Sun Hao was full of excitement and wanted to share it with Jocelyn. Moving forward, however, he noticed that Jocelyn's mood had dropped back a lot compared to before. What's more, Jocelyn, who had been so proactive and mouthy before, seemed a bit silent at this time. Sun Hao didn't know what had happened in between. When he had gone a little way, he didn't hold back from speaking. Did I leave you alone for too long and you're upset? Jocelyn didn't respond to him. Sun Hao stopped, then pulled Jocelyn. Jocelyn wasn't paying attention and stopped with him as he pulled her along. What's wrong? Jocelyn was a bit distracted, and she didn't even seem to hear what Sun Hao was saying just now. Did I make you wait too long? Sun Hao repeated what he had just said. There was a hint of self-doubt in his tone. He felt sure that it was, that Jocelyn had been happy for him all night, and that he had left the other man out to dry. There's a reason why you've been single for 28 years. No, not that. Sunday. Right at this moment, Jocelyn suddenly looked up at Sun Hao. Dad called me. He told me to go back immediately and said if I stayed in Spain let me make sure I never go back. Jocelyn said this with her hands in fists. Despite her precociousness, she was still young enough to be instinctively aggravated and frightened when her parents spoke so harshly to her. Sun Hao froze for a moment. He didn't expect things to be completely different from what he thought. Jocelyn's emotions weren't because of him, but because of the family. It wasn't something he could change, at least not now. He looked at the aggrieved girl in front of him, and as he did, he took her tightly into his arms. Perhaps it was the only way to make Jocelyn feel safe and would feel more comfortable. Jocelyn didn't resist and just lay down in Sun Hao's arms. After a while, she looked up at Sun Hao. Son, I have to go back tomorrow. It was her decision and her helplessness. I know. Go back. Don't be a runaway kid or have a bad relationship with your family. Sun Hao was a 28-year-old man at this time. I'll come and drop you off in the morning. Sun Hao sent Jocelyn to the hotel entrance and opened his mouth. Jocelyn nodded. Sun Hao wanted to say something, but realized that he didn't know what to say. Just then, Jocelyn suddenly went forward and hugged Sun Hao, then looked up. Sun Hao reached out and gathered Jocelyn into his arms, then lowered his head. There is no verbal communication, only a sensory understanding. The two kissed. Only Sun Hao was clumsy and Jocelyn was completely inexperienced. The two were like people eating candy for the first time, knowing that they had to tear the candy paper first, but they couldn't, so they had to eat it together with the paper in their mouths. It's sweet, yet it doesn't seem to be at its sweetest. Only when they were both on the verge of suffocating did Jocelyn separate from him. Her chest rose and fell as she panted violently. I come from New York, but my father is Danish and my mom is American, and they met in Denmark. After breathing a bit steadier, she then spoke. It's like a parental story and a message. Her parents came from different countries and eventually met and fell in love in Europe, eventually marrying and starting a family. Sun Hao didn't say anything and just nodded. Jocelyn touched Sun Hao's head with her forehead. Sun Hao could feel her even breathing. Jocelyn took a deep breath, then turned and headed for the hotel. Take 2 steps, turn around, and disappear all the way to the hotel entrance. Sun Hao didn't follow him and waited until Jocelyn entered the hotel before he turned to leave. When he got home, he took a shower and got ready for bed, shooting down 81 points in a single game. The iron body is tired. Coupled with what happened with Jocelyn, he was now physically and mentally exhausted. Congratulations to the host for scoring 81 points in the lower level league. The system rewards one shooting trainer. But just as he was lying down, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. The voice made his sleepiness disappear for a moment. A shooting trainer? What's that? He entered the system space with doubts and saw an extra thing in the training hall. That is indeed a shooting trainer. It's nothing like the kind of shooting trainers you get in arcades, though, because this thing comes with wheels underneath, has a standing rectangular body, and comes with its own 2 mechanical arms. It might be more appropriate for you to call it a robot. Sun Hao went up and tried, and found that as long as he tried to shoot, this machine would move to him and then stretch out its mechanical arm to interfere. This advanced badge upgrades rely on skillfulness, so there is a qualitative difference between tournament and training boosts, as training is not disruptive in this version of the system. But with this additional shooting trainer, the quality of the training will be greatly improved, and the badge proficiency will naturally increase faster. This extra bonus came at a really good time, and there was no sign of it beforehand, which was a real big surprise for him. He dove right into training, and after he started training, he realized that the shooting trainer was smart. Not only does it simulate defender interference, but the intensity of the defense is surprisingly still adjustable. It's true that the system produces a good product. After a while, he was able to visibly feel the enhanced effect of his training. Granted, like the system says, the EBA league is in the lower league range, but those 81 points were so worth it. When he tired himself out from practicing, Sun Hao went out of the system. By this time the excitement had passed, sleepiness set in and he fell asleep in a second. After falling asleep he had another beautiful dream, himself into the NBA a few years later and reunited with Jocelyn in the United States. After a long time, the two go crazy doing the things they love to do. Unfortunately the dream woke up before the theme was over. It must be that this body is too young. Puberty's got something to do with it. Taking a quick shower, he then rushed to the hotel. Jocelyn didn't have a lot of luggage, so the two of them packed up and took a cab straight to the airport. In the cab, Jocelyn kept holding onto Sun Hao's hand. The two didn't talk much on the way. The car arrived at the airport and the two waited for a short while before being prompted to board the plane. Jocelyn took one more look to make sure it was the plane she was on, and her expression was a little sad. Usually the planes are late, so why is this one so on time? Just then, she suddenly remembered something, hastily took out paper and pen from her bag, and quickly wrote on it. When she finished writing and handed it to Sun Hao realized it was an email address. Remember to email me. For sure. Jocelyn's eyes kept looking at Sun Hao when she said this, deeply afraid that Sun Hao would forget. Sun Hao nodded firmly, then carefully put away the convenience sticker. Although reluctant to leave, Jocelyn nevertheless stepped onto the plane back to the United States after kissing her goodbye at the boarding gate. Watching the airplane take off and gradually disappear, Sun Hao's heart was a bit empty. Although the present separation is temporary and they will meet again in the United States in the future, there is no telling how long it will be in between again. He took the sticky note out of his pocket, glanced at the email address on it and made a silent note of it, then carefully put it back in his pocket. Communication was not well developed in this era, and for a long time to come, this might be the only way he and Jocelyn could communicate. After sending Jocelyn away, the first thing Sun Hao did when he went back was to buy a big-ass machine. This was a time when the computer industry was still underdeveloped, and laptops in particular were still very outdated, and big-ass machines were the best of the era. After buying it and connecting it to the internet, he took out a sticky note to make sure the email address was correct, and then he started to send the email. To say that the good thing about email, or social software, is that it's not face-to-face, and those words that aren't good to say are said casually. There are 100 ways to be sweet. One is to eat candy, one is to eat cake, and the remaining 98 are to think of you, and in the few minutes you've been gone, I've thought of you 1,000 times. Do you know what the difference is between you and the stars for me? Stars are in the sky. You are in my heart. Such earthy love words. Sun Hao launched an email, spilling out a large piece soon. After writing and sending it out, Sun Hao then quit email. Jocelyn won't be in the US until tomorrow, and seeing the email will be tomorrow. After exiting, he didn't turn off his computer right away, but was interested to see the fans' reaction after he scored 81 points. People are naturally vain and he wanted to see how the fans blew it, but unfortunately the way fans communicate on Spanish forums is all in Spanish, and since he can't get over the wall at home, he'll have to call it quits for now. Looks like he'll have to catch up on his Spanish as well. Language learning is an area where he has average talent, but he works hard. When he first went to the United States to practice NCAA, he was able to communicate with people around him in 1 year. He's going to be spending quite a bit of time in Spain and this piece has to be learned. Of course there was another reason. The next time Jocelyn came to Spain, Sun Hao would definitely take her somewhere else to play. He didn't want to drag Fernandez along when the time came. Bothering people, not to mention bringing a light bulb, was inappropriate. As he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door outside the rental house. Not many people knew he lived here, except for the landlord, who was Fernandez. He called out and the doorway responded. It was Fernandez coming. What brings you here? Sun Hao was a bit strange. I've been waiting for you at the gym for half a day and you haven't shown up. You should get a cell phone, Fernandez said helplessly. Usually they basically met at 7 in the morning in front of the training center, and today he waited for a long time for Sun Hao to come. Couldn't get in touch. so he had to come running for it. That'll have to wait. I just bought this. Sun Hao pointed to the computer he had just bought. Electronics were very backward in this era, and it was especially uncomfortable for Sun Hao, a person who had traveled across the world and was used to using smart electronics. In his day, many people fantasized about traveling back in time to live in ancient times. But really, in ancient times, there were no electronics or internet, and even the simplest of clothing, food, shelter and transportation were so backward that it could drive a person crazy in a heartbeat. At this point, Sun Hao was considered to have fully experienced it. The big-ass computer and the snail-crawling internet speeds were already driving him crazy, not to mention the cell phone. In 1997, 2G cell phones had only been out for 2 years, not to mention Apple, and Nokia was just coming into its own. On the one hand, he's not interested in a phone like that, and on the other hand it's really expensive. Like he said, converted to 1 or 2 million yuan, he just shelled out blood money to buy a computer. Really cannot afford to buy it once. When Fernandez heard what Sun Hao said, his attention instantly focused on the computer and his feet flew over. His family also has a computer, but parents' strict control does not allow him to play. I did not expect Sun Hao actually bought their own. Sun Hao looked at Fernandez's reaction and instantly laughed. Although emotionally precocious, Fernandez is still just a 12-year-old. After all, kids are weak to electronics. This is a basketball forum? Fernandez saw something on Sun Hao's computer right after he sat down, and curiously browsed through it while talking. These guys really never get enough. After watching for a short while, he couldn't help but sputter. Sun Hao curiously went over. Fernandez knew Sun Hao's level of Spanish and directly translated for him. In the forum, there are a lot of fans blowing Sun Hao, saying he is the strongest overseas young player in Spain, saying his shooting skill is the first in Europe, and some people even compare him to Sabonis as an analogy. Sabonis' accomplishments in La Liga are top-notch, which is similar to comparing him to Jordan in the NBA. Fans also posted a link to a website where Sun Hao was directly addressed as Mr. 81 Points on the front page of the Spanish sports media. Those who blow are blowing hard, but there are a lot of skeptics. The reason for the skepticism is naturally the intensity of the game. They argue that the EBA League, as a youth league, is also the lowest level in Spain, and that the numbers here are not really informative. These are the same people Fernandez spit on. The youth league is a professional league anyhow, and even if the level is low, it's never that easy to get 81 points. You should know that Sun Hao's 81 points is the EBA League's current single-game scoring record from the beginning of time. Sun Hao couldn't help but laugh when he realized the fans' comments. Scoring in the lower leagues really isn't much of a reference. Two very typical representatives in history, Rubio and Maradona. Rubio had an insane 51 points, 24 rebounds, 12 assists and 7 steals in the U16 European Championship final. Maradona, on the other hand, was banned from the under-17s for routinely scoring a dozen goals a game in youth leagues. It's not unheard of to even score 100 points. American J.J. Culver once cut down 100 points in a single game in NAIA, and domestic player Shi Hongfei once cut down 157 points in an amateur game. But having said that, Rubio and Maradona are both top athletes, and EBA leagues are certainly much stronger than amateur leagues, and stronger than NAIA. Plus it's harder to get 81 in a 10-minute EuroLeague quarter than it is for them to get 100-plus points. These people are justified in their skepticism, but the emotional intelligence is really low. At this moment, Sun Hao also made up his mind that when he got to the NBA in the future, he would also cut 81 points. At that point, these people should shut up for good. The two of them read the forums for a while, played a game of Minesweeper, hung out and played action movies, and then headed to the dugout. There really isn't much a computer can do in this day and age. The team had a scheduled practice in the afternoon, and they were resting in the locker room after the practice when Raul suddenly brought someone to the locker room. He didn't look very good, which made the team a little scared and a little confused. Fear is the instinctive fear young players have of their manager. Doubtful on the other hand because they just won yesterday and Raul shouldn't be looking like that. However, after the visitor walked straight towards Sun Hao and introduced himself, they all understood. The man who came was the head coach of the Plata Real Madrid team. He came for one purpose: to draft Sun Hao to play in the Plata League. His presence also meant that Sun Hao went from EBA Youth to Plata Division 3 in just 5 games. It was only a matter of time before Sun Hao's outstanding performance left the youth team, and it made sense. It just came a little fast and unexpected. And there is one big difference between the Plata League and the EBA League. Team rosters are limited to 15 personnel. This time, the team purposely cut a man from the roster in order to call up Sun Hao. Some people online may have questioned those 81 points Sun Hao just scored, but the team proved to be the real pros. The teammates all said goodbye to Sun Hao one after another. Despite the bias at the beginning of their meeting, They've gotten along well over the past 2 months or so. Fernandez was even more reluctant to leave. He had idolized Sun Hao since the first game. By the time these games were over, he was a little fanboy. I'm just changing places. Don't make it sound like life and death. We can still hang out and you've got to cheer. Sun Hao and Fernandez got along well. And even now he was rubbing his head while talking. Real Madrid has teams in every division from La Liga to EVA. Like he said, the teams are all in Madrid, just in different places. La Liga is in the city center. The youth teams are in the suburbs. And the second and third tier teams are somewhere in between, essentially tied to the ballpark. Fernandez nodded vigorously. He was quite a bit younger than Sun Hao, which meant he still had more time. Now that Sun Hao had set an example for him, he had to try to catch up towards it. The rest of his teammates look good. And in addition to getting along, Sun Hao's departure means they'll get more chances to perform for the rest of the season. It was Raul, on the contrary, who never looked good. He was counting on Sun Hao to help him level the playing field, but he didn't expect to be scooped up by a higher team so soon. He's getting carried away and forgetting to keep his wealth to himself. All he could think about now was how to keep Sun Hao. Coach, thank you for bringing me to Spain. You were my starting coach for professional basketball and I will always remember you. Seeing Raul's reaction, Sun Hao took the initiative to go forward in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. And of course what he said wasn't a lie. After hearing this, Raul's originally depressed face was swept away, and those thoughts of forcibly leaving Sun Hao behind. Sun Hao's words were tantamount to getting him an official determination. When Sun Hao became famous later, he could use the signboard of Sun Hao's enlightenment coach. It didn't pan out straight away, but it was a huge boost for him down the line. Go to the Plata League and play well and try to make the first team early. Raul's face shifted, and the words came out with bravado. Sun Hao nodded along. That was also his goal. After finishing the last training session in the youth team, Sun Hao then went to the city to look for a new house. Although they are both in Madrid, there is still some distance between the Plata Real Madrid team and the place where Sun Hao now lives. Spain is much less densely populated than the country, and there are far more houses. It didn't take much effort for Sun Hao to find a suitable set, and it wasn't too far from the location of the new dugout. The next day he called on Fernandez for help, and the move ensued. He doesn't have a lot of stuff. The biggest piece is probably the big-ass computer he just bought. He left his computer at the end of his packing as well, and before he moved he turned it on with great joy. According to the time, Jocelyn should be home by this hour anyhow and see his email full of love words. He could visualize Jocelyn's excited and shy expression, and then replying to him with an email of the same sentimental words of mutual admiration. But when he turned on his computer, he realized that there was no reply from email as he expected, except for a few system emails. He flipped back and forth a few times, and took out a sticky note to check the email address. None of it was wrong. Jocelyn didn't email him back. Full of joy became empty. Sun Hao's mood fell to the bottom at once. Has Jocelyn not arrived yet? Or was she delayed for something? Because email is their only contact after separation. Sun Hao can't do anything else but wait at this time. It was a bit of a loss, but he didn't think much of it. Jocelyn had run away from home before, after all, and returning home to deal with her parents was expected to take some time. It comforted him a lot to think so. After moving all his stuff to his new place and parting ways with Fernandez, he then reported to Plata Real Madrid. Compared to the youth teams, the Plata Real Madrid team is much more professional. From basic training facilities to staffing to training methods, it's the pyramid effect. The higher up the league you go, the more resources you can get. After arriving in the Plata League, though, Sun Hao found himself in a somewhat worse situation than he might have been in when he first arrived in Spain. In his first game with the team, he didn't even get a chance to play. That was his earlier concern. The downside of a league promotion system that can't be avoided. Seniority. Young players, even Pau Gasol, haven't had much of a chance to play in Barcelona this season. Barring some unforeseen contingency, most young players will have to start on the bench from a lower division to a higher one. This is one of the major reasons why most European players are late bloomers. But Sun Hao had already prepared himself mentally. With strength, this disadvantage can be broken. History is typified by Rubio and Doncic. So after the DNP encounter, he wasn't discouraged. Instead he was more energized. Without a chance to play, he took every opportunity to show what he could do in team practices while once again ramping up the intensity in the system. He could still remember the two smiling faces of Li Yanwei and Yang Wei, and ramping up the intensity of the training would wear him out physically and take his mind off of Jocelyn not returning to email. Plus there's the extra bonus shooting trainer from the previous system. Over time, he was able to feel the growing refinement in his outside shooting, and after putting in enough effort, he's finally reaping the rewards. In his third game with Plata Real Madrid, Sun Hao finally got his chance to play, and played 15 minutes as a substitute, made 3 of 5 shots, all of which were threes. plus 2 free throws as he got his first double-digit scoring effort in the Plata League. But more than the points he picked up, what really made Sun Hao happy was that after this game, he unlocked his outside scoring badge. Previous training had bottled him up and this game was a clinical, hole-in-one performance. Long-range marksman, bronze, small increase in consistency of long-range shooting. This was the third badge that Sun Hao unlocked after getting the system. As with the first 2 badges, the unlocking of the long-range scorer will give him another significant boost. You know that his current style of play is mainly based on the 3-point and fast break. Fast break before the fast break terminator, and now fill in the 3-point badge. That equates to making his scoring more consistent all of a sudden. After the game, Sun Hao saw Fernandez in front of the dugout. This guy snuck in to watch him play at some point. Son, I knew you could do it. Fernandez was still pulling on the same fanboy attributes as before, looking more excited than even Sun Hao's arrival. Why didn't you say hello to me before you came? Sun Hao smiled and went up to hug Fernandez, then stroked his head in passing. At some point, he realized that touching Fernandez's head was a lot of fun. A little late. Come on, let's go buy you something to eat, Sun Hao said and pulled Fernandez outside. The two hadn't seen each other in a while, so it was a good time to get together as well. They went to a nearby Western restaurant, sat down and started talking about their recent lives. Sun Hao was also rarely happy lately. He was about to bore himself to death this time because of the mail. Truly he had been in Spain for so long that the only one he counted as a friend was Fernandez. Son, how are you and Jocelyn doing? Is it going to be at least 10 emails a day? As we talked, Fernandez naturally mentioned Jocelyn. Speaking of this, the smile on Sun Hao's face gradually disappeared. What's going on? What happened? Fernandez was surprised to see Sun Hao's reaction. He didn't know what was going on behind the scenes. After he pressed the matter, Sun Hao also told him roughly what happened. Maybe she's just in trouble. Like her mom won't let her use social media apps to keep her from running away from home again? Fernandez said tentatively. He chased a girl when he was in elementary school, but his mom didn't approve and wouldn't even let him touch the phone. So he was impressed in that regard. Sun Hao nodded with a bitter smile. It was pretty much the same reason he had comforted himself with earlier. But so many days had passed, and since Jocelyn had left an email, she must have known he would send it, and must have found a way to log on. After all, her parents were relatively restricted in his physical presence. It's not like they were actually in jail, inching around 24 hours a day. Don't think about it. If she likes you, sooner or later she'll contact you or come to you. Fernandez continued. Sun Hao looked up at Fernandez for a while when he heard this and finally smiled. This 12-year-old is still a kid in every other way, but this is really more emotionally experienced than even he is. Sure enough, a country's culture influences its citizens from childhood to adulthood. But after laughing he nodded thoughtfully. That was actually true. If Jocelyn really cared about their relationship, she would have come back to him even if she hadn't had a chance to return an email for a while. On a more optimistic note, perhaps Jocelyn is already on her way back to Spain. After all, that would probably explain the non-response to emails. Thinking of this, Sun Hao's mood got a lot better again. After dinner back to the rental house, Sun Hao for the first time in a few days, did not go to see if there is a reply letter inside the email, but directly lie down into the system training. When he got tired of practicing and came out not long after he fell asleep, he had another beautiful dream that Jocelyn had come back to him, and because of her insistence, her parents were no longer standing in the way, and Jocelyn had good news. Her new movie would be shot in Spain, which would give them quite a long honeymoon period. Sun Hao's Spanish is improving rapidly, and he took Jocelyn around the major attractions in Madrid to have a good time. Just as they were about to enter the Madrid palace together, the dream woke up. Time always passes slowly in dreams, and although not much happens, beautiful dreams are always pleasant. Sun Hao's mood when he got up had been as beautiful as a flaming red sapphire. In a beautiful mood, Sun Hao went to the dugout early to train. Real Madrid host Atletico Madrid tonight. Atletico Madrid. From the name you know that this is also a Madrid team. Only unlike Real Madrid, their focus will be on soccer before or after, and basketball is relatively less of a priority. This competitive team has been organized for just over a year. But either way, the encounter between the two teams is a crosstown derby in Madrid. For Madrid fans, apart from the game against Barcelona, this is the game they follow the most. The Real Madrid team in particular has an absolute upper hand in popularity. It's like what the Lakers are to the Clippers in the NBA. In a game like this, as fans of the Real Madrid team, they naturally want to see their team deliver a big win. The same goes for the Real Madrid team. Never mind the division. They need to satisfy their fans with a win. This also includes the team's head coach. He came to the ballroom early to prepare for the daytime training, only to see that Sun Hao came earlier than him. The discovery amazed him and doubly pleased him at the same time. He had purposely cut Sun Hao when he drafted him up from the youth team. Double-digit scoring in the third game. Mind you, this is not the previous youth league. Scoring gold is not a level at all. Now it's time to see Sun Hao come over early the next morning for extra practice. With this succession of things, it was not even appropriate for him to have a bad impression of Sun Hao. He didn't bother Sun Hao's training, but made a decision inwardly. Such a Sun Hao deserves a better chance. Sun Hao didn't know what was going on around him. He mostly trained within the system, and what was outside the system belonged to simply wanting to sweat. Sweaty and refreshed, went to the locker room and took a shower, then came back out when his teammates had arrived. Sun Hao has recently stepped up his Spanish studies, and when he sees his teammates coming, he communicates with them in broken Spanish. One is training, and the other is kind of a way to have fun off the field and increase interaction. It didn't take long for the locker room to be filled with laughter by Sun Hao. After a short while the head coach came to the locker room, and the players were quiet one after another when they saw it. "Son, you're starting tonight's game." Upon entering, the head coach announced a decision. The decision was a bit sudden, but none of the teammates reacted very well. Sun Hao played in the Plata League at less than 16 years old and scored in double digits in his third game. This phenomenon is described in 2 words as talent overflow. In other words, it's only a matter of time before he starts, just slightly sooner than expected. Sun Hao was the most surprised one. He didn't expect the manager in front of him to trust him more than Raul did at first. "Behave yourself and don't get psycho." After announcing the debut, the head coach patted Sun Hao's shoulder again and said to him individually. His words were long and penetrating, revealing his expectations and his pressure. Letting Sun Hao start tonight was an impromptu move on his part. If Sun Hao can't play well, his prestige in the team will be affected. Sun Hao looked at the head coach and nodded, his eyes shining. His goal is to replicate the path Gasol took in the first place and play in the Western Conference within a year. Individual strength is important, but so is opportunity in the rank-and-file La Liga. Now that the manager trusts him to give him a chance, he has to take it. Seeing Sun Hao's reaction, the head coach nodded with satisfaction, and after signaling his players to continue, he then left the locker room. As soon as he left, the locker room immediately came alive again. But unlike the previous playfulness, this time it was the teammates who came to congratulate Sun Hao. Sun Hao got along well with them after he arrived at the team. Plus Sun Hao has a promising future at a glance, so making a good relationship will do them no harm at all. Sun Hao didn't even enter the systematic training on this day, and the match at night was crucial for him. As with playing the students before, if he can play colorfully enough, he'll likely get the attention of the Oro Real Madrid team straight away. The dugout was packed for the evening. The crosstown derby was quite a fan favorite. An hour before the game, both teams entered the dugout to begin warming up. Sun Hao warmed up at the beginning of the hand is not particularly good. This is the training intensity after the sudden drop in muscle response a little bit cannot keep up. But when his body moved around he quickly got into the swing of things and returned to his normal level of play. And he was basically 9 out of 10 on his outside shots. Ever since he got the long-range marksman badge, he could feel a significant improvement in the consistency of his long-range shooting. The warm-up was almost over, and Sun Hao walked toward the bench. It was at that moment, too, that he raised his head absently, and then was struck dumb for a moment. Very near the top of the audience, he saw a very familiar figure. It's not just the body shape, but the style of dress and even the color of the clothes. Is that Jocelyn? Is she really back in Spain? The things he'd skyrocketed earlier in his chat with Fernandez had actually happened? That's incredible too. Sun Hao rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't dreaming. The scene in front of him didn't change though. The figure was still dressed although he couldn't see the face from a longer distance. He was sure it was Jocelyn. Sun Hao instantly had the feeling that his body had shot chicken blood, and his pores exploded uncontrollably. This surprise was even greater than when the system told him there was a reward. It was a little unbelievable, but it really explained why Jocelyn hadn't answered his emails. Maybe what happened was that Jocelyn went back to the States and had a big fight with her parents, got locked up for a few days, snuck right out and then came to Spain. That's also a very reasonable explanation. If it wasn't for the fact that the match was about to start, Sun Hao would want to rush to the stands right now. He resisted the urge to do that, but his body was uncontrollably aroused. What's wrong? The head coach saw the state he was in and couldn't help but come over and ask. Sun Hao didn't react when he asked the first sentence, and only when he tapped his shoulder did Sun Hao turn his head, and with a puzzled expression. After the head coach repeated it again, Sun Hao then reacted and immediately waved his hand to indicate that it was fine. This is a bit of an overexcitement myself. He didn't don't rush this moment since he'd see it after the fight anyway. Thinking of this, Sun Hao temporarily withdrew his gaze from the stands. Whatever it takes to get the game going first. He vividly remembered when Jocelyn came in and put up an insane 81 points in a single game. Jocelyn was in a very good mood that night. Now that she was back, he had to be on his best behavior. because he knew that was something that would make Jocelyn happy. The pre-game warm-ups were over and players from both sides of the ball began to take the field. Sun Hao couldn't help but look at the stands again before he went on, and he saw that across the distance, Jocelyn was waving at him. He forced himself to resist the act of reaching out and rubbed his hands together after turning his head back. Then his eyes gleamed. "Come on," the referee whistled, accompanied by the cheers of the fans. Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid City Derby officially started. Real Madrid gets the first chance to attack. Sun Hao held the ball outside and borrowed the center block to fire directly from the three-point line. This style of play is the same as when he was in the EBA League. Compared to the EBA League, the Plata League is more confrontational and has a higher level of tactical execution, but still follows the same trend as Europe as a whole in terms of playing style. Facing this kind of playing style of Sun Hao, the opponent's center hunkered down inside and didn't come out at all. Sun Hao's shots were barely disturbed. The ball spun through the air in a high parabola. Swish, a crunch. The three-pointer should have gone into the net. Sun Hao's first three-point shot was a solid hit. The scene stormed with cheers. The head coach was also beaming on the sidelines. One goal is inconsequential in a game, but the first goal of the opening half can tell a lot about a player's athleticism. This state of Sun Hao tonight shows that his judgment and decision were right. Atletico Madrid came back with an attack that failed to score, and judging by their performance on the attacking end, they really are weaker than Real Madrid overall. But as weak as the offense is, they have a good aggressive defense. When Sun Hao held the ball to the front court and wanted to do the same trick again, the opposing defender succeeded in successive rounds of blocking, and this time the same tactic didn't work out. A wave of Real Madrid's offense failed to score and Atletico Madrid countered with a fast break to put the ball in the back of the net. The Atletico de Madrid bench was abuzz. With a crosstown derby, the players are invested in it, as are the fans. In the stands, the fans of the two teams right next to each other were still seated securely, but those a few rows away had already begun to passionately spray each other. Derby. The scene was set for a climax at the opening bell. The Real Madrid wave of offense still didn't work. Sun Hao's long-distance shooting after blocking is very stable, but only if the center can block people. Tonight's defensive Sun Hao is the same short defender. Like a loach, this side of the center cannot block. Atletico de Madrid pushed another defensive counterattack, with a quick break by a defender resulting in a hit and a trip to the free throw line for a pair of free throws. 4-3. Atletico de Madrid turned the tables on Real Madrid and overtook them shortly after the opening goal. At that, the few athletic fans in the stands got high, pounding their chests and spitting. Keep in mind that the people who are able to come to games on the road are basically team diehards. Such scenes have also become a beautiful sight on the sidelines. In the retreating defense, Sun Hao's eyes inadvertently turned his head to the far side of the stands, and he saw that Jocelyn was sitting still, as were the fans around her. The team got off to a bad start and the home crowd picked up the slack a bit. Real Madrid's offense. Sun Hao holds the ball, and after successive failed blocking tactics, he directly reaches out and signals to pull away. The choice was so unexpected that not only his teammates, but even the head coach over on the bench froze. European basketball emphasizes tactical execution, and I didn't expect that Sun Hao would want to play alone at this moment, but neither teammates nor coaches reacted negatively. The team started running plays and the head coach didn't do anything other than stare straight ahead. The point guard on this side of Europe is the brains of the team, and his teammates are at the mercy of his command on the court. As for the head coach, he took the initiative to mention Sun Hao to the starting lineup, and it's impossible to replace Sun Hao at this time. Thus, Sun Hao became a privileged player on the field at this time. Continuous change of direction. Sun Hao shook out a sliver of space after the three-point shot. The shorter defender on the other side of the field reacted quickly as well, swooping in to give the interference. It's a difficult outside long shot. If it were before, Sun Hao would have gone from an open three to an interfered three-point shot with a plummeting hit rate, just like Novak. But with the long-range marksman badge, he had an essential change. It was like he was in the system at the moment, meeting the shot trainer's shot and steadily throwing the ball out. The ball spun through the air in an arc. Swish. With a crunch, there was a three-point play on Sun Hao's defensive interference. The head coach couldn't control his fist waving after seeing this, his face filled with excitement. Although Sun Hao was a bit one-dimensional with this ball just now, it's a good ball if you can throw it in. Everyone has a personality, and the fact that he was able to mention Sun Hao to the starting lineup after seeing his performance shows that he's not a stubborn person. Now that Sun Hao was able to put the ball in play, he can be forgiven for not making the play. The atmosphere was also instantly ignited, and those Real Madrid fans beside the athletic fans started yelling at them. This back-and-forth scenario made the match more and more exciting. Sun Hao's three-pointer was a great boost to morale, but more important than morale was the subtle change in the situation on the court. The Athletics play a good defensive counterattack, but their positional attack is mediocre. somehow throws the ball in and their efficiency in scoring plummets. That was evident on the field as well, as Athletic failed to make a play and got a 30-second violation by Real Madrid's defense. When he got back, somehow continued to signal to pull off a single. At this, the fans on the field began to get excited, and many of them got up from the stands and began to boo. They had never seen anyone play like this before in the Plata League, but it felt so exciting to play like this. Somehow was again shifting and swaying continuously, but this time the opposite defender was sticking even tighter. Somehow saw it and took a small step backward, then made a quick three-point shot. The short guard still wasn't shaken off and reached out to interfere with Somehows' shooting vision. It was a harder pitch than the one just made. The ball went just over the fingertips of the opposing defender and made a high parabola in the air. Swish! In anticipation of the fans in attendance, the basketball was once again airborne and in the net. Somehow opened the game with 3 straight threes, and the last 2 are harder than the last one. Wake up! In the stands, an excited male fan pulls his girlfriend, who was fast asleep beside him, up. The female fan was confused. She just came to watch the game with her boyfriend. She couldn't understand it either and she was bored. Look at the rain. What rain? 3 points of rain. Unfortunately, the excited male fan didn't manage to ruffle his girlfriend's feathers, and was so angry that he glared up his nose. The scene became epitomized on the sidelines. After Somehow became the Dragon King and rained down 3 points, the emotions of the fans on the sidelines had been completely mobilized. There was some helplessness on the faces of those Athletics fans at this one. It was 4-3 and in the blink of an eye it was 4-9. That's the kind of fight they really haven't seen before. Somehow also excitedly raised his hand in a 3-point gesture after he scored this 3-point shot. Then he turned his head to look at the stands. He saw Jocelyn waving and cheering for him just like everyone else was too. It wasn't like comparing hearts or sending flying kisses like last time, but it was enough to see this reaction from her. The Athletics' front court offense finally scored, albeit with a bit of a stumble, but the score was crucial and allowed them to stabilize the field for the time being. A 6-9 scoreline isn't a huge difference, and back Somehows' shot against the defense again bounced off the rim. The Athletics bench erupted in cheers and those Athletics fans in the stands let out a long breath. The game still has something to play for. The Royals backed off quickly this time, defending the Athletics' fast break and managing to protect the defensive rebound. After taking the rebound, the Real Madrid team counterattacked fast break. Somehow saw the Athletics retreating from the defense early contraction of the basket, and directly chased the 3-point shot. With the aid of the long-range marksman badge, Somehow could feel that the stability of his shots when chasing 3 points was also improved. The ball was thrown and he knew it was going to be there. Swish! As the fans watched, Somehow hit his 4th 3-point shot of the quarter. The 3-quarter rain has moved from moderate to heavy. The bleachers glanced at his girlfriend, who was pulled to her feet beside him but still sleepy, and couldn't help but give her a hard slap on her arse. Pop! There was a crunch and his girlfriend glared at her boyfriend in pain. This guy, he's never had a better time. Is basketball really that much fun? Is basketball really that much fun? She couldn't help but look out onto the field. Just then, Somehow snatched the pass from the opponent's defender and made a direct backcourt one-line fast break. The Athletics player who was sacked tried to pounce and grab back, only to pounce and fall flat on his face. The scene was a bit funny, but it set off Somehows' increasingly athletic figure, and after the opposing defenders came to assist the defense, Somehow used ball control and physical confrontation to advance all the way to the front court, and then scored the ball against the opponent. The opponent's defender may not even have expected Somehows' confrontation to be so strong, and was directly sent flying out of the bottom line. The girlfriend was suddenly a little interested after seeing this. It's amazing how strong this Asian guy is. A wave of the Athletics did not score. Back to the front court of the positional battle. Somehow directly against the opposing guard's posted face of the defense 3-point shot. Swish! And he drained his 5th 3-pointer of the single quarter. Somehows' first game after getting his badge was the same as when he scored 81 points in the EBA League. The 3-pointer set the place on fire again, and this time the female fan in the stands got up and got high with her. It's not very easy to watch, but the feeling of Somehow playing is exhilarating. Somehow turned his head to look at the stands again after throwing in, but this time he didn't see Jocelyn, because there was a female fan up in front of him who was dancing around very excitedly. Hey, sister, please move over. Your wave is blocking me. As he lifted his eyes upward to look again, perhaps noticing his gaze, the boyfriend next to the female fan followed suit and rose to wave along with him. This time he couldn't even see Jocelyn's shadow. He could only withdraw his gaze and return his attention to the field. Somehows' wild start was a microcosm of his all-around performance, as he had a hot hand and was shooting consistently against the defense. But he didn't end up exploding for 81 points like he did in the EBA tournament. On the one hand, it was the Real Madrid team that pulled away from the deficit in 3 quarters, and the last quarter was completely practice time. On the other hand, the competitive team has a different strategy than the previous student team. After the first quarter, after noticing Sun Hao's hot hand, he adopted the strategy of full court package on Sun Hao in the back, but that way also made their defense start to fall apart early. In the end, Real Madrid picked up an 82-51 victory over Athletic at home in the Crosstown Derby. Sun Hao set a Plata League record for three-pointers made in a single game with 9. His 32 points in the game set a new personal Plata League single-game scoring record, as well as a Plata League single-game scoring record for players under the age of 18. After the game, the fans left the field one after another, and the players on both sides of the field completed the handshake salute and went to their respective players' corridors one after another. However, Sun Hao didn't go back to the locker room with his teammates, but jumped directly into the stands. His appearance immediately caused a commotion in the audience, some with cameras, some with hands outstretched, all wanting to get up close and personal with the star of this dome tonight. However, Sun Hao didn't stop, but flew towards the top of the stands with a quick step. That athletic figure could even be described as parkour. The fans all turned their heads curiously to see what made Sun Hao so impatient. Sun Hao's heart raced as he saw Jocelyn exit with the others after the match. He didn't know why Jocelyn had ignored him and gone straight away, but he had to catch up. Finally, rushing before Jocelyn left through the doorway of the second floor, Sun Hao pulled her by the shoulder. He had shouted it out of his mouth, but by the time Jocelyn turned her head, his latter words were held back for a moment. The woman was not Jocelyn. She was built and dressed like Jocelyn, but it really wasn't Jocelyn. Sun Hao's original mood that had climbed to the top fell to the bottom. He didn't realize that he had suffered an American drama-style embarrassment and recognized the wrong person. But that's understandable. Inside he was too eager to see Jocelyn again, and with the distance separating him, he couldn't actually see the face. "It's you, Chinese Napoleon." The female fan didn't expect that she would be pulled by Sun Hao alone, and was a bit overjoyed. And she was pretty quick to respond, pulling out her camera and starting to ask for help taking pictures. Not long after, the surrounding fans also reacted one after another, and Sun Hao was surrounded in no time. He hasn't played many games in the Plata League, but tonight he was the absolute star of the show and the Madrid fans were quite passionate. Sun Hao is in a low mood, but he manages to squeeze out a smile to satisfy the fans. For him, everything he's doing now is gaining him visibility in Madrid. Expectations were dashed, and Sun Hao's mood in the next few days was even lower than before. He still checked email occasionally, but there was still no reply from Jocelyn in it. He slowly had come to realize that Jocelyn might just be a rushed visitor in his life, though that made him feel a little sad. But bad news is always accompanied by good news. Not days after Sun Hao's representative fight, a familiar scene played out again for the Plata Real Madrid team. Because Real Madrid's Raul Lopez has been called up to the first team, there is a vacancy in the squad. After Sun Hao played well enough, Real Madrid decided to call him up to play for the team. Sun Hao played 5 games in the EBA League and stayed almost 3 months in total counting the pre-training camp. But in the Plata League, he was only there for about a week total before he was drafted straight up. In other words, he went from the lowest EBA League to Oro, the second Spanish league, in a total of 3 months. Now he's one step away from accomplishing Gasol's goal of a 1-year triple jump. One step away. But after waiting for the Real Madrid team, Sun Hao realized that this was the hardest step. Not only are there talented players here who have accomplished the same double-double as him, but there are also many adult players who have been eliminated from the Western Conference. Some of these players have talent and some have strength. Although Sun Hao's ability was relatively forward in it, it was no longer as bubbly as before. The competition here, which seems to be much smaller than in the youth teams, is what really makes it 1,000 horses crossing a single bridge. Or to put it in a more graphic way, going from Real Madrid to Liga MX Real Madrid is about as difficult as going from the Development League NBBL to the NBA. This was the first real challenge Sun Hao encountered after coming to Spain, but Sun Hao's faith was strong. It's like walking the Huashan Trestle. Already 2/3 of the way, there is absolutely no turning back, and he's not a man who recognizes weakness in his bones. Oro's game is so matchup heavy that his matchups are no longer as dominant as they were in previous leagues, and he's been working on that piece of the system extra hard. EuroLeague emphasis on blocking. The system cannot do this kind of training for a time. He will get in touch with his teammates, and take the initiative to add practice after the game. He practiced what he lacked and continued to improve himself. Even when Fernandez asked him to play, he pressed his restless heart to politely decline, devoting almost all his time to training. His goal is to be in La Liga in a year's time, and with most of the year still to go, counting 1 year in the system, he has to give it all he's got. Moreover, Jocelyn's matter made Sun Hao hurt and stimulated him at the same time. Putting your energy into training is the most effective way to forget the experience. The same Sun Hao who was treated as a psychopath a few years ago is once again at Real Madrid. High-intensity training also finally brings rewards. Sun Hao's strength, which was already front and center, coupled with an image of hard practice, was quickly appreciated by the head coach, who broke the mold by putting Sun Hao, who was only 15 years old, into the rotation. Because of his ample preparation, Sun Hao played in his first Aro League appearance, whether it was blocking for his teammates, but the choice of his teammates after blocking, even including how to avoid the opponent's blocking. Sun Hao did it very well, made no mistakes on the field and capitalized on the opportunity to score 5 points. Sun Hao only played 8 minutes in his first game as a substitute, but did quite well. That's a pretty good showing for a player who is only 15 years old but is playing with some 20 and even 30-year-olds. And that's just the beginning. Sun Hao's solid style of play, completely at odds with his age, continued to unfold in subsequent matches, and the head coach's trust in him grew. With that comes ever-increasing playing time, and ever-excellent performances. To say that the biggest difference between the Aro League and the 2 leagues Sun Hao stayed in before is the much stricter requirements for the execution of plays and the use of blocking. It's more team-oriented here, so individual stats won't stand out as much, and it's more about blocking, so naturally it's more about understanding blocking. In this latter half of the year, Sun Hao did the same thing, scored on frequent shots from the outside using the block, creating blocks for teammates and catching passes from teammates to score on shots. Although he's a point guard, he doesn't play like other European point guards. He favors scoring, and of course the key is being able to score. For the next half year, Sun Hao spent his first birthday in Spain and fully adapted to the confrontation and intensity of the Aro League. What's more, he unlocked a series of badges one after another as the game continued to progress. Master of the block, bronze, small increase in the hit rate of completing breakthroughs or layups and shots with the help of a block. Block dodger, bronze, a small boost to a player's ability to get through and around opposing coverage on defense. Bronze wall, bronze, small increase in the difficulty of a defender going through or around blocking cover and draining the opponent's stamina. 3 badges, all related to blocking. With the immense emphasis on blocking in European basketball, it's only logical that these badges are unlocked. And in addition to these 3 newly acquired badges over the past 6 months or so, what pleased him even more was the basketball IQ badge. The Oro, though Division 2, has more tactical complexity than the NCAA and the 2 leagues he spent time in before, which is one of the hallmarks of European basketball. He spent his free time studying these tactics in addition to training. The result is that his understanding of the technical and tactical aspects of the game continues to improve. Finally, before the season ended, he managed to upgrade his basketball IQ badge level from bronze to silver. He has his first silver badge, Basketball IQ, silver, to effectively improve the understanding and utilization of basketball techniques and tactics. Although it was only a difference of 2 words, Sun Hao was able to clearly feel that his understanding of technical and tactical skills had reached a new level after upgrading his badge. The feeling was like in a metaphysical novel where one advances from the first glimpse of a doorway to a melting pot. The silver badge also helped him immediately, as he slashed his first triple-double of the season in the Final 4 of the Aro playoffs, against Juventud. 13 points, 10 boards, 10 assists, plus 3 steals and 1 cap. This game became the turning point of the series, as Real Madrid reached the final and won the championship with this victory. Sun Hao was also elected MVP of the Aro League's Final 4 for his outstanding performance in that game. In 1 year's time, by some luck and more by his own efforts, Sun Hao got his first MVP trophy in Spain. It's only a second-tier league with limited gold, but that's enough to shine. It is important to realize that no Chinese player has ever been able to make it in the Europa League before, even in the lower leagues, but Sun Hao has broken this precedent. Of course, such an outcome was unknown to anyone in the country except his parents. A most valuable player in the Spanish second division is not yet worthy of media coverage. Now domestic fans are concerned about who will be the first player to land in the NBA. Before that, Chinese appeared in the NBA, only the 3rd round of 1987, the 67th overall pick by the Hawks, Song Tao, the latter also due to injuries in the NBA. And the NBA had very little domestic attention at that point. However, with the new president of the NBA Stern in 1989, the famous 40 minutes waiting to knock on the door of the CCTV incident, the NBA has a domestic audience. Fans of this piece of the expectations of the natural also greater. Now they are most expected by the 8-1 team's win-chasing boy. A year ago in Atlanta games in the Big Cap, Admiral David Robinson Wang Zhizhi. Based on previous releases, Wang Zhizhi will likely be drafted by the NBA because he's old enough. 22-year-old players are automatically drafted. In other words, the odds are that's what's going to happen a year from now. So compared to Sun Hao getting MVP in the Spanish second division, that's what fans are more concerned about. However, Sun Hao didn't care about this. Or in other words, he aspired to much more than this. La Liga's 1997-1998 season came to an end, and after a short off-season, they'll be back for a new season in a big way. The odds are that Son Heung will still remain playing in the EuroLeague, but just before the start of the season, the assistant coach of La Liga's Real Madrid team came to the locker room, because the team's original starting point guard, Brazilian Fernando Neo, chose to return to the domestic league for the new season. The team was ultimately unable to identify a suitable replacement. Ultimately, there was no choice but to acquiesce to the team's loss of strength at the position and start targeting newcomers. And that's when Son Heung, who has had constant highlight performances over the past year, naturally came into their sights. Opportunity always comes to those who are prepared. Just like that, 95.5% hard work plus 4.5% luck. Son Heung replicated Paul Gasol's feat a year ago, completing a triple jump within a year and successfully entering the La Liga Real Madrid team. It's a full 4 months until Son Heung starts his first game in La Liga. This is also the first off-season he has experienced since arriving in Spain. Long, but not lonely. One of the things to do besides training with Fernandez about is to watch the World Cup. In Europe, the Quadrennial Soccer World Cup is the liveliest thing on this continent. Son Heung didn't know much about the Soccer World Cup, but he was incredibly impressed with this World Cup in '98. Because that was the year he was a kid, and yet he heard several nearby neighborhoods where people were jumping off buildings because of this World Cup. So much so that one thing he remembered at a young age was that France was the winner of this World Cup. So before the World Cup came, he actually had a calculation in mind. Use the World Cup to make a little investment and improve his current financial situation. After all, he had been spatted by Fernandez not once or twice before for not having a cell phone. There are a lot of legitimate spinach sites in Europe, and since he had already bought a computer before, it was something that came in handy for him as well. And his strategy is simple: buy the French team, because the sites are all available for quick withdrawals. Every time there's a France game, he just has to look at the odds and smash them all in. Simple and practical. What he just didn't expect was that Fernandez was mostly more enthusiastic about the World Cup than he was. The World Cup hadn't even started yet, and Son Heung could hear this guy talking to him about the World Cup from time to time. After the World Cup started, he didn't stop for a single moment. Just like the Tang monk reciting scriptures. The day hadn't even started at the end of practice when Fernandez started again. Kiwendi can go off the bench. He just watched the players walk around the field like they were on a walkabout. Shame about Yero and Raul. What beautiful goals from both. Son Heung knew that Fernandez was talking about last night's match. Spain lost 2-3 to Nigeria in the first round of the group stage, putting themselves in a tough position to qualify for the group stage. Son Heung agreed with the second half of what Fernandez said. He'd met Raul earlier when he'd gone to the national derby with Jocelyn. Afterwards, because his parents were fans of his own, and because Raul had a good personality, the two had some private interactions. That angle shot from Raul was really nice. Spain didn't lose badly though. To put it bluntly, Spain is a country that does sports well, but has a weakness, a slow burner. That's true in soccer or basketball. Rudy, why don't we go watch the World Cup final? Son Heung finally couldn't stand Fernandez a little bit, and it felt like he really became a monkey wearing a tight band. Fernandez didn't expect Son Heung to suddenly say this. Going to a live game was something he'd never thought of before. Not to mention that at this point in time, it's a question of where to get a ticket to go. Just say yes or no. Son Heung pursued. Think. Fernandez nodded without hesitation. Go on then. I've got a way of getting the tickets. But you've got to promise me one thing. When you're training, train hard and stop talking about the World Cup. No problem. Fernandez agreed decisively. Being able to have the opportunity to go to the game live is 100 times better than spitting on the training ground. Scalping, commonly known as ticket scalping, is present in almost every industry and is especially active during the World Cup. Son Heung said the way he had it was to buy scalped tickets. There is a lot of advertising inside those spinach sites and no one cares. He tried contacting a few, and the tickets were all still available, but they were all in very top spots. This is not surprising. After all, the final can be taken out of the sale of the estimates are not much, but also want a good position is not very realistic. But first go and take Jocelyn for a try at the National Derby. The telescope is pretty good and not impossible to watch. After he ended up buying 2 relatively backward tickets, Son Heung managed to keep Fernandez's mouth shut. What more do you need a bicycle for when you have to watch the game live? Time flies, and before you know it, the World Cup is in the quarterfinals. And Son Heung also suspended training with Fernandez and boarded a plane to France. On the plane, Fernandez, who had been holding his breath for most of the month, was finally released and couldn't stop talking about the World Cup. This time Son Heung didn't talk about him. People still jerk off when they've been holding it in for a long time. Quit jerking off or whatever and you end up holding it all in. And at this stage of the fight, the point of view is really coming, especially the Brazil v Holland game. On one side was the Brazilian team led by Cristiano Ronaldo, and on the other side was the Dutch golden generation led by Bergkamp and Ajax. Two of the top three teams in this World Cup's powerhouse meet in an absolute sparkler. Who do you favor to win the championship? A natural question was thrown out by Fernandez. France. Sunhao didn't know anything about soccer, but he knew the result. I also favor France. I think they can win this time. What did you say? Sunhao thought he had heard wrong. Also, that's the wrong set. Shouldn't it be that Fernandez backs Brazil? He backs France. And then the two have a bet where he wins and takes Fernandez under his wing and the latter does everything he says from then on? He thought again of Fernandez's back as he left with his hands behind his back when he first met Jocelyn. You're not really traveling, are you? But Fernandez really is the theory emperor. Yes on women's issues and yes on match predictions. In the time that followed, Fernandez really analyzed it well with Sunhao. He feels that the favorite team to win the championship so far in the fight is Brazil. Second is France. And third is Holland. As for Croatia, who came up on the strength of their schedule, they are in the role of a chaperone. According to his analysis, with a win over Croatia, France has high hopes of winning the title. This is because they have a strong central midfield, which will allow them to contain the Brazilian offense to a large extent. And this Brazilian team is overrated in his understanding. Again, at center back, too weak. So as long as Brazil's offense is stymied, then France, who are taking advantage of their home field, will have a good chance to start counterattacking and put Brazil through. This analysis looked quite professional, but it was estimated that other than Sunhao, everyone else would think it was nonsense when they heard it. Brazil is the defending champion, the king of the world, and has the first man in soccer, Cristiano Ronaldo, losing. You're kidding me. However, Sunhao listened and felt that Fernandez was simply a contemporary Xiaoqua, non-derogatory. The theory is true line. The night they arrived in France, they nestled into their hotel to watch the semi-finals live, listening to the shouting near the hotel and on the street. Sunhao could kind of feel the passion of the soccer fans, and it was a really heart-wrenching game to watch. It was 0-0 in regulation time and still 0-0 in injury time until the penalty kicks started. In the end, Brazil played a steady game and beat the Netherlands 4-2 on penalties, advancing to the final with their heads held high. At the same time, in the other semi-final, France beat Croatia 2-1 to meet Brazil in the final. The answer to the question of who wins the championship between Brazil and France, a question they discussed on the plane, is about to be revealed. After waiting for Fernandez to go to sleep, Sunhao opened the hotel's computer and saw that the French team's odds went to 1-4, and then smashed all the money into it. The next afternoon, the Stade de France was packed. The stadium, built specifically for this year's World Cup, has a capacity of up to 80,000 people and is on a par with the Bernabeu in terms of class. And unlike Spain's domestic games, the World Cup final, the atmosphere of the fans on hand can only be described in one word: crazy. Uniform t-shirts that are a must-have. And for the slightly more exaggerated, paint a fan directly on yourself with paint. Any crazier and that paint goes straight to your face. The craziest ones were the ones that painted their whole selves as the Hulk or some other alien character and were definitely the best-looking boys in the crowd. Of course, the female fans are the most eye-catching of all. Female fans in Europe and America just stand out as not being out. One set of tight t-shirts and you'll be able to deeply appreciate the word think about it. There are even those who can't stop the summer heat only wearing underwear and drape the flag over their body, which will make you feel that this summer is really chicken hot. As for those fans who not only have hot bodies, but also have face value, they are absolutely tempting to commit crimes. This atmosphere is like no other. Sunhao suddenly felt that the ticket couldn't have been worth buying. Even if you don't get to see the game, it's definitely worth it to come and feel the atmosphere. There was also all sorts of pre-match warm-up preparations, crowd waves, drums and shouts. The atmosphere was already being pushed to a climax even before the game started. The game started quickly, with Brazil attacking France ferociously in the opening exchanges. Fernandez, the theoretical emperor, is still spot on in his analysis, and Brazil is a ferocious puma. But I don't know if it's France's midfield and backfield defense that's too strong, or if Brazil's bloodshed all the way to the final is a bit of a kidney drain. Brazil was slow to break through the French defense, and even Ronaldo looked out of his depth, even suffering from leg cramps at one point. Slowly, the situation on the field began to change, as France began to switch from defense to offense, and Brazil was tired of defending. Zidane's header just before the end of the first half helped France take a 1-0 lead. The scoreline left the Brazilian fans in the crowd holding their heads in disbelief, as well as many fans in front of the TV. Because of the strength of the Brazilian team and because of Ronaldo, many felt that the final was a sure win for Brazil. A lot of people even treated it as an investment and bought all their money in Brazil. The odds are low, yes, but they're solid. It's just that the situation is a bit unfavorable for them right now. By the time the half was kicked off, their option was to borrow money and proceed to throw it in. They can't afford to lose, so they can only look to Brazil to save the day. Brazil have Ronaldo, and they also believe that the situation will change in the second half. At halftime, the fans in the crowd were finally able to take a break. They didn't stop for a moment during the game, shouting their throats and voices and everything. Sanhao and Fernandez put down their binoculars and started eating snacks and drinking water. The two men couldn't keep the joy off their faces. Fernandez was proud of his prediction, realizing that very few people could have predicted the outcome of this match. Sanhao, on the other hand, sat back and waited to collect the money and get the starting fund after crossing the border. "Excuse me, can I borrow your binoculars? My wife would like to see the halftime show." Just then, a voice came from beside him. Sanhao turned his head, and only then did he notice that he was sitting next to a young couple, and by the looks of their faces, they should be from that part of the country in Yugoslavia. The speaker was male. Sanhao agreed. When a few moments passed, the binoculars were replaced and returned, along with a small bottle of bottled wine. Human-to-human communication is actually quite simple, and it unfolds naturally when one party expresses goodwill. Sanhao borrowed the binoculars, and the couple next to him chatted with him. Sanhao knew they were from Serbia in the Yugoslav Federation. The Balkan Peninsula is rich in a variety of fruits, which has led to a variety of fruit-infused liquors known as fruit whiskey. This little bottle of wine is raspberry-infused. Sanhao took a sip and directly choked. The wine was strong as soon as he drank it, and he didn't dare to drink much. It was more fun to talk about the game and eat snacks at the same time. Chatting with Sanhao, he knew that they also support France, Zidane's hardcore fans, and this young man named Sasa turned out to be a basketball player as well. It gave them more to talk about with each other, even talking about nothing until the end. The famous Italian opera singer Giacomo Puccini is his favorite, and the Florence soccer team is his favorite soccer team. It may take a lifetime for a woman to make friends with a stranger, but for a man, it may only take a few minutes. After halftime, the second half of the game was officially underway. The couple next to them had already hit it off and the binoculars became shared. The good turnaround that many fans were expecting didn't happen in the second half, and even the second half of the game was a letdown, to say the least. It wasn't just Ronaldo, it was the entire Brazilian team that collectively sleepwalked when they fell behind. The first half experience seems to have turned this Cougars team into a cat without much aggression by losing their sharpest claws and fangs. France began to pound the Brazilian backline frequently. That's when Brazil's midfield strength began to be exposed. Sampaio was out of position a lot, Dunga was out of his depth, and Baiano was as watered down as he could be. Brazil's gate is breached. The Brazilian gate is breached again. The Brazilian fans on the field had fallen silent as they watched the 3-0 scoreline. Although there was still some time left for the game to end, the winner was no longer in doubt. The French fans in the crowd were already celebrating. Sanhao's mood was also great. This first bucket of gold of his had arrived. In the final period of regulation time and injury time, Brazil finally woke up and started to fight back, but time was running out. They were ultimately unable to break down the French team and the score on the field was set at 3-0. When the final whistle blew, Ronaldo threw his head back and knelt as the Stade de France went into a frenzy. The players on the field began to holler and run, and so did the crowd. Before long, Sanhao heard the French national anthem ringing in his ears. France's star Zinedine Zidane couldn't hide the smile on his face. What a blessing it is to be able to win on your home turf. Sanhao's mind unconsciously conjured up scenes from the 08 BJ Olympics. He better understands why Yao Ming in history came back to play knowing he might be out for the rest of his career. To hold the World Championship trophy at your own doorstep, in front of your own fans, that's the greatest pride an athlete can have. At this moment, Sanhao set a small goal for himself. He must hold the championship trophy at his own doorstep. The game was over and the fans continued to party for over an hour before exiting. Sanhao followed them out of the arena, and they even asked others to help them take a picture together outside the dugout. When it was time to part ways, Sasa left contact information with them and asked a question that very much considered him a friend. He and his wife are preparing for pregnancy, and he feels that Sanhao and he are very talkative and wants Sanhao's advice. Sanhao likes to travel, and after coming to Spain, especially after buying a big-ass computer, he has also looked up a lot of tips on the internet. From previous chats, he knew that Sasa, though Yugoslavian, liked Italian opera singers and also liked the Italian soccer team. This guy is so close to being born in Italy. Lucca, he concluded by giving his own advice. Lucca is a well-known city in Italy. It's also close to Florence, and Giacomo Puccini, who we chatted about earlier, is also from Lucca, and the name Lucca is more common in Europe. Lucca, Schatza repeated the name, looking fond of it. Just then, the cab they called came by. The driver came down and smiled at them. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Donich?" "Yes, it's me, Sun, get back in touch." Shotza and Sun Hao said goodbye. However, he noticed that Sun Hao froze there at this time. Sun Hao's expression at this time was as strange as it could be. He now felt like a herd of straw horses were galloping in his heart. "Donich? Sasha Donich? Luka Donich. Donich's name. He took?" Fernandez pushed Sun Hao, which brought him back to his senses. He smiled and waved goodbye to Sasha. When Shotza and the others had gone, he remembered a serious historical novel he had read in his last life, The Search for Qin. In that novel the main character Xiang Xiaolong's last son is called Yu, which turned out to be Xiang Yu. Even though the novel was just made up and designed by a later generation, he fucking did the exact same thing today. I also wonder how Donich will feel when he grows up and realizes how he got his name. Back at the hotel, Fernandez was still browbeating about his prediction. 13-year-olds can't stop doing things without showing off for a while. Only when he said he was tired and fell asleep did Sun Hao open his computer and logged into his account. By the time he saw the numbers inside showing after tax deductions, he couldn't keep the smile off his face. 13 million pesetas. That's 80,000 euros when converted to later euros. That's a lot of money for a kid like him who is still 16. In fact, not to mention kids, this is what a white-collar worker earns in 3 or 4 years in the European economy at this time. He's turning into a small fortune all of a sudden. It's true that travelers make money by lifting their hands. He was glad now that he hadn't given up on his ambitions in the first place. If it's just about making money, it's just boring to live again. After all, money is something that is just a bunch of numbers after a certain point. Money may seem like everything, but there are some things you can't buy, like a young body, and time. Time flies, and the long off-season is coming to an end in the blink of an eye amidst the heat of training. Sun Hao finished training a week before the start of the season and then reported to the first team early. But the first thing he did when he got to the first team was not to meet his teammates, but to choose his jersey number for the new season with head coach Russo. Previously in the youth team, Sun Hao chose the same jersey number as in the domestic period, which is number 6. He used to have a raw screen when he was on the floor at the same time as Yi Jianlian. Then at Plata and Oro, he had different jersey numbers because of the short time he stayed. Now with the first team, he's got to pick a new number because the number 6 jersey is being worn by someone else. Number 3 is for Dražen Petrovic, number 11 is for Arvydas Sabonis, and number 10 is for Dejan Batiloga. Russo is only in his 40s, standard mid-career coach, but he seemed quite patient, even if Sun Hao was just a newcomer. He reminded him one by one. These are the numbers he's talking about that the team is retiring or will retire in the future. In other words, these are numbers that Sun Hao can't pick. Sun Hao nodded his head. He had heard of these guys and they were all European superstars outside of the NBA. Sabonis, needless to say, was the king of Europe who put a bunch of NBA superstars in their place. Dražen Petrovic, the most lamented player of his era. As a European player, he averaged 20+ in the 5th year of his NBA career and improved to 22.3 the season after. And in both of those seasons, he led his team to the playoffs as the star of the show. Only sadly a car accident took his life. A lot of people lamented him as well, saying that his career would have surpassed Ginobili's if he had continued. Both, who have retired their jerseys at Real Madrid. Dejan Batiloga. This one is even more legendary, recognized by many stars as the strongest first man outside of the NBA. 18-year career, 11 MVPs, 10 European titles in various leagues. Although he hasn't accomplished any of these achievements in his career yet, he's still reigning supreme. In fact, last season, Batiloga was Real Madrid's top ace, contributing 18.6 points per game. In the massively slow-paced European Basketball League, this is a superstar within a superstar. Only he, like Fernandinho before him, chose to leave Real Madrid for the new season. Of course, with a legendary player like that, it's probable that the man is gone and the jersey is retired. Sun Hao took a look at what he could choose and finally chose number 9. Not so much because 6 is 9 backwards, or that there's any other connection between 6 and 9, but because Yi Jianlian wears the number 9. The two had previously agreed to play their careers together, and now that that didn't happen, it's time to wear Yi's number for now. If you can't be together, just wear your clothes. That's still together. After choosing his jersey number, Sun Hao then met with his teammates. Both Batiloga and Fernandinho are gone, but the Real Madrid team is still strong with a lot of talent. Sun Hao is mentally mature for his age and quickly mingles with his teammates, and he's also seen several familiar faces on this team as well. Pablo Prigioni, Argentine defender, 1977-born player, 1 foot 9 inches defender. Historically, Prigioni has spent the majority of his career in La Liga and is a 3-time ACB League Point Guard of the Year. It wasn't until 2012 that Prigioni, at the age of 35, entered the NBA to play and retired from the NBA after 3 seasons. Compared to Rodriguez, whom Sun Hao had previously faced in the EBA League, this future is really old and strong. Of course that's all something that will happen in the future. And Prigioni is just hitting his stride now. With Mizik leaving and the team not searching for a new guy, he's the one who will benefit the most from being the starting point guard straight out of the gate for the new season. Raul Lopez, the Spaniard, a player born in 1980, is 2 years older than Sun Hao, 18 years old and about 1 meter 8. Lopez's impression of Sun Hao is also quite deep. In the history he played for Spain in the BJ Olympics and performed well, and also played 2 years in the Jazz team. Despite an injury-prone career, he also played until 2016 before officially retiring. A turnip, Sun Hao can be promoted to the second team before, is the reason why Lopez was promoted to the first team. The two, previously unknown to each other, arrived at Real Madrid one after the other and will compete directly for the team's backup point guard position this upcoming season. The two defenders are in direct competition and contact down in training. Sun Hao also found that the two ball style is also very similar. Both are pass-first organization defenders. That's what 90s basketball was all about. It was all about doing your job. All the point guard did was organize and run the offense. And the draft went by that. Apart from them, there is Yogi Garbajosa. Gabayosa was brilliantly talented, joining the NBA in 2006, slashing 8.5 points and 4.2 rebounds in his first year, earning Rookie of the Month for December, and eventually being named to the Rookie of the Year. But unfortunately he suffered a serious injury in his rookie season and faded from the NBA not 2 years after that. Such experience is also somewhat similar to Yi Jianlian. In training camp for the new season, Sun Hao's offensive-oriented style of play surprised and embarrassed head coach Russo. Because of the system, his height had now grown to 1.72 meters, but even at that height, it was only enough to play point guard. Historically, offensive point guards weren't accepted by the world until Rose was named MVP in 2011, and projecting point guard play wasn't until Curry in 2014. In other words, Sun Hao's playing style is too far ahead of its time. Russo is not a veteran coach, but he still naturally left Sun Hao out of the rotation in favor of using Lopez more often. Having gone through the grind of the second division, Sun Hao also has experience with such encounters already. He didn't go out and change his style of play, but instead ramped up the shooting drills in the system. As a traverser, he knows that projected hitting, though towards the front, can be hit early. Rose's outburst had to do with the NBA eliminating the handcheck rule, but Curry's outburst had little to do with the rule. In fact, there were plenty of people who played that way before Curry, Arians being one of them. To put it bluntly, it's a convention that point guards don't shoot threes. Not that they can't. As long as you can put the ball in play, the coach will naturally have the courage to put you on the field. Keep in mind that this was at the end of the 90s and the new position of organizational forward, represented by Pippen, was all but starting to emerge. Even Pau Gasol was an organized center in the European game. No one is saying that the point guard has to do the organizational work. The functionalization of court positions, each in their own way, is no longer a thing that cannot be changed. Of course, Sun Hao is well aware that it's not easy to do that, so he's doing the same thing he did before in the Euro League, staying patient and training hard. The time in the training camp went by very fast, and in a flash, the curtain officially opened for the 1998-1999 La Liga season. Real Madrid's first match is against Barcelona. As with the EBA League, the game remained highly anticipated and the 6,000 plus capacity arena was packed. Because of injuries to people on the team, Sun Hao didn't make the rotation but made the 12-man roster and was placed at the far end of the bench. During the pre-match warm-up, Sun Hao also saw two people he recognized in the opposite half of the field, Pau Gasol and Juan Carlos Navarro. Navarro, nicknamed the Bomb, has been called the best player outside of the NBA, but because he played most of the time in Europe, Sun Hao didn't really know much about him. But Big Gasol he's all too familiar with. Sister-in-law of the family is what fans affectionately call him. Because of his technical style of play, he was viewed as soft by various bricklayers during his time with the Grizzlies. Then to the Lakers and Kobe after completing 2 consecutive championships. He completely removed his softball hat and was known as one of the most skilled big men of the 20th century. In terms of international player influence alone, he's also second only to Nowitzki and Yao Ming, and in the same league as Ginobili and Parker. Not to mention these achievements in the future. When Sun Hao first came to Spain, he already knew about this genius from Raul's mouth. Before him, the last player to accomplish a triple jump in 1 year was Gasol. What Sun Hao didn't expect was that while he was warming up, Gasol took the initiative to come over and greet him. Of course Sun Hao recognized Gasol, but he still showed a puzzled look. They told me you were second to Paul Gasol and told me to make sure I came over to check it out. Gasol even turned his head toward his team as he spoke. Sun Hao looked along and then saw a group of players on Barcelona's side laughing. This is supposed to be their whole thing with Gasol as a new player. After all, the two sides are mortal enemies, and only Gasol, a newcomer to the team, is going to get hit. There's a bright saying in my country that says there was no road in this world, but the more people who walk it, the more roads they become. And you're the one who's walked that road before me, and I'll take this Gasol second. When Sun Hao saw those old players messing with Gasol, he preferred not to let them do what they wanted, but instead he got close to Gasol. Gasol listened and thought for a while, then nodded thoughtfully. A very philosophical saying, and the man who said it must have been a very great man. He was originally a doctor, then became a man of letters, and finally a great man. A doctor? My parents are doctors. Gasol's character seemed to be very gentle, and surprisingly, he just chatted with Sun Hao. The two men were meeting for the first time, but similar experiences had left no shortage of conversation between them. The veteran members of the Barcelona team were waiting for a good show, but when they saw Sun Hao and Gasol chatting so harmoniously, they all felt bored at once and turned their heads one after another. Cheer up! After seeing it, Sun Hao knew that what he was going to do was finished and patted Gasol's arm and said, "So are you. Gasol's character looks really good." After warming up, Sun Hao sat back at the far end of the bench. The match kicked off quickly, with Real Madrid completely overpowering Barcelona after the opening kickoff. Led by Garbajosa, as the defending champions last season, they are still the strongest team in La Liga, despite losing starting point guard Fernando Niño in the offseason. Gasol and Navarro both got a chance to play during their bench time, but they were slightly raw and didn't help change things. In the end, 3 quarters into the game, Real Madrid had outscored Barcelona by as many as 20 points. The last quarter also became a complete practice period. Sun Hao was substituted with 5 minutes left to go. La Liga is more tactical than the EuroLeague, and Sun Hao didn't get many shots. He took 2 shots, basically dumpster diving shots where the play didn't work. He showed off his full ability, though, sinking one of his 2 3-point attempts for 3 points. Scoring on debut is a great start for a young player who is only 16 years old. It's a slight shame that Gasol is further ahead in the rotation order and he didn't get to match up with Gasol on the court, getting the first score of La Liga. Sun Hao didn't care much, but the later development of this matter was completely beyond his expectation. The very next day, he got a call from his parents. The first thing his parents asked on the phone was whether he was playing basketball or soccer, leaving him confused. After a few exchanges he realized the truth of the matter, and he cried a little when he did. Chinese defender scores 1 goal for Real Madrid as new generation of players emerges. It was the headline of a national sports newspaper. A defender scores a goal and uses the words "scored a goal," which seems to be a deliberate attempt to rub in the soccer heat. Just like the future UC shocker, anyone who sees it will buy it back to see which way the linebacker is. Whether or not seeing the content inside is soccer related is another story. That's why his parents called in the first place. In other words, this is purely an oopsie. What Sun Hao didn't expect, though, was that from the time this news was noticed to the time it fermented, the influence he brought was even greater than his previous MVP in the EuroLeague. For the first time, a lot of domestic fans know that far across the ocean in Spain, there is a Chinese defender named Sun Hao playing there. An oops incident has given Sun Hao some popularity in the country, but such a thing didn't have too much of an effect on Sun Hao. He's in a much more difficult position with Real Madrid than at any time before. In the youth team he was a force to be reckoned with, and given a chance in the 2nd or 3rd division he could shine. But here, Real Madrid is at the top of the league and the team has been winning, and he's only been able to salvage a few minutes of playing time in garbage time. In other words, he didn't stand a chance. At 16 years old to be ranked, plus the way he's playing, he's a team mascot this season with a benching if he plays this way normally. After a period of time, Sun Hao was really a bit crazy. They say the end of the bench is free to watch the game, but that's a spectator mentality. The players feel completely different. Sitting in this place for too long is not far from leaving the team, but freaking out wouldn't solve the problem, so he simply went straight into the system to train during the match. Russo wouldn't have called his name all night anyway. The kid's done. Benched and stupid. You see, his coaches don't even get up and listen when they lay out plays, so I guess it won't be long before he's cut. I think he triple jumped up. Coach, look away? It was already frantic in his heart, and being able to hear the outside world within the system irritated Sun Hao even more. He practiced harder than he ever had in the past. He still didn't get much of a chance to play for a while, but he could feel himself improving in all areas, and he's starting to add to his scoring repertoire. Super long 3. The EuroLeague now places less emphasis on the 3, let alone the super long. If the super long is practiced as well, then he has a better chance of scoring. Now that he's chosen to go down the scoring point guard path, he's going to do what it takes to make it work. Shooting takes a long time to get to a high level when you start practicing threes from scratch. but it takes a lot less time to go from a 3 to a super long 3, because Sun Hao's power was completely enough to support him that much. In other words, he just needs to get used to the new range and that's enough. The majority of the time passed, and Sun Hao's strength was increasing, but he still didn't have much of a chance. This is when it becomes so important for people to have hobbies. He took time to travel around Spain with Fernandez in addition to practicing. Doing what you love is the best way to keep a positive mindset. With this positive mindset, Sun Hao was also favored by Lady Luck. It was a beautiful morning and he was running to the dugout for practice as usual. As a result, not long after he left the house, he picked up 1,000 pesetas on the ground. Sun Hao has always been a hot-blooded young man full of positive energy, and he always remembers the children's song A Penny. After picking up the money, he walked to a retail store not far away. There's no name on the money, so he can't contact the owner, right? And even if they came, he wouldn't be able to confirm that they dropped it, right? While we're at it, we might as well donate it to the owner of the retail store so the other guy can increase his household income and he can have a bottle full of energy. Sun Hao thought so, but he changed his mind when he arrived at the retail store, because he found out that the place even sells sports lottery tickets, and the kind that can be bet on instantly. It just so happened that there was a game that wasn't over and he bought it. Then after waiting 10 minutes for the game to end, he hit it. 1,000 pesetas went straight to 2,000 pesetas. Sun Hao bought the drink he wanted to drink, then turned his head toward the post not far away. Uncle Policeman, I found 1,000 pesetas. I found $1 on the side of the road handed over to Uncle Policeman. Sun Hao hummed his way forward, in an extraordinarily good mood. He realized that there really are things in this world that I want all of them. Then, by the time he got to the team, before practice started, Russo came in with a message. Prigioni is injured, coming in early to practice with a sprained ankle, a more serious one, and is expected to miss about a month. Sun Hao was a bit confused when he first heard the news, but looking at the unfinished drink in his hand, he then realized that today was his lucky day. With the long season in La Liga, injuries to players are a regular occurrence, and defenders are especially noticeable. Most European point guards are well organized but weak against the run, or in other words, more brittle. Real Madrid team lineup configuration on the 3 guards, even if Lazo is not very like Sun Hao's style of play, but Prigioni injury, but also can only put him into the rotation. Sun Hao has also been pretty good since entering the rotation. He hasn't changed his style of play, but he's got the silver basketball IQ badge, and the organization isn't bad at all, not to mention the way he plays. When the play doesn't open up for a teammate to come back with a dump-off pass, he's pretty sure he'll be able to throw it in. This is critical. A dump-off turns into an assist, and even if your teammate is Kobe, he's willing to pass you the ball. At first Sun Hao received almost all dump balls, but slowly, his teammates would take the initiative to pass him some balls after realizing that he could shoot. Then slowly, Sun Hao's shooting ability was accepted by Russo, and Russo would occasionally design 1 or 2 shooting plays for him after blocking. After sitting on the bench for most of the season, Sun Hao's performance after entering the rotation can be completely described as smooth sailing. Of course, only Sun Hao himself knew how much effort and preparation he had made for such an opportunity. There is no pie in the sky in the world, but opportunities are also always reserved for those who are prepared. A month later, Prigioni came back, and Sun Hao became the team's backup point guard by squeezing out Lopez with his steady play. And shortly after that, he hit his season masterpiece against Canaria. He came off the bench for 20 minutes and had 11 points and 2 assists on 4 of 7 shooting. Don't underestimate the 11 points. The intensity of the Western Conference is very high, and with a 10-minute quarter, plus the fact that at this point in time on offense is still 30 seconds in line with FIBA, the pace is very slow. A whole team might score 60 or 70 points in a game played. Here, any player averaging 5+ points per game is a starter, 10+ points per game is a centerpiece, and 15 points per game that's a superstar. This is why so many European players don't have good league stats in the NBA draft. Strong is Gasol, who averaged 11.3 points and 5.2 boards per game before running. Even Doncic is only putting up 14.5 points, 6.2 boards and 3.1 assists. And that's all after Eurobasket adjusted the second offense from 24 to 14 seconds. And more importantly than the stats, after this match, Sun Hao finally unlocked a new badge. Ranged Unlimited, bronze, small increase in hit rate and consistency on 3-point shots from further out. This badge was crucial to Sun Hao, as he played more minutes and had more opportunities in the game. Opponents were quick to step on the 3-point line when defending him. His ability to stretch the range in this situation will be a huge help to himself on the court. And after playing such a performance, Russo's recognition of Sun Hao went up a level, and he started to think about how to make Sun Hao play the starting role. This is where the benefit of Russo being a mid-major coach comes into play. If we had an old coach, it would be a question of giving or not giving a chance to play, not to mention elevating the team down low. After 2 more consecutive outstanding performances, Russo finally made up his mind to push Son Hao into the starting point guard position. To be precise, it should be a 2-guard set with Priggenho, and there are 2 reasons for Russo to make up his mind to do so. One is that the team's starting point guard, Trinidad, is too weak on offense, and the other is Son Hao's defense. Generally speaking, shorter players play poor defense and are caught all kinds of ways on the field, but Son Hao is a special case. His confrontation has never been tougher. European defenders generally strong cannot eat him, and more importantly Son Hao also has a high basketball IQ and basically doesn't eat wobbles, which makes him, even if he's short, not a defensive hole on the court. Even growing a little taller, his defense is above average. In other words, Russo is using Son Hao as a 3D player plus a second organization point, doing point guard work most of the time on the offensive end, shooting threes and organizing on the side. Defend opposing point guards on the defensive end so you don't get too disadvantaged by the height difference. And at 6 feet 9 inches, Priggenho can defend against opposing point guards. Because of Lazo's decision, Son Hao made the first start of his La Liga career. The opponent, however, is the same Barcelona team that played in the season opener. After all that time, there have been a lot of changes on both teams' rosters. Son Hao started for the first time on Real Madrid's side, and on Barcelona's side, Gasol and Navarro both doubled up in the starting lineup. During the pre-game warm-up, Son Hao and Gasol started to nag on again. The great man you speak of I went to learn about, and he is as great as Cervantes. Plug, you still like literature? I like to read books when I'm not doing anything. That calms the mind, like Jimenez for real sadness, and Lorca again for joy from the heart. I still prefer 2K. The scene of the two interacting intimately before the match seemed peculiar in the atmosphere of a saber-rattling match, especially for those old Barcelona players. Not only did they fail to mess with Gasol, they didn't even compete for Gasol, and now they can only watch Gasol do whatever he wants. It's true, people with talent can do whatever they want. The chatter between Son Hao and Gasol was just a small scene during the warm-up. Even most people don't notice. Most people's attention is on the upcoming game. This time the home ground is in Barcelona. As with the season opener, it was a packed house and the excitement on the faces of the Barcelona fans was nothing less than that of the original Real Madrid team. Real Madrid and Barcelona, always such a crowd pleaser. In the pre-game appearance ceremony, the two team starters greeted each other after the introductions, and Son Hao tapped Gasol on the shoulder when he shook hands with him. The last time these two teams met, Son Hao only appeared in garbage time and didn't get to play with Gasol. Now that both are starting, they can have a good fight on the field. Once the game started, though, it wasn't them that dominated the field. As newcomers, they open as runners. Gasol jumped to win the possession and the Buccaneers took the lead. On the first turn, Gasol made a block in the high post, and Navarro used the block to break inside for a throw-in. Navarro was nicknamed the Bomb later in life, and a big reason for that was his uncanny throw. But that was later, and now he was still slightly raw. His throw-in against Garbajosa went wide and the rebound was turned and collected by Garbajosa. Barcelona's first wave of attacks didn't go in, but they retreated quickly and didn't give Real Madrid a chance to start a fast break. Priggenho organized the position in front of the net, and Garbajosa's shot after receiving the ball was also defended by Gasol. Like all the games Son Hao experienced before, European basketball has no defensive 3 seconds, but the team's offense still focuses on inside offense. The whole thing about hitting closer to the basket is a truism in this day and age, not only in Europe, but even in the NBA. Gasol is young, but big, and has not played on the bench against Garbajosa before. Now after starting, Garbajosa is significantly less intimidating inside. The two teams started the game with a defense, man, and defense, BA, battle. After half a quarter of play, the score was 6-6 on the field. However, both sides on the field confrontation layer to meet, although inefficient, but the fans to see the rise. Gasol finally got a chance to show off his footwork inside, turning and squeezing a shot past Garbajosa that didn't go in, but he used his long arms to add his own score. At 8-6, Barcelona overtook Real Madrid for the first time since the start of the match. The scene shook with cheers. Halfway through the season, the Barcelona team is clearly not performing as well as the Real Madrid team. This is a situation where, unlike Real Madrid's team that was forced to change their starters due to injuries, they started promoting newcomers early on. This is Son Hao's first start, but it's the 8th and 6th games that Navarro and Gasol have split starts. Now it seems to be having an immediate effect. It's a complete contrast to the opening game where they were stormed, and they even had the upper hand. Russo realizes at this point that Garbajosa won't be able to take much advantage of Gasol's head, and he reaches out to make a new tactical play. Son Hao's face was happy after seeing the new tactical gesture. which was to play outside tactics. European basketball is strict on tactics, and if you don't play according to the coach on the court, even if you are the core of the team, you will be replaced in minutes. Previously in the Plata League, he was a privileged player in the heat of the moment when he mistook Jocelyn, but it's in La Liga, the highest Spanish league, and there's no Jocelyn. So even if the team situation could not be opened, he did not mess around. He waited, and now he finally waited for what he wanted to see. Barca. After Barcelona took the lead, the fans were in full swing, chanting and cheering for the home team under the DJ's direction. Priggenho makes a play call up front, and Sunhao starts running around cover from the left side for a three-point opportunity. Gabayosa managed to block the defender for him on the right side. Sunhao pedaled out and Prigioni's pass was given first time. Prigioni can sit in the Real Madrid starting 11 and his passing is excellent. Sunhao received the ball and 3 points directly out. His speed is very fast. The change of defense, Gasol could not pounce in time. The ball came out and made a high parabola in the air. Swish, a crunch. Sunhao's 3 points should go into the net, and the shouts from the scene came to an abrupt end. The goal was scored cleanly, like a pot of cold water falling from the sky, directly dousing the emotions of the fans at the scene. Russo saw Sunhao scoring, and his eyebrows, which had been tightly frowning, finally stretched out. Although Sunhao's playing style was something he had never seen before, being able to throw the ball in was a good play. Back in the ring, Navarro looked for Sunhao to burst through, trying to eat him with his height. But Sunhao gave enough confrontation and Navarro's throw still didn't go in. Gabayosa protected the defensive rebound and turned to Prigioni. Sunhao fast break Terminator badge under the role of Fast and Furious under the fast break. After receiving the Prigioni backcourt long pass to shake off the defenders of the layup, scored. He went on a personal 5-0 run. The scoring run not only helped put the Royals back on top, but it came back to put them up by 3%. Hashtag. The Barcelona manager was furious and yelled at his players on the sidelines. The dominant start that was so hard to get was broken by a short player who came out of nowhere, and a yellow-skinned one at that. It was hard for him to accept. His anger worked, and Barcelona clearly strengthened their defense against Sunhao's ball-less runs. Sunhao didn't get the same comfortable shot as before. The field once again entered a defensive battle, not only frequent iron shots, but also several 30-second violations. The score hasn't changed for either team either. On one of Real Madrid's possessions, Garbajosa had no chance inside and dumped the ball to Sunhao on the outside at the last minute. Sunhao was at least a meter away from the three-point line at this point. This is a position that most players see as a position where they can't finish their shots. Even Sunhao's defender had turned around and was ready to go for the defensive rebound. Sunhao rushes to finish the shot before the whistle. Time was tight, but the strike was right on. It was further away here, but he was used to catching pot, and with unlimited range in hand, he's not panicking at all. The ball cuts an ultra-high parabola through the air. The ball drops faster and heavier, like a long-range cruise missile. Swish! To the disbelieving eyes of the fans on the floor, the basketball went airborne into the net. At this moment, Sunhao was the strongest receiver in the universe. The Barcelona manager froze. Can this fucking get in? Sunhao silently reached out his fingers and made a gun-blowing motion after he scored. Cool. He finally got to experience what it feels like after Curry hits a super long shot. He felt like he could shoot through the earth. Russo clenched his fists in excitement as his trust was rewarded. The bench was abuzz with the promise of an assist. Counting the 5 consecutive points he scored earlier, Sunhao has scored 8 points in this quarter. He scored as many points as the entire Barcelona team. The Barcelona head coach rushed to call a timeout. Because of his height and because Sunhao didn't have much of a chance to play in the first meeting between the two teams, he didn't even pay much attention to Sunhao, let alone target him. But this section of the fight down he realized that he was gullible. At least Sunhao's three-point shot is much better than he thought. If he didn't call a timeout to set things up, the game might actually be taken away by Sunhao alone. Coming out of a timeout, Navarro finally scored his first points of the night on a throw-in. Back to Sunhao to run another play for a 3. The ball didn't go in, but Garbajosa added a layup. Sunhao's hot hand pulled out all of Barcelona's defense. With a sense of space on the court, Garbajosa doesn't have to force Gasol one-on-one, and he has more room to play. After the first quarter, Sunhao had a game-high 8 points on 3 of 5 shooting. In this quarter alone, the Barcelona fans in attendance have memorized the short 16-year-old defender who is just over 6 feet 7 inches. What they didn't expect, though, was that Sunhao's performance wasn't just for the first quarter. Or rather, he's not really a three-point shooter. After being pinched on the outside, he shined with his fake throws and his cutback runs after borrowing a block. With a silver-level basketball IQ badge, plus bronze badges for Block Dodger and Blocker Master, his role on the court remains the same. Russo also saw Sunhao's true strength after his debut, and he couldn't stop the smile on his face. For a 17-year-old to play like that can only mean one thing. This teenager is the thigh he wants to hold in the future. In the end, Real Madrid beat Barcelona again, 71-61. Sunhao turned in 17 points and 3 assists in his first start, and that 17 points allowed Sunhao to break the single-game scoring record for under 18 players in La Liga at the age of 16 years and 9 months. After the game, the two teams engage in a post-game handshake. Sunhao and Gasol shook hands when he wanted to touch the latter's head, and after realizing that he couldn't reach it, he patted the latter's arm as he did in the opening. Gasol contributed 13 points and 5 rebounds in a game that was Barcelona's best performance. Gasol gave a bitter laugh. No one can be happy when their team loses when they are performing well. See you in the playoffs. Gasol continued. The two teams on the Liga MX schedule only meet twice a season. After the two fights, you'll have to wait for the playoffs if you want to play each other again. But Real Madrid and Barcelona are so strong that they want to meet again at least in the quarterfinals. Gasol's statement is not just a narrative. It's an appointment. Sunhao nodded with a smile. You don't say. My sister-in-law feels affected, but sometimes she is quite hard. Sunhao broke the record, and the next day there were numerous reports about him in Spain. The most authoritative Spanish sports newspaper, the match with the picture is Sunhao shot that super long 3-point photo. Even more interesting than the accompanying image is the caption. China's Napoleon breaks ACB League record for points scored by an under-18 player as Real Madrid's season-complete sweep of Barcelona. In the title, Sunhao gets his first nickname in Spain, an interesting one. Among the many attractions in Madrid, there is one that is a must-see. That was also the first attraction Fernandez took Sunhao around, Puerta del Sol. It is an iconic building in Madrid and a historical witness to major events in Spain. It was here that Napoleon fought a bloody battle with the Spanish during his conquest of Europe, and ultimately kicked off Spanish independence. So Napoleon had a big reputation in Spain. The reason why the media use this nickname is partly because the media urinate on gimmicks, and partly because it has something to do with Sunhao's size. Napoleon was a notorious short man, exactly the same height as Sunhao now, so the nickname is used in exactly the right way, and it was obviously easier for such a nickname to spread than Sunhao's name. Sometime later, the nickname quickly spread to the country as well. After a previous oops incident, accompanied by the nickname of Chinese Napoleon, Sunhao's popularity has gone up a notch in China, and this time the paper doesn't have to rub it in soccer's face. The news itself is weighty enough when it comes to breaking the scoring record for an under-18 player by slashing 17 points in the Spanish top flight. Sunhao played a career masterpiece and also successfully gained the trust of head coach Russo. After this, Russo also felt comfortable playing the two-guard game. And there's the added benefit of playing a two-guard game with Real Madrid to get Lopez back into the team's rotation. Individually, Lopez is worthy of a rotation spot in terms of both talent and immediate power. Sunhao is getting more playing time, and the increased number of three-point attempts in the game has had some impact on his play. The most intuitive part is the rapid increase in his skill as a long-range marksman. Shots in a game are affected by all aspects of physical fitness, mental stress, etc., and it definitely improves shooting better than training. At the same time, Sunhao began to enrich his arsenal again. The impact of an improved basketball IQ goes beyond on-court, but also off-court. He started practicing his super long threes early before to give him a taste of it, and he's paying more attention to that aspect of the game. Of course, arsenals aren't added indiscriminately. When all you can do is jerk off, even if you were given a missile, you wouldn't be able to shoot it. Sunhao's extra practice this time was breaking, and the center of gravity was the first step when breaking. His current ability and playing style favors pitchers, but he's going to be more than just a pitcher by no means. In other words, he can't get the ball without a chance to make a play and lose the offense completely. That's why his ability to hold the ball on offense is a must. And the first step is the key to breaking through. A lot of NBA players are strong on the break just on the first step. Rose, Matty are all the same. Sunhao couldn't practice to that level now, but he had to have it. As a linebacker he's low on height and low on focus right now. And that's a piece that's relatively well practiced. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye Sunhao spent the remaining half of the season with Real Madrid. He's managed to sit in the team's starting role for this half of the season. Throughout the season, he averaged 5.6 points per game, shooting 51% from the field and 42% from three-point range. Just looking at the second half of the season he's averaging 7.3 points per game, which already ranks fourth on the team. Such a performance can already be described as quite impressive for a young player who is only 17 years old. He also managed to help Real Madrid get the first place in La Liga regular season, playing in the La Liga playoffs as a Real Madrid debutant at the age of 17. Sunhao has set a modest record. Of course what made him happier than that was the fact that before the season ended, his long-range marksman managed to move up to silver. Long-range marksman, silver effectively improves long-range shooting percentage. 3-point is now Sunhwa's main weapon on the offensive end. And this badge boost can help no less than his previous basketball IQ. It also has him looking forward to his first trip to the WHL playoffs. At that time, the European Championships had not yet been established, and the national basketball leagues were at loggerheads with the European Basketball Association, and EuroLeague basketball was discontinued. The La Liga playoffs are Real Madrid's most important event of the year. Winning the championship is also their only goal after putting up the #1 regular season record in the league. It's here that we have to mention La Liga's unique system of play. He doesn't play series all the way to the final championship like the NBA does, nor does he play March Madness like the NCAA does with one game to decide the winner. It's a race system that is a hybrid between the two. There are only 17 teams in the Western Conference and the top 8 teams make the playoffs. The 8 teams that make the playoffs will use a 3 out of 5 series to determine the final 4 in the first round. When it gets to the final 4, it then uses single elimination tournaments for the semifinals and finals like the NCAA. There's no absolute good or bad thing about the race system, but the one thing that stands out about this design, the excitement. The series was used in the first round to select the 4 better teams, and the use of single elimination tournaments in the final 4 makes the championship full of more chance and naturally more exciting. Such a model has also proved to be quite popular in Europe. Every year the Western Conference playoffs reach the final 4 stage and create a basketball frenzy in the country. In the first round of the playoffs, the Royals faced the 8th-ranked Radar. The Real Madrid team didn't give much of a chance to their opponents, who were clearly weaker than themselves. After 4 games played, the rest of the games were all taken except for one road loss where the team's hand was overall poor. The 3-1 scoreline also reflects the disparity between the two teams. Sunhwa was even better in the first round than he was in the regular season. He was able to average 2 3-pointers and contribute 9.5 points per game, making him the team's second leading scorer behind Garbajosa. That's a stunning enough performance. After the first round of matches, the top 4 in the La Liga playoffs were created: Real Madrid, Manresa, Barcelona and Alicante. Real Madrid's opponent in the quarterfinals, as per the first beat fourth rule, is Alicante, who advanced to the quarterfinals with a hard-fought 3-2 knockout of Zaragoza in the first round. There is a gap between the two teams' seasonal performances, and playing normally, Real Madrid would beat Alicante and then meet their rivals between Barcelona and Manresa in the final. But this is also the game. Let Sunhwa relive the past life, and the NCAA experienced countless March Madness. The so-called one-race tournament is a one-race decision. One of the characteristics of this kind of game, besides the excitement, is that it is easy to go cold. The impact of a game, the hand, the form, and all these factors can be infinitely magnified. The NCAA's highly sought-after March Madness is known for blowouts. In fact, even in the NBA, there is no team that always wins inside the regular season, and blowout games occur from time to time, because there are so many uncertainties that can arise within a game. Real Madrid ran into this situation against Alicante. Real Madrid's hands and form were more average, while on the contrary, Alicante played with a lot of energy led by junior Jose Calderon. The backup guard, who was only a year older than Sunhwa, showed the potential of a top point guard, the control of the rhythm of the game, the combing of the team's tactical offense. Calderon are completely suppressed Prigioni, coupled with Alicante's excellent touch. Real Madrid played until the end without being able to turn the game over. The game on the court was finally set at 58-66. Although Sunhwa still got the second highest score of the team with 11 points, he was eventually killed by the drama and could not help the team to complete the reversal. Real Madrid stopped in the quarterfinals and Sunhwa ended his first season in La Liga. He turned in a postseason stat sheet of 9.8 points per game on 49% shooting from the field and 39% from 3. Although he didn't help his team win the championship, you can see by the change in his stats that he's getting better. Following the stats up were the attributes within his system. Height, 173 centimeters, weight, 73 kilograms, strength, 71, speed, 72, agility, 60, bounce, 66, conditioning, 71, quotient, 82, ball handling, 70, passing, 55, dunks, 0, layups, 72, mid-range, 52, threes, 79, defense, 60, caps, 58, steals, 72, rebounds, 58. Such attributes have changed qualitatively from the battlefield scum of 4 years ago, and in addition to the attribute changes, he also gained a certain number of badges. Basketball IQ, silver. Long-range marksman, silver. Unlimited range, bronze. Blocker, bronze. Blocker dodger, bronze. Copper wall, bronze. Fast break finisher, bronze. The boosted ability value, coupled with these badges, is more than enough to stand him in good stead in La Liga. The new season for him is all about the 100-footer. The only regret is that he's cool with Gasol. Or in other words, the pact will have to be postponed until the new season. In the La Liga final, Alcantar also went all the way to the bottom. cutting Barcelona down to the wire and claiming the eventual league title. The result has kept Spanish fans excited all summer. Calderon followed suit and rose to fame. The 18-year-old has even attracted attention from the NBA. It's just that La Liga has a limited reach and that kind of attention isn't very high. After finishing his first season in La Liga, Sun Hao didn't rush to train, but prepared to give himself a vacation. Machines need rest, let alone people. And like Gasol back in the day, people are never in a good mood when they lose and need to do something they love to do to adjust. He pulled Fernandez into the mix. "Aren't you going to take a trip to America?" Fernandez opened his mouth and asked Sun Hao. "No go." Sun Hao's answer was straightforward. He knew what Fernandez was referring to. Jocelyn hadn't answered his emails or come to him, and Fernandez was trying to get him to go to Jocelyn. But he's not that kind of guy. Just like he won't go back to the CBA after being dropped by it in the first place. Think of Jocelyn as a nice encounter from the past. That was something much nicer to him. "Then we'll go to Italy," Fernandez said excitedly. Since Sun Hao had already put Jocelyn down, he had to tell his long-desired plan. Italy? The offer surprised Sun Hao, who thought Fernandez would say to play in other Spanish provinces. After all, there are many more tourist attractions in Spain. Fernandez nodded excitedly. Spain is the country of European style, but if you put the word most in front of that designation, it's not Italy. The best way to get over a relationship is to start another new one. Fernandez is back in his relationship class. Then go. Sun Hao wasn't ambiguous either. Going anywhere is not fun. Italy was formerly known as ancient Rome, and the Colosseum there is the most preserved and complete in Europe. Throw in what Fernandez said and it's worth a trip. Getting a visa, booking a flight, booking a hotel. The internet was nowhere near as developed as it would be in the future. And with it being a trip abroad, they would have to wait a long time. The good thing is that La Liga has a long off-season and they can afford to wait without national team commitments. On the waiting days, Fernandez was busy with his studies and Sun Hao was training in the dugout as usual. But he hadn't trained for more than a few days when Prigioni and Garbajosa arrived. The season has only just ended and they're here. So you can see that last season's loss hit them hard. Failure is sometimes not entirely a bad thing, and it can inspire a competitive streak within a person. It's going to be a hard off-season of practice for them. Only what Sun Hao never expected was that after practicing for not even 2 days, he was dragged alone to play wild soccer. That's a bit of a quick change of scenery. Sun Hao didn't have much interest in soccer in the first place. To say that I came to Spain, the soccer kingdom, and had only 2 encounters with soccer. Once it was the national derby with Jocelyn, and the other time, it was the World Cup final in France with Fernandez. Couldn't hold back Prigioni's hospitality, though, and he ended up going. And he's counting on Prigioni to get him the ball next season. So the relationship definitely needs to be good. Sun Hao doesn't know how to play soccer, but soccer and basketball have something in common. When you don't have the skills, you can be a defensive player on the field, while everyone can be a defensive player on the basketball court. On the soccer field there is a relatively fixed position, linebacker. When Sun Hao scored 3 points in his La Liga debut, the domestic newspapers used the double entendre word defender to rub off on him. After an amateur match, Prigioni was tired and panting, while Sun Hao didn't even sweat much. He'd been training consistently in the system, and with his thermos of goji berry tea, his stamina had long since exceeded what it should be for his age. "You really are the most durable Asian I've ever seen." Sitting on the sidelines resting after kicking the ball, Prigioni couldn't help but give Sun Hao a thumbs up. Sun Hao froze for a moment after hearing this. It seemed a bit strange, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. "I was not expecting Yogi to play as well and at forward. He's so big." This topic could not go deeper, so Sun Hao simply digressed. "Basically everyone who plays here plays soccer, and it's the same where we're from. And even though as a basketball player, you still have to recognize that soccer is the #1 sport in the world right now." Prigioni's words carry a hint of emotion as well as pride. As a professional basketball player, it's a bit of a no-brainer to say something like that. But as far as soccer is concerned, Argentina is the world's top powerhouse, having won 2 World Cups. Prigioni will have pride in his bones as an Argentinian. Sun Hao nodded. The popularity of soccer made it a great social tool. Take this ball game. The 3 of them kicked it down and raised their relationship with each other a lot at once. Professionally it's a mixed bag, but as an amateur the wins and losses don't matter and it's great for relationships. Aside from that, a big goal bubbled up inside of him. That goal is bigger, and much bigger, than his previously set goal of winning a championship at home. His crossing is unique, and that means he's going to have to do something big. Since he plays professional basketball, there is no greater cause than making basketball the #1 sport in the world. Although it would be a long road and might not even be attainable in the end, the thought had been born from his heart. After the ball game, Prigioni dragged Sun Hao to a nearby Western-style restaurant. "I love my hometown. but I love the food here. On the way to the restaurant, Prigioni kept selling to Sun Hao. You can tell he has a love for Spanish food. Instead, Gabayosa was on the sidelines without much emotion. Home flowers are better than wildflowers, and people are creatures who love novelty. Even the most delicious thing gets boring after eating too much of it. If Gabayosa was thrown to Argentina, he would likely react the same way as Prigioni, but Sun Hao is the exception. Or rather, the Chinese are the exception. As far as food is concerned, there is no country where people can beat China. Taking the most common fish as an example, there are braised, sauerkraut, homemade, sour soup, poached, and so on, just in terms of the way it is cooked. To break it down even more, it's fish heads, all of which come in chopped peppers and hot pots and tofu. But in other countries, deep frying is the norm. Steaming counts as a good mood, and the limit is grilling. So Prigioni's boasting didn't bother Sun Hao too much, and it's not like he's naturally arrogant, but he's already experienced it. Spain's biggest claim to fame has to be the seafood fried rice. It's similar to stir-fry in that it takes squid, white clams and shrimp and combines them with raw rice. This kind of fried rice was extremely famous in Spain, but Sun Hao hadn't eaten it several times even after coming to Spain for so long. The bottom line is that it's just not palatable. Raw rice is fried directly. The fried rice is basically half-cooked. Then the flavor can be good to hell. You can imagine egg fried rice stir-fried with raw rice, and you can imagine the flavor of this rice. When we got to the restaurant, Prigioni was polite and ordered everything he thought was good. Sun Hao felt a headache when he ordered, and when the food came up he realized he had to find a chance to let Prigioni try Chinese food. Anchovies in vinegar, Iberian ham, steamed bass cod with garlic sauce, Galician octopus and cuttlefish rice, marinated, steamed, deep-fried, and cuttlefish rice, which is similar in practice to paella, except that it's fried with cuttlefish juice. While Prigioni ate with his mouth watering, Sun Hao's mouth was full of salt and grease. When they finished eating and left the restaurant, Sun Hao extended an invitation to them. You want to buy us dinner? No. You can cook? Prigioni obviously didn't know that Sun Hao still had this hand, and he had a glint in his eye. This guy, instead of being obsessed with Spanish food, is simply a foodie. Your home? Garbajosa also suddenly poked his head in. Sun Hao nodded. He had learned a lesson in his last life that you can't say anything about knowing how to cook, because if you do you become a free cook. But Prigioni and the others sought him out to play soccer with them and invited him to dinner. So courtesy was a must. I had Chinese food once, and it was delicious. Garbajosa's eyes became the same as Prigioni's when he said this. Sure enough, even the strongest human is defenseless in front of food. Garbajosa had eaten Chinese food, something Sun Hao hadn't expected, but it invariably put some pressure on him. It was only meant to be a taste of Prigioni, but now it looks like it will have to be carefully prepared. He'd spent so much time in the States in his last life that he'd eaten steaks and burgers that could make him throw up, forcing him to learn to cook for himself and froze as a one-man housewife. Practice makes perfect, and he's still a good cook. That's why he had the nerve to invite Prigioni and Garbajosa to his home for dinner. Booking a good time and choosing a day off from training, Sun Hao went to the supermarket to purchase ingredients with his backpack. Ingredients are far less plentiful in Spain than they are at home. But the beauty of Chinese food is that if you have the ingredients it can always be cooked. Moreover, when Sun Hao was purchasing at the supermarket, he unexpectedly had an unexpected pleasure. He thought the surprise would blow even Priginio's mind. After the ingredients are procured, then comes the cooking. Shredded potatoes with hot and sour sauce, beef with potatoes, shrimp with salt and pepper, bacon roll with enoki mushrooms, chopped fish head, and a covered mystery dish. This was the main course. And for the soup he ended up with the simplest tomato and egg soup since neither tofu nor mushrooms were available at the supermarket. When he's done with that, he calls Prigioni and Garbajosa. Both of them were in the training hall, and Sun Hao's place of residence was not far away, so they came over in no time after the phone call. They pushed their way in and smelled a pungent aroma. The fragrance did not come from those dishes, but from the place where Sun Hao was standing. He's grilling skewers. In addition to the main meal, Sun Hao also prepared a barbecue. The king of barbecue pork, put on the grill nibbling on the oil. Just the appearance of the sale can make saliva out of the mouth. Beef chunks, 1/3 fat, skewered together. As the meat gets a little bit more cooked, the aroma wafts out a little bit more, and then sprinkled with cumin powder, has made people can't help but gag. And the squid brushed with oil, that fresh flavor is unstoppable. The supermarket is mostly meat, chicken wings, beef, mutton, seafood. Sun Hao has prepared all of them. And he knew that Garbajosa had really put in the work after he had eaten Chinese food, and that he had skewered all those bought ingredients one by one. Even besides the more common meat, Sun Hao also bought relatively expensive vegetables and mushrooms, a tinfoil box, a handful of enoki mushrooms, a handful of garam masala, a spoonful of oil, and poof, 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 poof. Is this barbecue? Prigioni came in and floated like the wind to Sun Hao's side. I've never seen one made like that. Garbajosa's eyes have also been on the grill. Foreign people eat barbecue. Are large pieces of direct grilling, cooked and can eat on the line. Where have seen such exquisite, especially the vegetables. They've never seen it done that way. Seeing the expression on Gabayosa's face, Sun Hao felt that he had made this barbecue worthwhile. Although you can't use charcoal indoors because of safety issues, it comes out smelling good. Sun Hao sprinkled on some more chili powder and handed the first cooked pancetta to Prigioni and Garbajosa. The pancetta, crispy, crunchy and crunchy in one bite. Damn, what the fuck is this meat? Prigioni cursed as he spoke. He was usually mild-tempered, but now he was clearly out of sorts. But it wasn't his fault. Keep in mind that his native Argentina is not without barbecue, but their barbecue basically falls into two main categories: meats and entrees. Meat is mainly beef, then sausages made of meat and some animal offal. The staple food is bread. These barbecues can kind of open his eyes to the heavens. Eat more vegetables and be careful with the heat. Sun Hao handed him some more small bok choy and then clipped the tinfoil box together. Prigioni took it and ate it again. He couldn't help himself. It's the first time I've known vegetables to taste so good when roasted. If it wasn't for his age here, he might actually have to perform an eat and cry.jpg for Sun Hao. As for Garbajosa, he didn't say a word, but had already swept up all the edible skewers within view. Sun Hao couldn't help but laugh. Although the two ate differently, they could tell that his barbecue was to both of their liking. Let's eat first. Sun Hao felt that he didn't need to eat his meal if he kept eating like this, so he put the barbecue aside first and turned around to open the lid. What are these? This time Garbajosa was calmer, having experienced Chinese food after all, but Prigioni couldn't help but speak up again. His understanding of food today is being constantly refreshed by Sun Hao. Potatoes? Stewed with beef? Is this shredded potato? Aren't they supposed to be fried? This is the head of a fish? Fish heads are edible? Prigioni turned into a baby of questions, one after the other. You'd be hard-pressed to associate him with the established team starting point guard he was before, but that's the beauty of food. As for Gabayosa, he was already seated early, just waiting for the food to start. What's this again? Prigioni finally set his sights on the mysterious dish that had not yet been opened. Sun Hao gestured for him to open it himself. Prigioni smiled and opened it, but froze for a moment when he saw the dish inside. This time even Garbajosa was filled with curiosity. What kind of meat is this? After looking at it for a while, this time it was Garbajosa who asked first. Taste it? Sun Hao didn't say the answer right away, but signaled them to eat with their forks first. Garbajosa hesitated with his fork and didn't move, apparently a little afraid to try something unknown. Chicken? Prigioni didn't move his fork either. He looked closer for a moment and opened his mouth to ask. No, try it. Sun Hao still wanted them to eat before announcing the answer, but both reacted in much the same way, shaking their heads in fear of trying. Seeing this kind of reaction from the two, Sun Hao knew that he couldn't do it without saying anything. Bullfrogs, he announced the answer. That mystery dish was a dry-boiled bullfrog. He found this by accident at the supermarket, and it was also because Garbajosa had said earlier that he had eaten Chinese food that he chose to make this somewhat unique dish a big deal. Both men had an O'Neill-esque question mark face when they heard it. Frogs? Finally Prigioni put down the fork in his hand with a look of disbelief. Can that stuff be eaten? No, not frogs, bullfrogs, a different species. Sun Hao immediately opened his mouth. Where did you go to catch that? Garbajosa is also a bit of a deterrent. Supermarket bought. We don't eat wild animals. It's farmed. It's impossible to be wild and never eat a wild animal in this lifetime, as that would likely bring about the spread of dangerous diseases. But even after Sun Hao explained, Gabayosa still didn't dare to try. Seeing that both of them didn't move, Sun Hao could only helplessly shake his head. It seemed that this big dish could only be enjoyed by him alone. It was also at this point that Prigioni, the foodie, didn't stop himself and silently picked up his fork and forked a piece into his mouth. He closed his mouth immediately after putting the bullfrog in his mouth, as if he was deeply afraid he would spit it out. Gabayosa also looked at him with a slightly grim expression, but in the very next second, Prigioni's expression suddenly changed. It was a shift from fear to surprise. Then he speared a second piece with his fork and ate it. Then a third. The scene had Gabayosa on the sidelines looking on in disbelief. Sun Hao couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Looks like he's not doing too bad with this dry-boiled bullfrog. Well, still a little unsure. Gabayosa couldn't help but ask though as he watched Prigioni take one piece after another into his mouth. This, frog? Oh no, bullfrog, this is the best meat I've ever eaten. Prigioni gave a very positive answer. At this, Gabayosa finally let go of the fear in his heart and also took a fork and put a piece in his mouth. Then, both of them just started eating without talking. And what made Sun Hao laugh bitterly was that Prigioni actually pulled his plate to himself as he ate. This guy, he's trying to take it all. The scene immediately drew a revolt from Garbajosa, who froze and dismantled his fork over Prigioni's blocking hand. Sun Hao couldn't help but laugh. It's true that foodies will do anything in front of food. He turned and held out the beers to the two men. The three sat down to eat and chat. Such activities are obviously much more relaxing and restful than kicking a soccer ball. Son, can we continue to eat at your house tomorrow? As we talked, Prigioni couldn't help but ask a follow-up question. It's addictive. Sun Hao nodded with a smile. And a bullfrog? Sun Hao laughed out loud. Yes, tomorrow at noon. After laughing he nodded in agreement. Because he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat it, Sun Hao only burned half of the killed bullfrogs and put the other half in the refrigerator. Morning? But to his surprise, Prigioni couldn't wait until noon. This time, not only Sun Hao, but also Gabayosa was once again amused. When the beer was almost gone, Sun Hao proceeded to serve the two of them rice. I'll teach you guys how to use chopsticks when I'm free someday. Still, he couldn't help himself as he watched the two men barely eat with spoons. Both Prigioni and Garbajosa nodded in unison. They also just realized that the taste of the original rice was completely different from what they usually tasted with paella. And learning chopsticks means they can try more Chinese food. That was like opening the door to a new world for them. With the wine and food, Sun Hao was ready to get up and clean up the dishes, when Prigioni and Garbajosa cut him off and then took the initiative to clean up. Looking at the two busy people, Sun Hao suddenly felt that he had good luck in Spain. What kind of person is worth making friends with can be seen in some details. Despite being from different countries, the three could tell that they had a good understanding of each other, from playing soccer together in the afternoons to having dinner in the evenings. This will benefit them not only in life, but also on the field in the future. Even going back and looking at last season's failures, that might not even qualify as a failure. After all, last season was Prigioni's first season as a starter, and Sun Hao was playing half a season before he went from the bench to the starting lineup. Just like that, they were able to reach the Final Four of La Liga, which in itself is a sign of strength. Grind and grind next season. And with the understanding shown over the course of the day, there's every reason for them to go further and even get the title. With the company of Prigioni and Garbajosa, and the occasional kicks and dinners together, the days of waiting were enriched. Time flew by, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. It was about this time that Fernandez finally got all the preparations for going to Italy done. Rome, the capital of Italy and the former capital of the ancient Roman Empire. The origins of the city can be traced back to more than 700 BC. Because of its location on 7 hills, it is also known as the City of the 7 Hills or the Eternal City, and is a truly historic city. The technological and economic development has given the city a modern flavor, but the well-preserved historical buildings within the city give it a sacred atmosphere. The Pantheon, the Roman Colosseum, St. Peter's Basilica, and the Tullian Bazaar are all world-famous tourist attractions. On top of that, Rome has a world-famous country, China. The Vatican. The Vatican is the center of the Catholic Church and the smallest and least populated country in the world. If I had to make an analogy, it would be the equivalent of the existence of the Forbidden City with China. On the airplane, Fernandez held a travel brochure and gave Sun Hao the science. To say that the benefit of going out with Fernandez is that he has all these preparations covered, and Sun Hao just has to play. Of course, more than that, the real attraction is the people there, the Italian women. Fernandez closed the traveling handbook with a smirk on his face. Hearing this, Sun Hao suddenly knew why Fernandez had picked Italy. Helping him get over his feelings is fake. Going to see Italian women is real. Hell knows how many women are going to suffer when this guy comes of age. Women are different in every country. Chinese women like silk like water. French women lazy casual. And Italian women, let people want to kiss, want to sleep more, want to hold. It's a very graphic description of an Italian woman. Like a goddess as well as a mother. With an embrace of earth motherly care and natural generosity. Sun Hao gave Fernandez a very contemptuous look. This guy, talking like he's actually experienced it. But they also reminded him of a movie. It was a movie that he had seen in his past life and was an enlightening movie for many boys in their childhood. The Beautiful Legend of Sicily. Ronaldo Amoruso first meets Marlena. With her wavy, dark hair, fashionable skirt and stockings, and erotically seductive high heels. In the quiet, sunny town of Sicily. Every move she makes attracts attention and draws people's attention. And every smile she makes men mesmerized and women envious. Monica Bellucci, who plays Marlena, the woman with the classically beautiful face, seductive eyes and slightly weary look, must also be only 31 years old and maturing now. The plane landed at Fiumicino Airport. After Sun Hao and Fernandez went to the hotel and put their luggage down, They didn't rush to the tourist attractions, but went to a nearby cell phone store first. Sun Hao's lack of a cell phone has been spouted by Fernandez for almost 2 years, and since he had to buy a local phone card when he arrived in Italy, he just happened to buy one along the way. And 2 years on, the cell phone industry is growing rapidly. Especially last year with the introduction of Bluetooth technology, cell phones have seen a revolution. Sun Hao's barely acceptable cell phone also finally appeared. Nokia Point 5110, which is Nokia's newest cell phone. Although not as good as the Nokia Point 1100, which would later become a global hit, it was the first phone in history to have games built in. You can't get enough of Snake. New machines aren't cheap though. 150,000 lire apiece. Sun Hao and Fernandez bought one each. While Fernandez was quite excited with his new cell phone, Sun Hao looked unconcerned. Just like some people who crossed over and were still thinking about the ending of Qin Yunyan, he would probably have to wait a decade or so before he could use the cell phone he was comfortable with in his last life. When Sun Hao took his cell phone, the shopgirl handed him a small note, smiled sweetly at him, and made a call.me gesture. Sun Hao came out and found a phone number written on it. Looks like you've got a night out on the town. Fernandez had a smirk on his face when he saw it. Italian women are so direct? Sun Hao was somewhat unexpected. Despite hearing Fernandez talk about it all the way, this came fast. Yes and no, but if it's willing to give you a phone number, it means there's something in it. Fernandez nodded. From what he understood, Italian women were very direct and passionate. Sun Hao smiled, walked a little way and saw a trash can, casually threw the note in. After buying the cell phone, they then started to wander around Rome, travel all the way up from the ancient Roman ruins to the Pantheon and then to St. Peter's Basilica. Street performers, corner coffee houses, roadside crafts. The two sat with a cup of slightly bitter espresso and fiddled with the world-famous Roman handicrafts in their hands, walked a few more steps for a gelato, past a fruit stand for a couple of watery tomatoes and yellow lemons. The pace of traveling here highlights the word slow, the slow food life of Italy. Waiting until the evening for another bowl of butterfly pasta, which I've never experienced before, was a great way to cap off a slow-paced day of traveling. In the evening, Sun Hao entered into the system training, and when he practiced, he took a bath and lay on the bed. Normally at this point he would be asleep anyways, but I don't know if it was because he was out and about, but sleepiness was delayed. He took out his phone and realized he couldn't watch a movie, so he could only play Snake for a while. When he had played a game, he put his phone aside. Some images from the beautiful legend of Sicily flashing unconsciously through his mind. Those images were indescribable and made it even harder for him to sleep. He tossed and turned until midnight, when he barely managed to fall asleep. Getting up the next day, Sun Hao made a proposal to Fernandez that they don't go to Venice, change the itinerary and go to Sicily. If you don't go to Sicily, it's like you haven't been to Italy, because it's in Sicily that you find the source of Italy's beauty. This was the answer Sun Hao gave when Fernandez asked him why he suddenly changed his schedule. It was a phrase that he had heard occasionally when interacting with that cultured man, Gasol, and it came in handy. Fernandez didn't think much of it. Their plan had been to go to Venice, but Sicily was also one of Italy's well-known tourist attractions. Sicily, which should be called Sicily to be precise, is located in southern Italy, in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea. It's summertime and the hottest season here. However, because it is by the sea breeze here is gentle, and when you take a boat over there, looking at the blue water and emerald seabed is already mesmerizing. By the time you get to the island, the sight of the olive and lemon trees adds to the feeling of being in nature. Sicily still has a large number of small islands that have not been explored, and although they have been inhabited for a long time, they still maintain a very untouched natural and human landscape. There are two major well-known places in Sicily, one being Palermo, where the Teatro Massimo in Palermo was the filming location for The Godfather 3. Anyone who has seen the movie will remember the final scene, in which Mike, the aging Godfather, cries to the heavens as he loses his beloved daughter. This is where that scene was filmed. The Godfather being an epic movie, this place is also one of the must-see classics for many tourists. And the other one is where Sun Hao and Fernandez are going. Syracuse, home of the ancient Greek scientist Archimedes. This ancient coastal city was authored by the ancient Greeks and is full of ancient Greek style from the buildings to the streets. One in particular is known as the Cathedral of Syracuse. The ornate Baroque facade conceals the Temple of Athena underneath, and the massive Doric columns, built in the 5th century BC, are still visible. This sacred church, symbolizing history, is a Sicilian landmark. The reason that brought Sun Hao here is that this is also the place where the most classic scene of the beautiful legend of Sicily was filmed. Sun Hao walked straight to the stone embankment by the roadside, then sat down there. He turned his head towards the Syracuse Cathedral, and the classic scene from the movie seemed to appear before his eyes. Cold, sexy, charming and lonely and melancholic Irina walks alone before her eyes. The sound of teenage laughter and whistling seemed to echo in every ear. "Son, what are you doing sitting here?" But Fernandez's voice quickly brought him back to reality. When he looked again, the figure had disappeared. "Come on, let's go inside the church." Without waiting for Sun Hao to spit on Fernandez for being a spoilsport, the latter had already pulled him toward the church. Right in front of the church is a stone sculpture of none other than Archimedes, the scientist who said, "Give me a fulcrum and I will lift the earth." Atop his head is the iconic Roman totem, the legionary eagle. When Sun Hao and the others went in, there were still wandering artists playing the accordion at the entrance. The music is soothing and relaxing. Entering the church, the atmosphere became at once quaint and grave. The stone pillars on both sides have rough surfaces, and the centuries-old iron chandeliers show their age. In the center of the church are rows of chairs, and although this is a tourist attraction, it is still regularly open to Catholics for prayer. Only it wasn't an open house and there wasn't much inside. Sun Hao was walking forward alone. When he got to the front row, he noticed a woman leaning over. Long, slightly curly hair hung over the chair, tilting her head back and arching her body. A silver blouse, a floral skirt, the hem of which hung with her hands, and slender legs in slippers. Hearing the footsteps, the woman turned her head and looked at Sun Hao and smiled. In that instant, Sun Hao suddenly knew why Fernandez was so yearning for Italian women. Because they, really, have an indescribable flavor. The girl laughed and then stood up, then turned and walked out of the church. She even turned back and smiled at Sun Hao and the others as she walked to the door. Sun Hao gulped. What did Fernandez say about the church being the first place to get laid? But by the time they came out of the church, the woman was long gone. It seemed that like countless times before, their plans for a racy encounter had fallen through again. "Why don't we go hang out at the bar tonight?" Fernandez began to propose. It is said that practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Now that they've practiced it so many times they can't get it to work, they have to zoom out. The bar, the number one place for a flirtatious encounter. "You're underage. You can't go." Sun Hao immediately interrupted his thoughts. Granted, more than 2 years have passed and he's an adult, but Fernandez is only 14. You're not old enough to think about it any more than you have to. No, I know where there are speakeasies in Sicily, but what Sun Hao didn't expect was that Fernandez had even inquired about the speakeasy. This guy, he came prepared. But no, wasn't Sicily something he changed his mind about? Going? I paid to ask when you were just dazed. Good thing Fernandez was quick to give an explanation. This guy, really, not idle. Sun Hao nodded. How boring it really is for two people who spend a lot of time together to sit inside a coffee shop. It's something that they had experienced the last time they were in Zaragoza. This would probably drive me crazy if I had to do it again in Sicily. More importantly, of course, it was now secondary for them to be able to actually have a fling. The main thing was that they had to experience it. It would be the biggest failure if you couldn't meet them after all that time. The bottom line is, they've been trying for 2 years. Sicily has 3 well-known specialties: lemons, olive oil, and wine. Lemon and olive oil, which Sun Hao had already seen when he first arrived in Sicily. As for the wines, the vineyards that can be seen from time to time in the suburbs and the wineries near the vineyards can be felt. The speakeasy Fernandez was looking for was in some ordinary-looking winery. If you hadn't come here, you probably wouldn't have thought that there was something inside the winery. The bar was in the basement, and Fernandez followed the paid message to the password, and the owner at the door let them in. Entering the basement, one is greeted by ear-piercing metal music. Looking up again, I saw a lot of men and women drinking and getting high inside. There was a stage in the very center of the bar with a whole band on it. It's a speakeasy, but it looks pretty formal, and it's peculiar that when they got to the bar, they found that a lot of the recommendations were wines. It's kind of very local. They ordered 2 glasses of white wine and proceeded to find a seat. The first thing Sun Hao did when he sat down was to drink, but Fernandez had already gotten up and gone looking for a target. This guy, he's a real monkey wrench. You don't say. This white wine really doesn't taste the same. A little sweet and a little astringent. It just tastes like that authentic flavor. This speakeasy was not a wasted visit. After drinking for a while, Fernandez hadn't returned. Sun Hao leaned on the sofa, not knowing if it was the atmosphere of the bar. Some images began to flash through his mind. It started with the woman I met in the church during the day, the seductive pose, the stunning glance and the turn and glance back. That really is a beautiful Italian woman. But slowly that image was replaced by Jocelyn's face, the beaming smile when you're done with your makeup, the deep kiss outside the hotel, and the words. When Fernandez had asked him to go to America to find Jocelyn earlier, he had refused. He had to say no, because it wasn't in his character. But as the wine went down, Sun Hao realized, even after more than 2 years had passed, he actually still hadn't let go of it in his heart. It was the first relationship he'd encountered in his 28-year career in his last life plus 3 years in this one, totaling 31 years. It's kind of embarrassing to say, but it was first love, although it only lasts 3 days. Son. Fernandez's shout brought Sun Hao back to reality. Sun Hao shook his head, only then noticing that Fernandez had returned and brought back 2 women. It's you? When he fixed his eyes to see, his eyes were filled with incredulity, because one of the 2 women was the one he had met in church that morning. Long legs, floral dress, thin waist, short silver sleeves, devilish figure, long slightly curly hair, and that face. In the morning you can only get a general view because of the low light in the church. Now at the bar, there's an overwhelming smell of maturity. If Jocelyn was an apple with a slight reddish tinge in its greenish color, the woman in front of her was the kind that was already fully ripe and would fall off if touched. And with a high nose and big mouth, it's full of Italian flavor. It's you. The woman smiled back, for eyes met each other, and there was something called destiny in each other's eyes. Sun Hao nodded with a smile. First Jocelyn, then the woman in front of her. He suddenly felt that his womanhood seemed to have changed for the better after he crossed over. Angela, son. The woman took the initiative to reach out her hand, and Sun Hao got up to shake her hand and introduce himself. Her skin, it was smooth. When you meet in a bar, we are all strangers and it takes a little feeling to get to know each other. Either they are right on the money, or they have a good enough face, or they show off their wealth inadvertently. Sun Hao and Angela had met at the church before, and these processes were sort of all free. And soon, they were chatting. Angela is a local Sicilian. Sun Hao is a tourist. And the topic of conversation is naturally not less. What is the difference between Sicilian puppetry, for example, and Chinese puppetry? Like the stories that circulate that this was once the birthplace of the mafia. For example, the changes that Archimedes brought to the small island city when he became famous. And as the wine went down, the conversation started to get deeper. Like Angela's age. Like Angela's skin. Italian women have healthy skin. And many of the Vite supermodels from here bring their own reflections to the stage. They are not born with this skin. Daily sunbathing followed by bathing and moisturizing is their secret. And the moisturizers they use aren't the so-called skincare products that are chucked with all sorts of natural ingredients. They use heirloom recipes, the kind that grandmothers' moms would nag them about endlessly. Olive oil, or lemon. Olive oil is called the gold of the gods in Italy. It's wildly popular with Italian women because of its anti-aging vitamin E and moisturizing squalene. While chatting, Angela gave Sun Hao a live demonstration. She took a bottle of olive oil from inside her bag and poured it into her hand. Then, apply it evenly to every inch of bare skin in front of Sun Hao, top to bottom, left to right. Sun Hao felt that the wine's aftertaste came up and floated a bit. I don't know when, but the position they were sitting in had changed, and Angela had sat next to Sun Hao. The two chatted more deeply. Angela also seemed to be drunk and started talking about her experiences. She lives here, or she married here. Her husband, the son of the owner of a vineyard here. They met and fell in love in college, like many ordinary people, and then got married. Only they had been married for a short time when the sad story came. 1990, when she, or rather he, was 22 years old. The Gulf War broke out that year, when the West formed a non-binding anti-Iraqi coalition, which consisted of more than 40 countries. Italy is one of them. His husband, the man who was often called an asshat by his father on the estate, volunteered for the army and threw himself into that war. The Gulf War ended with a total overwhelming victory for the Union. But one thing that is bound to happen in war: dead people. Unfortunately, his husband was one of those whose numbers were reported out on the news. She, freshly married, is a widow, and then having to put up with that constantly drunken father-in-law. I hate it here, but I can't leave because it's my husband's home. Angela's eyes were red at the end of her speech, and she was in a state that was pitiful. And I don't know when, but Angela had already leaned into Sun Hao. Sun Hao, however, was a bit confused. The damn wine had a bigger aftertaste than he thought it would. Sun Hao had a dream. I dreamed that I was on a boat with a lot of wind and waves, lurching back and forth. His body kept rising and falling with the boat. A huge wave lapped at him, and he struggled to stand up, grasping the mast. But even standing, one is still swayed back and forth by the wind and waves. When the wind calmed down, he realized that there was another man unconscious on the boat. It was just the face he couldn't see. He seemed to know who the other man was, and then made to call out the name. Only the other man never responded to him. Sir, sir, voices rang in his ears and he opened his eyes, only to realize he was still in the bar. A sharp pain in the head. White wines are just too much of an afterthought. When the pain eased a little, he gasped for air, only to realize that the bar was quiet. The cacophonous metal has long since disappeared. Fernandez had also just been woken up by the bartender and got up with a similar reaction. Really, both of them were all drunk on their first drink, and when he looked again, he realized that the bar was all but deserted, and that the basement windows were open, with white light filtering in from outside. He looked at the alarm clock on the wall and realized that it was already after 6 a.m. They actually slept in the bar all night. It's a nice speakeasy though. I'm surprised they didn't throw them outside. If that's the case, they're probably going to get picked up. The two men sat for a while, gradually easing up, and one by one recalling the events of yesterday. Sun Hao's last memory was fixed on himself holding Angela's hand. By the way, Angela, where is everyone? He swept around again and realized that he and Fernandez were indeed the only two people left in the bar. It looked like Angela and her lady friend were gone. He couldn't help but tap his head. Fernandez is still reliable. And yesterday they were sort of officially experiencing lust at the bar. It's just that they don't compete on their own. Seeing that he is going to carry a gun to the battlefield, Sun Hao's father can also show a smile of relief, lamenting the fact that his gift has been put to use for 2 years. As a result of the special meow, they actually fell asleep. And surprisingly, I slept through the night. Blame it on the fact that they were usually so focused on training that they basically never touched alcohol. You can't blame anyone for getting drunk on your first drink. Sir, you'll have to pay for the night. When he saw that they were almost sober, the bartender spoke up and reminded them. Sun Hao nodded. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and that's very true of this overnight fee. Sun Hao went to get his wallet and was ready to pay, but he touched his pockets surprisingly enough. He stood up and felt all over his body for nothing. I'll do it. Seeing Sun Hao's behavior, Fernandez thought that Sun Hao wanted him to treat him. He really should have invited him too. It was Sun Hao who invited him when he went to the World Cup to watch the final before, but he felt his pockets and didn't feel his wallet. He followed suit and stood up. The two looked like they've turned into the ladies of last night's stage, hands going back and forth on their bodies. Then they looked down and back and forth near the card table again. After turning the couch all over with no luck, the two men sat down on the couch and looked at each other, then determined one thing. Their wallets, including passports and whatnot, were stolen. Wait a minute. Sun Hao signaled the bartender to leave first. After the bartender left, Sun Hao sat down next to Fernandez. Does the name Angela seem real to you? Sun Hao opened his mouth and asked. Fernandez thought about it and shook his head. Angela. There are few people in Italy with that name. The name is mostly found in Anglo-American countries and translates to mean angel. It sounds good, but it wouldn't be much different from the domestic Zhang Sanli Sea. And that story. The Gulf War wasn't even a war, it was a one-sided massacre. He couldn't remember the exact figures, but he was more or less impressed. More than 100,000 died in Iraq, and 200 or 300 died in the coalition. And Italy is only a member state. The number of people going is estimated to be a few hundred. Just transfer a battalion there. Where is the need to draft new people? Not to mention the fact that it was such a coincidence that he met him. Really, it's full of holes. Fernandez then looked at Sun Hao. And both of them quickly understood. They are falling into a hole. The city set is deep. Sun Hao suddenly felt humiliated. Fernandez was fine. He was still a kid after all, but he counted on being 30 in his last life to fall in. Let's just say, they're too obsessed with the whole racy thing, and they really don't drink. Drinking makes one's ability to think fall off a cliff. To say that there is no such thing as fate in this world. No, reality came to teach them a lesson. No one is to say anything about this when we get back. Sun Hao stretched out his hand, then stuck out his pinky. It's really too embarrassing to talk about this kind of thing. Fernandez nodded with a firm gaze. He had always felt that he knew women well, and he was ashamed that he had failed miserably in his first campaign. The two men pinky checked, a pact of sorts. God knows it. You know it. I know it. No third party knows it. But, the question now is what to do. Can't pay for a night at the bar. Will they be left as dishwashers like in the movies? Or, in a foreign country, just sold to serve others in certain places? After all, they're both pretty good looking. I just don't know if those European foreign horses like their kind of fresh meat. Call the police. Sun Hao opened his mouth after thinking for a while. The money issue is minor. After all, it really doesn't work, they just call home. The problem now is the passport. They can't even leave Italy without their passports. In contrast, calling the police is the best way to solve the problem. Fernandez nodded along. The two men got up and walked over to the bar and told the bartender about the missing wallet. To their surprise, the bartender said he knew and went straight upstairs to the owner. Looking at this reaction, Sun Hao and Fernandez looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. Do you think the bar is an accomplice? It's a very normal question. Fernandez looked around and nodded before having the urge to just run. If they are accomplices, isn't that the next step in locking them up? It's not out of the question. Sun Hao also realized it, but luckily it didn't take long for the boss to come down. The hand was not holding an imaginary stick or gun or anything. I know a police officer who can help you with this, and just pay for the overnight stay after it's taken care of. The owner spoke directly. Hearing what the boss said, Sun Hao felt that they were a bit persecuted and paranoid just now. There must be money to be made in running a bar, and it's certainly not the first time something like losing your wallet has happened. If there wasn't some connection and the person who lost their wallet just called the police, this speakeasy would have been out of business a long time ago. It is said that China is a society of relationships, but where it is not, where there are people, there are relationships. Sun Hao and Fernandez agreed, and they had no other choice. After waiting a while, a police car drove up to the entrance of the winery. A very tall Italian policeman pulled straight towards the police station. The cop was quite chatty, talking to them as he drove. Sun Hao learned that his name is Lartiki. He usually likes boxing. His favorite food is chicken breast, and his favorite actress is Monica Bellucci. You like Monica? Sun Hao found his soulmate at once. Even though Monica is not starring in The Beautiful Legend of Sicily yet, she is considered a well-known Italian actress. You like it too? Lartigue was much more interested in chatting. It was different from the dormy girls that fierce men love to watch in Sun Hao's time. This kind of sexy goddess is their favorite for the fierce men of this era. And after talking more, the conversation naturally came to what happened to them. Sun Hao and Fernandez agreed not to tell anyone about this, but the police side was an exception. After all, they were still counting on the other side to solve the case for them and get their stuff back sooner. Don't worry, there's surveillance at the entrance to Alfred's winery, and I've got the surveillance tapes, so all you have to do then is cross-reference them and point out who it is, and you'll have the case solved in no time. Lartigue looked big, but thin. You guys are really losing out though. If you make it to the hotel, then all this lost stuff will be worth it, Raltiki said, turning his head and smiling broadly. Sun Hao instantly understood the meaning of his words. Again, it's a loss of money and a passport, but if you can get a few rounds, it's worth it. But he immediately denied that Lartigue had said that. That's whoring. Is he that kind of guy? Does he need it? Life in Italy is slow and the police are idle. Lartigue chatted with them in the car for so long just because it was really idle. And an even funnier thing is that because they know how pissed off the police are, a lot of people don't report anything missing or anything, so the police will privately keep in touch with quite a few people. Winery owners. Farm owners. The road was a bit far, and talking about Johns, Lartigue even spat with them. Italy's flavor ranks at the top of Europe. One could definitely write a couple of big books on the things that went on at the medieval court. Spilling over. Whoring used to be not only permitted but popular in this country. Not only princes and nobles, but even emperors whore themselves out. There is even a disease that has been with the country for centuries, known as the Italian disease. It wasn't until 1958 that a law banning it was introduced, pushed by female politician Lena Marin. The reality, however, is that instead of having a positive effect, this law has allowed such behavior to flourish. What may have once been only in certain specific places has evolved directly into apartments, hotels, and even cars. It is not an exaggeration to say that there must be at least 70,000 to 80,000 Italian practitioners. There are so many people, you can't catch them all. The Italian government chose to be an ostrich on this one, burying its head in the dirt as if it didn't see it. They also turn a blind eye to the way these cops below them handle it. That's why it seems so normal for Lartigue to talk to them about it. And the more lenient the more indulgent. The Italian industry is so famous that many of its practitioners come from abroad and the proportion of natives becomes smaller and smaller. You're lucky you met an authentic Italian woman. When Raltiki said this, Sun Hao and Fernandez looked at him in unison. I guess you're the regular. Raltiki coughed dryly for a moment, as if he'd missed the point. There was small talk all the way, and by the time they got to the police station, Lartigue sat down and started typing the statement straight away. You don't say. It looked like small talk, and the time on the road was spent learning the ins and outs of the case. Raltiki is really fine. Sun Hao and Fernandez were a little bored sitting there waiting for Lartigue to type. The cell phone was also stolen and I couldn't even play Snake if I wanted to. Damn it! Get off me! Just as they were about to idle out their farts, a curse came from the doorway. Be honest. Followed by a chortle. Sun Hao turned his head at the sound. It's someone who's been escorted in by the police and is resisting. You guys wait for me. Seeing the situation, Lartigue got up and went over to help. Sun Hao was frozen at this time, because he saw the man who was captured. Straight nose, handsome, and Prigioni has 6 or 7 similar temperament, as well as, how is it a flat head? Lartigue's presence instantly silenced the captured man. Only then did Sun Hao notice that there was a female arrested behind him, and by the looks of it, she was from Southeast Asia. Manu? As they passed by their side, Somehow didn't hold back from opening his mouth. The man who had been captured turned his head instinctively at the sound. But soon, he turned his head. This action made Somehow happy for a moment. Even he thought he could care less about losing a passport altogether. Because the man in front of him, damn it, was Ginobili. Ginobili played in Italy for all he knew. He didn't have a chance to meet Ginobili last season because the European Super League was cancelled and there were no matches between European countries. I didn't realize that I'd come across this on a trip, and it was in a police station. Ginobili was taken straight to the interrogation room. Sunhow's eyes were filled with curiosity. I don't think he's ever heard of anything like this happening to Ginobili while he was in Europe, but he was in the US at the time, and being relatively well informed in this day and age, it's only natural that he hadn't heard of it. It was just that his curiosity was tickled full at once. You know him? Fernandez had never met Ginobili and saw Sunhow's strange reaction. He hadn't heard Sunhow say he knew anyone in Italy before. No, I could be mistaken. Sunhow waved his hand. He wasn't sure the man had to be Ginobili, and even if it is, Fernandez better not remember it. It's the kind of thing that one less person can know about. Waited over half an hour for the police to return. I told you guys you were lucky. Lartigue lamented as soon as he returned. What's wrong? Sunhow knew he must be talking about Ginobili. That guy, got a Filipino, had agreed on a price, but then he wanted to raise the price at the last minute, got into a fight, and the woman just called the police. You say this thing is made, it didn't work, and you have to suffer. Sunhow burst out laughing when he heard what the police said. And Ginobili is good at it too? Ah shucks, what a call too. But that guy is a celebrity in Zokraburi. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to set things like this right. Lartigue is a real chatterbox, and when there's a topic of conversation, his mouth doesn't stop. After a short while, Lartigue finished typing up the transcripts and had them signed. Then he proceeded to take the two men to the video room to watch the surveillance together. Surveillance in the 90s wasn't as high-tech as in Sunhow's era, but it was already very advanced. Even at night, faces and whatnot can be roughly seen. After looking around for a while, they soon found Angela and the people who had followed her in and out of the bar. Only somewhat awkwardly, the two men seemed to know that the place was under surveillance, and both wore hats and kept their heads down as they entered and exited. This is definitely a repeat offender. Coming out of the video room, Lartigue, a slugger, couldn't help but scratch his head. Not being able to see the face and not knowing the other person's name, what he had thought would be a simple case looked like it was going to drag on for a long time. With this case, I'm guessing it'll take a month, and he didn't hide it. Sunhow thought he'd better say it in a good way. It's just a long time coming anyway. It's definitely not realistic for Sunhow and Fernandez to wait around for the results as tourists. Even a visa replacement would take half a month. The fastest way to get a travel permit is to go to the Chinese embassy in Rome. Normally it takes 4 business days to get it done. And on their side the police department can get it done in as little as 2 days if they apply for a little expediting. Sunhow was suddenly a bit grateful to Lartigue. Is it because he guessed it was an old whore by himself and was afraid he would tell? Just as he was thinking that, Ginobili had come out. He came out looking much more relaxed compared to the mess he was in when he was first escorted in. It looks like things have worked out. Only when he met Sunhow's eyes. His eyes were obviously a bit evasive. He probably didn't expect to meet someone who knew him in Sicily, in a police station. Sunhow still couldn't help but laugh. That's some big news. Once they had finished the business and took the application materials from the police, they proceeded to leave. They still have to make a trip to the embassy to get a travel permit. Fernandez went to use the restroom and Sunhow went to the door to wait for him. I'm not Manu. You've got the wrong guy. What he didn't expect, though, was a voice coming from the front door of the police station. Sunhow turned his head to see if it wasn't Ginobili. He actually waited for himself at the door. Sunhow stifled his smile and nodded, signaling that he knew. Actually, adults, this kind of thing is quite normal. If you do the math, Ginobili is 22 now. Isn't it normal to be a little idiot? No, I'm not. Ginobili repeated it a few times to Sunhow. When it was all said and done, he seemed to think it wasn't quite right, but in the end there was nothing for it but to turn around and walk away. Sunhow looked at the back that quickly slipped away and almost didn't break into laughter. It is said that whoring hurts the kidneys. And when the kidneys are hurt, it is easy to lose hair. So, is this the real reason Ginobili is bald? After a while, Fernandez came out. Sunhow suddenly thought of their previous agreement and pulled Fernandez into his arms. Rudy, remember, we haven't been in a police station. We're in Venice right now taking a boat right through the canals. Just as he finished, what Ginobili had said to him popped into his head uncontrollably. How does it feel? Like he's no better than Ginobili? Sunhow and Fernandez stayed in Italy for 2 more days because of the travel permit. They were able to visit Venice, the city on the water, which they hadn't been to. the Golden Palace, the Bridge of Sighs, St. Mark's Church, and a city where there are no cars but only boats. The Pearl of the Adriatic lives up to its name. Tears in Venice are as fragile as glass. When it comes to feelings, some people know how to turn the tables and some people are too absolute. Sun Hao hummed his familiar song as he rowed the boat. It was the most classic song of his student days, circulating on the campus radio after school every day. And that was what made him curious about Venice. After strolling around Venice, the embassy side had gotten him a travel permit. At this time, the motherland was not as powerful as it would be later, but things were already very efficient. After returning from Italy, Sun Hao put this unforgettable experience aside and started to prepare for the new season. Team play was part of the equation in last season's Final Four stoppage, but he still has a lot of room for personal improvement as well. Far from it, his super long threes and first step are things that need to continue to improve. Training, coupled with the occasional outing to play soccer with Prigioni and the others. More than 2 months passed, and the new La Liga season kicked off immediately. At this time, Sun Hao received a message. It's not from the Italian side. It's like his case became unsolved and never came to fruition. The news was released by the European Basketball Association. After a 1-year hiatus from the European Super League, some of Europe's top basketball teams and leagues can't sit still. They have created a brand new sporting event across Europe in the model of a private organization. A name that Sun Hao is incredibly familiar with. Champions League, or UEFA Champions League for short. La Liga is one of the top leagues in Europe. According to the rules of the tournament, 24 teams participated in the first Champions League, with 3 places in La Liga. That said, Real Madrid, as the top regular season team in La Liga last season, they have the Champions League to contend with in addition to La Liga in the new season. This was undoubtedly great news for Sun Hao. Because of Europe's uniqueness, the Champions League is the equivalent of a mini World Cup or the Olympics, playing cross-country, with tournaments interspersed between national leagues, and the ability to have foreign players in the tournament to balance out the strengths as well, makes it extremely competitive and interesting to watch. And that's why its exposure and impact will be leaps and bounds. Take the most direct broadcast. The first Champions League will have a full 15 large European media, which is completely unmatched by La Liga. Calderon made a splash last year, but ended up not really being drafted by an NBA team. Instead, Ginobili, who plays in Italy, was selected at the end of the second round. It shows one thing: La Liga's influence is still limited across Europe right now. Sun Hao wants to run next year, and the Champions League is undoubtedly the best stage. A week later, La Liga kicked off and Real Madrid started the new season. Their first game was against the Radars, against an opponent that was eliminated in the first round of last season's playoffs. The Royals played with an even bigger power differential than last season, 71-51, a 20-point massacre. The team has also shown a higher level of understanding compared to last season, especially between the trio of Prigioni, Sun Hao and Garbajosa. Sun Hao had 12 points and 2 assists. Garbajosa had 11 points, 11 boards and 2 caps, and Prigioni had 8 points, 3 boards and 5 assists. A season of bonding, plus training together and playing together in the off-season. They already have a vague sense of Real Madrid's trident. Taking down the Radar was just the beginning, as the Real Madrid team went undefeated for nearly half a month or so, opening the season with an 8-game winning streak. Sun Hao was able to contribute 9.6 points per game in 8 games, second on the team behind Garbajosa's 10.5 points, and he's shooting 52% from the field and 40.3% from three-point range. All of these numbers are significantly improved from last season. It was also around this time that Real Madrid had their first match of the Champions League against Bologna Vitus from Italy. The first match of the Champions League was taken extra seriously by Lasso. The night before the trip to Italy, Russo organized the team to watch videos together in the video room. This time the technology is still relatively backward. The video basically rely on videotape. And the European Championship, this is the first session. The understanding of the opponent is also limited. Russo guided his players to focus on the central defender of the Bologna Vitruvius team as soon as the video started. Sasha Danilovic, former NBA star and top scorer. Although he only played 2 seasons in the NBA, he contributed 13.4 points, 2.4 boards and 2.5 assists per game in his first season, 95-96. In the playoffs that year, despite playing for a Heat team that went out in the first round, he played 3 games in the playoffs and turned in an impressive 25 points and 4 assists per game. Then in his second season, he moved to the Mavericks and even turned in a 16.6 average in the regular season. Only after that he chose to return to play in the EuroLeague and is now 29 years old and in his prime. Sun Hao's previous contact, whether it is Gasol or Navarro, even including Fernandez and Gabayosa around him, are all young versions. Danilovic, who will be up against next, is the real star of the show, and being the same linebacker, the two are inevitably matched up on the field. The first game of the Champions League is just hardcore. The next day, the Real Madrid team boarded a plane to Sicily, Italy, the home of the Bologna Vitruvius. This was also Sunhwa's second trip to Sicily. When he arrived at Palermo Airport, Sunhwa still felt doubly familiar. Keep in mind that it had only been 4 months since he had last been here. When he got on the team bus, he encountered a police patrol, and Sunhwa consciously accelerated his pace to get on the bus. He was really afraid of running into that cop from earlier, and if his teammates found out about that off-season bit, he was afraid he'd be laughed out of town for the rest of the season. Sun is a little impatient. I think he's going to be good tomorrow night. Looking at Sunhwa's athletic figure, Prigioni turned his head to Gabayosa. I hope he's in a good mood so we can get a chance to have a good meal. Gabayosa nodded in agreement. Prigioni laughed when he heard it. To say that this past off-season they were very Sunhwa get along very happy. That's a big reason why Real Madrid are off to a perfect start to the new season. Then again, who doesn't like to be friends with someone who can cook? Like Spain. Basketball is not the #1 sport in Italy, but the atmosphere here is much stronger. This is all thanks to the Italian team's recent performance in international basketball. They took 6th place at last year's World Championships, and they won the European Championships outright just this summer. The first Champions League match for Real Madrid and the first Champions League match for an Italian team. The next night, the 6,000 capacity Sicilian stadium was packed. The success of this model of the Champions League can also be seen in the attendance. Even if it's only the first game, which already has such a big appeal. Real Madrid arrived at the dugout an hour early to warm up. After practicing for half an hour, Sunhwa sat down on the sidelines to rest when he felt his body opening up. It was also at this point that the Bologna Vitus players arrived late. Sunhwa saw Danilovic with a glance. Yesterday Lasso really emphasized it so many times that it's really hard not to pay attention. From the beginning of Danilovic's warm-up shot, Sunhwa's attention hasn't left him. By the time he was done watching, he felt really bad about fighting tonight. Danilovic is really so otherworldly. He's even more adept at the three-point shot than he looks on video. Yesterday Russo said that the three-point shooter shot 43.6% in his first season in the NBA. Although it didn't end up being squeezed into NBA statistics due to not enough games played, it was such an inflated percentage of hits in the days before the three was prevalent. And judging from the warm-ups, his hit rate is not lower than Sunhwa's at all. Sunhwa was thinking that Danilovic had already gone down for a break. It was also at this moment that his gaze suddenly froze for a moment, and then a look of incredulity burst across his face. He had been staring at Danilovic in front of him without noticing, and it was only when the latter was off the court that he noticed that there was someone else on the floor shooting threes, and the guy in the first 3 points, with the straight nose and the handsome face, and Prigioni. This fucking turned out to be Ginobili, the slate head, which was extremely inconsistent with the image he remembered of long, flowing hair, was just too much of an eye-catcher. Ginobili, playing for the Bologna Vitus? It wasn't right. He remembered that at the police station, Raltiki had said that Ginobili was supposed to be playing for the Liso Carabels. Did he misremember? Or did Ginobili change teams? Sunhwa turned his head again to look at Danilovic, who hadn't been sitting down for long before a young player next to him handed him a towel. He suddenly felt that the latter was more likely. What happened in the police station in the beginning? Although he hadn't said anything about it, but there was no impermeable wall in the world, and those Italian teams most likely knew about it as well. This sort of thing is never a good thing, especially for an overseas player, and while it didn't happen, the repercussions were certainly there. Otherwise, there's really no way to explain that players who are playing their hearts out and getting drafted by the NBA would suddenly switch teams. And with this team that changed, the starting core is still a point guard just like him. But this also made Sunhwa more and more curious. The butterfly effect of his own crossing did not affect Ginobili. In other words, the Ginobili of history played in that same environment. After the warm-ups, the floor went into the opening ceremony. The visiting team first, then the home team, and all the players from both teams are introduced to the field. Sunhwa was the penultimate to make his debut on the Real Madrid side. It was also at that moment, at the other end of the court, that Ginobili's entire body froze, with a feeling of instant petrification. Because of the short time gap, he still had a deep impression of Sunhwa. The guy he bumped into at the police station was a basketball player too? And to fucking meet him in the Champions League? It wasn't just magic, but more importantly, there would be a handshake and a salute on both sides later. And he no longer dared to think about it. But what's coming is coming. The exit ceremony concludes with a final handshake between the players on both sides of the field. When Sunhwa and Ginobili shook hands, the two people looked at each other, and the latter had that expression that Sunhwa could remember for the rest of his life. It was a look that was worse than constipation, and I'm afraid it could have woken him up laughing in his sleep. Ginobili, if he were Chinese, would have had to lament this moment. There is no destiny to meet across the street, but there is a destiny to meet over 1,000 miles. Watching Ginobili's magic, Sun Hao actually wanted to say something. It's fate to meet. Don't worry about the past. After the handshake ceremony, the starters on both sides of the ball took the field one by one. The Real Madrid side's trident of Sun Hao, Prigioni and Garbajosa joined forces. On the Bologna Vitas side, Danilovic made his debut while Ginobili sat on the bench. All the signs were verifying Sun Hao's previous guess. The fans cheered as the Bologna Vitas jumped on the ball and officially kicked off the game. The Bologna Vitruvius came up with a high blocking play, with Danilovic cutting in without the ball before cutting out on the center block. The play was run beautifully, but unfortunately the ball after Danilovic's shot was not thrown in. Gabayosa protected the defensive rebound and Real Madrid advanced to half-court on a similar play. This side to receive the ball is Sun Hao. He shot space than Danilovic. That ball is smaller. The ball after flying through a parabola, bam, also smashed the frame out. Neither side was able to score on their first drives of the opening half. Perhaps for the first time on the Champions League, the players' hands are still down on the training ground. The Bologna Vitas were up to their old tricks as Danilovic's three was interfered with by Garbajosa. Bam! Still nothing. It didn't end there, as after the Real Madrid front court block, Garbajosa's mid-range shot from the free throw line also bounced off the rim. Sicily is at the rim tonight, refusing to shoot. The Bologna Vitruvius attacked upfield again and Danilovic didn't take another shot after receiving the ball. He broke inside after a false start, but his breakaway layup in the face of Gabayosa's interference was still not there. He didn't score on any of his three shots after the start. The scene was agitated. Danilovic is the star of the Bologna Vitruvius team, and that's a worrying state of affairs. But that's the downside of being a pure shooter. Although as an established star his breakthrough ability in Europe is not bad, but as long as the outside cannot play, the whole person's condition will decline obviously. And knowing that he can't shoot from the outside, defending his not-so-top-notch breakout will limit him. Gabayosa should have been the happiest one as he collected one more rebound and already had 3 rebounds in his hands in just a couple of rounds. Real Madrid went upfield again and Prigioni gave the ball directly to Sun Hao this time. Playing so far in the new season, Sun Hao proved one thing. After the off-season training, he has been the most stable one in the scoring ability of the Real Madrid team. So unconsciously, when the team can't open the situation, the ball will automatically go to Sun Hao's hand. Sun Hao got the ball and then greeted Garbajosa's block at the top of the arc. The Bologna Vitas center stood near the free throw line and didn't move. Sun Hao shoots from the three-point line with his young hand. It was too late for the object center to pounce again. Swish! Sun Hao got his hands up and scored for Real Madrid. That's the difference between a scorer and a shooter. The opening couple of balls showed that neither side had very good hands. The more shots Danilovic misses, the more pressure he gets from the defense. Sun Hao's scoring efficiency is estimated to be about the same if he also runs and catches the ball and throws like this. But he can hold the ball and attack. As long as the opposing center doesn't come out, he can shoot the shit from the outside. Handicap is something that never exists on its own. He is in a direct relationship with the pressure of the defense. Danilovic was a little upset to realize that this was in Sicily, his territory. He ran out to catch the ball and shoot again, but his shot still slammed off the rim as Gabayosa interfered. The coach of the Bologna Vitas team has rubbed his face in it. After going 0 for 5 from the field in the opening half, Danilovic turned into Iron Lovic tonight. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and called Ginobili up. Sun Hao held the ball to the front court and was directing the offense when he saw Ginobili get up and take off his jersey. He knew what was coming, was finally coming. Sun Hao's three-point play from the right wing block is another shot. This time the opposing big center pounced. His shot crashed off the rim. He did have an average overall hand tonight as well, but Garbajosa had cut in after the block and grabbed a long rebound for a smooth second chance score. 5-0. Real Madrid took the lead. Just then, a short whistle sounded from the sidelines. Ginobili came on for Danilovic. The switch came early and unexpectedly. That includes Danilovic, who was ignored when Ginobili reached out to him for a high five on his way off the court. The Boilermakers had a bad night with their hands and were subbed out early by the coaches, and looked to be in a bad mood. Ginobili was in a good frame of mind, and the high five landed smoothly into a clap for himself before rubbing his hands together hard and running up the court. The Bologna Vitas inside offense was interfered with by Garbajosa or not. Almost 3 minutes into the opening frame, they still hadn't scored a point. The scene was agitated. Real Madrid are a European powerhouse, but the gap isn't that big. Sun Hao held the ball to the front court and continued to greet the blockers, but Garbajosa, who had had a block in front of him, froze this time after blocking twice. It's not that his blocking level has suddenly gone off a cliff, but the new replacement, Ginobili, is slippery as a loach, and unlike the short guard Sun Hao had previously encountered in Plata who relied on agility, Ginobili relied on anticipation. Banshee's baller. Very high. Somehow can't fight through the block and tries to break right. He started practicing his first step as early as last season and his breakout level has improved significantly. Still, he couldn't get a step past Ginobili. And Ginobili looks skinny and isn't too much weaker against it. Breaking to the free throw line, the weak side defense came over and he had no choice but to give the ball back to Prigioni. The ball went around and around, and Garbajosa's drive to the basket ended up missing. The rebound was defended by Bologna-Vitus. It was also at this point that Ginobili had gotten out to the three-point line. His fast subconscious is first-rate. A long ball from the back of the Bologna-Vitruvius field was picked up by Ginobili and fast-tracked over Prigioni's defense. The two went from midcourt to the free throw line. Ginobili wasn't fast, but when he got to the free throw line he made a fake break to the right with the ball while collecting the ball and taking a big step to the left. Euro step. Prigioni eats a wobble on the move and Ginobili has passed him. After passing Prigioni, Ginobili took one more step, held his breath and leaped, slamming the ball directly into the basket with his right hand. Boo! Ginobili dunked to end the fast break. The moment the ball went in, the Bologna-Vitruvius bench rioted and the field turned into a boiling sea. Up front Danilovic was transformed into Milan's little blacksmith as the Bologna-Vitruvius were slow to score. That fast break was only 2 points, but it was such a lift to score. Somehow saw this when the mouth spit tomatoes. Ginobili Europe when playing ball style so explosive? The dunk demoralized the Bologna-Vitus. With cheers from the fans on the floor and an instantly heightened defensive intensity, Real Madrid's offense came up empty, back down to the positional play. The ball went straight to Ginobili. The centerpiece of this Bologna-Vitus team is Danilovic, but he's sitting on the sidelines with his head wrapped in a towel. Real Madrid's interior is not easy to beat with Gabayosa holding down the fort, and it's only natural that it goes to Ginobili, who just broke his scoring drought. Ginobili signaled to pull away and then blitzed Prigioni directly. Prigioni was at a disadvantage against. Ginobili broke to the free throw line, and Garbajosa came out of the lane to assist. Just then, Ginobili passed to the inside of the fake. Fooled both turned back after. Collect the ball at the same time to the right big step. Euro step again. By the time Prigioni and Garbajosa turned back it was too late. Ginobili took one more step to completely shake off the two and scored on a flying pick-and-roll wipeout. He personally scored 4 straight points. The key is his Euro step, which is tried and true. The whistles and cheers could not be stopped. Their emotions have been ignited by the young man who just joined the team. I know him, Manu Ginobili. There was a middle-aged older man in the stands against the center looking excited. Because of the location, the players on the field here basically don't sweep. But if Sunhow walked to follow up and take a closer look, he would definitely be shocked. For it was Lartigue who had entertained him at the police station a few months earlier. We all know him now. We all know him. We've been so lucky this season. Lartigue's friend was also excited and chimed in loudly. Swish! Just then, there was a crunching sound from the field. The cheers on the floor came to an abrupt halt. Sunhow, after blocking the shot, went outside and took a direct three-point shot from a position 1 meter away from the three-point line. Super long threes. Shoot it and you've got it. Ginobili was able to get around the block by anticipating, but Sunhow didn't give him time this time. Super long and 3 points. It's just a matter of distance for Sunhow now. I know him. This three-point shot was very dominant, and Lartigue also noticed Sunhow at this time. A close friend on the sidelines reacted, looking at Lartigue somewhat puzzled. Is this too high? Lartigue didn't notice his best friend's gaze. He was now happy inside. To be precise, his current mood was even more joyful than Sunhow's. One thought it was a fling and ended up getting stolen. The other went to a prostitute and got caught at the police station without negotiating the price. Both are professional basketball players, and both are also now core players on their respective teams. The key thing of course is that these two are still fucking on opposite sides of the Champions League. He could imagine Sunhow and Ginobili's feelings when they saw each other, and guessed that they had mixed feelings. But he's a real joy to have as a third party. He'd lived so long. It was the happiest thing he'd ever seen. Happiness, all built on the pain of others. Ginobili went to the front court and missed another Euro step, but drew a Real Madrid foul and went to the free throw line. Danilovic had a bad hand and he stepped up to put the team on his shoulders. The fans on the floor have fallen in love with the new 22-year-old addition at this point. Ginobili stepped up and the Bologna-Vitus offense got on track. Real Madrid's side also continued their offense led by Sunhow. While he had a poor night overall, the occasional three-pointer, coupled with a fast break scoring performance still shined. Watching the confrontation between the two on the field, Lartigue tapped his head like he remembered something. By the way, that case of Sunhow seems to have been found out and there's something very interesting about it. Because things have gone on for too long he almost forgot about it. And today he thought about it. Just as the game was over looking for Sunhow to ramble on about it. The stalemate on the field continued until halftime. The teams were tied 39-40 with 20 seconds left before halftime. Real Madrid fell behind, but they held the last chance to score. The Bologna Vitus defense put up a good fight, and Real Madrid couldn't come up with a chance on consecutive plays. A halftime thriller, and whoever can take the lead into the second half will have a big psychological advantage. Seeing that the time for offense was almost up, Prigioni habitually dumped the ball to Sun Hao. Sun Hao received the ball 2 meters away from the three-point line. Familiar position. Familiar catching pot. He's LeBron's favorite player at the moment. Seeing that Ginobili was within striking distance, he didn't wait for the time to expire and went straight for a super long three. This position is even farther away than the previous one that was super far away. No one would strike from that position unless he was Sun. The live commentators couldn't help but gasp. The outgoing three-pointer swirled through the air in an ultra-high parabola, like a meteor out of the sky. All eyes on the scene moved with it. Dough! Swish! With a pleasant crunching sound, Sun Hao's whistling super long 3 points fell heavily into the bag. 42-40. Real Madrid ended the half ahead. The scene was in an uproar. The position, the difficulty, the fact that this can even go in. There really is no FXCK to say. After the ball scored, Sun Hao smiled broadly, not only for helping the team get both a score and a psychological advantage, but also for breaking through the infinite range that had been bottled up before. From bronze, advanced to silver. Unlimited range, silver effectively increases the hit rate and consistency of three-point shooting from further out. The silver-level badge's enhancement of Sun Hao's strength can be seen in the basketball IQ and long-range marksman. In other words, with this badge, his super long threes can become a regular weapon in the Western Conference. Sun Hao's superb three-point play just before halftime demoralized the Real Madrid team. Coming back from halftime, Real Madrid came out with a bang, opening the game with an 8-0 run that stopped the Bologna Vitus right in their tracks. Sun Hao added a three-pointer during the spurt. Counting those in the first half, he has drained 4 three-pointers and blasted 14 points. This has become a new record for an under-18 player in the Champions League. And the second half of the game has only just begun. Back from the timeout, there was a substitution on the Bologna Vitus side as Ginobili re-entered the game. Only unlike the first half substitutions, it wasn't Danilo Vic that Ginobili replaced. As the Bologna Vitus went with a 2-point guard lineup, the substitution was peculiar, yet inexplicably exciting for the fans in attendance. Real Madrid uses a 2-point guard lineup, so we'll use a 2-point guard lineup. Ginobili attacked with the ball, and he took advantage of the center's block and proceeded to break through the basket with a Euro step. Halfway through the game, though, Real Madrid had adapted somewhat to his breaks and got on the clip early, and that's when something unexpected happened. Before the pack could form, Ginobili made a behind-the-back pass to Danilo Vic, who was running toward the bottom corner. Raps are a great test of a player's ability to handle the ball, and Ginobili not only gets the ball out, and still in such a tawdry way, Danilo Vic takes the shot. Swish! He's finally open. The cheers of the fans on the field stormed up again. For Danilo Vic, more Ginobili. Who says point guards can't organize? They've picked up a treasure. Russo looked frozen at this point as well. He looked at Sun Hao then Ginobili. Looked at Ginobili then Sun Hao. A point guard who scores and a point guard who organizes. Two monsters on the field. Sun Hao was posted in the front court by Ginobili, who defended all out of the three-point line. The ball went to Prigioni, who organized a wave, but unfortunately Gabayosa missed the ball. The Bologna Vitus protected the rebound and the front court position. Ginobili out of the ball and running back for a three-point opportunity, but the ball was clearly shot short. He really isn't shooting very well right now compared to his breaking and passing. But the long rebound went to the Bologna Vitus and the ball went back to Danilo Vic, who made a three-point shot against the defense. Swish! Re-entry. After all, he's an established player. And after his own half-court adjustment, he got his touch back. The Bologna Vitus returned the favor with a 6-0 run. This time the fans in the audience were as high as their swaying bodies. Ginobili and Danilo Vic were able to get on the court together and inexplicably hitched. The situation on the field is once again at a standstill. The few times Real Madrid hit the edge it was caught up by the Bologna Vitus, who were tenacious and completely at odds with the temperament of Italy as a nation. Just like Spain doesn't show up late to a bullfight and miss it, they're not soft at all when it comes to basketball. The game turned to the last minute. Real Madrid and Bologna Vitus played to a 70-all tie. Possession of the ball by Bologna Vitus. The ball is in Ginobili's hands. After this game, I don't think anyone will be wondering why Ginobili chose the Bologna Vitus. He and Danilo Vic overlap positions, but play styles that not only don't clash, but complement each other. Danilo Vic's weak-side runner. Ginobili breaks right through Prigioni and gets to the free-throw line to pass left. Prigioni interferes with a left hand, but Ginobili collects the ball and changes to a big stride. Another Euro step. His move was near unsolvable. Underneath the basket, Garbajosa assisted over and gave the cover on Ginobili's shot. He judged the ball well. Ginobili airborne a sliding throw towards a substantial pop. Garbajosa's cover hit Ginobili's hand. The referee whistles. Foul on the batter. The ball didn't go in, but Ginobili showed his flexibility and got 2 free throws. Amazing talent. Life and death ball. The scene was quiet one after another. Ginobili adjusted his breathing. Fans in the audience could hear their hearts thumping. The first game of the Champions League was such a thriller that it would be inappropriate for this league not to be on fire. Ginobili's first free throw shot. Bam! Didn't get in. The scene was agitated. The pressure of this game. It's too much. If Ginobili hadn't played so well tonight, many people would have forgotten that he's only 22 years old. Ginobili's second free throw. He adjusted his breathing and swayed his hips from side to side. Swish! The second free throw went in. Bologna Vitus leads 71-70. Real Madrid called timeout. Out of the timeout, the Royals hit a high double block. Prigioni breaks inside. He doesn't have as many variations on the break as Ginobili, but wins in dexterity. After successfully attracting the inside help, he thought clearly and made a close-range pass to Garbajosa. Nice pass. And the idea of the shot was clear: attack the basket for 2 points to take the lead. There may have been too little room under the basket, though, and Garbajosa missed the first shot. By the time he got a firm grip, the Bologna Vitruvius linemen were already back on defense, and his backhanded hook shot met with interference as the basketball slammed off the rim. The center of the Bologna Vitus team tapped the ball out of bounds with one hand. Real Madrid's offense was disrupted, and they no longer have a timeout. Russo looked up at the clock with 15 seconds to go and 10 seconds left on Real Madrid's offense. There's no timeout. It's up to the players. Sanhao pulled Prigioni and whispered in his ear for a while. Real Madrid's sideline kickoff came out and Prigioni commanded the ball at the top of the arc. Sanhao cut in and out and ran to the right three-point line through Garbajosa's cover. Prigioni with an advanced pass. The ball was beautifully passed, but Ginobili was even more beautiful around the block. A serpentine walk, hard to avoid the block. However, Sanhao didn't wait for the pass, but took the initiative to run in the direction of the incoming ball. Sanhao and Ginobili, the two are spelling out their basketball IQ. Sanhao took the initiative to catch the ball this time, let him pull away from Ginobili, but his position to catch the ball also became outside. What was a three-point line is now a meter away from the three-point line. He took a shot right after the catch, and Ginobili couldn't pounce in time. The audience held their breath for a moment. This distance, Sanhao has already thrown in one. The possibility of a second. Swish! No sooner had they finished their thoughts than a crunching sound came through the loudspeaker. Sanhao threw in his second super long of the game. The power of the silver level range is unlimited. The fans on the field had looked dumbfounded. They really hadn't seen anyone play like Sanhao before, and having seen it they also realized that the ball could be hit that way. The Chinese Napoleon is unstoppable tonight. Even the live commentator could not help but exclaim. 73-71. Real Madrid rallied to take a 2-point lead. One ball to decide the winner. The last 6 seconds. Bologna Vitus called timeout. It was also the last timeout on the field. This time the fans could not just hear the heartbeats, they could feel them beating out. This match was played in such a way that it took your breath away. Back from the timeout and the Bologna Vitus have the ball in front of them. Ginobili ran over to receive the ball, but didn't realize it was a false start and the ball was sent to Danilovic. Danilovic broke inside through the center's cover. The coach of the Bologna Vitus team played a surprising hand at the last moment, and the tactic did work. Danilovic, who is not known for his breakaways, burst to the free throw line with the ball. Bologna Vitus, this is going to take 2 points to play overtime. Playing at home and playing overtime is more favorable to them. It's too late for Russo to warn, but Garbajosa showed his defensive prowess with that shot. He took a big step back in defense and reached out and managed to block Danilovic's shot angle. Danilovic, after all, is not known for his breakthroughs. Danilovic didn't have an angle on the shot and had the option of dumping the ball in the air towards the bottom corner. That's where Ginobili landed. By forcing the ball into the hands of a player who doesn't shoot well, the Real Madrid defense is halfway there, and the pass was of average quality. As Ginobili lunged forward to get the ball, he got the ball with only 2 seconds left, and he pulled back to get close to the whistle for the shot. By letting another player who isn't a good shooter take such a difficult shot, the Real Madrid defense has succeeded 9 times out of 10. Some of the fans in the crowd covered their faces and were afraid to look. The Bologna Vitus team's tactical setup for the last attack was successful, but in terms of the result, it probably wasn't a good choice. Hurriedly shot, Ginobili's ball trajectory looked a little off inside. Bam! The ball hit the back rim of the basket and bounced high, then drop. Bam! Once again, the ball slammed inside the front of the basket. and then a third time. Fourth, the basketball turned into a ping-pong ball and tap danced on the rim. After dropping the last note, the ball fell into the net pocket. Ginobili, with a touch of luck, scored the final buzzer beater. The Bologna Vitus won the final. The scene violently stormed with cheers. Ginobili, the new wonder kid on the team, not only contributed a team-high 17 points tonight, but also contributed the final kill. He was quickly overwhelmed by his teammates. Sunhao glanced at the score on the scorer and shook his head with a smile. This kind of fairy ball, no one can suffer from it. Losing the game, Sunhao's mood fluctuated, but not too much. After all, it's only the opening game of the Champions League. It's better to lose at this point than to lose in the playoffs. Or in other words, a game where they, including him, were exposed quite a bit. If you win, those problems are covered up instead. Losing, sometimes, doesn't have to be all bad, and Ginobili's last-minute shots were big enough to be heartfelt. In addition to being lucky, although he's not projecting well yet, he already has superstar looks. These are things that can only be known if you've actually played against them on the field, especially in this age of news blackout. It's understandable that Ginobili went so far back in the draft. Maybe NBA GMs of this era feel that the level of basketball here is not as good as the NCAA. The game came to an end with Sunhao making 5 3-pointers and contributing a team-high 17 points, ending up as an empty slash. Prigioni began to do the job of locker room boss, gathering the players together for some words of encouragement. By the time that was done, the celebrations over there were pretty much underway, and the two teams began the final handshake ritual. Sunhao, again, is playing against Ginobili, playing so well in his first big game with his new team. Ginobili's mood was two extremes compared to the opening game. The look he gave Sunhao was no longer the mixed feelings he had in the opening scene. After all, the past was behind him and he now had a new beginning. In competitive sports, performance is the most persuasive thing. Sunhao didn't care too much about Ginobili's change of mood, and his gaze was always on Ginobili's head. I don't know if it's because he's in a good mood, but Ginobili's hair seems to be standing up. He reached out uncontrollably and touched it. I was expecting it to stick in my hand, but it ended up tickling and comforting when I touched it and stuck it in the palm of my hand. But he immediately felt Ginobili's murderous stare. He withdrew his hand before realizing it was rude of him to do so. Strange to say, he had touched Fernandez before to encourage the latter. But this time, is it true that habits are made? Ribbons? You have ribbons on your head. Sunhao pointed to the ribbons on the floor and said with an awkward smile. After the game, if the home side wins, there will be more or less ribbons sprayed on the field to celebrate. This was a very reasonable excuse from Sunhao. Ginobili obviously do not believe what he said. Even if there are ribbons is also a grab. You stroke me a hand is a few things? He didn't say anything other than his expression. Though, even he quickly turned away as if nothing had happened. It wasn't that he was a wimp, but across the street was Sunhao, the only person who had seen him at the police station. The game came to a close and players from both teams returned to the locker room. Russo went back to the locker room and summarized some of the problems in the game. Just as Sunhao thought earlier, losing at this stage is not necessarily bad for the team. When Russo was gone, Sunhao was also thinking about his own problem. Ginobili has a great ball handler, there's no doubt about that, but his defense is only average even in the NBA. It's that level of defense that he was uncomfortably limited tonight. If he hadn't scored those 2 super longs, he might have scored all of 10 out of 10. He's got to catch up on training his first steps. That way he can make sure he has more options for the rest of the game. Just as he was thinking about how he was going to intensify his training, Prigioni, who had greeted him and left first, went and returned, saying that someone was looking for him. Sunhao was full of doubts. He doesn't know anyone in Italy, but when he peeked out the door suspiciously and saw the side of the person waiting for him not far away, he shrunk back in misery. Pablo, tell him I'm not here. Sunhao pulled Prigioni over with one hand. Ha! Prigioni looked at Sunhao with suspicion. Why say no when you're clearly there? Just tell him I've gone back first. Go on, Sunhao urged. When he first arrived in Sicily he prayed that he wouldn't run into that Raltiki, which he didn't. But who would have thought that the latter would find his way to the locker room? Prigioni still didn't know why Sunhao said that, but he did as he was told. Sunhao had been poking around the doorway, and when he saw that Lartigue had been persuaded away by Prigioni, he was relieved. You owe him money? Prigioni came back and saw Sunhao's expression, still unable to hold back his curiosity. I did ask him to borrow money when I came to visit before, but I paid it back a long time ago, and he had to say that I didn't pay it back. So, Sunhao smoothly made up a random reason. Then you have the annoyance. Who called you famous? Really can't pay it back again on the line. Then I'll give you the presents to testify. Surprisingly, Prigioni didn't suspect anything either. Sun Hao nodded copiously. When he was packed, he quickly slipped away. He was careful on the way out, and when he was sure Lartigue was gone, he paid for his own cab back to the hotel. When he got up the next morning, Sun Hao heard a knock on the door. The flight was in the morning, and the team's vice president would notify them to meet in the lobby in the morning, but it was too early at this point. Puzzled, he went to the door and peered out through the cat's eye. Lartigue. He found the hotel again, but it's not surprising that he found his way here. After all, this is Italy, and it's still easy for the police to check the hotel where a foreign team is staying, and the other person has their name and identifying information as well. But in private occasions, Sun Hao didn't care so much. He was just curious as to what Lartigue had come to see him about. Officer Raltiki. Son. After Sun Hao opened the door, he smiled and shook hands with Raltiki. The latter is still very dedicated when it comes to handling his case in the off-season. Your case, check it out. As soon as he opened the door and entered, Raltiki made his intentions known and reached out to pat his briefcase. Hard work, Sun Hao said politely. After inviting the man in, he made the other man a cup of coffee as well, though he was mentally sputtering. He didn't come to Italy and the case stayed closed. When he came, it was closed. Lartigue opened the briefcase, and inside was a bag with stolen goods written on it. When the seal was opened and the stuff poured out, it was his and Fernandez's cell phones and passports. Lartigue gave him the signed confirmation document while explaining the case to him. That Angela, oh, she should be called Vinali. She's a local Sicilian. She's a repeat offender. She often squats at some of the tourist attractions, and when she sees a suitable match she takes her chances at a nearby bar. You're in luck. Lartigue is not only a talker, he has a lot of humor cells. She went on to commit a few more crimes, and then she finally missed and got caught, giving up all her previous cases. If you always walk by the river, there is no such thing as a wet shoe. Even the shrewdest of thieves can't avoid being caught in the end. The money can't be recovered. It's been squandered. The cell phones they've been using, and the passports aren't still. Sun Hao nodded. This kind of case is unrealistic to expect all the things to be recovered. The cell phone can come back even if it is very good, and that result was kind of expected. Who is Jocelyn? Just when Sun Hao was thinking so, Raltiki was suddenly remembering something. Jocelyn? Sun Hao looked at Raltiki with a stunned expression. He didn't know how the latter knew about Jocelyn's existence. Raltiki nodded. When I was interrogating Vinali, she said she was impressed with you. The color of doubt in Sun Hao's eyes intensified. Is it because he's handsome? She said you were the easiest person she'd ever found to get her hands on, and she waited a minute for you to fall asleep. It's not that he's handsome, is it that he's fast? Sun Hao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. But it was this minute that she said you pronounced someone's name 10 times. That name is Jocelyn. The dream he had at the bar that day would have been so long after. Sun Hao had almost forgotten it. But Lartigue's words were an instant reminder of the dream. That name he had been calling out turned out to be Jocelyn. Even if he had a ripe Angela sitting next to him, it was surprising that it was still Jocelyn he was calling in his dreams. In an instant, all the past came back to mind. I come from New York, but my father is Danish and my mom is American, and they met in Denmark. Here's my email. Be sure to remember to send it to me. Son. Raltiki pulled Sun Hao's thoughts back. No, she must have misheard. Sun Hao directly shook his head and said that he would not admit it. Raltiki froze for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. In that moment he had a look of recovered youth on his face. After he left everything, he proceeded to walk away. After Sun Hao sent Lartigue away, he looked out the window and fumed for a while, and finally patted his head with his hand. Damn, is first love always that memorable? When Sun Hao returned to Spain from Italy, the first thing he did was to open his email, which he hadn't opened for 2 years. He had expectations before opening it, but after opening it and looking at the mailbox full of system emails, he was disappointed again. He finally turned off his computer and vowed never to look at it again. Whoever looks at it is a dog. After the Real Madrid team returned to Spain after losing their Champions League opener, Lasso summarized the team's performance and conducted targeted training. I can clearly feel that the overall spirit of the team has become different from before. It's like when someone is walking and suddenly a mountain appears in front of them. They fall, and then when they get to the top, they see more of the landscape than they did before. After 2 days off, Real Madrid continued their La Liga schedule. This time they were up against an Alcantar team that had eliminated them last season. The Alcantes, after winning the title last season, have completed a magnificent transformation for the new season, leapfrogging into the first tier of the league like Real Madrid and Barcelona. They have a record of 7 wins and 1 loss so far, second only to Real Madrid and ahead of Barcelona in the league. Calderon, in particular, averaged 12.6 points and 3.6 assists per game on the season and was one of the best performing point guards in the Western Conference. This game looked like a heated battle. Not enough to really kick off the game, but the course of the game was a huge shock to the fans. Real Madrid overpowered Alcantar from the opening kickoff and ended up breezing past their opponents 70-50. The top contributor to the team's win was not Sun Hao, but Prigioni, the point guard, who was crushed by Calderon in last season's playoffs, went crazy chasing Calderon all over the court, falling down and getting up and falling down and getting up again several times. Fans were able to see his heart for last season's shame and the effort he put into that goal this past summer. Alcantar's weaknesses were also exposed in this game. They have Calderon on the outside, but no consistent offensive powerhouse inside. With Calderon limited, something went very wrong with their offense. And a Real Madrid team fresh off a loss in the Champions League was playing with the season's best level of detail and aggressiveness. With two factors at play, it's not a bad loss for the Alcans. Wrapped up in this momentum, the Real Madrid team continued their winning streak. By the time the league reached the 12th round, they had won an incredible 12 straight games. It also broke the record for consecutive wins to start a Western Conference season. Fans went from the cold winter of last season's Final Four stoppage to the hot summer of a winning streak in one fell swoop, and got a good taste of both fire and ice. But the season is long, and the reason why those teams that have made a super historic run have been on a winning streak has been a lot of luck. In addition to strength, Real Madrid's 13th round opponent is arch-rival Barcelona. The Barcelona team has improved significantly this season. That improvement comes from the team's two young players, Navarro and Gasol. Both became starters for Barcelona in the second half of last season and have taken their performances to the next level this season. Navarro, in particular, is blasting out 11.8 points and 2.6 assists per game, and has shown to be one of the top guards in Europe. Real Madrid, playing away from home, fell into a passive situation after falling behind in the opening exchanges. All night long they were chasing points and the confrontation on the field was unbelievably intense, with occasional man-ups. It wasn't until the end of the quarter, as Sun Hao found his touch from the outside with two consecutive three-pointers, that the Royals were able to tie the game. The confrontation on the field intensified in the final decisive stage. That's also when there was a mishap on the field, as Prigioni landed on defense and sprained his ankle, and was assisted off the field by team doctors. Prigioni left the field. The backline plummeted in strength, and Real Madrid were sorry to lose the game, and worse than the loss, Prigioni's MRI report after the game checked positive for an ankle sprain and is expected to miss 2 to 3 months. This is absolutely terrible news for the Real Madrid team. But thinking back to last season when Prigioni also missed a month with an injury and carries glass properties, this season he's playing much harder and the injury wasn't a complete surprise. The problem is that this injury was missed for too long, and the last time Prigioni was injured the team unearthed Sun Hao, but it will be hard to get a second one this year. Lasso's coaching will also be a challenge. How to line up the troops is the next focus of his consideration. Russo's strategy at first was to follow the two-guard tactic, pairing Lopez and Sun Hao to play in the starting backcourt, but that works not well. In the game against Bilbao, although the game was won in the end, the opposite defenders combined to score a full 30 points. There's no problem pairing the two on the offensive end. The problem is on defense. They are both on the shorter side, and not only are they caught by the other team, but they also give limited sight interference to the opposite wideouts. Russo stuck with it for another game, but not only did they get blown out on outside defense against a much stronger Manresa team, the team lost. Luckily, Russo's reflexes were pretty quick, and after 2 tries he opted out and instead put his original point guard, Trinidad, back in the starting lineup. Trinidad is not a bad defender, but has almost no outside shooting ability. Such a pairing would mean that the team's outside offense would have to rely entirely on Sun Hao. Sun Hao didn't disappoint Russo. While he's not as good a passer as Prigioni, he has a silver-level basketball IQ badge and is no slouch in organization. The key thing, of course, is that he can score. He scored 19 points against Messiah to lead his team to victory, tied the single-game scoring record with 22 points against Burgos to lead his team to back-to-back victories, and set the single-game scoring record again with 25 points against Teslami despite the loss. As he continues to score, the La Liga under-18 scoring record has been set time and time again. He averaged 22 points a week of play. Such a performance is crazy in La Liga, if not the entire Europa League. China Napoleon's nickname was no longer limited to Spain, but began to sweep across the continent. It is important to realize that Sun Hao is not yet 18 years old. Then there's his never-before-seen scoring style, which has taken Europe by storm like never before. Fans flocked to the ballpark just to see him put on a scoring show. Some fans even mimicked his style of play at the wildcard game, firing off frequent shots from the outside. Even scouts from NCAA Connecticut and the NBA Spurs showed up on the sidelines for the next game against Abaduru. The University of Connecticut is known for producing quality outside shooters, and young players like Sun Hao who shoot well are their key enrollment targets. As for the Spurs, overseas players are their favorite. Sun Hao will be 18 years old when he plays this season, and that kind of crazy performance deserves their attention. Sun Hao continued his hot streak in this game, scoring 26 points on 6 3-pointers from the outside, once again setting a new personal single-game scoring record in the Western Conference. 3 games in a row. Sun Hao proved one thing to the fans: the record is used to break. After the game, UConn and the Spurs scouts doubled up in the locker room. The two men had obviously communicated before they came, and also issued invitations to Sun Hao one after the other. "We want you to come play at the University of Connecticut and we'll offer you a full scholarship. We'd like you to have a tryout for the Spurs before this year's draft. And I understand you'll turn 18 before the draft." 2 invitations, just as they were when they played in the National High School Finals. The difference is that one offer was a full scholarship and one was a tryout with an NBA team. Compared to before, these 2 invitations are obviously much more generous. Sun Hao has long set the goal of going to the NBA to fulfill his 5-year contract, and the NCAA is not his consideration. He didn't make a clear statement, though. After all, even the Spurs are just giving him a tryout right now. This is the kind of tryout that an NBA team gets a lot of guys to go to every year before the draft. He's going to have to do just as much more to actually make it to the NBA. Giving a vague answer and leaving contact information with both men, Sun Hao also proceeded to throw himself into the match. But it was also in the next game against Messiah that he, like the real Napoleon, met a Waterloo. He was 1 of 6 from the 3-point line for the game, scoring only 11 points on free throws and fast breaks. Just like James occasionally takes a step, the greatest shooter can't hit the basket every night. What's more, after a week of playing like a madman, opponents are clearly starting to study and target him. It's hard for him to get comfortable catching the ball anymore during the game, and even when he does, he gets sacked quickly, because Trinidad, who partners in the backcourt, has no 3-point ability. Such packages lasted almost all night. Sun Hao was tightly wrapped by 2 big men most of the time. This is the first time in La Liga that Jean has been subjected to this kind of super specification of defensive treatment. It also shows one thing: he's being treated like a superstar now. Shouting "I'm not a star, don't tackle me" is certainly not realistic. What he needs to do is how to crack this kind of defense. There are 2 ways to break a sack. One is to break through and finish the offense before the sack is formed. Simple and brutal. The other is to pass the ball and allow teammates to form a 4-on-3. There are many different types of breakouts: fancy dribbling Irving, physical confrontation with Alphabet, tempo shifting Donich, triple threat Anthony, and so on. Sun Hao anticipated this situation last season and also started training early in the system. He practiced the first step in the breakthrough. There are a lot of players in the NBA who rely on the first step to break through. The most typical representative players are Rose, Wade, Maddie. Sun Hao chose this breakthrough because it could be combined with his 3-point ability. "You sack. I'll break you before I grab the sack. If you don't wrap it up, I might just throw it from the outside." It's the same as making the defense do the choosing. He's been consistent in his training in the system, and all he has to do behind the scenes is use it more in games to trigger the badges in that area. As for passing, it's not his strong suit, but he's perfectly fine with ordinary passes that rely on ball handling. The problem is team configuration. Trinidad, who partners with him in the backfield, has absolutely no outside shooting ability, which allows opponents to sack him with impunity. So the best way to solve this problem with the passing game is to switch to a linebacker who has a shotgun defense and won't be targeted. Unfortunately for Real Madrid, they don't. There's more than one way to solve the problem, though. Even in the NBA, a player like Tony Allen who has absolutely no outside shooting can be a consistent starter for a strong team. And naturally the Western Conference can be as well. Another way to solve this problem would be to adjust Trinidad to the no-huddle side. Before the start of the next day's training session, Sun Hao took the initiative to find Russo to talk about his thoughts. Lasso was also having a headache over this matter, and when he saw Sun Hao come to him, he wasn't too surprised. Instead, he was ready to listen. After spending time together for the past year or so, he is also well aware that Sun Hao is a highball player. Trinidad no outside shooting ability, but not no offensive ability. On the contrary, he can. Real Madrid play defense alone is not good. Fast breaks and baseline cuts are his mastery. So Sun Hao's idea of adjusting to the no-ball side was completely agreed to by Russo after hearing it. The so-called no-ball side is literally the right and left sides of the ball's half of the field. The side with the ball is called the ball side, and the no-ball side is the other side. Adjusting Trinidad to the no-huddle side because it's not on the same side as Sun Hao, it's unlikely that a defender would release him and then come halfway across the field to wrap up the play, because that would mean letting Terry Nita cut in. Then Sun Hao could have waited for the defender to securely pass the ball across the half-court in the process. No one would actually be stupid enough to go halfway across the field for a sack, and the odds are that if Real Madrid adjusts that way, their opponents will switch sacks. Again, it's a sack, but it's a completely different situation than before. That's because everyone else on the Real Madrid team has some shooting ability, including Garbajosa, who has a hand in the mid-range. Sunhow's proposal gave Russo a new idea, and Russo quickly made a targeted tactical arrangement. In the training session that then began, a new team tactic was born: blocking offense by Sunhow and Garbajosa. Sunhow's three-point ability is excellent, and Garbajosa's ability to cut and attack the rim is very strong, and the technical characteristics of the two people determine that the opponent will be in a difficult choice. Once they chose to wrap up Sunhow, then Garbajosa would get a chance, and if they choose not to wrap up or change defense, Sunhow can catch the opponent's defense time difference and shoot 3 points directly. Even if the opponent does not wrap up and choose to change defense, Sunhow can still play small. All in all, based on that advice given by Sunhow, Russo built a tactic that best suited the team at this stage. After 2 days of practice, the pair's blocking play against Andorra Riverside was used right off the bat. Russo also stood on the sidelines at the start of the match, looking slightly nervous. The reason this play was thought of and put into play so quickly wasn't because of his coaching ability, but because Prigioni and Garbajosa had been playing blocking a lot before this. After all, in European basketball, you can't run away from the blocking play. Now that the blocker has switched from Prigioni to Sunhow, Russo was worried about Sunhow's passing ability. After the game actually started, though, he realized his fears were redundant. Prigioni breaks inside a lot when he and Garbajosa are blocking, and that's when he'll use the breakaway technique more often. But Sunhow and Garbajosa blocked the opposite, and he basically went outside. In contrast, Garbajosa basically cuts inward. Opponents would actually be afraid to let Garbajosa cut like that. You know, with Garbajosa's ability in La Liga, as long as Sunhow passes the ball over, getting points is a probable event. So by the end of the fight, what Russo feared hadn't happened. After not being sacked, Sunhow's ability to score from the outside was re-released as he scored 19 points again to help the Royals take the game. After the match, the sadness and tension on Russo's face all dissipated and he greeted Sunhow and gave him a high five at the first time after the match. His judgment proved to be correct, and Sunhow was really a highball player. In the next game, Sunhow and Garbajosa continued to grind out blocks as their opponents' defenses changed. They started out with no wraps and no defense changes, but Sunhow caught the opponent's time lag around the blocker too well. The opponent sees that this defense does not work and turns into a direct defense change again. That's how, after switching defenses, Sunhow finally had a chance to use his first step break more often in the game. The small hitter can either break out or break down and then pull back and throw, but either way, having a threatening enough first step is half the battle. Although there were ups and downs in the beginning due to the attempted performance, Sunhow didn't score more than 15 in a few games in a row, and even scored in single digits in one game. But with constant experimentation comes ever-advancing technology. When the league was just over halfway through the 22nd round, Sunhow finally managed to unlock the badge he wanted. First step daredevil, bronze, a small increase in first step speed on the break and the ability to see through opponents' defenses. Not only does it improve the speed of the first step, but crucially that latter part, the ability to see through defenses. This one would be awesome. It's almost as if the eye of the Celestial Emperor was opened in Coroco's basketball. Just 2 days after Sunhow got the first step, Real Madrid sat at home and played Barcelona again, which is also the second time the two sides met in the season. Real Madrid lost their last meeting on the road, and Prigioni has been injured and hanging on to his exemption card. So far, it is not known if he will be able to make it to the playoffs, facing their arch-rivals and potential title contenders. This game is crucial for the Real Madrid team. Once Prigioni really doesn't make the playoffs, this could very well be an early preview of the playoffs for both sides. Son, play more firmly when you're misplaced. After the pre-match tactics were laid out, Russo individually pulled Sunhow and droned on. Despite Sunhow's poor form over the past few games, Russo has chosen to believe in him. This kind of trust moved Sunhow a bit. Players always reach their maximum potential when they meet the right coach. Jordan meets Dean Smith. Kobe meets Phil Jackson. Curry meets Steve Kerr. From this point of view, it is also a kind of luck that Sunhow meets Russo. In the pre-game warm-up, Sunhow and Gasol are still chattering at the technical table. I don't know if it's because of the change of status in the team. Gasol didn't talk about literature with Sunhow anymore, but talked about the game. You swept us last season. It's my turn this season. You've been targeted in the way you play now and it's not very realistic to try and score like you did before. Why don't you come to Barcelona next season? I can give you the most comfortable passes. You won't win the title staying at Real Madrid. Listening to these words from Gasol, Sunhow couldn't help but feel emotional. Life, still, made people into what he hated most. Everyone at Real Madrid and Barcelona is destined to end up as an enemy. After the warm-ups, the floor went to the opening ceremonies. The place shook with cheers as the fans cheered their hearts out for Real Madrid. Despite the fact that Real Madrid's team has fallen back quite a bit in the past compared to the beginning of the season, there is no other word but fuck when it comes to facing Barcelona. On the sidelines, though, Russo had a worried look on his face. The last time these two teams met, Prigioni was in Real Madrid and lost. This time Prigioni is not there. Plus Son Heung's recent form is still relatively average. This game was vicious. It's just a home game, and if you lose, you can imagine the outside pressure the team faces. After the entrance ceremony, the first two teams took the field one after another. Gasol and Navarro led the way on the Barcelona side, while Son Heung and Gabayosa sat on the Real Madrid side. Garbajosa left high to pivot the ball back to half-court to officially kick off the game. Son Heung advanced to the front court with the ball and made a tactical gesture at the top of the arc, signaling Gabayosa to the high block. Switch, change, Barcelona manager Enrique yells from the sidelines. In the past games, Son Heung's offense didn't work well after he switched to the big man defense, so it looks like Barcelona did all the work before the game. Gasol switched defense to Son Heung. Gabayosa cut to the basket to take his defender away, and Son Heung got a small one-on-one shot from the arc. Two people who had a good relationship off the field eventually came to the point of killing each other. Son Heung didn't dribble the ball right away, but first observed Gasol's defense. Gasol's body weight went backward and his arms went up high. The center of gravity is leaning back to prevent Son Heung from breaking through, and raising his hands high is to prevent Son Heung from shooting. Despite his youth, Gasol has already shown top-notch basketball talent, but it was this action that Son Heung was able to vaguely feel that Gasol was preventing him from shooting mainly. The first step of the Daredevil's badge serves to see through the defense, although that feeling was vague, but with Son Heung's basketball IQ, he was sure that Gasol was just preventing him from shooting mainly. It's the three that's his specialty as opposed to the break. Son Heung made a shooting motion with his open hand. Gasol quickly lunged forward and gave a long arm to the line of sight interference. I have to say that the saying basketball is the sport of giants has a reason. Gasol's so tall plus so long arm, covering the sky, Son Heung cannot see the basket at all. However, Son Heung is a false shot, suddenly collecting the ball and accelerating one step to break right. Gasol anticipates it and he recovers with it, but that's when he realized he was completely too late. Originally, there was an absolute gap between big and small people in terms of speed, and now Son Heung became even faster than before. Amidst the shouts of the fans, Son Heung faked a throw and directly passed Gasol. This result is greatly out of Barcelona's expectation, because the other people are pulling away. After Son Heung passed Gasol, the basket is already flat. Son Heung didn't waste such a chance, rushed to the weak side of the defense before the arrival of a fast layup to send the ball firmly into the basket. There was a storm of cheers. Real Madrid's poor performance in the past has a lot to do with Son Heung's poor form, but tonight, Son Heung scored right off the bat. Open the door cannon. Son Heung took the lead, but on Barcelona's side, Navarro immediately returned the favor with a throw-in after breaking through. Navarro has shown bomb potential after more than a season of starting. Both teams scored in the opening game, vaguely showing a trend of a battle against the offense. The fans on the scene to see the excitement. Just like Son Heung's previous 81-point haul in the EBA was sought after by fans. Things are rare and expensive. Son Heung advanced to the front court and continued to greet Garbajosa on the block. The Barcelona side still chose to switch. Gasol also still lunged forward after Son Heung made a shooting action, and Son Heung also still chose to break through on the right. Copy rounds. Gasol is on guard this time, though, and backs up early. However, he still didn't defend Son Heung. The difference in speed between the two, a little bit, because of his slow speed. Gasol has historically been a weakness in big defenses even after entering the NBA. He had already judged that Son Heung would go right to breakthrough, but still failed to defend. Son Heung's second breakthrough hit the flavor of Iverson. You know I'm going right, but you just can't defend it. The guard who changed defense under the basket for Garbajosa saw Son Heung burst in again and quickly assisted in defense. Son Heung didn't think about anything after seeing it, and threw the ball directly to the basket after taking another step forward. The guards come over on defense, which means the basket is empty for Garbajosa. The pass was slightly off. Son Heung's basketball IQ was high and he made the most correct choice, but the pass, hand, was still poor. But Garbajosa showed his talent by rising up in the air and pulling the ball back with his right hand, then slamming it heavily into the basket with both hands. Boo! A loud, muffled sound came through the loudspeakers to the ears of the live audience, and the dugout instantly exploded. Air catch. Son Heung and Garbajosa hit the air. European basketball tactics and confrontation. And most of the players are partial to the floor flow. Dunking is not often seen, not to mention the air catch. This offense burns. Garbajosa was also quite excited after the dunk, swinging hard at the basket before landing. And after landing he turned back to Son Heung for a passionate hug. But unfortunately Son Heung had retreated from the defense a long time ago. Ever since he had been hugged in his last shutout, he had the scent of Garbajosa's body etched in his mind. Defense! Defense! The fans on the field have already started chanting and cheering for the Real Madrid team. Although only 2 rounds were fought in the opening rounds, both of them were fought so brilliantly that they had completely ignited their emotions. The crowd was vocal and the Real Madrid players were fully motivated as Gasol's low back turn was bubbled right back by Garbajosa. Real Madrid controlled the ball. Sanhao took the ball and went on a fast break, shaking off the defenders to glide and wipe the boards for a goal. 6-2. Real Madrid started the game by giving Barcelona a run for their money. Sanhao swept away the slump of the past few games, contributing 4 points and 1 assist in the opening half. In other words, he was involved in all of Real Madrid's scoring. On the stands, those female fans holding Sanhao's big head KT board shook their waves more and more. The cloud of worry on Russo's face finally lifted. He still chose to trust Sanhao even though he was in average condition, and now Sanhao gave him back. The team started the game well on offense and the defense followed suit as they came back to successfully defend against the Barcelona offense. When Sanhao held the ball and then advanced to the front court, and then greeted Gabayosa blocking, the Barcelona team side was a little unsure of how to defend. Gasol in front of 2 consecutive rounds did not defend Sanhao. This third round want to defend down the difficulty is certainly not small. Enrique didn't say anything on the sidelines, and the way the players on the field defended didn't change, as Barcelona continued to change in the face of blocking. This time, though, Gasol's defensive moves changed from before. Instead of raising his hands, he opened his sides and sank back with his weight. This is to prevent Sanhao from breaking out. Getting blitzed 2 times in a row and defending against the blitz is a normal reaction one would have. This time, without the aid of the first step to man, Sanhao could see that Gasol's defense had changed. He didn't hesitate with the ball. He just opened his hand and shot. Gasol saw it and tried to pounce. But after all, being that big, it took time to sink his weight and then try to pounce again. By the time he lunged outward, Sanhao had already finished striking. The ball sailed over Gasol's head and spun through the air in a parabola. The eyes of the fans on the floor moved with the basketball. Excitement erupted in their eyes as the basketball neared the basket. The ball. Very positive. It will go in. Swish. The next second, a crunching sound echoed through the dugout. Sanhao's 3-pointer. Scored. Sun. The entire Barclaycard Center went into a frenzy as the live commentator shouted. Sanhao opened the game by hitting all 3 of his shots and has already blasted down 7 points. And with him leading the way, Real Madrid led Barcelona 9-2 in the opening half. Incredible start. Keep in mind that the last time these 2 teams met this season, Real Madrid's team was overwhelmed by Barcelona from the opening kickoff and all night long. But tonight, everything changed. The team looked weaker without Prigioni, but Real Madrid took the initiative on the field. And the person who made this change was none other than Sanhao. He was really incredible tonight. Who was the last player to dominate La Liga like that? Petrovic, Sabonis, or Badiroga? Sanhao's opening performance even made the live commentators start blowing him up like crazy. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with him blowing a performance like that. La Liga, a place where averaging a dozen points a game is a superstar. Sanhao opened with 7 points. Enrique reached out and touched the sweat on his forehead. He didn't expect that Sanhao, who was in a slump in the first few games, would suddenly have an outburst. After much hesitation, he turned toward the bench to call up the team's second center to replace Gasol. Gasol came off the court with a depressed expression. He felt that he might as well have talked to Sanhao about literature for a while in that opening moment. Sanhao is, tonight, coming down hard. The second center of the Barcelona team is called Daniel, an Englishman with a height of only 2 meters 06, a short center with rough offensive skills but good defense. This is a sacrifice of offense for defense against Sanhao. Barcelona's offense wasn't very good to start the game, and they struggled more and more after Gasol's substitution, with a wave of offense that still didn't result in a score. That equates to playing almost half a quarter of the game, and they've only scored 2 points. Back on the floor, Sanhao misplayed Daniels and missed a 3-point attempt from the outside. Daniels moves well as a short center and is a much better big defender than Gasol, but the shot hit the back rim of the basket as a short rebound. With Barcelona without a center under the basket, Garbajosa leaped high to grab an offensive rebound and drove up to cause a foul on the opposing power forward's rebound for a pair of free throws. Garbajosa adjusted to both penalties and the Real Madrid team was already up 11-2. Barcelona were forced to call a timeout. During the timeout, Enrique's rapid-fire speech and drawn-out decibels made the Barcelona team's situation crystal clear. A one-sided start, and if they don't have anyone to step up, they'll probably be taken straight away by the Real Madrid team in a single wave. Back from the timeout, the man who stepped up was Navarro. He took an outside shot on a teammate's block for an emergency stop and 3. The ball has a high throw. Swish. The ball fell heavily into the net like a bomb. The Real Madrid team adjusted their offense at this time, trying to force Daniel's inside. Unfortunately, Gabayosa's power play missed and the rebound was collected by Daniel, and with Barcelona controlling the rebound and pushing for a defensive rebound straight away, Navarro rode the ball, caught it in the air and dodged Trinidad's defense for another throw-in. Barcelona pushed the score to 7-11. Although Gasol was forced to be subbed out of the game, the Barcelona team is stronger this season than last and it's not as easy to beat them as it was last season. And more critically, Sunhow's mismatch advantage wasn't as great after Daniel came up. The Real Madrid offense shifted its focus to the inside, but back-to-back possessions fell short. In turn, Navarro hit the breakaway point to assist his teammate in scoring. 9-11. Barcelona countered with a 7-0 run on Real Madrid to cut the deficit to just 2 points. Navarro showed his improvement, contributing 5 points and 1 assist in this run. You got Napoleon, I got the bomb. This time it was Russo's turn to sense something was wrong, and he reached for his hand to call a timeout. Son, you continue to play blocker with Jorg. At the timeout, he still chose to switch the play back to a stretch where the team's offense was completely lost. Sunhow nodded. Back from the timeout, Sunhow held the ball to the front court and greeted Garbajosa to the top of the arc to continue to play the block, and the Barcelona team also continued to change. Enrique's expression was back to subdued at this point, with Navarro on offense and Daniel on defense. The Barcelona team was kind of stable in this section. Sunhow glanced at Daniel and broke straight right. Daniel retreated to defense early, and Sunhow didn't break through, but Sunhow didn't seem to want to go over in one step. He pulled the ball back with a dribble to the left and then changed direction to break through from the left. Crossover step. Thanks to the fact that he started training ball control early in the system, Sunhow's ball control was very stable, and this cross step was used quite beautifully. Daniel didn't expect Sunhow to come to this hand. He turned again to try to defend. Sunhow had already burst into the inner line from the left. Sunhow met the opponent's guard who assisted the defense and took a shot, and the ball fell into the net bag after spinning around on the basket. At the critical moment, it was Sunhow who stepped up to score. The female fans on the field wailed with excitement. Sunhow is long and unstoppable tonight. Sunhow's crazy performance excited the fans at the venue, but also gave Barcelona's manager Enrique a headache. The previous replacement of Daniel had thought that it had limited Sunhow's mismatched singles, but I didn't expect Sunhow to have so many means of offense. Not so skillful with the crossover step, but he at least had it. The Asian player looked to be just over 5 feet 7 inches, but was horribly talented. You know he's only 17 now, not to mention La Liga. There has never been anything like this in European history. Sunhow is really God's creation. The first one. Navarro is pinned in front of the ball and Barcelona's attack in front of the ball doesn't go in. Back came Sunhow's 3 off the mark, but Garbajosa added a layup. Barcelona's offense is still not there. Real Madrid plays fast break. Sunhow assists his teammates fast break and scores again. 17-9. Barcelona managed to keep the score close, but after a 7-0 run by Real Madrid, the deficit was once again wide open. Daniel's offensive deficiencies proved to be infinitely magnified once he was unable to limit Real Madrid's offense. Enrique reached up and touched the sweat stains at the corners of his eyes. Like Lazo, neither Real Madrid nor Barcelona can afford to lose the game, and the losing side will suffer a great deal of post-game pressure. That kind of pressure comes not only from the fans, but from the management as well. Keep in mind that in basketball leagues, the average career of a head coach is very short. The team has a bad record and changes coaches. The ball player is in a bad mood and changes coaches. The owner is in a bad mood and changes coaches. Coaches, since time immemorial, have been the number one candidate for backstabbing. Real Madrid outscored Barcelona by 12 points, 25-13, after the first quarter. Sunhow poured in 12 points in a single quarter. The situation is completely lopsided. Barcelona pushed its deficit back to 6 points in the substitution bridging segment of the second quarter, led by Gasol, but by the time the starters came back, the Royals were back to pulling away from the deficit. By halftime, 43-28, the Royals had extended their lead to 15 points. Sunhow added 6 more points in the second quarter and blasted 18 points in the half, scoring nearly half of his team's points. A 15-point lead, plus the fact that Barcelona could never solve Sunhow's defense. In complete contrast to the first meeting of the season between the two teams, this was a game where Barcelona was already in dire straits. Back from halftime, fans' eyes looked to the Barcelona bench. Barcelona's starting lineup for the second half was intriguing. From the first half, if you continue to use Gasol, you can't limit Sunhow's play, but if you use Daniel, the team's offense is a big problem again. Tough choice question with a big head for Enrique. The second half of the game began with the firsts of both teams taking the field. It was also at this point that fans saw the Barcelona team's options. Gasol still started the game. Enrique responds to change. Barcelona struck first in the second half when Navarro and Gasol blocked a shot in the high post, and Gasol took a high jumper off a pass back from Navarro. Swish! The basketball is firmly in the bag. Gasol's offense continues to look in very good shape despite playing little time in the first half due to defensive issues. On Real Madrid's offense, Sunhao and Garbajosa blocked and mismatched then played Gasol. Gasol's defense was very backward, giving Sunhao room to make a three-point shot. Sunhao's three-point shot crashed off the rim and the long rebound was protected by Barcelona. Enrique let out a long breath when he saw this. He chose to keep Gasol in the starting lineup in the second half to fight with Real Madrid on offense, betting on Sunhao's three-point touch and that the latter no longer had bullets in his gun. Judging by this offense and defense since coming back in the second half, he made the right bet. On Barcelona's front court possession, Gasol took the ball down low on his back and his shot on the turn was off, but he used his long arms to make the layup to draw a foul on Garbajosa and get 2 free throws. While there are more obvious issues with the defense, his offensive talent is really full to overflowing. He made both free throws against the noise of the jamming crowd and scored 4 straight points early in the second half to help Barcelona cut the deficit to 11 points. Enrique couldn't help but shake his fist and cheer already. The choice he made in the second half was so wise, but that thought just popped into his head. Swish! Sunhao faced Gasol the same way of defense, still resolute three-point shot. This time the three-pointer was airborne and Sunhao scored his 21st point of the game. Enrique, wrong bet. The fans cheered again. According to this fight, Sunhao broke his own single-game scoring record has been nailed. In other words, they get to witness another career night for Sunhao. Gasol looked back at Enrique on the sidelines at this point, asking with his eyes if he wanted to change his defensive strategy. Enrique signaled to continue. Barcelona attacked in front of the net and Gasol's power play was defended by Garbajosa. Back came Sunhao's three-point attempt that also missed, and Barcelona protected the rebound. Each team missed a field goal on one possession and came back to make one of 2 free throws after Navarro's shot drew a foul. But on the next turn, Sunhao took another three-point shot from the outside, and the ball bounced off the basket twice before going in. His 5th three of the game. His 24th point of the game. Crazy. Although it can't be said that it is not 100 shots, Sunhao as of now is 5 out of 8 shots from the three-point line. The hit rate is quite horrible, and the field goal differential was stretched to 16 points. It's the same as saying that the Barcelona team chased for most of the quarter, and was chased for nothing by Sunhao's swish and 2 threes thrown in. Enrique stood frozen for a few moments. Sunhao's touch is actually back down compared to the first half. Sunhao shot 3 of 4 from the three-point line in the first half and came up with 2 of 4 in the second half. But that's enough hits to rule the game. This damn Chinese Napoleon, obviously so short, why so accurate? Enrique lost the bet. He didn't lose badly though. Scared of Sunhao's breakthrough, Gasol's defense didn't even dare to lean too far out. This gave Sunhao plenty of room to shoot from the outside. The first half of the hit rate has reflected the hand. Sunhao faced this kind of defense to do only one thing, then throw. Gasol's layup from the front court continued to add to Barcelona's points, and back came Sunhao for another shot from the three-point line. Gasol is getting antsy. It's not even close to being over. He lunged over with his whole body to disrupt Sunhao's shot, but the foul action was too obvious, and the referee whistled for Sunhao's 3 free throw opportunities. It's not 3 points, but there's a chance for 3 points. Sunhao goes to the free throw line and adjusts his breathing. First penalty. There. The second penalty is also there. 3 free throws. He has 29 points. The third quarter. It's not over. The Barcelona bench, with players clutching their heads and wrapping towels around them, had despaired of the scene before them. Sunhao previously cut 81 points in the EBA league. Sorry, the EBA is full of kids. It doesn't matter that Sunhao previously scored 32 solo points at Plata. That was only in Division 3. But now it's in La Liga, Spain's #1 league, one of the 8 major basketball leagues in Europe. 29 points in less than 3 quarters. Sorry for the interruption. It was Navarro who stepped up for Barcelona in desperate times. He hit a game-saving three-pointer, followed by a steal that he killed on defense and a fast break that resulted in a defensive foul. After 2 free throws, he scored 5 straight individual points to cut the deficit to 12. Sunhao was on fire tonight and Navarro didn't do too badly either. Sunhao scored 29 points, but Navarro also scored 16. Each team went on offense and defense later in the quarter, and the difference in the field remained at 12 points at the end of the third quarter. Barcelona's quarter, tied with Real Madrid. Enrique has a big head, but he's on the right track. If you can't restrict Sunhao, then let go and play counterattack. Even in the fourth quarter, Barcelona won by 2 points over Real Madrid. But the key problem is that they can stalemate, but they can't chase points. They never found a way to limit the Real Madrid team, or limit Sunhao's scoring. The full court score was set at 83-73. Real Madrid scored 83 points, and Sun Hao alone scored 40 points. He alone took half the points. Gasol, tonight, was blitzed and shot into a hornet's nest. It felt like being pressed against a wall and exported hard all night. That look on his face at the final whistle was the most helpless ever. He really couldn't defend Sun Hao tonight, but Enrique froze and let him switch defenses all night. Gasol is depressed, but the fans in the arena are beyond excited, for no other reason than Sun Hao's score. With 40 points, it broke not only the single-game scoring record in La Liga, but also the single-game scoring record in the EuroLeague. Napoleon! Napoleon! Neat cheers rang out and the excitement of the fans was palpable. At this moment, Sun Hao was the person who could score the most points in this continent. After the game, the two teams engage in a post-game handshake. Sun Hao saw that Gasol's mood was still frustrated and signaled him to lower his head as he walked closer. Gasol thought that Sun Hao wanted to say something to him and followed by lowering his head. But immediately, he felt a sheer force coming from his head, from his canopy to the back of his head, and then from his canopy to the back of his head. Go for it. See you in the playoffs. This is something Gasol said to Sun Hao during last season. But in the end, it didn't work out as promised. Now Sun Hao is now turning back to talk to Gasol, and it's the same. It's an encouragement and a covenant. The only difference is, what the fuck are you touching my head for? Gasol's first thought was this, but as an afterthought, he felt quite comfortable, especially when he was in a depressed mood. This practice made him feel somewhat better. It's like my dad touched it when I was a kid. Warm and fuzzy. He nodded. Swept last season. This season this is 1-1 even with a regular season loss. Sun Hao's breakthrough suddenly became sharp in this game, and they were a bit caught off guard before letting Sun Hao score so many points. True playoff fight. It's not really a sure thing who wins, and this time, they will definitely meet in the playoffs. It's either the Champions League or La Liga. Sun Hao broke the European single-game scoring record, a major event that his teammates couldn't help but celebrate in the locker room after the game. After Sun Hao escaped from a group of big men, he was already exhausted. Truly, he expended more energy to score 40 points in La Liga than he did to score 81 points in the EBA League back in the day. The higher the level of competition, the harder and more tiring it is to cut points. He had a little more admiration for Kirby. Getting 81 points in the NBA, not to mention skill and ability, is not something that can be matched by the average person with that kind of stamina. Then there's Raga Bell's famous anyone who throws him 30 pitches can score 40 points. As it turns out, not being an efficient scorer, even if he's given 30 shots, shoots to become a basket keeper at the end of the day. Westbrook, being a huge Kobe fan, has punched Raja Bell in the face a lot in that regard. Back in the apartment, Sun Hao threw himself on the bed and prepared to sleep. He was just too tired. Congratulations to the host for breaking the single-game scoring record of the European First Division League. The system rewards one shooting aid machine. But just as he was fighting between his upper and lower eyelids, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head. All his sleepiness was gone again for a moment. This was the second time he had heard the system's reward, and he realized that the system must have done it on purpose, giving him that hit every time when he was exhausted. Can't he have a sage time? Inwardly, he cursed, but Sun Hao was still happy to enter the system. The shooting trainer given by the system last time had benefited him greatly, and he wondered what the shooting aid machine was this time. Entering the system, he understood at once, and his first reaction to seeing it was, so this thing is called a shooting aid. In front of him were 5 shelves with 5 balls on top of each. Isn't that the ball rack for the 3-point shooting contest? He was a little weepy for a moment. The last shooting trainer was a robot. This time the shooting aid was the ball placement rack. Is this system as name-challenged as some water short riders? Still, he was in a good mood. To say that the 1.0 version of the system is backward is a true understatement. There is nothing but balls and baskets. You have to pick up a ball to throw it. Even if he moved the ball a piece, he'd have to throw one and bend over to get one. This approach is quite a bit less efficient and the rhythmic feel of the shot is easily disrupted. If it wasn't for the system time of 1-2, he would have thought it was better to train realistically. Now with this auxiliary machine, his training efficiency could definitely be increased by a large margin. Talking without practicing is 100 years of learning in vain. Sun Hao thought and already went to the auxiliary machine and started to try it out. Just as he walked up to the auxiliary machine, it suddenly moved. The height was adjusted to his most comfortable catching position and the ball above him began to roll. Even as he moved further into the logo position, the auxiliary moved with him. High tech. I'm sorry. Sun Hao apologized to the system very formally. The system's stuff is, indeed, different from the ordinary. This thing is either a ball rack or a shooting aid. He took the ball and threw it, turned around and took a second one. The feeling of coherence made him float a little. It's like a piston pump with lubrication. All of a sudden it becomes smooth. He finally got to practice his 1-minute speed shooting. The so-called 1-minute rapid fire is a high-intensity training session that takes place in less than a minute. The primary goal of this type of training is to improve shot speed. This was where Sun Hao needed to synchronize his improvement in addition to being accurate. Being fast and accurate is what labels a super shooter. One like Stephen Curry. Not only does Curry shoot accurately, but he reportedly takes only 0.33 seconds to shoot once. And after practicing for a while, Sun Hao realized that there was another benefit of having this auxiliary machine. He can now train for the three-point contest directly in the system. It's not about pitching accurately, it's about practicing. That's an early booking for him to win the three-point race. After practicing for a while, Sun Hao greeted the shooting training machine again. The two machines worked together in unison. He could feel that he was closer to raising his badge level. Again, it seemed like he would have to break a few more records in the future. This kind of extra reward from the system could really help a lot. When he got tired of practicing, Sun Hao sat down on a stool by the dugout to rest. The training environment that keeps getting better and better makes him more and more excited about the future. You know, this is just the lowest version of the system. If the system can be upgraded, does that mean there will be other props? For example, a caddy. A caddy who can make up his own face? Squeeze into a caddy girl? Pinch a Jocelyn? Blah blah blah. What to think? But it would be excellent if they did have caddies. After all, a better machine is not as good as a human being. And the NBA's official practices are equipped with professional ball boys and trainers. If the system is upgraded with this feature, he could really be an O'Neal second. It looks like you don't usually have to train, but it's just powerful. Be what Kobe Ah. The image of hard work led others to fight for it. He wants to be the reality of the talented young man. China's Napoleon set a new European Division I single-game scoring record with a 40-point barrage, making him perhaps the most capable point guard ever to score in Europe. After the match, not only the Spanish media, even the European Championship newspapers reported Sun Hao's performance. Sun Hao's influence has extended to all of Europe at this moment. In fact, it wasn't just the Spanish and European media. Even the most recognizable sports newspaper in the country, Sports Weekly, reported it, and it was front-page headlines. That's the great thing about broken records, especially big ones like this. Even though the dissemination of information was not as advanced at this time as it would be later, it would still reach the first time. Sichuan Blue Swords Club, head coach's office. Yang Wei frowned. 2 years ago, because he Jianlian into the first team of Han Yuan, he followed the leveling of the success of the Sichuan team as the head coach. But because of his poor coaching record, the team didn't make the playoffs 2 years in a row and he was looking at getting fired. He wants to find his next home before then, but because of his poor record, other teams politely rejected him for various reasons, which made him bitter. Director Yang, your paper. Just then the doorman knocked on the door to bring him a newspaper. He wasn't in much of a mood, and after simply signaling the other man to put down the paper, he proceeded to go back to his thoughts. After half a day without a clue, he picked up the newspaper and read it. The first moment he saw the paper, he gave a surprised look. It's the first time he's seen Sports Weekly devote a front-page headline to a Eurobasket event, and the title is unusually striking. Europe's Strongest 175. He fixed his eyes to take a closer look and realized that it was a man named Sun Hao who won the MVP of the European Championship. Two doubts unconsciously came to his mind. What is the Champions League? Why does this Sun Hao guy sound familiar? He carefully read the content of the newspaper and knew that the Champions League was a new European tournament in Europe, which seemed to be quite influential, but halfway through he wanted to curse. The story, surprisingly, used this to question the domestic basketball selection system, saying that it was the blanket height cut that caused people to go to Europe, and he sells his knowledge by using the NBA's Tiny Boggs and Kevin Murphy as examples. He didn't read the second half and skipped straight to the end of the article to read the author, Sue Cluster. He'd never heard of the man, and he looked like a newcomer. These newspaper people are getting over the top now. They know the current state of Chinese basketball? They know what the system is? Know how to draft. A bunch of amateurs and pointing fingers. There is a Chinese saying that a different profession is like a different mountain. These people, just like those showmen in the past, are poor show-offs. He tossed the paper aside, but just as he threw it down, he remembered someone. Yi Jianlian. He remembered that Yi Jianlian followed a guy who seemed to have the same name when he first went to try out for the Han Yuan team. Although it had been a long time ago, he was still a bit impressed to this day because of that kid's insouciant talk of a 5-year pact back then. He picked up the paper and reread it. Newspapers in this day and age weren't very pixelated, and he shook his head after reading them for a while. There are so many people in the world with the same name that it can't be that coincidental that they are the same person. Counting just over 4 years from that year, the guy who couldn't even get through the pro door back then is now breaking the single-game scoring record in the EuroLeague? What an international joke. He put the paper down without another thought, but that reminds him, isn't his biggest credit for discovering Yi Jianlian When he was able to come to Sichuan as head coach, he relied on this. Now he's going back. He can count on that. 2. Li Yanwei, the old leader of the GD Provincial Sports Bureau at the time, is now with the National Sports Bureau, not to mention helping him out with getting him to be a head coach at another province. Getting him into the GD athletic department and into the system is a handful. Thinking about it, he was instantly enlightened. There was still a long time until the end of the season, which meant he had plenty of time to contact Li Yanwei and meet to talk. He believed that the old leader would not be unsympathetic, and besides, he was a small master of making tea. The thought of a nourishing life into the system made him want to slap himself. Why hadn't he thought of that before? National Sports Authority. Out of sight, out of mind. Li Yanwei put down the phone in his hand, then picked up the newspaper in front of him again and looked at it, smiling and shaking his head straight, his mouth still repeating the speech. He was different from Yang Wei, who was now an official of the Sports Bureau, and one who was responsible for the development of the National Young Players Ladder. When a new talent pops up, he's definitely the first to know about it. The Champions League he'd known about before, but hadn't paid much attention to. After all, it's a new tournament, and Europe is far away and there hasn't been much communication before. Until I saw this paper today. Who would have thought that the single-game scoring record in Europe's first division would now belong to a Chinese man? The news was now in front of him even if he hadn't deliberately sought it out. In other words, it wasn't that he saw it, but that it was forced upon him. The phone call just now was the news he sent someone to inquire back. This Sun Hao was indeed the same Sun Hao he had the impression of. That 5-year appointment, coming from a 13-year-old, was so special, and that look that doesn't belong in the eyes of a 13-year-old. He had thought that it was impossible for Sun Hao to do it at first, but he hadn't expected that it hadn't even been 5 years yet, and people had already done it ahead of time. And tell yourself in such a way. After laughing, his expression became a bit complicated. In the first place, if it were anyone else, he would have sent someone to make contact with them, and pulled them into the system earlier. That would be adding another elite talent to national basketball. But it was Sun Hao on the other hand. Isn't this a way for him to punch himself in the face? He was not narrow-minded, but for him to turn back to Sun Hao, who was only 17 years old. This old face he just couldn't pull down, and although the level of La Liga is quite high, but after all, it is a European league, scoring gold remains to be proved. Instead, after reading this article, he fell into deep thought about another issue. The current system, is there really a problem? Originally, his position was very firm. Basketball is a sport that depends on physical talent, and in physical talent, height is the most important. Using height across the board maximizes selection efficiency. As for what's said about Tiny Boggs and Kevin Murphy, how many of those short guys can there be? Not many Americans yet, let alone China. But Sun Hao gave him a shock. Now was a case that could not be more real happening before his eyes. The guy they thought couldn't even play professionally in the first place is now making a name for himself in the European Division 1 league and has the highest score. And that extraordinarily harsh-looking headline, Europe's strongest 175. Man then 175. Man then did it. It's true that short guys have a low success rate, but don't they really deserve a chance? Wouldn't it be a blessing for Chinese basketball if one of them hit? Wouldn't it be unfortunate for Chinese basketball if they buried one? Sun Hao cut down 40 points to refresh a number of history. The outside world also bragged, but his own mentality is put very flat. That's only because he just got his first step to badge and caught the Barcelona team off guard. By the time other teams slowly react and find a way to play defense against him, it's quite possible that his performance will fall back. This has been proven in previous games, but that's what progress is all about. And the only way to become a true superstar is to keep discovering deficiencies through competition, and then to make them up. At this point, Kobe Bryant is the best example. He always managed to add a weapon to his arsenal each season, and he even studied low-post offensive footwork with Olajuwon towards the end of his career. Strong people, always getting stronger. Standing still was a step backward for them. Sun Hao keeps getting stronger, and his performances in La Liga and the Champions League are becoming more and more consistent. And just like last season, because of his frequent and uninterrupted use of blocking tactics in games, he upgraded his blocking master, bronze wall, and blocking dodger badges from bronze to silver before the end of the season. These badges were a very noticeable boost to his personal strength. Very good at utilizing blocks, knows how to best respond to blocks, and knows how to initiate plays through blocks. Or to put it in one sentence, Sun Hao's style of play is becoming more and more European, and Real Madrid also had good news shortly after, as Prigioni is on the verge of making his comeback. This is undoubtedly good news for Real Madrid, as Prigioni's presence could greatly enrich the team's offensive game. It's the same for Sun Hao, as Prigioni's presence can mask his weak passing and allow him to focus on scoring. Time flies, Somehow is the first to end the group stage journey of the Champions League. The UEFA Champions League is similar to the World Cup in that the first stage is the group stage, with 24 teams divided into 4 groups, A, B, C and D, with 6 teams in each group. After the group stage is played, the top 4 teams in each group, totaling 16 teams, advance to the repechage, which is divided into two groups, E and F. The top 4 teams in each group, totaling 16 teams, advance to the repechage. Based on the principle that group stage opponents do not play each other again in a rematch of the group stage to determine the final top 4 of the 2 groups, that is, the top 8 of the Champions League. This stage has been played and Real Madrid managed to advance to the last 8 stage with the first place in Group E. Their opponent in the Elite 8 is a former Eurobasket powerhouse, Olympiacos from Greece. There are 2 keywords for this rivalry, EuroLeague of basketball and once. The Champions League is a private model tournament, the first of its kind this year, and before that, there was also a European competition called Eurobasket. That tournament is organized by Eurobasket, and since there's no business involved, it's not very promotional. But last year it was forced to stop for a year because the teams didn't want to participate in this kind of tournament anymore, and somehow didn't participate in this tournament because of that. But that was, after all, also the highest level in Europe. And it was this league where Olympiacos won the EuroLeague of basketball for 3 consecutive seasons in 1994-1997, becoming the Triple Crown champions. That was also Olympiacos' finest hour, and another keyword ever. After the 3 consecutive championships, they began to weaken due to many factors such as the retirement of the team's core, transfers, etc. And by this year they very barely made it to the Elite 8 with a 4th place finish in Group F. The Real Madrid team showed enough dominance against such an opponent. Like last year when they played the Radar team, in a 5-3 match series, they managed to advance to the quarterfinals by defeating their opponents by a final score of 3-1. Prigioni averaged 3.6 assists per game in the series. Garbajosa chipped in a double-double with 10 points and 11.5 boards per game, while Sunhow swiped 15 points per game. 3 guys, 1 with a team high in assists, 1 leading the team in rebounds and 1 leading the team in scoring. Although Real Madrid experienced injury problems with Prigioni in the middle of the season and their record was up and down for a while, but looking back, Sunhow's strength grew during that time as well, and that was rather a good thing. Now that the Trident is really taking shape, Real Madrid are well on their way to winning this first edition of the Champions League. And there's good news for Sunhow. After 1 season, his long-range marksman is infinitely close to gold level. If he could break through before the end of the season, it would definitely be a sub-huge boost to his strength. You know that the silver level badge had that kind of effect before, so you can imagine the gold level one. After the team's 18 tournaments have been completed, the league has also announced 2 very important awards, Champions League regular season MVP as well as Rookie of the Year. The regular season MVP was picked up by Panathinaikos' Željko Rebraca, who was able to average a double-double of 14.1 points and 11.5 rebounds per game in the group stage and helped Panathinaikos reach the Final Four. The best rookie belonged to Sunhow of Real Madrid. Sunhow averaged 12.6 points per game in the group stage, hit 2.6 threes per game, and shot 40% from three-point range. All outstanding statistics. By taking this Rookie of the Year, he also set a record for the youngest rookie in the Champions League, previously breaking the EuroLeague record for points scored in a single game. Now the youngest rookie of the Champions League. Sunhow took this honor all the way down, only to be hated by the young players in Europe in the future, because it's going to be hard as hell for them to break that record again. Sunhow won the best rookie naturally did not forget his teammates. He made a fortune earlier because of the World Cup, and he is now a small fortune maker. And that fellowship is necessary. Players play on the field not only on individual ability, but also on the tacit understanding between teammates, which is inextricably linked to off-field relationships. The Champions League system after the last 8 is the same as La Liga. 8-4 is a 5-game elimination system, and the quarterfinals is a single elimination tournament. After 2 days of rest, the Final Four is about to kick off. 2 of the 4 teams that advanced to the quarterfinals were from La Liga, Real Madrid and Barcelona. The 2 remaining teams, one from Italy, Bologna Vitus, are Real Madrid's opponents in their first Champions League group stage match. The other team is Panathinaikos from Greece, who have the new Champions League MVP, Rebraca, and Dejan Botaloga. After leaving Real Madrid last season, the next stop for the legendary player was none other than Greece. The matchups for the quarterfinals have also been released, with Barcelona taking on Panathinaikos, while Real Madrid will face Bologna Vitus. The quarterfinals will be played on a third party's home turf, with Real Madrid and Bologna Vitus playing at the Bercy Stadium in Paris, France, with the trip just around the corner. Sunhow is also making final preparations for the race. The example of Calderon last year has shown that La Liga's influence is limited, and to get more attention he will have to play in the Champions League. In other words, being able to take home a championship trophy will determine whether he wants to enter this year's NBA draft and whether he can fulfill his 5-year contract. Difficult and stressful. Son Hao under heavy pressure chose to invite Prigioni and Gabayosa to dinner at home. The best way to release stress is to do what you love. But now one has no time for Son Hao to go out and travel, and 2 he is still single. So all he can do is burn vegetables. After treating Prigioni and the others to a meal last offseason, Son Hao realized he kinda liked that sense of accomplishment. 2 people in particular were sure of his cooking and came to the CD-ROM. Prigioni and Garbajosa couldn't believe it when they heard the news. Son Hao managed to keep their stomachs during the off-season, but when they wanted to eat again after the season started they realized that Son Hao was dead set against coming back. So much so that they'd been craving it all season. And that's what they read about when they went to play in Italy earlier. I didn't expect Son Hao to take the initiative this time. The 2 were more active than training, and as soon as they received the news, they ran to the apartment where Son Hao lived. When they arrived, Son Hao dishes were already cooked. This time he prepared a very unique soup in addition to the bullfrog that Prigioni had his heart set on. And like last time, he didn't tell the 2 what this soup was made of. Prigioni and Garbajosa were puzzled this time, but neither asked and just drank. God! What is this amazing stuff and why does it taste so good? Prigioni's reaction was the same as last time. This guy is a real foodie. As for Gabayosa, he had already stuck out the meat inside the soup and started eating it. The stuff that looked like collagen was sticky and chewy. Is this a cow's tendon? Sure enough, having eaten Chinese food before, it's amazing that Garbajosa even knows about the existence of beef tendon. But unfortunately he didn't guess right. Who cares what kind of meat it is, if it tastes good? Is there a more unimaginable food than bullfrogs? Prigioni said, having already picked up his chopsticks and caught a piece of meat into his mouth. There's nothing a foodie can't do. It's amazing that he's already learned to use chopsticks in private, eating the chewy meat and then drinking the flavorful soup. Prigioni really didn't care what the playfulness was all about. So what's this? But Garbajosa is no Prigioni, and he's still curious. Bullwhip. Son Hao gave the answer. But both of them looked puzzled after hearing that. They obviously don't know what part of the cow is the bullwhip. The bull's orgasmic organ. Son Hao gave a more direct explanation. This time, the expressions of the 2 people couldn't be more wonderful. Garbajosa, who had already finished eating, felt his stomach churn a little. As for Prigioni, who was still eating with gusto in front of him, all of a sudden he felt that the meat in his mouth was not so flavorful. Turns out, there really are more unimaginable foods than bullfrogs. Goji berry beef whip soup, one of the most nourishing soups, suitable for both men and women. Men nourish and tonify the kidneys, women nourish the skin and beauty. Son Hao said this like an extreme roadside health product seller. But for him, a goji berry tea perennial health advocate, it was by no means a snub. Just be tasty. Fernandez finished the meat in his mouth after hearing that and surprisingly followed with a new piece. Good food is a more important part of the foodie world than what you're eating. Watching Prigioni eat with gusto, Garbajosa finally suppressed the churning in his stomach and followed suit. Doesn't it taste good to eat something so delicious? Isn't it a waste if you don't eat it? A big bowl of wolfberry bullwhip soup. Most of it was wiped out by Prigioni and Gabayosa, and Son Hao only got a little bit of soup. He didn't care though. It was a great experience to watch someone else finish what they had burned. After eating and drinking, the 3 of them chatted for a while about tomorrow's race. They were still reeling from the Ginobili shutout in the opener, and revenge was the only goal for this encounter in the Final Four. And this time they were determined not to give Ginobili a chance for a shutout like that. The next morning, the Real Madrid team departed for Paris, France. This is also Son Hao's second visit to this romantic city, where he and Fernandez watched the World Cup final last time. It's a familiar place to revisit. After the Real Madrid team got off the plane, it was a bus ride to the hotel, and the driver, a local, took them around some of the sights. The funny thing to say is that just as they were turning, they accidentally spotted the Bologna Vitus team. Unlike them, the Bologna Vitruvius team was on a scenic tour led by their head coach. Everyone approaches the game differently. There are those like Real Madrid's team who arrive and have a hotel break plus training. And naturally, there are those like the Bologna Vitus who travel before the game to relax their minds. There's no such thing as right or wrong, just different approaches to the game. The next night, both teams showed up at the same time at the Belsize Arena. The 20,000 capacity ballpark has long been filled to capacity. Ancient Rome ruled Europe for more than 1,000 years, and France was one of the main possessions. The Colosseum in ancient Rome is world famous, and with it that culture has been passed down to the present day. This is evident in the structure of the ballpark, with the Belsize stadium seats sloping so much that it looks much like a canyon. Fans sitting there watching the game is the same as watching the Colosseum in ancient Rome. That said, the Energy Solutions Arena, home of the NBA Jazz, is of this design. It utilizes the canyon effect and is able to maximize the concentration of fan cheers into the stadium. The players playing on the field were all filled with cheers in their ears, as if they were constantly doped up. Of course, for the visiting players it was the sound of explosive interference. The Jazz's home court is one of the NBA's well-known devilish home courts, and the Belsize Arena has a similar design. Because it's a third-party home game, the seating in the dugout looks even more interesting tonight. Around the north-south line, the dugout was split in two, with Real Madrid fans sitting on one side and Bologna Vitus fans on the other. It was like the two sides were yelling at each other from across the river, and you could foresee the scene being spectacular when the game started. After the players of both teams entered the arena, they both felt a wave of invisible pressure at the sight of the battle. But inside everyone, Sun Hao was unusually calm. It wasn't that he was so mentally strong that he could completely ignore this atmosphere around him, but he had seen many such scenes in his past life. The NCAA tournament scene is like that most of the time. For this reason, although the influence of the NCAA is far less than the NBA, but in terms of the atmosphere of the game, the NCAA is complete NBA. Sun Hao looked calm, but before he started warming up, he found two familiar figures on the sidelines. Gasol, Ginobili, Danilovic. These memories of this era of European superstars he has already seen. I did not expect to see the remaining two even on the sidelines. It's pretty good to come and play in Europe. After warm-ups, the two teams went into their entrance ceremonies. Real Madrid's side of the trio of Prigioni, Sun Hao and Garbajosa came out in full force. On the Bologna Vitus side, Ginobili and Sasha Danilovic teamed up to start in the backcourt. On top of that, the Bologna Vitruvius have an extra one that Sun Hao is concerned about. Marko Jaric. At 2 feet 7 inches, Jaric is a solid point guard with 7.1 points and 3.6 assists per game in 7 seasons in the NBA in his history. But it's not his performance in the NBA that deserves Sun Hao's attention. It's his wife, Adriana Lima, the world's supermodel, Victoria's Secret headline model, and one of the top 3 in the world in terms of signing fees. An interesting thing to note is that Real Madrid's backline is loaded with point guard talent, while the Bologna Vitus is overflowing with point guard talent. Add to that the fact that both teams are starting 2 point guards on one side and 2 point guards on the other. And this Final Four is an interesting matchup alone. After the appearance ceremony, the atmosphere heated up as the two teams had their final warm-up before the game. By the time both teams' starters took the field, the Final Four was underway immediately. Just then, both sides of the audience has been unable to hold down the beginning of cheering and shouting. The two waves of sound overlap from side to side. The field players have felt their ears to explode. Hot basketball atmosphere. The referee's whistle blew, and Garbajosa leaped high to pivot the ball back to half-court to officially kick off the Final Four. Prigioni organizes with the ball in front of him and Sun Hao runs around the half-court without the ball. The two teams were in the same group stage and had played each other, and the Bologna Vitus team defended against this, with Ginobili close behind Sun Hao. I don't know if it was because Sun Hao touched his head last time and intentionally kept his hair, but Ginobili's hair was obviously longer than the last time they fought. However, he was still slippery like a loach, continuously bypassing the blockers and following closely behind Sun Hao. Sun Hao didn't get the offense going in the first round. Prigioni and Garbajosa blocked a shot and then burst inside for a point, and Garbajosa met Danilovic's center at the free throw line. Swish! Garbajosa struck for the first time and scored for the first time. He seems to be in pretty good shape. Bologna Vitus attacked with Ginobili holding the ball and organizing. It was also at this point that he noticed a change in Real Madrid's defense from the last time they met. The person defending him changed from Prigioni to Sun Hao. Real Madrid, surprisingly, let the 6'8" Sun Hao defend him. Looking at Sun Hao, who was a head shorter than himself, Ginobili directly chose to lean on his back. Immediately, however, he realized that Sun Hao's confrontation was much stronger than he had expected. The last time they played against each other quite a few times, but he was defending Sun Hao, and Sun Hao's offense was dominated by shooting, and the two confrontation opportunities were almost non-existent. He leaned twice and missed, turning to switch to the face-off box for a breakaway Eurostep after a crossover step. This was his best way to score, but he soon realized that he hadn't passed Sun Hao. Just as he took the second step across to get up, Sun Hao defense was in place to give the confrontation. Sun Hao's prediction was too accurate, or rather, he's too familiar with Ginobili, especially since he'd fought before, giving him a more complete picture of Ginobili's current skill set. Ginobili's flexibility is excellent, though, adjusting in the air after a confrontation and throwing with his body off balance. There are many different types of talent in basketball: height, arm strength, bounce, etc., which also includes flexibility. Ginobili, like Kobe, represents this type of talent. It was a shot that left the fans in the crowd in awe and Spurs vice president R.C. Buford drooling. Ginobili was drafted by the Spurs this year, but the team opted to put him up for observation. Now that Ginobili's team has reached the semi-finals of the Champions League, it's only natural for the team to send someone to visit the team in order to decide whether or not to call up Ginobili to the team next season. Buford came as a sign of importance to Ginobili. Pop. But this side just finished sighing. A big hand flew out diagonally, directly slapped Ginobili's shot out of the field. Nice cover, Gabayosa. He was more than just okay tonight. The block instantly set the Real Madrid team on fire on the field. Because of Son Heung-min's meteoric rise, they almost forgot about the inner core of this Real Madrid team. The Bologna Vitus sideline ball was issued and Danilovic's outside three missed. Gabayosa turned the monkey off his back and grabbed the long rebound as soon as he could. He was in extraordinarily heroic form today. Real Madrid attacked again in the front court. Son Heung came out around the block to receive the ball, but before he could take a shot, he was posted up again. Ginobili is going to haunt him tonight. Just then, Son Heung saw Gabayosa asking for position in the interior and gave the ball indirectly. Gabayosa received the ball and leaned to play a little turn to squeeze through the opposing center. Saw the other big forward to assist in defense. He jumped directly, hands to smash the ball to the basket. Boo! With a hard shot, Gabayosa slammed the ball hard into the basket. 4-0. Garbajosa wrapped up all of his team's scoring in the opening half, and the way he just finished could tell that he was a little excited tonight. Ginobili reached out for a block in the frontcourt, switched defenses and broke inside, taking the initiative to lean on Garbajosa's shot. Pop. To everyone's surprise, Garbajosa covered Ginobili again, and this time it was a one-on-one head-to-head cover. After the cover, Gabayosa rushed Ginobili and roared, just like a beast. Crazy. Yag. Jorg. Real Madrid fans on the sidelines started cheering for Garbajosa. It was a really unexpected start to the game for him. Messina, the head coach of the Bologna Vitos, is frowning tightly at this point. They were already at a disadvantage on the inside matchups, and now that Garbajosa is in such good shape, they're in trouble. As he was thinking about it, Garbajosa blocked with Prigioni and went down the line, catching the ball and then turning on a little hook. Swish! The basketball is firmly in the bag. Garbajosa, who opened the game with 6 straight points, blocking, consecutive blocking, foul shots, little hooks, he's O'Neal possessed, giving it all he's got. Son Heung watched Gabayosa's heroic performance and also suddenly remembered something. Prigioni had an average day and looked even a little out of his depth. He remembers Prigioni mentioning his wife and children when he first invited them to dinner, but Garbajosa didn't seem to have one and was bored. So how could he have a girlfriend before him? This guy must be as single as he was in his last life. That seems to explain it. Messina hesitated for a while, got up and walked to the sidelines, gesturing to his team in a 2-3 combination defense. The so-called 2-3 defense is a type of joint defense in which the 3 men stand close to the basket and primarily defend the interior. Garbajosa was in heroic form tonight. It was a hard-hitting Bologna Vitus team that turned defensive. Danilovic hit a mid-range pick-and-roll in front of the net to finally break the scoring drought for the Bologna Vitus. Real Madrid attacked upfield again and the Bologna Vitus set up a 2-3 defense. The center stood inside the free throw line. The 2 front lines were left and right for the 2 bottom corners, and Ginobili and Danilovic were responsible for the 2 45-degree corner 3-point lines. There is no defensive 3 seconds in Europe. A big plus for this defensive lineman. That's why FIBA games are played with good defensive centers who can outright dominate the defensive end. The history of Gobert's addition to the French team is particularly notable. Even without a strong center, the interior defense can be solid with a 2-3 combination defense. Garbajosa gets tangled up when he moves inside of it, let alone scores like he did before, and connects with the ball with difficulty. Prigioni tried to give the ball not in, turned around and Son Heung conducted the ball to each other a few times. The best way to attack a 2-3 joint defense is with outside 3-pointers. This is because the 2-3 joint defense defends the outside with just 2 guys, and they are primarily responsible for the left and right 45-degree corners of the zone. This passing of the ball to each other is what is moving their defense. Soon the opportunity presented itself. Son Heung rushed to the outside for a 3-point shot before Ginobili returned to defense. The eyes of the fans on both sides of the court instantly converged on the basketball flying through the air. Whether or not you can make a 3-point shot determines how resolute the joint defense is. The pitch went in, and naturally the Bologna Vitus team didn't dare to use it, or at least didn't dare to shrink it that much. On the contrary, if the shot doesn't go in, the Bologna Vitus team will be determined to link up their defense and even contract infinitely inwards. The first 3 points in particular, scored or not, affected more than just the Bologna Vitus defense, but also the mentality of the Real Madrid players, because aura affects feel, and feel is contagious. Swish! With a crunch, the 3-pointer went airborne into the net. As usual, Son Heung did not disappoint. The next second, cheers from Real Madrid fans stormed from one side of the stadium. while from the other came the lamentations of Bologna Vitus fans. This contrast is indescribable to be in. Russo, on the other hand, was waving his fist in excitement as the three-point shot put the initiative in Real Madrid's hands at once. But the Bologna Vitus are no slouches, or they wouldn't have made it to the Final Four. Danilovic hit a three-point shot from the outside on the block and returned an answer ball to Sun Hao. Ginobili started the game in a slump and the star of the show stepped up. This time, it was the turn of the Bologna Vitus fans to cheer and the Real Madrid fans to lament. Such a wonderful scene here and there. Real Madrid attacked. Messina didn't make a tactical reaction and Bologna Vitus still defended the 2-3 joint defense. It seems that Messina's determination to link up the defense wasn't destroyed by that three-pointer by Sun Hao. That's a normal thing. A three-pointer doesn't mean a good hand because that has a lot to do with luck. Prigioni and Sun Hao continued to conduct the ball outside, and after the ball was conducted back and forth Sun Hao got another good shot. I have to say here that Prigioni's passes are a feat with a little bit of advance. Sun Hao takes the ball for 3 more shots. The moment he took the shot, he knew it was there. Intuition from a shooter. Swish. Fittingly, his second three-pointer also went into the air. Sun Hao, who scored 2 three-pointers in a row. He showed the strength of a top scorer and a superb heart. At this, Messina's face visibly changed. He looked up at the score, 12-5. Sun Hao's hands are as hot as a July beach in Miami. This is never good news for the Bologna Vitus. On offense for the Bologna Vitus, Danilovic continues to look for opportunities on the outside. But that's when Russo yelled from the sidelines that Real Madrid's defense had clearly expanded outward. This is really bullying the Bologna Vitos for being weak inside. Danilovic didn't have a chance, and Ginobili burst further in with the ball and made a sharp throw-in. Bam! Still nothing. I don't know if it's because Buford came to the scene or because Sun Hao changed his defense, but he was in an unusually low state tonight. Gabayosa collects another defensive rebound. Real Madrid pushed forward and surprisingly the Bologna Vitus continued to defend the joint defense. The live camera is on Messina, whose face is clouded with worry, but never reacts, so you can tell he's still holding back. Without a word from the head coach, there was an instinctive shift in the defensive focus of the players on the field. Ginobili and Danilovic, who were responsible for the outside defense, obviously leaned towards Sun Hao's side, having already thrown in 2 threes in a row. There was no guarantee that Sun Hao would throw in a third. Prigioni got a good shot at this point, and he didn't hesitate, going straight for 3. Forget about certainty for a moment. This decisive choice makes fans look good. Swish, and he put the ball in. Handiness, indeed, is contagious. Real Madrid, which has made 3 straight threes. The Real Madrid fans at the scene were already excited. Many of them got up from their seats to shake the KT boards and banners in their hands. This 3-point rain has extended the Real Madrid lead to double digits. Things are looking up for them. At the critical moment, Ginobili showed his high quality of play. Fake 3-point run and then suddenly cut inside, catching the weakness of the Real Madrid defense to expand outside. Danilovic's pass was given on time and on target, and Ginobili's flying layup off the catch broke the scoring drought for his team and finally got the points. At 7-15, the Bologna Vitruvius are clinging to the lead. Real Madrid attacked upfield again, and by this time Messina had gotten up early to signal his team to abandon the joint defense. He'd be an Italian pig if he guarded the joint defense after getting 3 consecutive threes from his opponent. But seeing that the Bologna Vitruvius weren't guarding the joint defense anymore, Sun Hao and Prigioni conducted outside and then hoisted the ball inside to Garbajosa. Garbajosa hadn't touched the ball in a while. His hands were a little cold, and the play-action shot after the catch didn't go in. But it didn't matter if it didn't go in. He followed it up by jumping up and grabbing the offensive rebound over the head of the opposing center and scoring again on the second possession. This lineman can't really be defended one-on-one. Good thing Ginobili's next round of sudden points-assisted teammates also scored a goal. The difference was not continued to pull away. Real Madrid attacked upfield again and Prigioni continued to pass the ball inside. It was also at this point that Messina waved his hand again from the sidelines and the Bologna Vitus defense made another small change. There was no guarding of the joint defense, but after the ball was passed inside, the team's entire defense visibly contracted inward. Gabayosa's reaction was quick. He didn't force the attack after seeing it, but dumped the ball back to Sun Hao on the outside. This in and out. If Shang Weiping was there to commentate, he definitely couldn't help but come up with a comment. Hey look, this is classic inside out. Sun Hao catches the ball and strikes again. There was an inexplicable silence. Swish! A crunch echoed through the arena as Sun Hao hit his third three-pointer of the game, and of a single quarter. His hands felt more than just like Miami Beach in July. They were hot like one of those sexy women on the beach. 20-9. In the stands, Buford shifted his gaze from Ginobili to Sun Hao at this time. This starting point guard for Real Madrid is a little shorter, but just shoots too well. On the sidelines, Two young men are making an exchange at this point. I told you to come watch Sun play. That's the way a fucking guard should play. The taller man lamented to the shorter man beside him. Well, it feels so good, and so relaxing. You're right. The short man's eyes were filled with longing. Until tonight, his idol had been Jordan, and he had always tried to play like Jordan. But the two were so different in talent and playing style that he was in a funk about going pro soon. It was so worth it to follow my best friend and watch Sun Hao play today. It's a clear goal and playing style for the rest of his career. Sun Hao's 3 threes killed the Bologna Vitus team. But what was more difficult to solve than these 3 threes was the situation on the field. Shrinkage throws you to death. No shrinkage, Gabayosa inside out as a shark. The Real Madrid team is 2 for 2 inside and outside. And the Bologna Vitus team can't defend in any way. Messina, the post-Spurs assistant coach, looked up at the score on the scorer, reached up and scratched his head hard, feeling a little frantic. It's the Champions League quarterfinals, a do-or-die 1-2 punch, with Real Madrid's hot form inside and out, and this big deficit to start the game. The Bologna Vitali have one foot in the grave. It was Ginobili who stepped up at the top of the key, breaking into the lane and scoring on a Eurostep layup against Gabayosa's defense. The goal swept away the shame of the consecutive shutouts in front of them and helped keep the team's hopes alive. What's more important is that mentality. The mentality of being covered twice in a row and still daring to challenge you. The goal sent the Bologna Vitruvius bench into a frenzy and Messina reaching out to make a fist. Ginobili was drafted by the Spurs this year, albeit with the 57th pick in the second round. A pick that almost equaled nothing. But at this rate of play, his disciples will surely be able to play in the NBA in the future. Only on the next possession, the Real Madrid frontcourt played another inside-outside game, and Garbajosa's turnaround shot drew another foul for 2 free throws. Ginobili may be loaded with talent, but it's going to be hard not to win games with this Real Madrid team in this form. The game continued on the field, with Real Madrid's combination of inside and outside play keeping the Bologna Vitruvius at bay. Gabayosa and Sun Hao, in particular, are unstoppable inside and out. By the third quarter, Sun Hao and Garbajosa were back in form, and the Bologna Vitus, led by Ginobili, had closed in on the score. However, Sun Hao found his touch in the second half of the quarter, and his consecutive shots from the outside helped the Real Madrid team to reopen the score. Sun Hao was on fire from the outside this night, hot to the touch like fire fist ace from the King of Thieves, directly burning the Bologna Vitus team. The final score on the court was set at 77-63. The two sides played a quality game, but Real Madrid overwhelmed their opponents almost all over the pitch. Gabayosa and Sun Hao were undoubtedly the biggest contributors to the team's win. The former slashed a double-double with 17 points and 12 boards, while the latter raked in 25 points on 7 of 11 shooting from the three-point line. While Sun Hao's 25 points once again set another Champions League scoring record for under-18 La Liga players. His 7 three-pointers also became the record for the number of three-pointers hit in a single game in a Champions League match. The insurmountable records of Europe's future geniuses were extended by Sun Hao by 2 more. After the game, the Real Madrid fans on the field were thrown into a sea of boisterousness. The cheers and screams of the fans came through the canyon and made the blood run cold. Sun Hao jumped up and chest bumped with Garbajosa, fought to hug Prigioni again, and finally yelled at the sky for a while. They said last night they wouldn't give Ginobili another shot at a shutout. And they did. In this moment, he no longer even feared the scent of Garbajosa's body. And the reason that made Sun Hao so excited wasn't just about winning the semi-final, but also because right before the end of the match, the long-range marksman, upgraded. Long-range marksman, gold drastically improves long-range shooting percentage. Sun Hao got his first gold-level badge. The silver-level badges were so great in terms of bonus to him before, and the gold-level ones, they were really something to look forward to. And at such a crucial point in time, he is much more confident in the next final whether he plays Barcelona or Panathinaikos. After the game, players from both teams perform a post-game handshake. The mood of the Bologna Vitus players was frustrated, with Ginobili especially noticeable. He's already been drafted by the Spurs, and if he can seal the deal in the Champions League, there's a chance he could land in the NBA this year. Even he knew that the Spurs vice president was on hand to watch the game today, but now the team is stopping at the quarterfinals, not to mention his play has been terrible. In other words, he has lost touch with this opportunity. The next opportunity will be at least a year away. He'll be 24 then, with another year of potential missing. A player's career is short. One less year is one less year, and he may even be waived by the NBA because of his age. After all, he's just a late second-round rookie. He has aspirations, and playing in Europe all the time was never his goal. Sun Hao shook hands with the Bologna Vitus players one by one, and when he waited for Ginobili, he felt the latter's frustration. It was as if that low-to-the-ground emotion had turned into substance. He could probably guess how Ginobili felt after the loss. He reached out, not bothering to shake Ginobili's hand, but moving up to touch Ginobili's head. Ginobili looked up at him all of a sudden with an O'Neal-esque question mark face. What? You're still coming? Sun Hao saw Ginobili's expression, which was slightly awkward. He did get a little confused last time, but this time he's really trying to encourage Ginobili. Come on, you've done enough. If you guys were stronger inside, the game would be completely different. Fortunately, Sun Hao reacted quickly and immediately changed the topic. Hearing what Sun Hao said, Ginobili burst into bitter laughter. Praise from his opponents is sort of the greatest solace he can get after a loss. Moreover, because of the previous Sicily thing, Sun Hao he can't afford to mess with it. Thank you, and I hope to meet you again next year on this course. Ginobili also returned some polite words, and in addition to being polite, he also dropped a war cry in the process. Where you fall, you have to get up. Defeated by Sun Hao, he definitely wanted to win back. Sun Hao smiled without saying anything and hugged Ginobili. The 5-year deal is coming up, and Ginobili wants revenge, so he may have to go to the NBA by then. When he and Ginobili separated, Sun Hao unconsciously rubbed his hands together. You can't tell, it's a little smoother to touch with longer hair. It was amazing how much he now looked forward to Ginobili when he had long hair. In the locker room after the match, Real Madrid's players found champagne and directly made Sun Hao wet over and over again. Sun Hao also chased after his teammates, and the locker room was a mess. Just as the locker room was full of big men, hard-stepping men, men on top of men, the door to the locker room was pushed open. It's head coach Russo. Great job guys, I'm proud of you. Lasso's look of excitement as he finally has a chance to follow in the footsteps of his predecessor and get a taste of La Liga's highest trophy of glory. The locker room, which had been suspended, instantly cheered again once more. Also, our opponent for the finals is confirmed. When the cheers fell, Russo followed. The Champions League schedule has the 2 semi-finals played at the same time. Communication is not well developed in this day and age, and this information is only available by phone between team management and staff. The locker room quickly quieted down, and Sun Hao also wrapped himself in a bath towel and pricked up his ears to listen. Last year he and Gasol met in the finals and they ended up in the quarterfinals. Granted, that was La Liga and this is the Champions League, but it's a final all the same. He's still looking forward to meeting Barcelona in the final if they want to. It's fulfilling his pact with Gasol and giving back to the Spanish fans. The Champions League final turned into a national derby, a scene that is exciting to think about. Panathinaikos. But the combination that Russo said was different from what Sun Hao thought. Not only Sun Hao, the other team members also let out a sound of regret. As arch rivals, they'd love to play Barca in the final. Barcelona lost by 15 points. Guys, let's go for the final. Russo also seemed to know the little minds of his players. The locker room quickly quieted down even after his comment. 15 points in the Champions League is a fiasco. Just like when they played Bologna Vitus, the other team basically had very few chances all game. It's not like they haven't played a Barcelona team during the season. 1 win and 1 loss. That said, Panathinaikos is strong, and because they hadn't played each other before, Real Madrid's team wasn't even very familiar with Panathinaikos' playing style or core players. This final was predictably tough. Guys, are we about to win a gold medal Champions League title? As Lasso walked away, Sun Hao saw that his teammates were not in a very high mood and directly opened his mouth to shout. There's a use for his ability to snub players in the NCAA. As soon as he had said this, first Gabayosa, and then the others, gave a shout one after another, and the yelling is getting louder. Sun Hao was all a bit shocked. He's found that European guys, they're a lot easier to drum up than American guys, but when you think of the scenes of World Cup fans street fighting every year, it seems to make sense again. Who made born fighting people? After getting high for a while longer, the team was finally tired and went to take a shower and get changed for the trip home. Sun Hao didn't leave right away, but talked to Prigioni about Dejan Bodiroga. In his last life, because he was in the NCAA, he didn't know much about the stars who played in Europe for a long time. The only thing he knows about Bodiroga is that he takes the most honors in Europe, as well as leading Yugoslavia to victory over the US 2 years ago, winning the World Championship MVP, playing style, habits all of which he didn't know. And he didn't even bother to pay attention to Bodiroga because he didn't continue to play in Spain. He's the most versatile player in Europe right now, bar none, and you can call him the White Magician. Everyone in this era knows who the Magic is. Alvin Johnson, the best point guard of all time. Johnson is a black, white magician, which is indicative of the high ratings, and this is coming from Prigioni, who is known for his passing. That rating also speaks to his playing style, all-around tall guard. He can make unbelievable passes. He can handle the ball. He can fast break. He can shoot. He can even play down low. He can play from the 1 to the 4. What Prigioni said also confirms one thing. You know Shamgod, right? Prigioni asked suddenly. Sun Hao nodded. Shamgod, created by New York streetball guard Sam Gold and made famous in the early 90s. A very flashy ball-handling breakaway technique. He knows this too, doesn't he? Sun Hao asked rhetorically. It's not true that he's a defender, but at 2 feet 5 inches, if he is, Prigioni blew it a little bit. Realized that completing the Shamgod, which requires a very low center of gravity, is doubly difficult for taller players. Yes, here it is called El Latigo, which means to whip the opponent mercilessly, an exclusive move that exists because of the player. After listening to what Prigioni said, even though he hadn't fought yet, Sun Hao already had a new understanding of Badaloga's strength. Despite not going to play in the NBA, it's not just bragging rights to be called the best player outside of the NBA by a bunch of players. It's not an exaggeration to say that after Sabonis went to the NBA, he's the current #1 man in Europe. Add to that the Greek monster Željko Rebraca, who just won the Champions League regular season MVP. With an internal and external duo, this Panathinaikos setup is much better than Bologna Vitus, Barcelona, including Real Madrid. The more you know about this duel, the more you know it's not going to be a good fight. But the worse the fight was, the more Sun Hao was looking forward to the match. When he hadn't gotten the system yet, he had dared to give the middle finger to the sky. Now with Goldfinger and all those years, he wouldn't be him if one powerful opponent scared him. The spirit of Mamba has been tempered into steel. Only by defeating the more powerful opponents can you get a bigger boost. Sun Hao and Prigioni had almost finished talking and were about to leave. There were 2 knocks on the locker room door. Sun Hao looked up and then saw 2 familiar faces, one tall and one short. Sun, we can come in, right? The short guy looks a little green. It was the big guy who looked more put out as his eyes darted around before he even came in. Sun Hao nodded and let them in. Anyway, he and Prigioni were the only ones left in the locker room now, and were leaving soon, dressed formally. You know them? Prigioni thought about not having seen the 2 men and turned his head to look at Sun Hao suspiciously. Sun Hao shook his head. Prigioni was even more puzzled. Letting you in even if you don't know him? You guys are fans? Prigioni turned his head to the 2 men. Yes, but we are also players and we both play in League One. The large man opened his mouth to explain, and when he finished he gave the shorter man a little shove. Prigioni looked at them a little differently at this point. Both of these guys looked like they were 17 or 18 years old and went straight to League One. While the League One level isn't high in Europe, it's still Division 1, and both guys are loaded with talent. My name is Tony Parker, this is Boris Dial, and I'd like to ask Sun for advice on how to train for the 3-point shot. Parker looked at Sun Hao and said, his eyes filled with anticipation. Tony Parker and Boris Dial. Sun Hao saw them at the opening. It's France and it's playing a Champions League semi-final, so it's not really a surprise to meet them. However, after Parker asked this, Sun Hao froze for a moment. What? Parker wants to learn the 3 from him? No kidding. He remembered Parker as a little French sports car. The offense basically relies on breakthroughs and fast breaks. He does have a good mid-range, but what a sparse 3. He met these people in Europe. Gasol and the impression is almost the same. Offensive talent full to overflowing defense in general. Ginobili specializes in breakthrough. Shooting has not yet developed. But what the hell is Parker coming to him for advice on how to shoot a 3? Butterfly effect? This one is a reasonable explanation. He can't just have Fernandez as a little fanboy all the time now that he's making a name for himself. However, the thought of Parker holding the ball as much as he did and him Bam Bam throwing 3s from the outside was particularly anticlimactic. Have you ever practiced 3 points before? Sun Hao didn't rush to make a decision, but asked Parker a question. Practiced, but not much. Parker was honest. Have you ever measured your 100-meter speed? What's the fastest? Sun Hao then asked. 10 seconds 43. How much? 10:43. That's what I had before when I went to the far side of the body. Parker explained again. Boy. Sun Hao coughed dryly when he heard this. How can these people be so different from each other? 10:43. Where does that rank in the NBA? He remembered that Iverson was only 10:32. Even if you put it in the 100-meter race, it's a first-class professional athlete's level. The direction of a player's career is something that needs to be planned from a young age. Like I practiced the 3 in the beginning and it took all those years down the road to become what I am now. Sun Hao SEC caught last season's training assistant coach, and it's not a problem for him to say that the system year is twice as long as it is out there, and he's about the same as he would be by now if he started practicing at age 9. You're so fast in the 100 meters. I'm sure the thing you've practiced the most would be breaking, so that's what you need to work on. Sun Hao was an NCAA assistant coach at a young age in his last life, and he still has an eye for people. More importantly, of course, he's great at fooling people, but at Parker's age, he can't change the other team's style of play. If you're talking about a juvenile Parker coming to him, He wouldn't mind if he practiced like himself. After all, it's not bad to have multiple future NBA superstars as disciples. Allen Iverson, that can be something you can learn from. Sun Hao ended up being responsible enough to find him a template. Thank you very much. Parker wants to learn because Sun Hao plays cool. The fundamental reason is still that he is confused. Now that Sun Hao pointed out a clear path to him, of course he had to be grateful. Boris, aren't you going to ask? Seeing that Dio didn't say anything, Parker turned his head and asked. I don't need to. I have an idol. Magic. Alvin Johnson. Dio's character just seems to be very loose and unapologetic at this point. His words drew a blank stare from Parker. Sun Hao listened but nodded his head. Dio is the same type of player as Magic. And Badaloga. Then you've got the Champions League final to watch. The White Magic game. Sun Hao continued. I will. I've already bought my ticket. Thanks. Dio said thank you this time and looked at Sun Hao a little differently than earlier. Sun Hao surprisingly didn't flirt with him and seemed to understand him a bit. Not long after the two Champions League semifinals, Champions League officials chose the venue for the final from the pre-selected dugouts, Aleksandar Nikolic Dome, located in Belgrade, the federal capital of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia is representative of the highest level of European basketball, and that Slavic league beat the United States to win the World Championships last year. The organizing committee of the European Championship decided to put the game place here. In addition to the geographical location, the basketball atmosphere is also a big reason. Yugoslavia disintegrated in 1992, but Montenegro and Serbia remained and formed the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Sun Hao had previously met Sasa Donic when he was watching the World Cup final in France, and he was from the Yugoslavian Federation, or to be more precise, he's Serbian, but 2 years had passed and they had broken off contact. It's also completely normal that lives don't intersect and friends end up becoming strangers, let alone pals, unless the other person is female. Belgrade, also known as the Key to the Balkans, is the fourth largest city on the Balkan Peninsula and the largest city in the former Yugoslavia. It's an old historical city, but its history is one of alternate occupations. Huns, Sarmatians, Ostrogoths and Avars at the beginning of the century, the Ottomans and Hungary in the last century, and Turkey and Austria in modern times. It was not until the 19th century that he regained his independence, but it's also this history that makes the city so full of diverse elements. Just those architectural styles alone, Austro-Hungarian, Moravian, Baroque, Neo-Renaissance, just dazzle you. Sun Hao went out of the airport, and the first thing he felt at first glance was that everyone here was so tall, and the average height was close to 1.9 meters. These are ordinary people. They say the Balkans are full of giants, and it's true. The team got to the hotel and dropped off their bags, and Russo took everyone to their rooms to watch the video. That's a video of yesterday's game between Panathinaikos and Barcelona. Hearing is not believing. Yesterday Prigioni introduced Badiroga to Sun Hao, another Europe's most versatile player, a white magician, and El Latigo is a person more or less feel a little blown away, but after really watching the video, Sun Hao felt that what Prigioni said was already considered conservative. His feeling after watching it was that of witnessing a legend. It's hard to imagine a big 2 feet 5 inches guy playing with such agility and fluidity. When Prigioni left the locker room with him yesterday, he said that Badiroga had been named the most attractive bachelor. What's going on? Shouldn't that be his name? However, after really watching the video, Sun Hao felt that the evaluation was quite objective, especially the ball style. And the point is that no one on Real Madrid's side of the field can play against him, and it's like a mismatch to defend with anyone. It looks like tomorrow night's final is destined to be a head-to-head battle, with whoever breaks who down first winning the ultimate victory. On this night, Sun Hao turned the training robot to hell mode in the system. Even after just earning the gold level badge, his hit rate wasn't very high in hell mode, but it's also a way for him to warm up for tomorrow's race and adapt to the difficulties ahead of time so that he can be ready for danger. The next night, the Champions League final officially kicked off at the Aleksandar Nikolic Arena. The basketball arena, which bears the name of Aleksandar Nikolic, is the home arena of the Red Star Belgrade team and is capable of holding 16,000 people in attendance. The dugout was packed, like the Grande Dame de France before it. The fans in the dome were split left and right into two large sections, left and right. Real Madrid fans on one side, Panathinaikos fans on the other, interspersed with some local fans from the Balkans. It was also at this time that Sun Hao met the most fervent fans, the Greek fans, for the first time since he arrived in Europe. The fighting nation of Russia is known all over the world, but when it comes to craziness, no one dares to call Greek fans number two. Fireworks and flags were the norm at soccer matches, and according to real-life recollections, there were so many fireworks at Greece's home stadium that people thought it was a battlefield, and fans threw firecrackers into the soccer stadium so loudly that people thought they were hand grenades. What's more, Some visiting teams have had a hard time trying to get out of the game when they won in Greece. He saw it tonight, too. Bodiroga's head was made into an oversized cloth poster that took up nearly 1/5 of the side of the stadium when the four corners were pulled back. Only what he didn't expect was that it would be the calmest scene he'd seen all night. Real Madrid were the first to enter the field and start warming up. Going into the final, the Spanish fans were also excited, and during the warm-up they had already started singing the fight song in unison. The scene was spectacular as fans spontaneously raised their hands and jumped. The Real Madrid fans on the pitch soon felt the heat boiling over. It was also at this moment that Sunhao noticed a few familiar faces sitting in the first row. Fernandez, surprisingly, got first row tickets. This guy is out for blood. Sunhao went over to greet him without even warming up after seeing it. Punching fists, hugging, touching heads, nagging. Then, Sunhao met Raul Golden Boy Gonzalez Blanco, the centerpiece of the Real Madrid group. Because his parents are fans of Sunhao, Raul and Sunhao have occasionally contacted and met over the years. I didn't expect him to come all the way to see his Champions League final, and it brought someone with it. Zidane, the star of this French soccer team. Sunhao and Zidane shook hands and hugged. Raul says you can't miss your fight. I didn't miss your game. I've been to the Stade de France. I've witnessed France's win. Really? Because of the Soccer World Cup. The two men, who had never met each other before, were not short of topics of conversation, and instantly got into a conversation. After a short while, the warm-ups were over and the scene moved on to the opening ceremony. That was when Sunhao saw the scene that he would never forget in his life. Real Madrid were the first to be introduced to the field. By the time the introductions were done, the fight song turned into the national anthem, and the fans all went wild, more so than they ever had during warm-ups. Then, there was Panathinaikos. By the time the hosts introduced Bodiroga, the fans in the crowd couldn't hold back their emotions. First, the fans stood up en masse and started frantically shaking the big cloth poster of Bodiroga. This was followed by front row fans picking up oversized team flags and starting to frantically wave them from side to side. The battle cry opens up, and in unison it shakes the sky and lifts the roof of that dugout. And then, there were the fireworks floating in the sky. The roar, the white smoke, and the roiling ribbons of color thrown into the arena interspersed. Sunhao felt that the pungent smell of nitrous smoke was all around him, and it was extraordinarily uncomfortable after inhaling it into his lungs. This scene, where is to play on the field? This is a fucking battlefield to kill. Under the white mist, the stadium has been transformed into the Roman Colosseum. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sunhao was suddenly a little worried about how to leave the field after winning the game. What a bunch of fucking lunatics. By the time their opening ceremony was over, the stadium was covered in ribbons. Luckily, the organizers were prepared for this, and a group of staff members went on the field to clean up the field while the head coaches of the two sides were arranging the opening tactics after the ceremony. It seems that Greek teams have become notorious for this pre-match style. The final pre-game tactical setup was over and the starters for both teams took the field. Panathinaikos fans are at it again. The roar of the roar was like the drumming of a medieval legion before a battle. This is fucking. It's literally forcing people to go up there with their shields and spears and fight for their lives. Jump ball between Gabayosa and Jelko Rebraca. Rebraca, who stands at 2 feet 15 inches, officially kicked off the Champions League final by pivoting the ball back into the Panathinaikos half with his long arms. It was also at this point that the Panathinaikos fans had begun to climax. The roar reached a peak, and the flag wavers began to wave. Sunhao watched and felt tired for them. This Nymphet's just started. Can you handle this? This isn't a soccer game. If you score a goal, you'll lose your voice in a game. Sunhao's attention was quickly withdrawn, though, as Bodiroga opened the show just before arriving at the front. Bodiroga played the 3 position and defended him against Trinidad, who was Real Madrid's strongest defender on the outside. Trinidad is a swingman at 1 foot 96 inches, not much shorter than Bodiroga, but it seems that height isn't the key factor in this set of matchups. Bodiroga didn't even call for a block, and went straight for a change of direction break past Trinidad and catapulted into the lane. That speed and change of direction shouldn't even be expected from a 2 feet 5 inches guy. Garbajosa assisted with the defense and Bodiroga didn't panic and faked a shot with a sharp stop. That move was so realistic that Garbajosa got nailed straight away. Bodiroga spun around in place and flicked the ball into the basket with his right hand. Smooth, so damn smooth. From the change of direction to the sharp stop, to the false throw and false turn, a series of technical movements are all in one. It's not Trinidad's defense that's a dish. It's not Garbajosa's stupidity. It's Bodiroga's overpowering. It was like a metaphysical novel where the Yuaning beat up the Jindan, crushing strength in all aspects. Your full speed is slow motion to me, and I can judge it with aplomb and make a choice. Honestly speaking, Sunhao was a bit shocked at this time, because it's even more awesome than what you see in the video. This is the same current European emperor who led his team to the La Liga title when he first arrived at Real Madrid 3 years ago. Now 3 years on, the 27-year-old has arrived at the peak of his personal power. It's not that he's not strong enough to go to the NBA, he really doesn't want to go. Real Madrid advances upfield with the ball. It was also at this point that Sunhao noticed that Panathinaikos opened the game guarding a 3-2 joint defense. The center stands high, the two guards are 2 45-degree angles to the left and right, and the two power forwards drop to the two low spots. Quietly the opposite of the 2-3 combination defense that Bologna Vitus put up earlier. The 3-2 combination is a defense that primarily defends against three-point shooting. If you compare the Real Madrid team to a car, Prigioni is the engine and Sunhao is the transmission. The two most critical parts of the game come from the outside. And because of Rebraca on the inside, they don't have to worry about losing the ball inside like they did in the last game against the Bologna Vitus. This one defensive formation is too targeted. Panathinaikos is not only a good team in its own right, but it also did its homework before the match. Real Madrid didn't have a chance from the outside as Prigioni burst through with the ball, but his layup was interfered with and missed by Rebraca, who grabbed the defensive rebound with a hand. Rebraca may be tall, but he's faster than expected. The Panathinaikos team dared to set up a joint defense to start the game, and were quite confident in the strength of their newly crowned MVP. Sunhao turned his head to look at the Panathinaikos bench at this time, only to realize that the coach looked somewhat familiar. After comparing them more closely, he quickly remembered who this was. Panayotis Yanakis. Not only him, I'm afraid most Chinese fans know him because he had a very bad time with the Chinese men's basketball team. There's also been a lot of controversy about him, saying he doesn't live up to his name and that he doesn't have team control. But at the end of the day, he realizes that he didn't pick the players. They don't run plays as required, and they're going to play in a big game within a few months of practicing. He's pulling the temporary backstabbing from start to finish. Sunhao did not deliberately understand before, but from the opening tactical deployment, this is a veritable European master. Talent 39, but already led Greece to the quarterfinals of the World Championships last year and went to overtime with eventual champions Yugoslavia. Facts speak louder than words. This side defended the Real Madrid attack, and when it came to the front, Bodiroga was showing again. This time he had his back to Trinidad for the ball. The rest of the Panathinaikos team saw it and pulled away to the weak side. Bodiroga, with his superior weight and strength, quickly chiseled his way down low after catching the ball and hitting it on his back plus a half turn. The two were in one position, but it looked like a mismatch anyhow. Getting down low, Bodiroga made a quick move with a turnaround shot toward the baseline. Trinidad pounces, but the very next second he lunged out. Bodiroga spun right back against him with a backflip, and just as Garbajosa assisted over, he squeezed through with a small probing step and then scored on a flicked wipeout. Shows flying. The live Panathinaikos team started to pop up again. That Bodiroga bib poster that had been used for the opener was pulled up again and the fans all got up and started to let out a hiss. It was as if what had just been scored wasn't a goal, but a gladiator kicking over an opponent. 4-0. Bodiroga opened the game with 4 straight points to help Greece get off to the perfect start, and Real Madrid still failed to score on their next turn. Garbajosa's mid-range smash off a Prigioni breakaway went off the rim. Needless to say, the crazy Greek fans gave the Real Madrid team enough psychological distractions. In contrast, the fans on Real Madrid's side felt completely overwhelmed. The third-party home stadium froze and turned into the home of Panathinaikos. Rebraca protected the defensive rebound and gave it to Bodiroga first time. Bodiroga caught the ball while turning around and going straight down for a fast break. Prigioni attempted a steal and Bodiroga advanced without stopping, dribbling behind a right hand and manhandling past Prigioni. Sunhao saw the right time to pounce as well, but Bodiroga switched to his left hand for a behind-the-back dribble and surprisingly passed him as well. It's nifty. It's not even human. Bodiroga advanced to the front court, saw Trinidad in front of him, started the layup and then made a crotch pass in the air directly to the center. The guard followed up on the catch and flew right in for a layup. 6-0. Show people's heads. Sunhao's expression at this time was also somewhat helpless. For years after coming to Europe, he met a real European superstar for the first time, compared to Ginobili, who has yet to fully mature, and Gasol, who has only just become a starter. The Bodiroga in front of him is simply not in the same league. Although Sunhao had prepared himself mentally and physically, Bodiroga's performance still exceeded his imagination. That's the strength of the current OU. Russo had long ago made his way from the bench to the sidelines, anxiety in his eyes. He knew Panathinaikos was strong, but he didn't expect it to be that strong, especially Bodiroga, since he just coached Bodiroga before he left. And like Sunhao, it was his first time experiencing it firsthand. Add to that the kind of frantic cheering from the Greek fans around him, and he was confused. Sunhao saw that Russo didn't call a timeout, asked for the ball from Prigioni, and signaled the team for a high double block after reaching the front court. The 3-2 joint defense is not that easy to break. He has to use his head. Seeing the move on the field, a smile appeared at the corner of Janaki's mouth as he sat on the sidelines. He knows Sun Hao's three-point shooting ability is excellent, but throwing threes against a 3-2 joint defense and letting Danilovic come in can't guarantee a hit. Real Madrid are completely disorganized by Bodiroga here. The high double block was in place, but Sun Hao didn't immediately take a shot through the block, but handed the ball to Gabayosa on the right side. The choice was a bit surprising, but Garbajosa and Sun Hao have been together for a long time and have a good understanding of each other. And after receiving the ball, he nursed the ball over his back. As Sun Hao ran through his cover, he gave the ball back with a close-range hand pass. A look of surprise appeared on Yanaki's face. The little match was beautiful, but it didn't work. The reason the 3-2 joint defense can defend outside shots is because it's an outside zone defense, it's not following people. Sun Hao moves to a new area. The defender in that area fills in and he still doesn't get a shot. As expected, Sun Hao received the ball to take a three-point shot, and Bodiroga on the right wing had already pounced. Panathinaikos, the defending champions of the Greek Liga, are horrible at tactical execution. In the next second, though, Giannikis jerked to his feet. Sun Hao didn't make a move. Not only Giannikis, but Bodiroga had a look of surprise in his eyes. Sun Hao looking for Garbajosa to do this little matchup was surprisingly a false start. Sun Hao fakes a throw to fool Bodiroga, collects the ball and makes a right break. Bodiroga landed too late to catch up. He teased Sun Hao by dribbling behind his back on the fast break in front of him, but it was only one round before it was returned by Sun Hao. It was the first time he had ever been in such a situation. Sun Hao passed Bodiroga and then accelerated into the lane, aiming for a layup that went off the rim. Rebraca and the players in charge of the bottom corner area all contracted in, but it was too late, and they could only see Sun Hao hit the board to take 2 points. That's the weakness of the 3-2 co-defense, which defends against pitching, but struggles to defend against breakouts, especially with this kind of unsuspected breakthrough. It was too late for the rest of the region to recover. Real Madrid finally scored. Now, the Real Madrid fans on the sidelines instantly rioted. The fans all got up and waved their arms, and then sang the Spanish war song. The momentum was no better than the Greek fans across the street. Yanaki sat down again, but the way he looked at Sun Hao was very different from before. There are some things that can be seen on video, such as three-point shooting ability, but there are some things that can't be seen on video, such as ball placement. This player who looks like he's only 6 feet 8 inches is smart. The cheers from the Real Madrid fans didn't last long though, as Bodiroga got the ball up front and started to show again, and this time, it also made Sun Hao realize what Prigioni meant by whipping. A first step on a right break, followed by a left hand collecting the ball and swinging his body back to the left. Trinidad had been hit in succession in front of him, and now held his breath to pounce, only to have his body forfeit the pounce and use his hands to brace himself, turning directly into a single knee. There was a commotion on the sidelines. Shamgod. No, it would be more accurately called El Latigo. Sun Hao all for Terry need a knee pain. He has the first time to jump over to make up for the defense, but still too late. Bodiroga is really strong and decisive. After swaying past Trinidad, he took a sudden step to the free throw line and went straight to the mid-range, not giving anyone else a chance to make up for it. And he has a great rhythm to his hustle stops and keeps his shooting hand shape perfect. Swish, a crunch. Bodiroga's mid-range and also scored. 8-2. Bodiroga has 6 points and 1 assist to start the game, meaning he has led every Panathinaikos possession. If there were plus-minus stats in this day and age, Bodiroga would definitely be high on the list after a full game. He's too strong. Russo is still in a daze, as if he's fallen off the wires. Sun Hao continued to command. This time he didn't call for a double block, instead just signaling Gabayosa to mention the right side. A copy play, Sun Hao still catching the ball hand over hand. Bodiroga continued to pounce as well. It's not that he's stupid, but he knows Sun Hao's three-point shot deterrent, and not pouncing is giving Sun Hao a chance. Of course he didn't pounce as hard as last round, leaving himself time to make adjustments. Sun Hao still fakes another break right. Bodiroga adjusts his stance but realizes he's surprisingly late. Sun Hao's first step was quick. In the eyes of excited Real Madrid fans, Sun Hao passed Bodiroga for the second time in a row. Trinidad was so moved he wanted to cry. His defense against Bodiroga tonight was like an ant facing an elephant. There was no way to fight back. Now Sun Hao has given him revenge. You're looking at the scenery while others are looking at you. And how can you not realize when you're showing others that you'll also be shown by others? Bodiroga can't catch up to Sun Hao, but Rebraca recovers early for the basket, to snatch the Champions League regular season MVP from Bodiroga's hands. He's not weak in any way. The same path doesn't work with him. Sun Hao's quick three-step layup, and Rebraka was ready to seal the deal. But soon he realized that he was in fact as indistinguishable from Badaloga, because Sunhao had already collected the ball when he stepped down the second step. The ball had sailed past him to behind him as he shot to seal the deal. A fake breakaway pass. Sunhao's pass between the lines to Gabayosa, who cut in the middle of the field. If it were usual, this kind of sudden points under the basket, especially the small range of passes, it would be difficult to pass out with Sunhao's individual passing ability. But right now, Panathinaikos is guarding a 3-2 combination defense that dominates the outside, but is empty inside. Garbajosa caught the ball and took a step straight up in the air. He'd been pinned down by Rebraka since the start and had been holding it in for too long, and this one was a shot that brought out his whole body. Boo! A loud muffled sound came through the loudspeakers to the stadium. The baskets were down a couple points. A powerful two-handed slam. Real Madrid fans, blowing up. Even Raul and Zidane, who were seated in the first row, stood up and waved and cheered for Real Madrid. Real Madrid were outplayed throughout the opening half and Badiroga was a showstopper for their heads. But this sudden score, this foul shot, the Real Madrid team's momentum is up. Once again, Yanakis was on his feet, and this time, his face changed. His original calm and relaxed eyes had disappeared. This Sunhao, more than smart, is very smart. Other abilities aside, this is a player in the same class as Badaloga's ball handling. Even though they had prepared for it, he and his coaching staff had underestimated Sunhao. This time, Real Madrid's momentum was up. Badiroga's frontcourt play further inside was defended by Gabayosa, who also got a defensive rebound in the process. Real Madrid countered with a fast break, and Sunhao took the lead, catching the ball and darting upcourt for a layup. 6-8. Despite Badiroga's flying start, a look at the scoreline shows that Real Madrid are now only 2 points behind. Giannikis looked up at the score and reached for a timeout. Sunhao has not made a single three-point shot so far in the opening game, which is completely different from what he expected. This time, the fans in Spain were emotionally high to the top. Panathinaikos got off to the perfect start, but instead of shutting down Real Madrid shut them down. Napoleon! Napoleon! They started to chant Sunhao's nickname neatly, just like the Greek fans in front of them chanted Badiroga. Raul and Zidane turned their heads to look back and couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. This match is really exciting. Sunhao and Badiroga, despite their different styles, each showed off their skills like gods fighting, but they probably didn't realize that the excitement was just beginning. Waiting for a pause, Russo finally fixed the connection port and got back online. We guard the 2-3 joint defense. He opened his mouth and readjusted the team's defensive playbook. Badaloga's opening offense was all focused inside, an adjustment that was untimely but correct. Russo is young and hasn't seen big fights, so he's a little baffled by the start, but he's still on the level. When the tactics were set up, he patted Sunhao's shoulder in a serious manner. If it wasn't for Sunhao, this match would probably have been pressed to turn over in the opening round. Coming out of the timeout, Panathinaikos attacked upfield, where Badiroga held the ball and saw Real Madrid's defensive adjustments. He tried to burst through unsuccessfully, re-dribbled to the three-point line, and greeted Rebulakala out on the block. Rebraka was big and blocked the defender, and Badiroga seized the space to spike a three straight from the outside. Bam! The shot was a little off and hit the right rim of the basket, and the rebound was protected by Real Madrid. Badaloga's strike is finally gone. Sunhao's eyes lit up. Looks like Badiroga still has a weakness. It's not that Badiroga doesn't have the talent for it. It's still the big picture. This era of world basketball just isn't about the three-point shot. Only shooters like Danilovic have consistent threes. Everything else just has range. Real Madrid attacked upfield and the Panathinaikos defense changed, switching back to man-to-man from a 3-2 combination defense. Sunhao greeted Garbajosa's block and threw straight after the break. Rebraka slightly hesitated to pounce on the slow, anxious Yanakis courtside a shout. Like Badiroga's three-point shooting, Rebraka is used to staying in the 3-second zone, even if Giannikis specifically instructed him to switch defenses quickly during timeouts. But it's not easy to break a habit once it's been established. Sunhao's three-point chance. The ball traced a parabola through the air. Bam! At the moment Mamba was possessed and the basketball slammed the rim. He hasn't made a shot from the outside since the opening tip. His touch hasn't found it. Rebraka pulled back to collect the rebound, but Garbajosa had advanced into the lane and leaped high to grab the offensive rebound. Rebraka long arm interference, but Gabayosa didn't seem to want a direct second offense, as he held up the ball and gave it right back to Sunhao on the outside. Panathinaikos' attention was drawn to Garbajosa as Sunhao received the ball for another three-point opportunity. Same parabola. Swish. The difference is this time the basketball went through the net. 9-8. Sunhao's three-point shot to start the game. Yanaki spread his hands and looked at Rebraka. Expressionless. Obviously, He was upset with the new MVP's performance just now. Rebraca's expression was aggravated. Sunhow's strike was too fast. Even if he didn't hesitate, I'm afraid it was too late. Bodiroga came over at that moment and pulled him into a whisper. Rebraca's mood has gotten a lot better. And the only person he's convinced besides the head coach is Bodiroga. Panathinaikos pushed forward, still with the ball in Bodiroga's possession. Unlike all the previous rounds, though, Bodiroga didn't hold the ball and instead signaled his teammates to cross-run. He waited until Real Madrid's interior defense was mobilized before he made a sudden acceleration past Trinidad to head inside. Real Madrid contracted their defense and Bodiroga looked at the box, but the ball in his hand was gone in a flash. The ball went straight to the bottom corner. No look pass. Not looking to pass. A teammate buried in the bottom corner caught the ball completely unguarded and made a three-point shot. Swish. The basketball should go into the net. Panathinaikos scored and renewed. Assist from Bodiroga. Sunhow continued to block 3 points in front of the court. This time Rebraca pounced in time. Sunhow's withdrawal of the super long 3 points did not hit. Panathinaikos protects the defensive rebound, waiting to advance upfield. Bodiroga didn't wait for both players to fully settle before breaking inside. The retreating Trinidad and Prigioni both pounced. Just then, the legendary scene appeared. Bodiroga looks like he's going for a 3-step layup, but turns around while stepping off the first step, and pulls the ball with his right hand as he turns. By the time he'd turned 90 degrees, the ball had been pulled flush to his head for a backward pass in the air that grazed his head. The pass was so floaty that by the time Trinidad and Prigioni reacted, the ball was already in the hands of a teammate cutting in on the right side. An unguarded easy layup by a teammate. White Magician. Bodiroga's nickname is not Big Bird Europe or White Jordan, but White Magic. As the name suggests, his passing is where he's strongest compared to his scoring. His all-around game. The top 10 Champions League goals of the season. Booked. The Greek fans, who had been holding back for a long time, started to go wild, as fans not only stood up but started jumping around wildly, and patches of pressurized fireworks reappeared in the stadium. The scene was as if the gladiator had just given his opponent a fatal blow. These lunatics. Sunhow smelled the smell of smoke in the air again and suddenly felt that there was a reason why the Greek country went bankrupt in history. It has to be said, though, that this frantic cheering is like a stimulant, and the intensity of the Panathinaikos defense on the field is clearly rising. Unlike the previous joint defense, which spelled out tactical execution, one-on-one spelled out individual ability and aggressiveness, the Panathinaikos team averaged over 5 feet 9 inches tall in the room, and stood there with big hands that were already covered, plus aggressiveness. A run by the Royals came to nothing as they failed to renew their scoring, and Bodiroga was on show again, marching in the backcourt with the ball, turning past the defense, killing the frontcourt with one man, and returning it to the followers for a layup and 2 more points. 15-9. After Sunhow's three-pointer helped put Real Madrid back on top, Panathinaikos countered with a 7-0 run to put the deficit back on top. That surge was capped by 3 straight assists from Bodiroga, the current Eurocrats, destroying the world. Real Madrid's bench, players looking up one by one. They can well understand what happened to the Barcelona team in the semifinals because Bodiroga really isn't human. He is a European god. The battle intent in Sunhow's eyes intensified. The most effective way to become strong is to step on the strong to move up, and the way to become a god is to pull the existing gods down. Sunhow didn't call for a block this time, but directly signaled to pull away. He's going to single. Deja vu. He did this back in the Plata League. It's a good thing the coach wasn't Larry Brown back then and didn't sub him out for not playing by the playbook. Russo is not Sunhow's coach in the Plata League, and he has even less to say about this behavior of Sunhow. Sunhow has completely proved himself, and the Real Madrid team would probably have been crushed if it wasn't for Sunhow tonight. Besides, Russo himself is not stubborn, and the fact that he was able to bring Sunhow up to the starting lineup in the first place speaks volumes. Defending Sunhow is the next shortest player on the Panathinaikos team, standing 1 at 95 meters. He was nearly a head taller than Sunhow. Giannikis didn't signal, and Panathinaikos wasn't about to wrap it up. A scene you don't see much of in the European game. A one-on-one. Sunhow dribbles and crosses the ball, but fails to pass his opponent. Obviously, this wasn't the Plata League, and Sunhow's current ball control wasn't enough to sustain him past his opponents. He dribbled the ball and took a step back, then suddenly made an acceleration and took a break to the left. This is very sudden, and sudden unconventional hand. The other side did not react at once. Sunhow burst to the three-point line and made a sharp three-point shot. The ball soared and spun through the air in a perfect parabola. Swish! The sound of the ball grazing the basket and going in is forever beautiful. Sunhow hit his second 3 of the game, and of the quarter. Key 3 points. The Real Madrid fans on the sidelines got high again and they followed the Greek fans earlier by getting up, waving their fists and jumping around wildly. It's true that we don't have as much imagination as you do, but we can learn now. When this scene appeared, not only on the field, but also off the field became incredibly lively. A 3 from the outside by Panathinaikos missed, as did a layup by Rebraca, and Gabayosa protected the defensive rebound. When Real Madrid advanced to the front court, Sun Hao held the ball, then signaled again to pull away. In this instant, Kobe's soul traveled to Sun Hao, and Mamba possessed him. Real Madrid teammates pulled away again. Sun Hao had already scored a goal in front of him. They had no reason not to believe it. Still not signaling, Yanakis has the same trust in his players. The man defending Sun Hao sank his weight, crossing one hand to prevent breakthroughs and raising the other to prevent shots. This defensive posture was professional, and his eyes stayed on Sun Hao's shoulders, which was the most accurate position to anticipate a breakthrough. The trust of Yanakis is not for nothing. He knows the scoring ability of Sun Hao, brought to defend him is the team's most outstanding defensive ability of the outside players. One round of no defense doesn't tell you much. Sun Hao holds the ball and breaks through again with a sudden first step. But this time, he wasn't able to create space for himself to shoot. The opposite defender is tall but doesn't move slow and has a colorful arm, plus quick reflexes. Trying to get him one-on-one isn't that easy. Gabayosa saw that he wanted to come up to block, and was signaled back by Sun Hao. This is the kind of ball that hits the air ball. You can't wimp out first even if you can't make the throw. Moreover, he had just gotten his gold badge, and after practicing inside the system for so long before, he now had the perfect opportunity to try it out. Sun Hao cross-stepping still hasn't passed his opponent. The Greek fans on the sidelines are already up in arms. The noisy voices were like tangible pressure, constantly pressing on Sun Hao. Sun Hao shook his shoulders and unloaded his baggage. A crotch dribble to the left, then suddenly started to accelerate and broke directly to the left. He's still going the unconventional hand. A sharp stop jumper that bursts to the three-point line, just like the one in front of it. The difference is that the other guy followed. As Sun Hao shot, he flew in from the side to seal the deal. Sun Hao didn't raise the point of the shot, knowing that the height difference couldn't be compared to his opponent in any way, and he leaned back slightly. In this moment, he is the Black Mamba. The results of Sun Hao's 1-minute speed shooting practice in the system also came out, and he rushed to throw the ball before the other party blocked it. Pop! The opponent didn't cover his ball. It went straight to his hand. The referee's whistle blows on the sidelines. Swish! The next second, the basketball was airborne and in the net. It's a 3+1, gold-level badge of strength. Sun Hao loses his balance after being hit and protects himself by expertly stomping and sliding backwards. When he saw the ball go in, he flipped right back up with his arm on the ground. He brought his right hand directly to his mouth and blew gently, making the customary gun-blowing motion. Mamba solid. Napoleon! Napoleon! In the next second, the whole stadium was filled with the shouts of Real Madrid fans. This 3+1, plus that blowgun, is awesome. Yanakis shook his head helplessly. The defense couldn't have been more on point, and Sun Hao still managed to put the ball in. Really just pure individual ability. No temper. After Sun Hao blew the gun, he was also surrounded by his teammates at once, shouting and crashing, and he experienced the feeling he had when he first played in the EBA. He adjusts his breathing to get to the free throw line. Swish! Extra penalties are also available, counting his previous three-pointer. He went on a personal 7-0 run. Ubata show passes. White magic is unbeatable in Europe, but can't stop my scoring explosiveness. Got the points back in 2 rounds and bounced back. It's God versus God. Just then, the commentator on the sidelines made a very appropriate comment. Europe was religious and evangelical, especially for the Greek fans present, and the Athenian polytheism was extremely prestigious. Batiroga opened the game by showing that he belongs to the first man in Europe, who is a European basketball god. But Sun Hao pulled the Real Madrid team back from the edge of the cliff twice in a row and showed his individual ability. His aura, in particular, was unrivaled. It's a showdown between the new gods and the old gods. Sun Hao scored on an explosion to pull the Royals back to the cliff. But right away, he didn't stand a chance. The head coach of Panathinaikos is Yanakis, the future European Hall of Fame coach. After Sun Hao scored 2 3-pointers in a row, Panathinaikos' defense changed again. It's still a man-to-man defense, but as soon as he catches the ball, it's the sack treatment. Sun Hao wants to score on a single? I'm sorry, unless you can do 2 for 1. As for you passing the ball, my play execution is there, and I can be in place quickly for both mop-up and assisted defense. Unless you have 2 Sun Haos to space it out, you're just going to have to apologize. In turn, the Real Madrid side still couldn't do much with Batiroga. At the end of the first quarter, the score on the field was 21-22, with Real Madrid and Panathinaikos playing neck and neck. But by the end of the half, The score on the court was 34-44 and the deficit had been stretched to double digits. Panathinaikos was able to make light work of Barcelona in the semi-finals, and the strength was there. It was the first time since Real Madrid entered the knockout stages of the Champions League that the team trailed by that many points at halftime. The situation is bad for them. At halftime, the players returned to the locker room all breathing heavily, including Sun Hao. He had 15 points in the half and had put up a good fight, but tonight's opponent was too strong overall. Russo came in and set up the second half play then left. The team slowed down, but there wasn't much talk. Looking at the team's morale a little low, Sun Hao stood up and walked outside the locker room. "Son, what are you doing there?" Prigioni asked curiously. "Restroom," Sun Hao said without looking back. After leaving the locker room, Sun Hao didn't go to the restroom, but walked straight toward the coach's office. Knocking on the door and entering, he saw Russo with a sad face. Real Madrid can't do much with Badiroga. This was the same thing he had expected before the game. Yes, he also knows that this game has to be played against the run to have a chance to win. But the problem now is that after Panathinaikos wrapped up Sun Hao, the team's offense also encountered problems. To put it bluntly, this Real Madrid team has a weak forward line and there is a gap between their overall strength and Panathinaikos. It's hard to cook without rice. I have a tactical proposal. Lasso's look was expected by Sun Hao, and he also directly opened the door. Strength is not enough. Tactics come in. Russo gestured for him to sit down and speak. When Prigioni was injured, the team's blocking tactics were suggested by Sun Hao, including these 2 years of playing down in the team. He is well aware of Sun Hao's ball skills, so at this moment, when Sun Hao suggested tactics to himself, he didn't feel anything wrong, but on the contrary, he was looking forward to it. "I'll play without the ball, cut inside, then outside, have the two linemen double block me at the free throw line, and as soon as I'm out, I'll close the door and take the shot." Sun Hao wasn't polite and took the tactical board on the table and started drawing. As his ball skills continued to improve over the years and his badge was upgraded to silver, he mastered more and more tactics. It also included some tactics he knew from his past life. What he was talking to Russo about now was one of those things. Elevator door tactics. It's a tactic that a lot of teams use, but the people who really use it a lot and use it well are that 73-win Warriors team. Or more accurately, the best person for this play is Stephen Curry. He's playing a lot like Curry right now, so this tactic applies to him as well, especially in a situation like the one at hand where you have the ball and can't hit it. This is a game breaker. The tactics are simple, but it's the details that count. Which side he cuts from, what teammates run to hold, the timing of the shutdown, and how to adjust after the play has been played once and targeted by the opponent. These are details that he slowly comprehended after his baller had reached a certain level. That's what determines the success of the tactic, or else a person could be a coach. Russo looked at Sun Hao for a long time after hearing this, then suddenly laughed. He felt he could achieve something great at Real Madrid like never before. Not only Sun Hao's present, but also Sun Hao's future. He felt that Sun Hao could perfectly serve as his assistant coach or even successor after his retirement. Sun Hao didn't know what Lazo was thinking, but that kind of smile, he had seen it on Jocelyn's face back then. "Is this, looking at yourself?" Finalizing the new tactics, Russo followed and headed back to the locker room to set up. There was no time for them to train, so they had to set up in place and then practice with the game. The good thing is that the tactic itself is not particularly complicated. It's more about the tacit understanding of the cooperation, and the feasibility is still very high. After Russo finished setting up the tactics, Sun Hao also called his players together. "I know tonight's game has been tough and maybe the second half will be even tougher, but we had our chances until the final whistle and we can fail but never give up. For the glory." Sun Hao began to pump up his teammates. His words were extremely provocative, and by the time he finally raised his hand, his teammates had their hands in the air. A Real Madrid, with a big bang. The lulling technique practiced in his last life is still powerful at critical moments. Back from halftime, the game continued in the second half. The players on both sides had only just taken the field when the Greek fans started up again. A neat roar, accompanied by the rattle of slapping seats. These people, they really don't know what fatigue is, and they don't know that they have to pay for it if they shoot the bench. It is broken, but one could sense a fierce look in the eyes of the Panathinaikos players, which were put on bloodlust as soon as they returned. God-awful first half. Even more exciting second half. Real Madrid attacked upfield and opened the elevator door straight away. Gabayos's holding. Weak side tactical running hold. Sun Hao waiting for an opportunity to cut to the basket from the right 45-degree angle. After stirring up the Panathinaikos interior defense, he suddenly cut out in the middle. At the same time the bottom corner player drops into position to pull away. The play was run well, but Garbajosa and his teammates were a little slow to close the door at the free throw line. Somehow pedals out to receive a pass from Prigioni, but his defender is still there. It's hard to take off at once with untrained tactics, like suddenly putting wings on someone. Somehow didn't get a direct shot, and the Real Madrid's wave of offense ended up going nowhere. Gabayosa was the first to communicate with his teammates in the retreating defense. I can see that Sunhow's words at halftime were a great morale booster for the team. This was also evident in the aggressiveness of the Real Madrid players on defense. Still, that defense didn't stop Bodiroga. He broke through a two-man pack to the basket, faked a layup to fool Garbajosa and then made a no-look pass straight to Rebraca underneath the basket, who scored on a direct dunk. The Greek fans were once again in ecstasy, with patches of waving fireworks representing their feverishly burning hearts. Panathinaikos is gassed. Russo gets up at this point and walks to the sidelines, looking up at the scoreboard with his hand on his chin. 34-46. At 12 points, this is already a very dangerous spread. Real Madrid went to the front and continued to play the elevator goal. This time the moment somehow cut out. Garbajosa and his teammates shut the door. Prigioni's passes were still given in time, and tacit understanding became the main theme on the field in this moment. Somehow catches the ball and turns to strike. His shot was so quick that the rest of the Panathinaikos team couldn't get to the defense in time and had to watch him take it. It was a barely interfering strike. Swish! Somehow didn't let this opportunity slip away, and the 3 points fell securely into the bag. 37-46. The spread was cut to single digits. Russo waved his fist straight up in excitement. The 3 points were crucial, and more importantly, the elevator door hit. New tactics, and untrained ones at that, and it's anyone's guess as to what kind of play they'll make. But now it only took 2 rounds for the Real Madrid team to hit it out of the park. The Trident's understanding is beyond belief. Giannikis stood up at once. He was watching ahead, and by the time the round was over, he was sure that Real Madrid were playing a tactic he had never seen before. And this tactic is unique. The key is too suitable for Sunhow. Switching from having the ball to not having the ball reduces pressure on the defense, along with Prigioni's passing ability. To be precise, this tactic is too good for this Real Madrid team. He turned his head to Russo in the next half of the field and thought he had underestimated his opponent. The tactic is new and fits amazingly well, and Russo will be a formidable opponent for him in Europe. Russo was happy when he felt someone looking at him, and when he turned his head, he saw Giannikis looking at him. The kind of gaze that looks squarely at you with a hint of appreciation. Appreciation with a hint of caution. Russo didn't react at first, and when he came back to his senses, he turned his head in some embarrassment. He seems to be misunderstood. This kind of misunderstanding makes people very comfortable. Speaking of which, he had felt for a long time that Sunhow was his future thigh to hug, and now it seemed that this future might have been brought forward. Sunhow's three-pointer also revived the emotions of the Spanish fans on the sidelines, who, like before, also began to knock on the seats while shouting. The owner of the dugout felt his little heart ache a little. So many people, even if he broke it he couldn't find anyone to pay for it. Real Madrid's aggressiveness rose again as a power play by Bodiroga was defended and Gabayosa stuck Rebraca to protect the defensive rebound. Real Madrid goes on a fast break. Sunhow fast break over the defenders. Pass to the follow-up Trinidad. The latter rose up in the air with both hands and smashed the ball directly into the basket. Boo! That one dunk instantly released all the emotions that had been suppressed for half the game. He swung around the basket when he dunked and bumped chests with Sunhow after he landed. He's been holding it in too long. Having been rubbed against the floor by Bodiroga all night, he finally found a chance to let off some steam at this point. Real Madrid. By the time it was back to the defensive end again, the emotions of the Real Madrid fans on the sidelines were fully up. There was a lot of confrontation given by the Real Madrid players on the field, and Panathinaikos ran a little bit chaotic. Bodiroga broke to the free throw line on a pass where the player's run was delayed and slowed and the ball went right out of bounds. Mistakes. A rare miss for Bodiroga. This time, the Real Madrid team's momentum grew higher and higher, waiting for the attack to reach the front. Real Madrid then hit the elevator goal. Panathinaikos was already on defense, but Gabayosa and his teammates shut down the door too well, and Sunhow ran out for another three-point opportunity. The ball spun through the air in a high parabola that held the attention of everyone on the field. Swish! Sunhow, who capitalized on 2 consecutive three-point opportunities. The Real Madrid fans on the sidelines completely exploded. This stretch saw the Royals go on an 8-0 run, and a 12-point deficit turned into a 4-point deficit. Giannikis reached out and called timeout. The Real Madrid fans on the sidelines had gotten high and felt adrift. I don't know what kind of magic the Real Madrid team used, but Sunhow suddenly came back to life. And with just under 3 minutes to play in the second half, Panathinaikos was halted. During the timeout, Giannikis was at a rare loss for words. This timeout was called because Real Madrid was up and running, and in reality he hadn't yet found a tactic to counter the elevator door. Only after 2 or 3 seconds, when he saw his players all looking at him quizzically, did he snap back to his senses and pick up his tactical board. Players here, get ready to go over and assist in defense. There is no response to the tactics, but it is not impossible to defend. After all, Yanakis has seen the big game. Coming out of the timeout, Panathinaikos stepped up with Ribaraka, who scored a 2+1 on Garbajosa after receiving a pass from Bodiroga. The strength of the new MVP. The Greek fans went wild again. They clapped their hands directly this time, then roared in unison with great energy. Needless to say, they have a fancy way of cheering. Ribaraka's extra free throw pulled Panathinaikos to within 7 points again. It's not that easy for Real Madrid to turn the score over. Sunhow continues to run the elevator door in front of the field. This time Panathinaikos' response came, as Sunhow ran back to the three-point line. The player on the weak side who was originally defending Prigioni had already pounced on him. This is to anticipate that Real Madrid team is still playing the elevator door tactic, and also to anticipate that it will be Sunhow who will finish the shot. Sunhow had already made 2 3-point shots in a row, and it wasn't hard to make that prediction. That's what Giannikis does when he doesn't have a response tactic. Sunhow's shot will also be forced, but after catching the ball and seeing the defense in place, instead of forcing the shot as he had done on his previous solo shot, he gave the ball right back to Prigioni. Because the elevator door block happened at the free throw line, a wall jammed all the players in the box. Prigioni with an open 3-point shot. He adjusted his shot and waited until he did before the lineman broke free of the door and came out. But it was too late. Prigioni made an adjusted 3-point shot. Swish! The basketball should go into the net. Prigioni's 3-2. The ball, like the pass to Thompson after Curry was sacked. A mature set of tactics evolves in a lot of detail, which is what makes tactics really hard to master. Otherwise, someone else just adjusts their defense and your play kills you. Because there was no time to train, it was impossible for the Real Madrid team to master the tactical evolutions and whatnot all at once, but the tacit understanding between the trident made up for it. Sunhow knew that Prigioni would be there after the pass, and Prigioni knew that Sunhow was ready to receive the ball after he was coordinated and chose to pass. Bullfrogs and bullwhips, not for nothing. In the retreating defense, Prigioni also came forward to high-five with Sunhow. Yanakis' response to the failure was already a little uncomfortable. This moment and then see the two show love. Suddenly some anger up. To the players a burst of yell. He's a great coach, but he's under 40 after all. Ribaraka went straight inside to ask for a strong shot, but playing so hard ended up being defended by Garbajosa and the rebound was collected. Yanakis' yelling didn't work. It backfired a bit. Sunhow's fast break missed, but Trinidad, who followed up, took the offensive rebound and gave it back to Prigioni to reorganize. Another elevator door. Sunhow pedaled out faster this time, and with the experience of the last round, the player defending Prigioni clearly hesitated when assisting the defense. The effect of Sunhow's 1-minute rapid-fire training was not for nothing. It was this hesitation that had given him the opportunity to strike. The trajectory of his shot was right on the money. Bam! Unfortunately the ball ended up hitting the front of the basket. Yanakis' heart skipped a beat. It's good to know that even the most accurate shooter has a shot that misses. Sunhow failed to capitalize on this 3-point opportunity. The next second, though, Garbajosa leaped high to grab an offensive rebound and scored on a straight second chance. The deficit, which was cut to 2 points. The heart of elevator door tactics is the pitcher. But the pitcher isn't everything. Because the elevator door creates a natural jam at the free throw line when it forms. The jam doesn't do much or even interfere with players backing off when the shooter puts the ball in. But when the pitcher fails to put the ball in play, the jam becomes crucial because it's a 4 or 5 at the same time. And the chances of getting the front board are high. That's why Green is so prone to triple-doubles with the Warriors. His ability is one aspect, and the tactical additions are a big part of it. Giannikis' temper was gone at this point. He felt like he had an eye-opening day. The play seems simple enough, but it's much harder to defend against than one might think. When it mattered, Panathinaikos still looked to Bodiroga, who whipped Trinidad again, breaking to the free throw line for a mid-range shot. The current OU is as solid as it gets. The game also fell into a long stalemate after this. Real Madrid couldn't do much with Bodiroga, the current European emperor, and Panathinaikos couldn't do much with the elevator door that came out of nowhere. The pre-match matchup that Russo and the Real Madrid team were looking forward to finally came in the second half. Along with the rising and falling, smoke-filled cheers of the fans on both sides, the difference between the two teams remained between 5 points. The suspense of this game was destined to be kept until the very end, but it's scenes like these that make the fans and the crowd grow more and more exuberant. A game like this is worthy of a Champions League final. In the final quarter, Bodiroga led a surge to pull within 1, but somehow put the game out of reach with back-to-back threes. With the cheers rising and falling, The two teams were tied at 72 with 124 left in the final frame. Phew! Finally no longer a minute before the end. 24 more seconds. Possession of the ball by Panathinaikos. Bodiroga with the ball. The godlike man, accompanied by the explosive cheers of the Greek fans, took the ball and launched another break. Real Madrid wouldn't dare clip at this point. Who dares to sack Magic, even if he is white? Trinidad was trampled mercilessly once again, and he couldn't even get away with trying to grab a jersey foul after he was passed. Bodiroga kills the ball inside, turns and takes a backward shot, to score, 74-72, a crucial 2-point lead. Russo called a timeout. The more the game comes down to the wire, the more you see what a teen star can do. Bodiroga, a god when it counts. Russo's response was still an elevator goal, a tactic that helped them get through an entire tough second half and also helped them tie the game. But when he waited to come back, Sunhao was co-defended before he could even catch the ball. After playing a second half, Giannikis also finally figured out how to respond, because the end point of this tactic is basically Sunhao. As long as you pinch Sunhao in advance, this tactic will be broken for the most part. It's also true that the Real Madrid team's elevator goal was half-baked and under-evolved because it hadn't been trained before. By the time Panathinaikos reacted, Sunhao didn't have a chance to take a shot. The Greek fans on the sidelines are already getting restless. It came a little late, but it was timely. Prigioni's breakaway layup after a block with Garbajosa, who used himself as a dynamite package to throw himself inside. But he doesn't have enough physical confrontation. His layup slipped out of the basket and the referee didn't give a whistle in the final moments. Rebraca pulled down a defensive rebound and Panathinaikos called timeout. In the final 35 seconds, Panathinaikos led by 2 points and still had possession. They're going to win their first European championship. The cheers of the Greek fans in the crowd had reached a crescendo. They are just 35 seconds away from the championship. Losing is on me. My fault. When he came off the field, Prigioni was beating himself up deeply. If that goal would have gone in, Real Madrid would not be in such a passive position right now. The rest of the team didn't react either. They knew it wasn't Prigioni's fault, but the situation at hand left them without the heart to do the comforting job. During a timeout, Russo set up the defensive play. Because Real Madrid's timeout had run out, he incidentally set up the end play where he finally got possession. Sunhaus holding 3. European basketball is about teams, but as much as Giannikis hands the ball to Bodiroga, when the individual is good enough, the team is just a support. Sunhaus' individual ability has been proven in this fight, and Russo has put him on equal footing with Bodiroga. As for whether he could score the ball, that was Sunhaus' ability. Tactics were set up and the players were ready to take the field. Sunhaus saw that his players were still a bit frustrated as they were when they came off the field, and he reached out and called out to everyone. Remember, the game isn't over until the final whistle blows. We can be beaten but never admit defeat. Sunhaus said the same thing he said at halftime again. Same words, different situation, but this time it's even more profound, because they really got to this point, right at the end of the game. Still down 2 points, no possession, can't defend this turn and lose. Prigioni was the first to react, patting himself on the chest before throwing his hands up. What he just said was a bit demoralizing. Sunhaus' words coupled with Prigioni's move. The players all put their hands up one after another. Real Madrid. With a roar, the players' emotions visibly came back. Now, it's up to them to hold Panathinaikos to a late run. Or, more accurately, can we defend Bodiroga's last drive? Back from the timeout, Panathinaikos pushed forward into the frontcourt and the ball was quickly in the hands of Bodiroga. Bodiroga was pressing the clock, and after Trinidad unsuccessfully attempted a steal, he sank his weight to defend his break. Breaking is clearly Bodiroga's preferred option over the 3. With the clock pressed down to about 15 seconds, Panathinaikos went on offense. It was also at this point that an unexpected scene occurred. Bodiroga, surprisingly, passed the ball away. He switched from having the ball to playing without it. This one tactical change came suddenly and unexpectedly. Sunhao was also surprised, but when he thought that the opposite side was a top coach like Giannikis, it seemed reasonable. Bodiroga cuts in and out of the no-huddle running game. After a defense change, Sunhao was matched up with Bodiroga in the low post. Bodiroga asked for the ball on his back, and that height difference leaned up as if he was going to swallow Sunhao at any moment. The rest of the Panathinaikos team cooperated, with everyone else, including Rebraca, pulling to the far side. With this kind of space, jealous of Bodiroga's passes, Real Madrid's pack simply couldn't get on the ball. Sunhao's power is not bad, but with this kind of height difference, as long as the ball is given and it's basically a score. Everyone on the field knows this, and Trinidad's uptake is working hard to put pressure on the opposing defender. His pressing did work as well, forcing the opposition to resort to high hoops to get the ball inside. The ball, however, passed in. Bodiroga has his hands open ready to catch the ball. It was also at that moment that something happened that no one expected. Sun Hao, who was originally on top behind Bodiroga, suddenly withdrew his bench for a moment, then lunged out from the diagonal side and jumped up to grab the ball. This set of moves was very coherent, and it was obvious that Sun Hao had been thinking this way for a long time. If it were anyone else, they would have already fallen after losing their center of gravity. But Bodiroga froze and stood firm with excellent body control, then reached for the ball. Because of the height difference, he reached out and grabbed higher than Sun Hao jumping up. But because it's a high slung ball with a slow descent, Bodiroga can't power up to jump with his hand outstretched there is the highest point. But Sun Hao was still rising, then grabbed the falling basketball with a hand in the air. A deadly steal by Sun Hao. With the game just 6 seconds away from being over, the fans in the audience were dumbfounded, including the players of Panathinaikos on the field. No one could have imagined that Sun Hao, who was 1 meter 8, could jump so high. Sun Hao grabbed the landing, directly a healthy step forward to charge. Athletic posture like a cheetah. Russo's tactical setup doesn't matter anymore. He just wants to punch now. Panathinaikos players reacted by yelling at each other to play defense. If this ball is scored by Sun Hao, the great situation will be cut short in the blink of an eye. But Sun Hao's speed is very fast. The fast attack Terminator Badge 8 is like putting 2 wind turbines at his feet. Only the outermost linebacker followed. The two turned the corner and went from midfield to the front. 3 points. 3 points. Yanakis is jumping to his feet and yelling at this point. He knows Sun Hao's offensive habits, and he has seen the sharp stop 3-point scoring method in the video many times. The most important thing, of course, is that if Sun Hao scores a 3, then Panathinaikos will be directly shut out. But if it's 2 points, even if Sun Hao really puts the ball in, then the worst that can happen is overtime. And now that there are just 3 or 4 seconds until the end of the final period, Sun Hao will probably shoot a 3 because that will ensure that the ball is thrown before the whistle. The Panathinaikos defender heard the shouts to slow down, but he soon realized that Sun Hao didn't slow down. Yanaki's judgment was wrong. Sun Hao wanted to take 2 points. The defender taps his horse to catch up again. But what was a top defense becomes a chase defense. Sun Hao drives to the basket and leaps in for a layup. His idea was simple. Get 2 points, go to overtime and keep the game going. The defender chased after Sun Hao, who didn't want to turn the original victory into another fierce battle. His speed was not as fast as Sun Hao's, but his height and arm span were better, and he followed Sun Hao's jump to seal the cover at the same time. Don't foul. Janakis realized what could happen and yelled from the sidelines, but it was too late. Sun Hao air confrontation to stabilize his body. The defender's hand directly hit Sun Hao's arm, and could not collect his body. Directly pushed Sun Hao to the field. Sun Hao lost his body balance in the air, but he still threw the ball before that. There was a tumble, and even though Sun Hao took protective actions after landing, he still tumbled directly into the back row of the audience. The Real Madrid fans at the venue broke out into a cold sweat. The referee on the sidelines also blew his whistle after a pause. It's right to give the game to the players at the last minute, but there's a line in the sand for penalties, and that was a dangerous move just now. If it wasn't in a European game, it would be a straight-up violation. Swish! Just when everyone's attention was on Sun Hao, a crisp sound came from inside the loudspeaker. Sun Hao makes a little hook shot before he flies out and puts the ball in the basket. It's a 2+1. Nearly a whistling 2+1. Sun Hao was helped up by the spectators and jumped up and down in his place with excitement after seeing the goal. Thanks to his quick reflexes, excellent physical fitness, and professional protective maneuvers, he didn't get himself hurt. His first thought when he got up was to go after the defender, but he instantly forgot about it in his excitement after seeing the ball go in. He was just trying to get the ball into overtime. I didn't realize that opposing guard J.R. Smith was possessed and made the deadliest mistake in the final moments. Now, he has a straight-up free throw shutout. The defender held his head in disbelief. Januski's expression was helpless. The foul was so obvious that he didn't even have the desire to try to complain about it. The Real Madrid fans in the crowd had exploded and began to shake their bodies wildly and wave their fists in unison. Originally, they all stepped 1 foot off the cliff and were about to meet death, but they finally realized that it was the angels who had come. Hell to heaven is just a few seconds away. Now, they still hold the last chance for a shutout. Extra point for Sun Hao. The referee went to confirm the final time and returned the watch to 0.9 seconds, because Panathinaikos had run out of timeouts. This basically meant that Sun Hao's last free throw decided the winner of this edition of the tournament. This ending, I'm afraid, is something no one could have imagined, but that was the final ball. Sun Hao goes to the free throw line. The Real Madrid fans in the crowd quieted down, but the Greek fans could no longer be stopped. Fireworks filled the sky, and some excited male fans behind the basket even started peeling their clothes right off, distracting the view with white flesh. The whole dugout was filled with noise at this moment. It was definitely a pressure-filled penalty. It's either a shutout or overtime. Sun Hao took a deep breath, and although he couldn't block out the explosive disturbing sound in his ears, he let his heart gradually calm down. Then again, he's been through several NCAA March Madnesses, and, after being eliminated in the semifinals of the Liga MX last year, they were shut out by the Bologna Vitus in the regular season this season. Compared to those times, at least now, he held the initiative. Bend your knees, raise your hands, straighten your arms and pivot your wrists. Sun Hao repeated the movements that he had trained countless times in the system. The basketball was launched and waltzed through the air. Swish! After a sound of silence, the next second, the whole stadium was covered by the cheers of Real Madrid fans. Panathinaikos served out of the backcourt, but ran out of time as Bodiroga, who received the ball, was interfered with by Prigioni and couldn't complete the shot. Sun Hao raised his hands high, and all of Real Madrid's teammates rushed towards him. He shut out Panathinaikos to help Real Madrid win the Champions League. Real Madrid are the champions. A new king of Europe is born. Under the explosive cheers, the sideline commentators could not hold back their excitement and shouted, "This new Euro king he's talking about is not even 18 years old." Real Madrid fans began to pour into the arena. This was their championship moment. Sun Hao partied with his teammates, roaring and excited. Shutting out your opponents is a great feeling, and winning the Champions League is even better. And, odds are, he'll get the MVP. That means his odds of making the NBA go way up as well. Congratulations! Raul and Zidane were sitting on the sidelines, and they got to Sun Hao the fastest, and Raul came up and gave him a hug. Zidane also shook his hand to congratulate him. Even though they play soccer, it's still a ball whether it's this one or that one. As they were chatting, a figure suddenly jumped directly onto Sun Hao's shoulder. As soon as Sun Hao turned around, he realized it was Fernandez. This little fanboy of his own looked incredibly excited. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it was inevitable that they would be chattering for a while. Sun Hao fought them off and turned around to interact with the fans. Just then, Bodiroga came toward him. The crowd parted a path. "You're going to be in the NBA and you're going to be the best basketball player ever." After shaking hands and hugging Sun Hao, the current European emperor said this to him. That's still surprising to Sun Hao. Who knows, Bodiroga had the strength to go to the NBA but didn't. It seems it's not that he doesn't like the NBA, but something else. But surprised as he was, Bodiroga, as the #1 man in Europe, could only mean one thing by saying such things to him: a young man. Recognition. Just as Jordan affirmed Kobe, it was a kind of recognition from a senior to a junior, and a competitor. And after those words, instead of going back to the locker room with the rest of his Panathinaikos teammates, Bodiroga stood on the sidelines and waited. After waiting for a while, the scene moved on to the MVP award ceremony. The lights on the floor focused as the president of the European Basketball Association announced the MVP. The winner of the most valuable player of the first Champions League 2000 Final Four is Sun Hao. There wasn't much suspense. 25 points and 3 assists in the semifinals, 29 points, 3 assists and 2 steals in the finals, and 27 points, 3 assists and 1.5 steals per game, not to mention before, just the performance in these 2 games. Sun Hao is absolutely phenomenal. Sun Hao received the trophy that belonged to him as MVP and raised it above his head. The scene was already unstoppable with cheers. In terms of momentum, they'd been overpowered by the Greek fans all night, but it's they who have the last laugh, because they have Sun Hao, a man who became MVP before he was even 18 years old. This one accomplishment, not to mention Bodiroga, who is still on the sidelines, is something that neither Nowitzki, who is now in the NBA, nor the legendary Sabonis have ever done. Sun Hao's future was truly immeasurable. Thank you to my mom and dad, whose support brought me to Spain. A mother's love and a father's love. Thanks to Coach Raul, who found me, Coach Fidel, Coach Luis. They all believed in me. They all say I'm second to Gasol and call me a genius. But I know I'm lucky because I've met the best coaches. That includes Coach Russo now. You don't know how good he is, but you guys have seen it tonight. Thanks to Bodiroga, who was the greatest opponent I've ever met. Thanks to my teammates. We did it. We didn't give up until the end of the game. That's the best team. But most of all we should thank the fans who supported us, who came all the way from Spain and without whom we couldn't have done it. This MVP belongs to me as much as it does to you. Sun Hao's testimonial is not long, but every sentence is important. The last line, in particular, rekindled the mood of the scene. Russo smiled and applauded Sun Hao. He suddenly realized that Sun Hao possessed not only the ability to encourage his teammates in the locker room, but also excellent eloquence. This will not only make Sun Hao a great basketball player, but also a great team leader. He felt the thigh he was hugging thicken a few more points. After the MVP, The Real Madrid team members also got their share of the trophy. Sun Hao and Russo hold the title in their hands, with their teammates lined up on either side. The scene was framed by the cameras on the sidelines. This is the most precious photo of Sun Hao in the 3 years since he arrived in Europe. The Real Madrid dressing room after the match. Wet, full of men. Men on top of men. The celebrations here are absolutely insane. And for those who don't know, they think they're in some kind of passionate blockbuster. There was a knock on the door of the locker room, which came as a pause for the blockbuster inside. It was Russo who knocked on the door. Son, someone is looking for you. Russo looked at Sun Hao with a smile on his face. Sun Hao's body was covered in champagne wetness, and he immediately felt a coolness. The words unconsciously reminded him of what had happened in Italy. He toweled off his hair and followed to the door. When he saw the person outside, he froze, because the people standing outside turned out to be Mr. and Mrs. Sasha Donich. In their hands, they were holding a child? When he had first arrived in Serbia, he had thought of them and had lamented the break in contact. I didn't think they'd find it on their own. He smiled and walked over. Sasha smiled back and walked towards him. A long goodbye is better than a new marriage, and a long drought is better than a rainy day. The two don't communicate much, but when they do it's very much in sync. Just as a man's impression of a woman he doesn't see much will always be favorable. The two hugged and then chatted about the race ahead. Sun Hao then realized that they were also watching the game at the dugout tonight. Only they were seated a bit further out, like the Stade de France before them. It's family poor Eastchester? Look at my kid. After Shaz's excitement eased, he then noticed that he had left his wife and children behind. Sun Hao turned his head to look at little Donich. With his white skin and fleshy face, he looks like he's going to be a little chubby when he grows up. Luca, this is Sunday, Sasa said in a full and affectionate voice. Shaza really listened to Sun Hao's advice and named his child Luca. In other words, the fat white kid in front of me at this moment is Luka Donich. Sun Hao suddenly felt that his first glance was too accurate. Dong Chi-Chi is not a little fat in the future, and he literally became the guy who helped name Donich. It's a bit of an amazing feeling, really. After all, it's usually the real father who names the child. Shall we go outside for a cup of coffee? Shatsa came to his senses and opened his mouth to invite. Sun Hao pointed in the direction of the locker room. Russo was already gone, and with the wailing celebrations starting up again inside, he couldn't get away for a while here. Sasa is also a basketball player, and he realizes this. Here's my cell number. Give me a call when you're done and we'll make another appointment. He nodded and took a paper and pen out of his bag and wrote him a number. Sun Hao nodded, and after teasing little Donich for a while longer, he then went back to the locker room. The familiar knock on the door and the locker room celebration was once again interrupted. This time it was a stranger who knocked on the door. After revealing a burst of awkward yet polite smile, the visitor turned his gaze to the unclothed Sun Hao. I'm Austin, the Houston scout. Son, can we talk? It'll have to wait. The other team was a scout, and like the Spurs scouts who had come to see him before, it was mostly to invite him to try out for Houston. It's not like the salsa in front of us, so I guess we can talk for a while. Austin didn't say anything, nodding before exiting. Son, go about your business. We're going out tomorrow to celebrate. Prigioni knew that Sun Hao would be a bit busy today and took the initiative to speak. Go on, don't get in the way. Gabayosa, who had already been stripped of his shirt, followed suit. Sun Hao nodded as he went to take a shower, changed into a set of clothes and left the locker room. But what he couldn't have expected was that in just a few minutes of work, there were already 3 people standing at the door. Hi son, I'm Eric, a scout for the Mavericks. I'm Lucas, a scout for the Los Angeles Lakers, and I heard that you wrote to Sierra Canyon School 2 years ago. 3 guys, scouts from 3 different teams. It seems that tonight's Champions League final is not just affecting Europe itself by any means, and the appearance of these teams can also match Sun Hao's impression. Stern brought the NBA into the Chinese market a decade ago with a videotape, and also began his long program of promoting the NBA overseas. That's the NBA League's plan. But there are a number of teams that have responded positively. The Spurs are the rush. They have resident scouts all over Europe, including last year when they drafted Ginobili as well. In addition to the Spurs, Houston, the Mavericks, and the Lakers are all teams that are more interested in the overseas market. Sun Hao's Champions League MVP is not comparable to the impact of Calderon's La Liga MVP last year, and it makes sense that they would be attracted to them. Are you all here to see me for a tryout? There are many people, and Sun Hao asked directly and uniformly. The 3 men looked at each other and all nodded successively. It would have been best to communicate such things privately, but we all bumped into each other, so there was nothing to hide. I've got the WHL playoffs behind me, so I don't know if I can make it if it's a joint tryout. So let's just say I'll give you guys my contact information and we'll follow up. for a 5-year deal and now a Champions League title. Going to the NBA was part of his plan, so compared to last time, his attitude is different. Of course, he was giving himself time to think about it by saying that, where exactly to try out, or if I'm going to go to all of them, that's a decision that he needs to think long and hard about. After sending away a few scouts, Sun Hao habitually took out his cell phone. That's also when he touches the note, which reminds him that he's one date short of the Donchers. He called and the call was answered quickly, and it looked like he had been waiting for him. He booked a cafe close to his hotel, and the Donchers were already there when he arrived. As for Donich Jr., he's there sucking on his breasts in a big way. The milk is in the bottle. Think what you want. Sorry to keep you waiting. My treat. Sun Hao sat down with an apology. Do you guys live around here? He went on to ask that earlier in France, Sasa had said that they were Yugoslavian federal Serbs. Belgrade is the present capital of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia and later the capital of Serbia. No, we moved to Slovenia. Luka is Slovenian. Schatz's answer greatly exceeded Sun Hao's expectation, but it did remind him that Luka Donic's words were indeed Slovenian. In the ensuing chat, Sun Hao also learned more about the cause. Sports and politics are not linked, but the impact is actually huge. The time when Yugoslavia didn't break up, Slovenia or Serbia was all one country, but after the dissolution, in order to be able to continue playing for the world powerhouse that was the Yugoslavian League, Sasa, who was born in Slovenia, chose to move to Belgrade and become a Yugoslavian League Serb, but now there is no place for him in the national team because of his age. He has a gap in talent compared to guys like Sabonis and Bodiroga, and the one thing he can still play is at the national level, so he chose to return to his hometown to play, where he also prepared for a successful pregnancy and gave birth to Donich Jr. The story has a few twists and turns, but after listening to it, Sun Hao is more and more glad that he is in China, where the politics are stable and the people are well. There's something I'd like to ask your opinion on. As he was chatting, Schatz's expression suddenly became serious for a moment. Sun Hao looked at him curiously. With that look on his face, could there be anything more serious than naming a child? We want you to be Luka's godfather. What do you think? His wife beside him nodded along as Schatz said this. Godfather. A lot of people are familiar with the word but don't really know much about it. The most impressions probably come from the movie The Godfather. In the movie, Vito Don Corleone is the godfather of all the gangsters. There, godfather equals the meaning of boss, but that's just one layer of it. And it's even been rare with the advent of the era of peace and the rule of law. In reality, the godfather used it more or the other way around. A person who, at the baptism of an infant or young child, gives the name of the religion and undertakes to undertake its religious instruction. Catholicism and Christianity have similar behaviors that are used to protect and monitor babies as they grow into human beings. Or to make a more graphic analogy, the godfather is the domestic equivalent of the godfather. It's to be as Donich's daddy. My son Donich. I'm not religious. Sun Hao didn't mind being this, but in the Western countries, those who could become godfathers were mostly reputable members within the church. He's not, so he doesn't deserve it. You misunderstand. Not all godfathers have to be religious. In our country they are, aren't they, Miriam? Shatsa turned his head to his wife, who was beside him, and asked. The wife hesitated and nodded. Really? Sun Hao wasn't too sure. After all, he wasn't religious. Really? Sasa gave a very positive answer. That, line it. Sun Hao always felt that something was wrong, but Sasha said so it shouldn't be false, right? After all, recognizing a godfather like this is not a trivial matter. So do we have to find a church or something? Sun Hao knew that this kind of thing was very formal in the West. No, we don't do that in our country. Everything is simple. Just do what you want. Sun Hao looked at Shasa suspiciously, and the more he heard, the more he felt that something was wrong. It's just like recognizing a godfather in China, isn't it? When you get a chance in the future, you coach Luka's training and just see him as if he were your own child. After listening to Shatsa's next words, Sun Hao felt that he had really fallen into a pit. Shatsa, this is a free trainer for Donich Jr. However, it's not a loss. There may be more than one person in Slovenia named Sasa Doncic, or perhaps more than one person named Luka Doncic, but if these two are father and son, then this little Donich is the one Sun Hao knows. Sun Hao is traveling through the world, and he naturally knows the achievements that Donich will reach in the future, and with his guidance, the latter's accomplishments would only be greater. My son Donich can kill LeBron? My son Donich, the first in the league? This is, by the sound of it, very restful, especially when he retired. Watching his son, no, godson punch bumper dangs and kick no-shot letters in the league, killing it, that kind of feeling is great. After all, he doesn't have kids yet. No, wake up. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Shasa did not know what Sun Hao was thinking in his heart. He thought that this matter made it difficult for Sun Hao, and he just didn't see it. After sending off the Donich couple, Sun Hao felt still a bit giddy. The feeling is, to use a very apt phrase, joyful fatherhood. He got back to the hotel and was about to go back and rest for a while. It's been a bit of a tiring night with the game and scouting and being a dad. But just as he entered the hotel lobby, he looked up and saw his mom and dad. The two men were sitting on the couch, and by the way they were bored. They must have been waiting for quite a while. The point is, how did they get here? And straight to the hotel? Seeing Sun Hao, Mom and Dad stood up and walked over at once. Dad was all smiles while Mom grumbled as she walked. I told you to let the game be over. You had to come to the hotel and wait. And lo and behold, it's only now that you see your son. Son, he sure is busy tonight. Dad was still smiling and just casually responding to Mom's complaints. Sun Hao heard but was touched inwardly. The box of stuff that was given on the airplane when I first came to Spain. And this knowledge that I was busy choosing, etc. A father's love, many times silent, is deep. Mom's complaining words were only in an instant. And when she walked to Sun Hao's body, her eyes were already a little red. I haven't seen you in a few years and I miss it. Sun Hao smiled and chatted with them. Although he had no memories of this body before crossing over, he had communicated with his parents quite a bit in the years since crossing over. They chatted as they walked toward their hotel room. From life in Spain, to Real Madrid teammates, including some of the big events in the country, there is still a lot to talk about. Incidentally, this also includes the previous encounter with his own happy father. People are trying to get close to you, why else wouldn't they have approached you before? I really want to find someone, even if I've lost touch with my old classmates for 10 years. I can contact them just the same. I don't want to find them. I can turn my head and forget about them. Mom quickly gave a summary of Sun Hao's encounter. Full of life philosophy. We got our grandchildren early. Dad chimed in, but was immediately shut up by a blank stare from Mom. Sun Hao couldn't help but laugh as he watched. It's better for Mom to see it through, but it's only human for Sasha to do that. After all, he won the Champions League MVP when he was not even 18 years old, and the future looks bright anyway. They were already in the elevator as they spoke. Son, do you have a girlfriend? Entering the elevator, Mom asked along with what she had just said. It's definitely there. My son's attractive. Like me. Dad was in a good mood today, and he didn't forget to blow himself up on the way out. But his words immediately drew another blank stare from his mom. It's not like where we come from. You come of age at 16. Dad continued. This sentence is to remind Mom. Mom looked at Sun Hao doubtfully. No. Sun Hao immediately shook his head, but a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This word from his parents made him think of Jocelyn again. Speaking of which, it had been over 2 years since Jocelyn had left, and he had waited neither for Jocelyn's email nor for her in person. A big living person appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared as if out of nowhere. Son, don't be discouraged. You're still young, and in the future you'll be able to meet a perfect woman like your mom, just like your dad. Dad blew it, but he still had a knack for talking about love. Sure enough, after saying this, Mom's face involuntarily blushed, and reached out and gently pushed Dad a hand. This is dog food. Sun Hao scratched his head. He suddenly felt that it wasn't that Fernandez could flirt with girls. Was it just because he couldn't? To Sun Hao's room to chat for a while. The hotel is also open. Mom and Dad urged him not to forget his own birthday tomorrow, and then left him to go shopping for a two-person world to go. Confirmation that it's a pro-life person. But once his parents left, Sun Hao was idle and remembered Fernandez, this little brother of his own. I don't know where he ran off to. When he picked up his cell phone, he realized there were several missed calls for him. Talking to his parents earlier, he had muted his phone and he called only to find out the guy had run off to St. Sabas Church. This guy, he's thinking about sex again. Since the last time he was ferry jumped in Italy, Sun Hao had already hit X on such things as flirtatious encounters, because it was too easy to roll over. He even thought he was lucky last time. If he really went to the hotel to have an indescribable 10,000 words, and came back to find that he had contracted the Italian disease, that would be a real fucking surprise. Hearing Sun Hao call him, Fernandez immediately took a taxi over, though maybe he's still a flamboyant failure as usual. While waiting for Fernandez to arrive, Sun Hao had gone ahead and bought wine from the supermarket below. When Fernandez arrived, the two men drank straight away. Even though the last time they were in Italy it had been proven that the two of them couldn't hold their liquor, they still had to drink this wine. Champions League MVP. Sun Hao will most likely choose to go to the NBA afterward, and that opportunity may come just this once. And at the hotel, it was just the two of them, so there was no fear of anything happening. They really couldn't hold their liquor, though, and they were half drunk before long. Jocelyn Has she been here? Mom and Dad's words made Sun Hao recall Jocelyn, who couldn't help but ask as the image flashed back when he was drunk. I don't know. Raul went to a new team last year, and most of my teammates left one by one, some to higher leagues before me, some choosing other paths. Fernandez shook his head, then looked at Sun Hao. You haven't given up yet? Sun Hao froze for a moment and didn't answer, just grinning. The things that Lartigue had said to him, and the fact that he still thought about it today after Mom and Dad had said it, he realized that he didn't end up putting it down. He just chose to put it aside. Maybe this is first love. Or maybe he actually wanted to know why more than whether or not he could renew his relationship. Why did Jocelyn leave him an email and not answer a single one? Why hadn't Jocelyn tried to come to him after 2 years of no contact? Human curiosity, always the strongest. I have a feeling you'll meet again. Fernandez's love expert attributes are back. Sun Hao put away his smile and looked at him suspiciously. Jocelyn is American, isn't she? Fernandez then asked. Sun Hao nodded. He hadn't been in contact with Jocelyn for a long time, but because the relationship had developed so quickly, there was something about Jocelyn that he knew. The mother is Danish and the father is Jewish American and lives in Los Angeles. Your progress has been amazing. I think you could go to the NBA draft this year. Fernandez went on to say that he was the one who witnessed Sun Hao completing the triple jump, and then witnessed Sun Hao completing a series of accomplishments. In other words, he was the one who truly knew how much potential Sun Hao had. These words instantly reminded Sun Hao. The odds are that he's going to play in the NBA, which is wherever it is, in the United States. They'll still meet again if it's meant to be. Even after Fernandez said that, he was a little impatient to play in the United States. National Sports Authority. Li Yanwei is holding a newspaper thoughtfully. It's a freshly minted weekly sports newspaper, and the guy who wrote it is still the same sugar. The headlines of the news are just as absorbing as last time. When did the CBA become the NBA? An MVP at Europe's highest level. A man who beat current Euro Emperor Badaloga, and an epic-making Asian defender who didn't get to play in the CBA. When did the CBA become the NBA and demand so much from its guards? Or maybe it's just because he's not tall enough? Looking at the opening sentences of this article, Li Yanwei felt that this person called Su Kun was a talent. Straight to the soul. The last time he watched that Europe's strongest 175 had caused him to reflect. This time Sun Hao has blown up and has become the Champions League MVP. Even if he wanted to be an ostrich, the others were certainly not blind. He put down the paper, then picked up the phone. The next day, Sun Hao woke up and found himself sitting on the edge of the toilet. His back was sore, his throat hurt, and his butt hurt a little. Looks like he spent last night sitting at the toilet. He got up, holding onto the wall, patted his still slightly groggy head, and washed his face with cold water. They say the whole drinking thing is a gradual process, one drink at a time. But as far as he was concerned, it looked like he was going to have nothing to do with the stuff of alcohol in this life. He exited the bathroom and was amused to see Fernandez still sitting on the edge of the trash can huffing and puffing. Just then, the cell phone rang. Sun Hao staggered over and realized it was Yi Jianlian calling. Two people who are miles apart but still have contact information for each other. Sun Hao got the MVP of the Champions League Final Four, and Yi must have called over to congratulate him. It's just that because it's miles away, it takes time for the news to get through. The two chatted about this delightful event and talked about Yi Jianlian's recent situation. Yi has been selected for the national youth team and will represent his country at next year's U15 Boys Basketball World Championships. Wait, U15? Knowing that Yi Jianlian is doing well domestically, Sun Hao is happy for him, but what the hell is U15? Yi Jianlian is now 16 years old. Yeah, the coach told me to change it to a year younger. That's how it works over here. To play better and get ready for the first team later. Yi Jianlian didn't feel anything. Sun Hao's heart but at once remembered something. Change the age. As with the previous height sweep, it's all a bad thing about this era of domestic basketball. In order to make a mark, older kids are made to change their age to play against kids, only to wait until the other kids are older and can't beat them. And here's the other downside to this. A lot of players look at their peak and are about to use him, and within 2 years he's retired. In his previous life, it was only after Yao Ming became the president of the Basketball Association that these things were corrected one after another. Lien, have you thought about coming over to Europe to play? Sun Hao doesn't have the ability to change this now, but he can try to change Yi Jianlian. I haven't thought about it for a while. Sun Hao asked too suddenly. Yi Jianlian did not turn the corner for a moment. But how you let me go? I can ask my parents. Yi Jianlian is really looking at Sun Hao as his big brother. Yes, and there's no need to rush. If they don't agree, try to talk slowly. Sun Hao's head was still dizzy at this moment, and he only mentioned a vision. Now Yi Jianlian has not officially entered the system. Let him jump out of that circle in the country. As to whether it is the same as he came to play in Europe, or go ahead to play in the United States, is something that can be reconsidered. Hanging up the phone, Sun Hao walked to the window and opened it. A gust of wind blew in and the wine sobered up. He turned to make a cup of coffee and was about to drink it when his cell phone rang again. When I picked it up, it was an unfamiliar number and it was an international call from home. And there was a missed call. It should be him and Yi Jianlian in the front. Busy line. An unfamiliar number called twice in a row, and he hesitantly picked it up. Ah, son, I'm Li Yanwei. Remember me? The phone had just picked up when a polite voice came from the other end. Li Yanwei? Of course Sun Hao remembered. It was him and Yang Wei who cost themselves the chance to play in the CBA with Yi Jianlian 5 years ago. Anything? Sun Hao's tone was calm without any feeling, even cold. There was a pause on the other end of the line, followed by a hearty laugh. I have to apologize. I was the one who looked the other way 5 years ago. You can indeed play professionally. Li Yanwei's next words made Sun Hao freeze for a moment. He didn't expect Li Yanwei to admit that he had punched himself in the face. And what happened to you made me reflect on our selection system. And I don't think height across the board is a good thing. And while I don't have the energy to change that right now, I'm going to try. Moreover, Li Yanwei's next words were even more unexpected to Sun Hao. Li Yanwei? Extraordinary. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely feel resentment after being slapped in the face, and then intensify his efforts to suppress him. Just like he knew Ken Ma. I know you can do it, but I won't even give you a chance. But Li Yanwei not only apologized, but also reflected. Sun Hao was a bit confused. He came to play in Europe and is hell-bent on making it to the NBA in the upcoming draft, using the obligatory voice to tell Li Yanwei and Yang Wei, who can play professionally. But now, before the 5-year covenant was up, he had already done it ahead of time. Shouldn't he come up with a line about being so lonely now? Is there something you wanted to see me about? The same words, but Sun Hao's tone was already different from before. Li Yanwei over there also heard it. I want for you to go back to play in the CBA. Team-wise I can help you contact. If you still want to go to Hongyuan, I can pack my bags now. Back to play in the CBA? Back to Hongyuan? That means Sun Hao can play with Yi Jianlian right away, fulfilling the promise he made to play with Yi in the first place. He gets to wear his number 6 again and ride the field with Yi Jianlian, who wears number 9. Just, water flows downhill, people go uphill. The CBA is definitely not as good as Europe as a whole, and it's fine there as a career starting point, but not as a stopover. I'll think about it and contact you when I have a decision at the end of the season. However, Sun Hao didn't reject it right away. On the one hand, it was because of what Li Yanwei had said earlier. On the other hand, and more importantly, the 5-year deal was gone and it was time for him to plan the rest of his career. Originally playing this season and going for a chance to enter the NBA was the plan Sun Hao had set from the beginning. But with the 5-year deal ending prematurely, it's no longer a must. True to form, the EuroLeague, even Europe, doesn't really have much recognition over in the US. Otherwise Ginobili wouldn't have been drafted 57th overall, and Calderon wouldn't have remained unheralded after winning the La Liga MVP. In the eyes of those American scouts, the EuroLeague is really not as good as the NCAA these days, and probably about the same level as the CBA. In a league of this caliber, you can average even 20 points a game and people might think you're average, especially on the outside, not to mention that he's now less than 6'5". In other words, running this year is not the smartest thing to do. Because of the 1 to 2 time in the system, an extra year of play for him here equals 2 extra years of training. It's foreseeable that in a year's time, he'll be able to unlock more badges and further upgrade his existing ones. And if he remembered correctly, Gasol was also entering the draft next year, and they could still be there together then. Two people who are also enemies and friends are sitting in the little green room. That scene would be interesting. As for the NCAA, even though the NCAA in this day and age doesn't say you can't play if you've played professionally like it will in the future, it's been automatically ruled out for him. American scouts feel that the EuroLeague is not as good as the NCAA, but he's someone who's spent time in both leagues now, and he knows the difference between the two. The NCAA emphasizes individual ability, while the EuroLeague emphasizes technique, tactics and matchups. To make an analogy, the NCAA is the stage for the most talented young men on the planet, and the EuroLeague is a direct clash between adults. If one can survive and even excel in adult competitions, there is no reason to compete with those students. It's the same reasoning that led him to choose not to return to the CBA earlier. Oops, I have to train this afternoon. As he was thinking, a shout brought him back from his thoughts. Fernandez is awake. The guy shouted, slapped his thighs and jumped up, only to miss his footing and fall to the ground in one fell swoop. It was a good thing that the couch was next to him, or else this would have hurt. Sun Hao was almost sober and walked over to help him up. I was so happy yesterday I forgot about training. I had to get there. Fernandez sat down and then got right back up. But the man didn't sober up and almost fell over again. Just talk to your coach about training. Seeing him in this state, Sun Hao was really worried that he would break himself before he reached the elevator door and pulled him down again. Also, Raul is not right. I'm not in youth anymore. I have to go. Fernandez just sat down and jumped up again like a spring. Have some coffee before you go, Sun Hao said, getting up and opening the window a little wider. The coffee had been sitting for a while and had gotten cold, so Fernandez picked it up and gulped it down in one gulp like water. One doesn't care about sentiment when one is in a hurry. Let's go. I'll contact you when I get back. After saying that, Fernandez turned into a puff of smoke and ran straight out of the room without even having the time to close the door. Sun Hao laughed and shook his head, going over to close the door behind him, turning back to reboil the water in preparation for making another cup of coffee. The coffee was just brewing when the doorbell rang again. Sun Hao went over and opened the door. You guys run so fast. Are you falling? He had thought it was Fernandez who had forgotten something, but to his surprise the door opened and there stood a guy a head taller than him. De Young? The person who came was unexpected to Sun Hao. In the doorway stood, surprisingly, Bodiroga. Come to play a Champions League game? Because it's a third-party city, and the teams all stay in hotels, but they stay in different hotels. What was Bodiroga doing in his room so early in the morning? Invite me in for a cup of coffee? Bodiroga said with a smile. Sun Hao nodded. When Bodiroga sat down, he brought him the freshly brewed coffee, then boiled the water himself. He suddenly realized how hard it was to get a sip of coffee for himself. You wanted to see me about something? Sun Hao waited for the water to boil and came over to chat with Bodiroga first. Count on him being really busy after winning the Champions League, with people coming in one after the other. Are you getting ready to go to the draft after the Western Conference? Bodiroga didn't answer Sun Hao's words right away, but asked him in return. It's not set in stone. Sun Hao didn't know why Bodiroga suddenly asked this. I only signed a short one-year contract with Panathinaikos and they want to continue with me and I'm still undecided. Bodiroga had something to say about that, and he took a sip of his coffee afterward. Freshly brewed coffee, nice and hot. You want to come to Real Madrid? Sun Hao asked naturally. Bodiroga choked on a mouthful of coffee and burst into a violent coughing fit. Brother, what are you talking about? You beat me and I'm going to join you? You think I'm Kevin? Sorry, Durant is still in middle school. Seeing Bodiroga's reaction, Sun Hao also realized that what he said was a bit problematic. Bodiroga lost yesterday, but after all, he was the last European emperor, and he definitely wanted to save face. I think we'd be a good match playing together. Bodiroga exhaled. This statement of his surfaces the coming intention. He is the white magician, the #1 passer in Europe, and Sun Hao is the strongest scorer in Europe, the #1 shooter in Europe. One is good at passing, one is good at shooting. The two are paired together. It's like Curry and James playing together. The picture is beautiful when you think about it. I don't know much about the Panathinaikos team and I'm not familiar with Greece. Sun Hao followed. He's undecided, but odds are he'll stay at Real Madrid as well if he chooses to continue playing in Europe. Granted, he originally came to Real Madrid's youth team to sign a uniform 2+1 contract for young players overseas, which expires at the end of this season. But he's already the centerpiece of the team and will only get more shots and opportunities next season. Not to mention the fact that Real Madrid can be expected to extend him with a big contract that no other team can offer. With a different team, it would be starting all over again. Although, in theory, he did play well with Bodiroga. I know, that's why I said I have contract issues and we can go to a new team. A new team? Yeah, how about Barcelona? You don't need to leave Spain and I know you have a good relationship with Pau Gasol. Sun Hao was silent after hearing this. There was something inexplicably familiar about this suggestion from Bodiroga. It was a hot summer day, and the little emperor, who had just finished being bullied by a group of strong men from the green shirts, felt that his future was bleak. He hesitated long enough to pick up his cell phone, and instead of dialing the general manager or his boss, Gilbert, he called his best friend. Hey, Dwayne, it's time. Hey Chris, let's open up Bro Basketball. That summer, on ESPN's broadcast of the decision, the young emperor announced that he was bringing his talents to Miami. So Gasol is Bosh, he's Wade, and Bodiroga is James? They want to form a trio in Europe? Bodiroga, aren't you afraid of getting your jersey burned? Oh no, going to fucking Barcelona still. It's not Bodiroga's jersey that fans are afraid of burning, Barcelona, but Real Madrid's sworn enemy. One can only imagine how exaggerated the scenario would be if he went to Barcelona next season and came back to Madrid to play. Just think about when James goes to the Heat and returns to Cleveland for a road game. What happens to him will only be more dramatic than that, and he may even have to fear for his life. I can't do it. Sun Hao was about to open his mouth, But just then, he was suddenly stunned for a moment. Bodiroga saw that Sun Hao's words were gone again just before he opened his mouth, and his eyes were full of doubts. What he didn't know was that a whole bunch of information popped up in Sun Hao's mind. Detected that the host was born on May 20th, 1982 at 5:20 p.m. According to the time difference, the host has turned 18 years old. 18-year-olds are in their youth. And it's time to choose your next career plan. Choice 1, European Jordan. You need to rule this continent completely. Choice requirements. Continue to stay in the European League to play even better. Wrap up the Champions League regular season and quarterfinals MVP. La Liga regular season and quarterfinals MVP. To become the most razzle-dazzle man in Europe. To become the real emperor of Europe. Reward for choosing King of Europe badge. Significantly increase your influence and voice among European players. Choice 2, Little Emperor. Europe can no longer fulfill your ambitions. You need to become the emperor of another continent. Selection requirement. Enter the 2000 NBA draft and be selected. Select reward. System upgraded to version 2.0. Click for details. 2 choices. 2 different paths. King of Europe is a non-upgradable badge in the same category as Emperor's Wrath and Touch Your Head. Improving influence and voice among European players may not seem like a substantial power boost, but it means a lot. For example, if Sun Hao goes to the NBA, when Nowitzki sees him, he will probably treat him as a brother directly, and Sabonis will call out to him as a little old brother when he sees him. Even down the road, guys like Ginobili, Parker, Gasol, and Dio would treat him like a big European brother when they got to the NBA. This is the kind of achievement that James and others will never get. But this option too, Sun Hao felt very painful. Because of that, click for details. When I first got the system, it came with a note. When the system is upgraded, the timescale will increase and more features and props will be unlocked as well. But that statement is actually pretty vague. The percentage will increase to what? What features will be unlocked and what props will be added are not mentioned. And then, it's not mentioned here either. This must be the system's revenge for his earlier tirade. But in that case, if he ordered it, it would mean that he chose the path of the Little Emperor. But he couldn't make the comparison without ordering it. It's like asking you to choose a girlfriend. One is good looking with a nice body and the other has a superb body but has a mosaic face. At this point it depends on the person's personality. The steady person will tend to European Jordan. The adventurous person will choose Little Emperor. After Sun Hao thought for a long time, he finally did not make a choice. The reason is simple. It's because it's his birthday and the system automatically popped up this choice. But that doesn't mean he has to make that choice now. The WHL playoffs haven't even started yet, so he can absolutely wait until the WHL is done and see what happens. After all, there have been plenty of NBA teams that have come to him for tryouts since he won the Champions League and MVP. If he wins another WR title, he'll be a much better prospect by the time he chooses to draft than he is now. In case he WR capsizes, that's another story. Don't underestimate the eventuality. No one can pack a punch with a single elimination tournament like the EuroLeague. New MVP Ribaraka plus current Europa League Emperor Bodiroga. A team as strong as Panathinaikos has flopped. Who else is 100% guaranteed? As another example, very few of those superstars who went on to kill it in the NBA also won the NCAA March Madness. In the event that he doesn't actually win a title, the draft market will drop by then and he'll have something different to think about again. Sun Hao was pulled back out of the system by Bodiroga's voice. Seeing that he didn't respond for half a day, the Odyang in front of him had taken his hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Thanks to the proportionality of time inside and outside the system, otherwise people would have thought he was possessed. I have to think about it. Originally, Sun Hao was ready to politely refuse directly, but after the system gave him this option, all his decisions would have to wait until after La Liga. If he does stay in Europe, playing with Bodiroga is the best option for his personal improvement. Even if it's not in Barcelona, it could be anywhere else. Even he could try to convince Bodiroga again. It's perfectly fine to talk about turning enemies into friends. Bodiroga was just choking on his coffee in front of him. It's not like he opened his mouth and refused, isn't it? Besides, it's not like people haven't played for Real Madrid before. I know, and now that La Liga isn't finished, I'm hoping you'll give me an answer after La Liga. After all, it is someone who has played in the Western League. Bodiroga can still understand Sun Hao in this piece. Sun Hao smiled and nodded. The water had boiled long ago and he turned to make the coffee. Taking a sip of the slightly scalding coffee finally did what he wanted it to do in the morning. But he realized the playfulness really wasn't as good as his goji berry tea. By the way, there's something I might want to remind you of. Just then, Bodiroga suddenly spoke up. Sun Hao looked at him suspiciously. You've got the Champions League title and the MVP, and you're definitely going to be targeted in the later games. Sun Hao thought it was something, and when he heard this he smiled. He's been targeted non-stop from the moment he became the centerpiece of Real Madrid. Do you know why I became a white magician? Bodiroga saw Sun Hao's reaction and then asked, "You have a gift." That's just one side of it. It's more because I've been getting targeted. And I've been training for whatever they're targeting me for. And I can tell you I'm going to be training for the 3-point shot at the end of this season. This answer from Bodiroga was a bit unexpected from Sun Hao, but he soon understood the meaning of these words as well. No one is born a king, and like Kobe, Bodiroga kept improving himself to become the king of Europe. His threes in the final were targeted by the Real Madrid team and he practiced threes in the offseason to go. By next year, he becomes even more versatile than he was this year. So what happened to me must happen to you. Bodiroga saw that Sun Hao had heard and understood, and then made a finalization. Sun Hao nodded. Bodiroga has talent in the passing game. He projects and excels at different things. But just like the 2K editions, whichever one you click first will definitely lead to the all-around route in the end. All your other abilities are good, but you're on the shorter side, which I'm sure will be a breakthrough for opposing offenses later in the game. And I know you're good against it, but this is Europe, and taller players have more ways to deal with you than just force-eating. Don't you believe me? Take the last round of yesterday's game. If I get the ball, you can't stop me. Perhaps already planning to play with Sun Hao next season. Bodiroga said a lot. Sun Hao then nodded. These words were right. Bodiroga understands the game much better than he does. People have played so many games after all, and he hasn't been caught in a fight before. Partly because his confrontation was there and people gave up after a few unsuccessful attempts. But now that he's beaten Bodiroga to the Champions League throne, his opponent's perception of him must have changed. Catching him in a fight, even if it didn't work, was a strategy for his physical exertion. Man's stamina is limited, and he naturally follows suit on the offensive end. The true superstars, Jordan, Kobe, and James, were all on offense and defense. But I can't give you much advice on that front. You know I'm your height. I know. Sun Hao heard this inner sentence of MMP. If you know, don't say it. But he also knew Bodiroga meant no harm and still had a smile on his face. The two chatted for a while longer, and Bodiroga left after reminding Sun Hao to remember to give him an answer. When he sent Bodiroga away as well, Sun Hao stretched his back, feeling that he was finally a bit more relaxed. Since yesterday's Champions League win, he has become the busiest man in the world. Took a day off from work with the team and spent the day hanging out with my parents in Belgrade. After spending his birthday with his parents the next day and putting them on a plane back home, he followed and rushed back to Madrid. Talk is about being a gifted teenager, but you certainly can't be left behind in your actions. With the help of a shooting trainer and a shooting aide, he began an intense workout within the system. The Champions League title has been won. Just like rock climbing past 2/3 of the way, the remaining third he must give it his all, or fall off and all is lost. But he had just practiced for less than 2 days when he received calls from Spurs, Houston, Mavericks and Lakers scouts. They spoke differently, but gave the same message of wanting him to participate in the joint European tryouts coming up. NBA teams have little interest in European wideouts, but a lot of interest in other position players. Take last year's draft. Ginobili was taken 57th overall, but the highest handsome shooter Wally Szczerbiak, the swingman, was a serious 6th overall pick. There's also 12th round center Alexander Radosevic, 24th round small forward Andrei Kirilenko and more. All of this is a testament to the importance the NBA now places on European players. The NBA has a combine for draft picks on home soil, but a lot of European players can't go to that combine, because in most European leagues, the end of the playoffs is already the end of June, and that's close to the start of the draft. As an example, Sun Hao is in the Western Conference, which is expected to end on June 22nd, and the draft is on June 29th, with just 1 week in between. Sun Hao will definitely be too late to try out for another team by then, because this is the first year of the birth of the European Championship, the NBA side of the full consideration, after a European joint trial, or maybe it's more aptly called a mini-joint tryout, because unlike the joint tryouts where all the teams will be there, the ones that do come are some of the teams that are interested in overseas concerns. Several teams like the ones that have expressed interest in Sun Hao are among them. Sun Hao promised. Although the system gave him 2 choices he hadn't picked yet, that didn't stop him from attending the tryouts. In other words, all he has to do is choose whether to pick the one on the left or the one on the right when the peach is ripe. Instead of saying which side of the peach is ripe and the other side isn't, he's forced to pick the right one. This joint tryout was held in Paris, France. This is also Sun Hao's 3rd trip to France, but compared to the previous 2 times, he clearly didn't have time to hang around this time. The tryouts will last 2 days, with the first day being a basic quality test and the second day being a half-court and full-court scrimmage. Compared to all the tests Sun Hao had encountered in Europe before, it was the most professional. Before going to the tryout, Sun Hao went into the system and looked at his attribute panel. Height, 183 centimeters, weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 77, speed, 75, agility, 70, bounce, 73, conditioning, 77, ball quotient, 88. Ball handling, 79, passing, 58, dunks, 45, layups, 80, mid-range, 53, threes, 83. Defense, 62, caps, 58, steals, 73, rebounds, 58. Before that his height changes were more regular, averaging about 10 centimeters a year. But the year before that, there was a sudden change in that rise, and there was almost a year where the height didn't change much. Just when he thought if the system was jammed, it came back up with a jerk. Maybe he had some developmental problems from practicing strength too hard at his young age, or maybe the system didn't want him to catch the pattern. Regardless, it's been great to get to this height. Otherwise he might actually have to move from his original two-way guard play to point guard. His attributes have improved again this past year compared to before, with ball handling still being the most eye-catching. On top of that, it went 80 on threes and layups. The three needs no introduction, and the layup has to do with him practicing his first step. Certainly the most surprising dunking attribute. Finally, no more blinding zeros. The reason it went up so much at once definitely had something to do with his height. After all, dunking this kind of thing, to put it bluntly, is your jump plus the height of the arms can with the basket you can dunk. You can't see Boban doesn't have to jump. He can snap in place. Sun Hao was suddenly a bit eager to dunk on himself. After all, the appeal of this stuff, not to mention to a short person, but a normal person of average height, is immense. When he arrived at the training hall, Sun Hao saw that there were already many people inside. Tall, short, fat, thin, black, white, and this yellow one of his. The scene was bigger than what he had encountered when he first arrived in Spain. It was also among these people that Sun Hao saw quite a few familiar faces. Alumaid Ajiai, the Nigerian center, didn't make much of a name for himself in the NBA, and is one of those roadkill who disappears after 1 year of play. But he's well known in the CBA, having been selected to the CBA All-Star Game several times, and is considered a very special presence. Somalia Samaki. This one is more familiar. The CBA Wanma team's meritorious foreign aide, many times reigning CBA Cap King. However, his future fame will be greater than Odejd's, as he was a substitute for Big Shark O'Neal in the NBA, and unlike Odejd, who is also from Africa, he is from Mali, a very poor and backward country. Sports are tied to economics and politics, and coming from a country like that can still give you a chance to be in the NBA. What is visible is his talent. What is invisible is the hard work he puts into it. Of course, compared to these CBA celebrities, what attracts Sun Hao the most, or what attracts the attention of other teams the most in this joint tryout, is a Turkish guy, Hilal Turkoglu. In the recently concluded Champions League, his team lost to Panathinaikos in the last 8, but that doesn't overshadow him. 13.6 points, 4.6 rebounds and 2.5 assists per game in Champions League group play. That statistic, too, is second only to Badiroga among Champions League small forwards. And unlike Badiroga, who is 27, he's only 21. What's more, he looks as versatile as Badiroga. When Badiroga wouldn't go to the NBA, they naturally eyed the younger and more talented Turkoglu. There are a few others: Dalibor Bagrizi, Primoz Brezic, Marko Jaric, Igor Rakosevic. These are the rookies of the 2000 class. However, the appearance of one made Sun Hao a bit surprised. Jose Calderon. I can't believe he came to tryouts too. Accidents are accidents. Which makes sense. Said to have risen to fame by winning La Liga last year, but he's still a year older than Sun Hao. Sun Hao had come. There was no reason for him not to come. The two have been feuding in La Liga, and with the same position, they're kind of arch rivals. Before the tryout even started, Turkoglu took the initiative to come and greet Sun Hao. Unlike the iconic Zappa beard of later years, the agent at this time had not yet begun to grow a beard, looking slightly youthful. Congratulations. Turkoglu's temper seemed mild and came up to congratulate Sun Hao first. The Champions League is a cross-country competition and you don't meet without an encounter in the final round. And this is the first time the two have greeted each other. It looks like there's no chance we'll meet in the Champions League. We'll both go to the NBA. Turkoglu was confident in himself, and the words also showed that he recognized Sun Hao's strength. After all, European guards, not strong enough to get into the NBA. I hope. Sun Hao couldn't possibly say what he really thought to someone who had fought once. Turkoglu laughed and patted him on the shoulder and proceeded to get ready for tryouts to go. Calderon also saw Sun Hao, but he didn't come over to say hello. The two will likely meet in the upcoming WHL playoffs, and tryouts will be a competition for the same position. The first day of tryouts was the basic program: height, arm strength, bounce, bench press, toss, endurance, and the guards will also have dribbling over the pile. passing into the box, and so on, all of which are basic programs. Sun Hao's height and arm span aren't outstanding, but the rest of the program wowed the scouts in attendance, especially bouncing and bench pressing. These are because of Sun Hao's playing style, which they can't see much during the game, but the test showed that Sun Hao's maximum jump height was 88, and his bench press was 135 kilograms. My horse, Sun Hao looks not tall, but living a small steel gun. 1 minute on stage, 10 years off stage. Sun Hao's 5 years of getting the system is equal to 10 years of practicing hard in the system, which is the best interpretation of this sentence. You never dunked in a game? When the test was over, the Lakers scouts couldn't resist coming over and asking him about it. That look was as if he could snap and purposely not snap. Sun Hao smiled and nodded, but the words reminded him that he had to go back and practice in the system to snap one early. Sun Hao got the Champions League MVP, and his strength would have been the strongest inside the training camp linebackers. Coupled with the static body side numbers from this experience, he really wowed the scouts. The content of the first day's scrimmage wasn't the key though, especially for the linebackers. It was the second day's scrimmage that tested them more. It started with 1-on-1, then 2-on-2, then 3-on-3, and finally 5-on-5. The biggest concerns for scouts here are 1-on-1 and 5-on-5. One looks at a player's individual ability and one looks at a player's team ability. This is similar to what Sun Hao trained when he first arrived in Spain. The difference is that this is a scrimmage, where the players give it their all, and the intensity is more than a notch higher than practice. Sun Hao was put up against Calderon as soon as he came up. These NBA scouts don't know anything about foreplay. They want to see an orgasm. Then it was. Calderon got blown out by Sun Hao in a one-on-one session. Whether it was against, shooting, or on the break, Calderon was completely overwhelmed. If it were before yesterday, this would have been unbelievable to everyone. After all, Calderon had led his team to beat Sun Hao before, but there was yesterday's physical test, and the reaction was, yes, that's it, just like we thought it would be. And perhaps it was because they felt that this kind of confrontation was not enough. At the suggestion of the Lakers scouts, they even proposed to let Sun Hao and Turkoglu play against each other. Generally, tryouts are against the same position. I don't know if it's because these scouts think that Sun Hao has no more opponents inside the guards, or if they want to see some of Turkoglu's other strengths. 1-on-1 5 balls. Deliberately also let Sun Hao first attack. Turkoglu knew that Sun Hao was accurate in 3 points, and once he came up to the defense, he pounced on the outside, but Sun Hao passed him with 1 step of acceleration. He's really slow. The defensive end in particular is much slower than Bodiroga, who he has played against before. Then, as if replicating the round, Sun Hao blitzed Turkoglu 3 times in a row. The scouts on the sidelines are already talking to each other, and by the look of their faces, they don't know if they are talking about Sun Hao's breakthrough or Turkoglu's defense. On the penultimate ball, Turkoglu was blitzed and could only defend backward, and Sun Hao shot a 3-point shot that came up short. The teams traded possessions and Turkoglu started the offense. It was also the next few minutes that Sun Hao experienced the words that Bodiroga had reminded him of earlier. His defense really doesn't look like it's doing much in front of the height difference. Turkoglu looks slow, but has a great sense of rhythm, plus a height difference. Sun Hao got 4 balls straight back at him. The last end ball, Sun Hao put all his strength to defend the next one. When he got the ball again, he didn't give Turkoglu another chance and ended the one-on-one with 2 straight threes. Turkoglu's temper is really good. When he lost the fight, he even smiled and gave Sun Hao a thumbs up, as if this trial training in front of him was not so important to him. However, Sun Hao wasn't too surprised except for the fact that he thought he was nice. Turkoglu was not at all in the same league as his draft prospects, which previously stormed out as a guaranteed 5 for 3. The tryouts, and even draft commitments, he could get are not determined by the combine in front of him either. The final event was a full 5-on-5 matchup. It's funny to say that scouts originally separated Turkoglu and Sun Hao, but Turkoglu himself asked to be on the same team as Sun Hao. As a result, in the first full-court confrontation, Sun Hao and Turkoglu hand-in-hand blew Calderon out of the water. Jose Jr.'s psyche is probably a little broken. Why is he always the one who gets hurt every time? Is it because he won Sun Hao once last year? Of course. The winner of the game is not the focus of the scouts. Calderon's organization was on display during full-court matchups and it was evident that he was better compared to last season, and even earlier in the season. It made a pair of his momentary woeful looks total turnovers, but it was Sun Hao and Turkoglu who gave the biggest feelings down the whole game. The two really hit it off. On the block, Turkoglu can cut to the basket and pull to the outside again. When there is no blocking, Turkoglu can also organize and send the ball comfortably to Sun Hao who has finished running. The two were simply made for each other. After the fight, Sun Hao seemed to somewhat understand why Turkoglu was so polite to him. People aren't necessarily grumpy, but they like to play with him. It's a simple fact that James is dreaming of playing with Curry. After 2 more games of switching combinations, Sun Hao and Turkoglu were separated, and the two showed their respective leadership abilities. It was only noticeable that the two were weaker when they were apart than when they were together. When 3 games are played, this joint tryout will officially be over. Also at the first moment of the full court play, the Lakers scouts walked towards Sun Hao at the first time. Sun Hao's mind was still thinking about the scene of playing with Turkoglu in front of him. The two really hit it off. Playing with Bodiroga will only strengthen him if he continues to choose to stay in Europe. Thinking about it that way, staying is also something to look forward to. Feeling someone coming towards him, he put his thoughts away for the moment. The Lakers scout looked to be in his 60s, a stark contrast to the younger scouts around him in their 30s and 40s. Moreover, he had asked Sun Hao earlier if he had ever dunked a basketball, so Sun Hao was quite impressed with him. "You can play in the NBA." He came up and threw a supersized candy to Sun Hao first. "Thanks." Sun Hao took him as a compliment and smiled back. The scout reached out to him, signaling to go somewhere less crowded to talk. Sun Hao nodded in agreement. The end of the tryout was supposed to be the time for interested teams to negotiate terms with players. There's already a circle of scouts around Turkoglu. It's the same scene as when he tried out with Yi Jianlian at Hanyuan. The one area of improvement is that he's at least getting scouts. Your strengths and weaknesses are obvious. Offense is your strength and you have a great heart for the last 2 shots when you're one-on-one up front. Your defense is limited by your height, you will lose out on mismatches. But that can be improved and you haven't learned the defensive skills yet, so that's not a problem. When he walked to the side, the scout opened the door and told all his comments about Sun Hao in his head. And he was really professional. "Thanks." Sun Hao realized he had nothing to say except to say thank you. The other person is like an elder who sees everything. "I can give you a draft commitment." However, the other party's next words caused Sun Hao to look up at him at once. "That's a draft commitment? Why does that sound a little less than plausible?" And because of being an NCAA assistant coach in his past life, he is still aware of the duties of some NBA jobs. Like scouts, there are 2 main categories. The first category is called potential scouts and is the type of scout most people are familiar with. Their main responsibility is to assess the player's ability and potential. This is represented by Ivanka Durkin, the legendary Bulls scout, the Croatian unearthed Kukoc, the Bulls dynasty's super 6th man, and has since unearthed players such as Mirotic for the Bulls. Most of the scouts like the ones who were there today are of this type. The second category is called advanced scouting. Their job is mainly responsible for scouting opponents, including tactical characteristics, game habits, team weaknesses, etc., to help coaches make tactical arrangements. It's already akin to an assistant coach. These types of scouts are uncommon and are usually old guys with a lot of experience. Sun Hao felt that this person in front of him looked like by his age. But even advanced scouts don't have the right to make draft commitments, because that's a right that only the GM of the team has. "You don't believe me?" It was true that older people were insightful, and he sensed Sun Hao's thoughts at once. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Bill Burtka, the Lakers scouting chief." It was only now that Burtka acted like an old man, smiling and reaching out to Sun Hao. Sun Hao froze for a moment. The name, he knew. The Lakers have a lot of legends, such as head coach Phil Jackson, such as many celebrities Magic Johnson, Logo Man Jerry West, and now OK combination Kobe and O'Neal. Bill Burtka was one of them. He's not as influential as the ones above, but he's extremely well known in the community. The legendary scout began as a Lakers scout in 1968, the first scout to appear, and is considered the godfather of scouting. Sun Hao had heard of him before and had never seen him in person, but he didn't expect to see him here. That's a lot of attention the Lakers are paying to this joint tryout. It's understandable, though, as the Lakers just won their first NBA title since 1988 last season, with the OK combo coming on strong. With a new dynasty on the horizon, the Lakers are looking to return to purple and gold glory. The team has a great record, but that also means the draft will be difficult. As the team with the number 1 regular season record last season, they only have 2 draft picks for the upcoming season. A 29th overall in the first round and a 58th overall in the second round. The 29th overall pick is basically a role player, and the 58th overall pick usually doesn't play in the NBA. With this premise, it is not surprising that they are looking overseas. Europe is again the highest level of overseas players, not to mention this joint tryout, which included some players from Africa and Russia coming over. "You know me?" Burtka asked with a smile. "I've heard that." Sun Hao nodded, then shook hands with Burtka. "So you believe what I said?" "Believe. With legends like this, it doesn't matter what position you hold. It's the words that count." Kupchak, the Lakers' new general manager now, is presumably a child in front of him. "I'll try to trade a second-round pick to draft you. That's a promise." Burtka continued. Sun Hao continued to nod his head when he heard this. but a trace of bitterness unconsciously appeared on his face. The implication of that is that if the right second-round pick could be traded, that he would be taken. In other words, if the deal doesn't work, the promise doesn't really exist. But he didn't care too much. After all, it was only the first tryout and it was good enough to get a draft commitment. And the thought of Ginobili made him feel better again. There's no comparison. No harm. Even worse is better than him. Don't be discouraged, kid. You're good enough and we'll offer a second tryout. And if you have a great tryout back there, I might be able to try to convince them to change their minds and take you with a first-round pick. Burtka was truly able to see into people's hearts, and it was also clear from his words that he loved Sun Hao. After all, there is only one first-round pick a year, and it's not something he can decide on with a single word. That's something a team can decide on after repeated studies. Sun Hao nodded. What the NBA does with European guards at this point is basically draft you in the second round and release you, or take it a little more seriously and send a trainer after you. It will depend on the follow-through as to whether or not they can play in the NBA. Like Ginobili is the prime example. The two went on to talk about something else. I hope to see you at training camp, but from my personal point of view, I would recommend that you play one more year in Europe, or I could recommend you to the NCAA. That would give you a big boost in the draft. You know you're only 18 now. Burtka really appreciated Sun Hao. The older you get, the more demonic you become, no matter what your profession is. You've been doing it for a long time and you have a good eye for people. As the originator of the scouting world, he was able to see Sun Hao's potential. Thanks. Sun Hao concluded with the words that had been said the most in the conversation between the two. Burtka finally patted Sun Hao's shoulder and walked away. After this side of the conversation, Turkoglu's side of the conversation was pretty much done, and one after another, scouts also came over to Sun Hao. Unlike Burtka, though, these teams are basically just looking for him to get a second tryout as well. The first tryout is like meeting a blind date for the first time. Not many people are able to hit it off at once. When all the chatting was done, Sun Hao also basically had an idea in his heart. If he enters the draft this year and wants to go higher, he'll still have to impress those scouts later in the scrimmage. The tryout ended and Sun Hao walked out of the training center. Someone was calling out to him just as he came out. Turning his head, he saw that it was Calderon. The two had zero communication in the entire field during their previous tryouts, and they hadn't expected the other to be waiting for them here. You haven't left yet? Sun Hao didn't know what Calderon was up to and opened his mouth out of politeness. Calderon walked over to him. You, got a draft commitment? Sun Hao glanced at Calderon. This question was a bit direct. No, I think that stuff is presumed to be for Turkoglu. Sun Hao replied honestly. What Burtka gave is actually about the same as what he didn't give. And who knows if they could have traded for draft picks. Keep in mind that despite the talk of a second round, the Lakers just won the title with a lineup that basically won't change. In other words, it would be tough for them to trade their current players to get a second round. And as far as future picks go, teams are generally cautious. More importantly, of course, he didn't know Calderon well. Don't know each other well enough to have to peddle everything. Not to mention that both are considered rivals, which doesn't do him any favors. I didn't either. And they didn't invite me to a second tryout. These Americans are so prejudiced against us European defenders. When he heard Calderon's later words, Sun Hao knew what he was looking for in himself. It's spitting by the way plus finding comfort to come. Though that's also true. Go for it. Respect is earned by playing. The playoffs are coming up and hopefully we'll meet again. Sun Hao didn't have the effort to comfort people right now. And he wasn't the kind of person who liked to hug people after failing. He's now thinking about the fact that after 2 days of tryouts over here and 2 days of delays, the WHL playoffs are about to start and he's in a hurry to get to training within the system. Calderon glanced at Sun Hao and didn't say anything else. The Champions League is over, and the next playoffs in La Liga will be their final stage of the season. If, however, he is able to play in the Western Conference, he might get a second chance at a tryout as well. Sun Hao rushed back to Madrid the day after the trial. He also got into systematic training first thing after returning to Madrid. The 2 days of tryouts were dropped to make up for it in the system. It's not that easy to be a reality genius. After a wild shooting in the system, Sun Hao was exhausted and fell asleep while lying down. He was awakened the next day by a knock on the door. Getting woken up in the morning is a big wake-up call, especially after all the work last night. It's me. Open the door. But by the time he heard the voice was Fernandez. All his anger was gone. Who called Rudy Jr. a brother who had been pitted with him in Italy. Getting up, he went to the door without his pants and clothes on. Look what I brought you. As soon as the door opened, Fernandez shook something in his hand. It was a videotape. What's this early in the morning? Sun Hao was full of doubts and brought it over. An island action movie? The early bird gets the worm? The NBA sent it over. First hand. Fernandez didn't know what Sun Hao was thinking about early in the morning, but immediately gave an explanation. Sun Hao instantly sobered up when he heard this, and with a smile on his face, he hurriedly pulled Fernandez into the room. Broadband wasn't even out in 2000, which was a very inconvenient time for data transfer, especially across borders. In the era that Sun Hao used to live in, to watch the game, broadcast live, video a whole lot, but in this day and age, you're watching the live feeds equal to the photos, and the broadcasts are all on videotape, and with all the copyrights and stuff involved, videotapes are especially valuable. Of what race? Sun Hao was filled with curiosity. He was only born in 92 in his last life, and at this point in his last life he was just an 8-year-old kid, and the NBA and all that was far away from him. For this era of the NBA, he was more stuck inside the lore, and the few videos that were available. This instant videotape was really the first time he had seen it, and while he was struggling with the selection a few days ago, it was the perfect time to get a feel for the real NBA on video and imagine what it would be like to throw himself in there. 1999-2000 NBA. Familiar with people know. This is the Zen master Phil Jackson came back to coach the Lakers in the first season, but also the OK combination officially on top of the first season. This season, O'Neal swiped 38 points, 16.7 rebounds, 2.3 assists and 2.7 blocks per game against the Pacers in the finals, accomplishing one of the most terrifying performances in NBA history. Even in Sun Hao's era, this year's finals was considered second only to Jordan's 1993 God Show, 41 points, 8.5 rebounds, 6.3 assists per game. In reality, though, the strongest opponent the Lakers encountered this year was not the Pacers in the finals, but rather their Western Conference Finals opponents, the Trail Blazers, the same team Sabonis plays for. Sabonis was no different than Jordan in Europe, and it wasn't until he went to the NBA at the age of 31 that the sky dawned for many European teams and stars. He put up an impressive 23.6 points and 10.2 rebounds per game in his first playoff season in the NBA. Despite the inevitable decline in the interior player's strength due to his rising age, he remains an elite-level center in the NBA. And that, just a part of the Blazers. This Blazers team, the herd shines. Rasheed Wallace, the 26-year-old curl of heaven at his peak, Scottie Pippen, the 35-year-old second master who still has strength, and Steve Smith, the 31-year-old all-star guard and member of the Dream Team. On the bench are Damon Mavs Stoudemire, 27, Bunchy Stick Wells, 24, and Jermaine O'Neal Jr. whose rookie contract is expiring. This is the same Blazers team that played the Lakers to a steal of 7 and only lost by 5 points at the end. That said, if O'Neal misses 2 more free throws and Kobe hits 2 more iron shots, the year's championship may be on the line for someone else. That's why any game in this series was the most gold-rich of the past season. The video begins with a warm-up of the field. Sun Hao also saw many familiar faces. The old Pippen, the young Hurricane, the Shark in his prime, and the youthful Kobe. This was when Kobe was 21 years old, wearing a number 8 jersey, with an exploding head and a Zappa beard that was perhaps meant to make him look more mature. This kind of image was really rare for Sun Hao, and that's when Kobe stood next to O'Neal, full of little brotherly feelings. After the game started, Kobe was the first to fire, taking consecutive shots, to hit the iron. Not that Kobe is a dish. He's already averaging 22 plus 6 plus 5 in regular season games this season. Rather, this time of year, basketball is really kind of wild. Sun Hao and Fernandez were able to feel the reality of that muscle collision across the screen. It is said that European basketball is known for its confrontation. This era of the NBA does not have the limitations of hand-check rules, plus this one perverted physical quality. Then European basketball is only stronger. Kobe had to wrestle with every shot he took. First a tangle with Steve Smith, a good break and then the iron arm of old Pippen wrapped around him. After continuous tussle fighting, many of his throws showed small distortions. On the other hand, the Blazers side, the roaring Skyfather even burst with shooting. Individual led the team to a wave of 8-2. They say the Pistons are 5 Tigers, double Wallace, but the Hurl Scout was 30 years old when he went to the Pistons, and his peak was not in Detroit, but in Portland. Bam! Kobe was destined to transform into Milan's little blacksmith tonight, and Portland's basket once again let out a roar. The Blazers hit a fast break and Smith scored on a flying layup to make it 10-2. Although it is a video, but Sun Hao and Fernandez both only know that the Lakers robbed 7-1 the Trailblazers, and do not know the specific results of each game. The situation in front of them to see them a nervous face. The Lakers hit the front court again, and without waiting for Kobe to attack, O'Neal sank straight into the lane and then yelled. Kobe lofted the ball in, by which time Wallace had contracted the pack early. O'Neal faces the pack with a spinning little hooker that firmly puts the ball in the basket. This large body and light movements wet Sun Hao and Fernandez. Many people's impression of O'Neal is the inside hard chiseling and strong eating turnaround foul, or the front strong man locking man isolation foul, but in reality, more than half of O'Neal's points came on his little 3-second zone hook. This technique, show, of his, was the strongest weapon in his arsenal. Wallace made another break to the basket, this time getting a cover from O'Neal. The Lakers' fast break to the frontcourt didn't have a chance, and O'Neal came in late and leaned on Sabonis for the ball again. Harper gave the ball in and O'Neal leaned in to turn and power straight up. Boo! Sharks out of the cage. Slams the ball through Sabonis and into the basket. Crap. Sunhow couldn't help but scream out as he watched. This brutal feeling of hot blood. O'Neal's dominance in his prime was fucking horrible. Mr. Sabonis is too old to lose in strength. Fernandez, on the other hand, was heartbroken for Sabonis, once the king of Europe, to be savaged like this in the NBA. Sunhow nodded without saying anything. O'Neal offense mostly rely on inside small hook, which makes the opponent in his defense dare not sink his weight dead top, because once you do that, it's too late to get up and interfere. But that's exactly why. Once O'Neal senses that you haven't sunk your weight, he just dunks you like he just did. It's an unsolvable problem because the force has the advantage. This is the real reason why O'Neal was so clueless in his prime. That's the key to why O'Neal was so dismissive of Howard after he retired. All you can do is use power with no technique and your opponent finds a muscle bar to limit you. But Sabonis is Fernandez's idol, and there's no need for Sunhow to say any of this. O'Neal came up big inside, but the Blazers remained dominant with Wallace and Smith. Iron is still hard. The Trailblazers can play with the Lakers to steal 7. Hard power is very strong. By the time the game reached the final quarter, the confrontation on the court was even more intense than in the opening half, with occasional man-over-horse fights and the smell of gunpowder constantly getting stronger. Wallace's temper began to rise and he received a technical foul for angrily spraying the referee for having a physical tussle with Kobe. That became the turning point of the game. Kobe began to explode after the clash, and instead of continuing to shoot from the outside, he carried a dynamite bag into the lane. It doesn't matter if it's iron. I'll foul you to get to the free throw line. Afraid of getting hurt? Non-existent. Kirby's competitive nature is innate. The Lakers gradually turned the lead over and O'Neal once again dominated inside. 2 minutes before the end of the game, O'Neal staged a bloody scene. The box threw the Sabonis, Wallace and Smith trio of the ball into the basket hard, but also caused Sabonis 6 fouls off the court. The snap set the fans on fire, causing Sunhow to let out another sleeper hit and ending the game early. In the end, the Lakers beat the Trailblazers 103-91 on the road. O'Neal had 25 points and 11 boards. Glenn Rice had 21 points and 7 boards, and Kobe had 18 points, 4 shifts and 7 assists on 5 of 15 shooting. On the Blazers side, Wallace airballed 34 points, 13 boards and 3 assists, while Smith scored 20 points. After watching the video, Sunhow turned around and went to the computer. After a moment, he turned his head to look directly at Fernandez. Is there any video of the game back there? He had just searched the 2000 Western Conference Finals for the big score, and the Lakers were up 3-1 after winning this one. That said, the Blazers have won 2 in a row behind them to tie the big game at 3-3. It also includes Game 5 in Los Angeles. Races 5, 6, 7, and 3 are the more exciting races. Fernandez shook his head. Sabonis isn't a GM or a head coach, and it would be nice to get him a game on tape. When Sunhow saw this he instantly had a hard time with the feeling of taking a half-assed shit. He was silent for a while, then suddenly spoke. I've decided. Fernandez looked at Sunhow with a puzzled expression. What's the decision? Decided what? I've decided to run for the NBA this year. You're going to the NBA? This year? Fernandez took his eyes off the TV and looked at Sunhow with surprise. He knew that Sunhow had gone to the joint tryout, but he hadn't talked to him about the tryout after he came back. With their relationship, Sunhow would definitely tell him in advance if he made a decision. In other words, this is a decision that Sunhow just made? Right. Sunhow became no longer hesitant after making the decision. You got a commitment from tryouts 2 days ago? Sort of no. Well, I'll go with you at the draft. Fernandez knew Sunhow's character. The kind of person who never regretted going all the way to the end after making a decision. All he, the little fanboy, could do was follow without question. As for why Sunhow suddenly made such a decision, it didn't matter to him. Sunhow looked at Fernandez with affection. He felt he had to pull his little brother in any case in the future. After sending Fernandez away, Sunhow boiled water and took out a thermos and wolfberries to prepare tea. As the one who crossed over, he had 28 years of experience from his last life, and that was something more valuable than a system. That makes him look precocious and do things thinking can be done in an adult way. But he had always never been much of a steady man. A stable man would give the middle finger to the sky on the side of the road? Would a solid guy come in for a 5-year deal after being told he couldn't play professionally? A stable would run around with Fernandez a minor every day looking for a fling? It has nothing to do with experience, only with character. He's unstable, he's spontaneous, he hadn't been watered down to the edges yet, and he was still hard where he stood out. Of course, spontaneity isn't capricious, and the reasoning that led him to his decision certainly wasn't to see video of the remaining games of the Western Conference. That stuff, it's the same when you look at it. What really made his decision was the intensity of the game. This era of the NBA is really the most exciting and powerful era. Jordan abdicated. The group rose up. East McWestern Branch, South AI in North Carolina, plus a big shark. This was the era of stir and star making and the best era in the NBA. Of course, this was also the era when the intensity of the game was at its highest. Just look at how hard it was for Kobe to score against the Blazers. Such a high intensity of the match also meant that Son How's system upgrade would become much faster. In fact, after the badge was upgraded to gold level, he already felt that the upgrade speed was as fast as a snail's crawl. Even he could tell that if he stayed in Europe, even after 5 or 10 years, those badges wouldn't necessarily be upgraded to the Hall of Fame. That's what the intensity of the game dictates. The spirit of Mamba has been tempered into steel. The only way to get stronger is to fight the more powerful opponents and then defeat them. Having made a decision, Son How found out the cell phone number Bodiroga had left before and called him first. Have you really decided? Bodiroga inevitably had a hint of loss in his tone when he heard Son How's decision. Decided. Son How's tone was certain. You know why I didn't go to the NBA in the first place? Bodiroga asked rhetorically. I don't know. Son How really didn't know. But he also felt that there must be some story here. After he beat Bodiroga that day, Bodiroga even came over to congratulate him and said that he could definitely make it to the NBA in the future. That would mean Bodiroga isn't hating the NBA. As far as for the money, it's not like that either. Bodiroga plays 2 years and then changes places. Usually the ones that will pay the big bucks are the ones that stay with a team for a long time. They don't respect us. Bodiroga's next reply made Son How a bit surprised. Do you know how many times they drafted me in 1995? 51st overall. Bodiroga's tone visibly wavered as he said this. In an instant, Son How understood everything. In 1995, Bodiroga was 22 years old. At 22, you'd think he hadn't peaked yet. But in fact, back in 1993, the 20-year-old Bodiroga was already averaging 21.3 points per game in Serie A. And it was in 1995 that he led the Serie A team Milan to regain the Serie A title after 7 years. Teenage genius. Spirited. But as it turned out, people drafted him with the 51st overall pick. There's something in here you taste. You savor. But no matter how you taste it, you can't taste the word respect. They just don't respect us. They did it to me and they'll do it to you. Bodiroga spoke in the same way as before. Perhaps in admiration. He always saw himself in Son How. I know, but I'm confident I'll be the first. Son How had said half of his words, and Bodiroga should be able to understand the remaining half without him having to say it. It wasn't long before the NBA overseas program started in the era when Bodiroga was there, and Europe was underappreciated for not just guards, but supposedly all players, which is why he wasn't drafted until the 51st overall pick. 1 year at a time, though, and keep in mind that in 1996, the Kings selected Peja Stojakovic with the 14th pick in the first round. Is the latter stronger? Apparently not. In the 1995 Olympics, also with the Yugoslavian national team, Peja was just a replacement for Bodiroga. Even in Europe and on the international scene, the two are not in the same league of fame. Is the latter more talented? Apparently not either. Bodiroga is only 4 years older than Peja. In fact, Peja is a huge fan of Bodiroga. So that's not entirely to do with strength, it's also to do with the times. When they didn't value European players, they don't value European defenders now. When Bodiroga was 51st overall, now Ginobili is 57th overall. It's really not surprising at all that Bodiroga would think this way. But, the respect that Bodiroga didn't get, Stojakovic and even now Turkoglu have helped him get back. Then Ginobili has just as good a chance of getting back the respect they didn't get. There's always the first crab. Why not him? The first European defenseman to be drafted early in the second round. Or even the first European defenseman to be drafted in the first round. Why not? If he has a system and still doesn't have that kind of backbone, then what's the point of playing with snakes? What if you fail? Bodiroga asked rhetorically. Yeah, you can't think about backing out of a job. What if you fail? Failure is failure. And even if I play from the drop, I'm confident I'll make it. Son How really isn't a stable person. What Bodiroga said, leave it to a stable person to consider. All he had to do was, when he decided, he went ahead and didn't change even if his head was broken. It's the same as when you decided to come to La Liga and realized that your position was not what you expected. Instead of feeling sorry for himself or remorseful about why he chose to come to Europe, he broke all the odds and hit the ground running. That's his character. Spontaneous. But when he decides, he goes for it. Good luck. I hope you make it. Bodiroga was convinced by Sun Hao. He felt the firmness in Sun Hao's tone. And the blessing is true. If Sun Hao can get as good a draft as Peja did in the first place, the team's future European defender will be a huge inspiration. At that time, Sun Hao's King of Europe was not only honorable, but also influential. Hanging up the phone, Sun Hao let out a long breath. The decision has been made. The next thing to think about is how to do it. The reason the choice was hesitant in the first place was because of the consideration of the success or failure of the Western Conference. But now that the choice has been made, it's not a matter of consideration. It's a matter of having to take this La Liga title. Then, there's the individual tryouts that follow. And he has to be perfect. The first crab will be remembered. But to be the first, the successful first, you have to go all out. Or else you wouldn't be the first to eat it, but the first to be poisoned by crabs. But until then, he can finally get rid of his OCD. Click for details. He entered the system and clicked straight down. You have become the choice, little emperor. Try to fulfill it. Go and become the king of the new continent. The system popped up a dialog box for a few seconds and then disappeared, followed by a text description. After the system is upgraded to version 2.0, several changes occur. First, the time ratio of the system will be increased from 1 to 2 to 1 to 3. Second, the system will open the store function. You can buy relevant props in the system, after upgrading to view specific props. Third, the system will open up the caddy function. Note, after the system is upgraded to version 3.0, the time ratio will be further increased and other features will be opened. Compared to badges, the system upgrades are much less frequent, but they bring a lot more functionality after one upgrade, 1 to 3, and that's scary enough. In other words, if he realistically reaches 15 years in his career, that would pass Wiggins for the longest career. And the store. The current system props are not enough. Not to mention other things, Sun Hao can't even do it if he wants to utilize the tennis ball to practice his ball sense like Curry. If there were props like tennis balls for sale inside the store, then he could start a new training program again. Caddies. I didn't realize that what he had thought at first had actually happened. Having caddies also means that most of the training that can realistically be done, can be done within the system. He also doesn't have to worry about training efficiency inside and outside the training system as much as he did before. After reading all the details, Sun Hao felt that he had earned it anyhow. Sure enough, the risks are great and so are the rewards. This little emperor, he's going to be the one. The choice had been made, though it didn't mean that Sun Hao's system had been upgraded. The little emperor's mission is not only that he has to run for the election, but he has to be chosen to do so. After he came out of the system, he took out the official league email account that the staff had given him at tryouts and submitted his enrollment application. The NBA's draftees are divided into two main categories. The first category is auto-enrollment, where everyone on the planet, including men and women, can be drafted as long as they reach the age of 22 and are eligible for the draft and an NBA team wants to draft you. The second category is active enrollment, which is now also generalized to 18 to 22-year-olds. Such individuals can only complete their participation in the draft by writing a letter to NBA headquarters or by sending an email to the NBA draft office. Sun Hao has just turned 18 not long ago and belongs to the second category. There will be a deadline for Category 2 players to sign up, as well as a deadline to confirm their candidacy. For example, this year it was a week before the draft started. If you withdraw your application, then you can still enter the draft the following year. Of course, Sun Hao had already made his choice, and something like withdrawing from the election was not something he considered. After making sure he was enrolled, he first messaged the scouts he had on hand with the news and then called head coach Russo. Russo heard the news when the silence for a long time. He also put this thick thigh hold firmly. The thigh flew away on their own. However, he can only bless his disciples. Along with the heart of the management scolded, which asshole set the overseas young players 2+1 contract. When all the phone calls were finished, Sun Hao suddenly felt that he should find an agent after playing La Liga. On the one hand, it's arranging draft tryouts, and he's definitely going to have to find someone with connections in that area, or he's going to have his hands full. Having worked all his life, he knew that the most time-consuming thing in the world was communication between people. On the other hand, he will follow up with many other endorsement contracts, and he will even have to invest. He's split up, and the professionals have to do what the professionals do. Of course, he'd take the time to do some research himself. He didn't want to be cheated out of $20 million by an agent like Duncan had been. Once he put his cell phone away, he put the draft aside. The next step was the first step he was going to take in his endeavor to complete the Little Emperor La Liga Championship. It was a year in which Real Madrid's team suffered a series of problems in the middle of the year, including injuries and teething problems. Despite getting revenge on Alcantar and sweeping Barcelona in the regular season, They have a lesser record than last season and are ranked second in La Liga behind Barcelona. In third and fourth place were Alcantar and Student, both of which have improved considerably from last season's strengths. Such a ranking would also mean that Real Madrid would meet Alcantar, the team that eliminated them from last season's quarterfinals, right in the semi-finals. This is good news for the Real Madrid team. Regular season revenge doesn't tell us much, after all. A regular season win or loss has a limited impact on the season. They were eliminated in the Final Four last season, and there's a good chance they'll meet in the Final Four again this season. What goes down comes up, and there's no better revenge script for Real Madrid than that. A day later, the La Liga curtain rises. The Real Madrid team met last year's old rival Radar in the first round. After being outscored 3-1 by the Royals last season, the Radar are in the same frame of mind as the Royals, and they're holding out for a clean slate in the playoffs. Old rivalry, revenge, seems to be the main theme of this playoff season in the Western Conference. But the series was played and the results proved one thing. It takes strength to want revenge too. Against the Radar, a Real Madrid team that just won the Champions League played even more comfortably than last season. At 3-0, they didn't give their opponents a chance. Real Madrid breezed into the La Liga quarterfinals. It was also just 2 more days before Alcantar also advanced to the Final Four by eliminating their opponents by a 3-1 margin. Previous expectations came true as 2 teams that met in the Final Four last season met again in the playoffs in the new season. When arch-enemies meet, either I fuck you up or you fuck me up. Russo also pay extra attention. Every day in addition to the daily training, are pulling the players to watch the video. So much so that by the time the game rolled around, every player on the Alcantar roster would have memorized it. It was also during this process that Sun Hao realized that a name he was too familiar to be familiar with had appeared on the Alcantar team. Luis Scola. The most familiar team in the country is the Houston team during the Yao Mac era. Although Houston's cancer has since turned into a mosaic of teams, this classic team remains one of the fondest memories. Because of Yao Ming, Love House, every player on that team is familiar and even has their own exclusive nickname. T-Mac Matty, Master Hayes, Uncle Hoy Juwan Howard, King of the Street Alston and many more, Alston and so on. The same goes for Scola, known as the Diamond. Sun Hao of course knew that Scola played most of the time in Europe, but he just didn't expect Scola to run to the Alcantar team. Knowing that the Alcantes are a Spanish team, he hadn't heard of Pete before. It's a good thing Scola is an Argentinian, and there's an Argentinian in his team. Turn around and ask Prigioni about everything. Scola had previously been playing domestically in Argentina before following in Prigioni's footsteps to Spain this season. Because of his age, though, he has traveled a completely different path than Sun Hao, who played in the Aro League as soon as he arrived, and before the season was over, he was promoted to the first team by the Alcantars. Even he's now part of the Alcantar rotation. Although talent-wise, the 20-year-old can't be compared to the 15-year-old Sun Hao at the time, but in such a short period of time into the first team, which also proves his strength side by side. What are you guys talking about? Garbajosa came over to join in the fun. Jorg, just a reminder that you have to be careful against him. He's very nimble on his feet. Prigioni opened his mouth to warn. He knew Scola well enough to know what the latter was capable of. Don't worry, I can handle Ribraca. He's just a newcomer. Garbajosa waved his hands, not looking too concerned. Can Scola be stronger than the new Champions League MVP? He's not quite like other linemen. He's got special feet. Sun Hao also followed the reminder. Gabayosa, this mentality to the game is expected to be educated. It's fine. I've got me on the inside. You guys should just think more about how you're going to play against Calderon. I hear the guy's gotten stronger again. Garbajosa still doesn't look like he's bothered. Sun Hao didn't continue. One of the hardest things in this world is trying to convince someone. The old saying that one learns from one's mistakes, if all can be persuaded. This saying has no meaning to exist. By the time the game kicked off, Gabayosa naturally understood what he was talking about. Valencia, Spain's third largest city and second largest seaport, has 300 sunny days a year and is known as the pearl of the west coast of the Mediterranean and the city of sunshine. The La Liga semifinals are placed here. When he got off the airplane, a heat wave hit him, and Sun Hao felt the hot climate of the Mediterranean. Watching the big sun overhead finish 3 sneezes in a row, an idea popped into his head involuntarily. This place is well over 180 days on a daily basis, and the tanning sauces are absolutely reliable. Valencia has 2 La Liga teams, soccer and basketball, and a strong sports atmosphere. The dugout was full on game day night. Real Madrid has just brought the Champions League title back to Spain, and the enthusiasm of the fans is as hot as the blazing daytime sun. During the pre-game warm-up, Sun Hao saw a familiar face on the sidelines. Tony Parker, who ran off to Spain to watch the game. He was doing more forward, and was waving frantically when he saw Sun Hao. Sun Hao didn't go over, smiling and waving at him in response. Once the greeting was over, he devoted his attention to warming up. Tonight's game is not just a revenge game for him, it's a surefire way to win the La Liga title. It's only about winning, not losing. At the end of the warm-ups, Prigioni gathered the team together for a pre-game pep talk. This time, without somehow opening his mouth, he was able to feel the fiery fighting spirit of his players. Having just won the Champions League and facing an opponent who eliminated them last season, that fight is written all over their faces. The scene went into the opening ceremony, when somehow noticed another change in the Alcantar team. They didn't just add Scola, they even changed the head coach. This is the kind of adjustment Lazor won't talk about before the game, so we won't know until it's too late. And the reason it could get Sunhow's attention is that the new head coach is someone he knows as well. David Blatt. There are many coaches who have coached James, and when it comes to coaching ability, Blatt is definitely high on the list. And, of course, he's had the shortest coaching tenure. The champion coach who later led Russia to the European Championships, led Israel's Maccabi Travis to the European Championships, and led Russia to the Olympic bronze medal, is now surprisingly in La Liga. Although, he still looks as young as Russo. The head coach determines a team's ceiling. Blatter's presence also explains a lot. Why was Scola promoted to the first team so quickly? Why did the Alcantars perform significantly better in the second half of the season to get back to third in the season? And why has Calderon gotten stronger again? Tonight's game will be more difficult than expected. Completing the final pre-game handshake, the two starting teams took the field one by one. Blatt opened with a big gift to Russo. Scola, making his debut. This one change in formation was greatly unexpected by Russo. Keep in mind that Scola has played in the rotation before, and it's the Western Conference quarterfinals, the single amateur tournament. That takes quite a bit of gumption on the part of the head coach. Russo was surprised, but there was no time for him to adjust. To the cheers of the fans, Garbajosa poked the ball back into the Real Madrid half to officially kick off the game. The Alcantar team has played against Real Madrid many times and came up to focus on defending Sunhow, sending people to follow closely, encountering blocking on the weak side to assist the defense. Sunhow ran around and did not get too good a chance to shoot. Prigioni greeted Garbajosa on the block and burst into the lane to distribute the ball. Garbajosa picked up the ball, fought off Scola and put it in. Calderon turned around and organized a wave. And with the defensive pressure given by Real Madrid, the Alcante's outside shots ended up crashing off the rim. Gabayosa carded Scola to collect a defensive rebound. Attacking and defending, Garbajosa dominated the confrontation. After he gave the ball to Prigioni, he looked at Sunhow with a smile. The expression seemed to say that your reminder was really superfluous. Sunhow's three-point reception in the frontcourt was off the mark and it was a long rebound. Garbajosa popped outward under the basket, retrieved the ball with one hand, and turned for a second shot in the process. Scola's attempted cover is straight into the hands of Garbajosa. The referee whistles and Garbajosa gets 2 free throws, 2 possessions, one scored and one resulted in a foul. Gabayosa this time did not eat goji berry bullwhip soup, but also in the interior valor like O'Neal. By the time he got to the free throw line, Garbajosa couldn't help but speak up. Son, what did you tell me to be careful of yesterday? That smug little expression was so close to Sunhow giving him a slap. Sunhow smiled and didn't say anything. He was a reminder yesterday and he certainly doesn't want Scola to play well. Now this situation. It's pretty good. Garbajosa took both penalties. He replicated his performance from his previous game against the Bologna Vitus, scoring 4 straight points to open the game. Alcantar's inside shot is still not there and Real Madrid plays a defensive rebound. Prigioni picked up the ball on a fast break and scuffed the boards for a layup as well. 6-0. Wrapped up in the momentum of the Champions League winners, Real Madrid gave Alcantara a run for their money in the opening half. Real Madrid. Real Madrid. The Real Madrid team on the field started to get excited. They were in Belgrade before and they totally lost out to the Greek fans in terms of momentum. Now back in Spain, they can't afford to lose again. In the face of adversity, it was starter Calderon who stepped up on the Alcantar side. He zoomed past Prigioni and burst to the free throw line for a mid-range shot to finally help break the scoring drought. But not before Alcante's fans got excited for a moment. Back in the game, Real Madrid hit an elevator door tactic. Sunhow cut out and made a three-pointer. Calderon fought to cover the cover. The ball did not cover to cover Sunhow's arm. Pop. Swish. Whistle ball goes in for a 3+1. Real Madrid's fans are once again abuzz. Garbajosa was even more excited. And just as Sunhow got up from the ground, he came over and was about to bang his chest. Fuck Scola. Fuck Calderon. We'll beat them easily. Feeling Gabayosa's excitement, Sunhow immediately turned around and celebrated with Prigioni. He swore that it was never because of Gabayosa's body odor that he didn't bump chests with him. After Sunhow went to the free throw line and hit a solid extra point, the Royals had a 10-2 lead. Perfect opening. Somehow backs away from the defense to see Blatt again. He suddenly realized there was an age difference between the blunt in front of him and the blunt he knew. And age, in the coaching profession, is important because that represents experience. Or in other words, the current Blatt doesn't have Scola's instruction manual yet. While Garbajosa's talk was a bit of an understatement, the Real Madrid team's chances of winning tonight were, indeed, very high. After a bad start, Blatt was decisive and called a timeout straight away. Sunhao went down to the bench over there to take a look. Blatt didn't panic and already had his playboard ready to adjust the play. Good coaches can be seen in some of the details, and it's not for nothing that Blatt has grown to the level he'll be at later in life. Coming out of the timeout, Calderon signaled to pull up directly after advancing up court with the ball. Scola dropped down low quickly and the ball was given in quickly. Garbajosa had a slightly excited expression on his face at this point. It felt like a girlfriend with her clothes off, just about to say come fuck me. But it was normal for him to react that way. Sunhao's words yesterday were very euphemistic, but that meant to him that he couldn't do it. Man, how can you say no? Especially in front of acquaintances. He couldn't wait to show off in front of Sunhao now, but alas, he shriveled up as soon as he came up. Scola leaned on him after the catch and didn't exert himself, just watched the left and right footwork move and spun in place. Garbajosa's attempted cover was turned by Scola moments later, who scored with a flicked wipeout. There was a stirring on the sidelines. Russo also looked surprised. The footwork, Gasol just did not do it either. This rookie named Scola doesn't play great defense, but his footwork is really good. Yag. Sunhao wanted to go over and remind. Mistake. That was a mistake earlier. But before he could open his mouth, Garbajosa pushed back his words. He's not dying here. Sunhao receives the ball upfield and is sacked. The ball is split out to Prigioni, who gives the ball back to Garbajosa. Scola has experienced footwork, but he really doesn't have a great defense. And Garbajosa has a big advantage in this set of matchups. Garbajosa received the ball, and this time the Alcantar weakside concussion was in place early. Gabayosa had too little room to pass under the basket and the hook shot on the turnaround smashed off the rim. Scola stuck in position to reach out and take the rebound. Stick to the floor with your feet, jam and suck the boards. It's standard floor flow play. Real Madrid's offense came up empty. Retreating in defense, Sunhao looked at Blatter again, feeling that his previous opinion of Blatter was inaccurate. On the offensive side of the ball, look for inside strength to get points, and on the defensive side of the ball, switch from man-to-man to weak side assist. This timeout adjustment is timely and effective, even if it's just that Blatt, at this age, already has very top-notch coaching ability. It makes sense when you think about it. Blatter has been coaching in Europe for almost 20 years and has also won 14 or 15 titles, big and small. This kind of achievement sidesteps the fact that in the field of coaching he is also a genius type. That offense and defense raised the eyebrows of the Alcantar fans on the sidelines. Scola went to the front court and continued to drop for the ball, and Calderon continued to give it away inside. Teammates trying to give Gabayosa a helping hand on defense were heckled right back. He was determined to prove himself. Scola continues to hold the ball back. This time Garbajosa didn't take an easy shot at the cover, sinking his way to not give Scola an easy turn toward the basket. He also has one of the best defenses in La Liga, which is where his bottom line comes from. Scola didn't stop on his feet, though, and turned toward the free throw line for a little hook shot. Garbajosa's center of gravity sank in. Too late to pounce. Swish. Scola shot and scored again. He singled in Garbajosa twice in a row to score. The Alcantar fans on the sidelines stormed into cheers once again, while the Real Madrid fans were restless. It goes without saying that Garbajosa's defensive prowess is a definite inside-out shocker and a pillar of strength. But at this moment, facing Scola, a newcomer, he surprisingly looked a bit helpless. Push him out of the penalty box. Sunhao gave Gabayosa direct advice at this time. Gabayosa nodded. He did want to prove himself up front, but reality has taught him a lesson. He wasn't the kind of person Cousins had to get out of the way when his temper came. And the person he was talking to was Sunhao. The downfall of offending Sunhao is that there is no Chinese food to eat. Prigioni's breakaway layup from the front court went wide, and Real Madrid fell into a scoring drought for a stretch. The Alcantes advanced to the front court and Scola tried to go low again, quickly realizing that Garbajosa wouldn't let him in. That's when his weak point against the crowd is exposed and he can't squeeze in. And eventually he tries to turn around and cut toward the basket. But there are people under the basket, and Sunhao in front of him kept waving his hands to interfere with Calderon's passing vision. The latter did not dare to pass the ball easily. The Alcantes missed this play and missed their final shot. After being scored on twice in a row by Scola, the Real Madrid defense came down. And after taking the defensive rebound, the Royals launched a fast break straight away. Sunhao took the lead, catching the ball and rising into the air, scoring on a flying glide wipeout, 12-6. Real Madrid broke the scoring drought on a defensive rebound. With Alcantara up front, Scola continued to try to get the ball low, but the Gabayosa door was closed. Calderon saw it and directly signaled him for the ball high at the free throw line. The ball is given in, and Scola moves his feet to the free throw line again, turning and squeezing past Garbajosa's flying layup. The difference between initiating the offense from this position and initiating the offense at the basket is immediately apparent. Though, underneath the basket, Scola can turn around and just take a shot. But here, because of the distance to the basket, there's definitely padding. There's a bit of a time lag here. As Garbajosa turns in his pursuit of the defense, his ability was finally on display in this round, jumping back and covering Scola's shot with a direct slap out of the ring. The Real Madrid fans at the venue exploded at once. After 2 goals in a row by Scola, Garbajosa defended 2 goals in a row, and just now this one was a blood risk. After the cap, Garbajosa had a burst of refreshment and turned to Sun Hao. Sun Hao's advice to him was so right that he couldn't wait to give Sun Hao a big hug. However, seeing the way Sun Hao was about to dodge right away, he knew that the other party didn't seem to be too fond of chest bumping with him, and changed it to a high five. With little time left on the Alcantara offense, Calderon missed a late, rushed 3. Real Madrid hit another fast break when Prigioni drew a foul on a fast break layup. He had both penalties. 14-6. The Royals once again stretched their deficit to 8 points. The situation, once again, is on the side of Real Madrid. Blatt got up again, but instead of calling another timeout, he made a new tactical gesture after yelling at Calderon. Every coach sets up plays differently. Like Phil Jackson's whistle blowing is very well known. Most coaches use hand signals though. This tactical gesture of Blatter's was understood by Sun Hao. High blocking. Calderon advanced to the front court and made the same play initiating gesture as Blatt. The wings pulled back and Scola mentioned the high block directly. Scola's blocking was spot on. Sun Hao tried to dodge it but didn't. Calderon broke the ball down and surged inside, forcing Gabayosa to retreat before giving the ball back to Scola. It's a pretty standard high blocking plus sudden score play. Scola catches the ball and Sun Hao sinks his weight to keep him from going inside easily, but Scola chose to pitch straight away. Sun Hao jumped up and interfered, and he wasn't slow on the bounce. With the day in and day out bounce drills in the system, he hadn't attempted a dunk yet, but the ability was here. All that was missing was height, but it was also the shot that made him appreciate what Bodiroga had told him earlier. He jumped up, out of reach. Scola was already much taller than him, and with the early strike, it was no use jumping as fast as he did. It was a scene like the one where Boban held the ball over his head and Davis couldn't reach it no matter how hard he jumped. Swish! Scola's shots were pretty solid too. 8-14. Scola helped Alcantar close the gap and also scored his 6th point of the quarter. In his first start, he became the team's thigh. Calderon's eyes lit up at this point, and he found Scola in his retreating defense to exchange words for a while. Real Madrid's wave of offense didn't go in, and on the return, Calderon continued to play blocker with Scola. Only unlike the previous round, after the split, Calderon went outside with the ball and Scola went inside. Calderon's 3-point stabilization. Sun Hao's side can only change. That switch put him on the wrong side of Scola at the free throw line position. Calderon was ready for it and hoisted it right in. The angle of this ball is very good. Sun Hao dared not go to pounce as he broke Bodiroga earlier. Scola catches the ball and then turns around and leans on him and just wipes out the shot. He's completely out of reach and Scola's shot goes in again. He had the same feeling again that he had when he defended Turkoglu in the previous tryout. It's a little more difficult to be precise. Scola had his 8th personal point of the quarter. The Alcantes only scored a total of 10 points. That's not Scola. That's Godzilla. Big size, high hit short. Sun Hao didn't defend it was normal. However, Sun Hao was thinking more at this time. With Europe playing more team basketball and fewer singles, he's less likely to get caught on the defensive end. But when it comes to the NBA, the highest basketball stage in the world, opponents are studied very thoroughly. Once he realizes that he can't play small defense, that single will probably come at him hard. Not to mention that Turkoglu, who he's faced off against before, would meet again if it was on an NBA court. It's questionable if he can stay on the field. Bodiroga had been around long enough, after all, to give him a good reminder. Real Madrid played an elevator gate tactic in front of the goal, and Sun Hao pedaled out to catch the ball out of play. Swish! The 3 points should have gone into the net, and he unknowingly scored his 9th point of the quarter as well. Although he failed to defend Scola twice in a row, the points he gave up, he made up for with scoring. Calderon front court the same old trick, and he has a clear goal. Sun Hao first time around the block he then blocked the second time. Once the mismatch was broken up, he immediately slung the ball inward. A top-tier point guard's nose for a break in the court after just one round. But Sun Hao was not fighting alone. Scola received the ball and played again. Gabayos's assisted defense came over and successfully defended Scola's wave of offense. Unfortunately for Real Madrid, the defensive rebound also missed as Alcantar protected the defensive rebound. Just then, Blatt called out to Calderon again and gestured to him. This time, Sunhao didn't read it. The Alcantars advanced upfield. Calderon held the ball and made tactical gestures, and there was a very complicated run down the field. And in the next second, the blocking came back. Sunhao circled twice in a row, but didn't avoid the third time. He is once again on the wrong side of the top with Scola. Because of the example of Gabayos's successful co-defense in the previous round, he wasn't so worried at this point. Scola's continuous shifting of his feet, his weight swinging back and forth was puzzling. It's with that footwork that Scola can kill it in the NBA. Somehow a defender can sew one-on-one defense down. That is really a hell of a thing. Scola turned toward the basket, and Gabayosa again assisted on defense. But just then, Scola passed the ball, a pass toward the end zone. At the same time, the baseline had been cut by a forward who picked up the ball for a two-point layup. The Real Madrid fans on the sidelines were in a frenzy. That was a great shot. 10 out of 10. I'm not afraid to be proud of you. It was beautiful, and it wasn't even a turnover. And while there were a few missed passes or some misalignments in the matchups, with this handful of plays, the Alcantar offense was noticeably more fluid compared to the opening half. The two teams are starting to get into a stalemate. At the end of the half, the score on the court was 43-38. Despite Sunhao's usual outstanding 15 points, in complete contrast to the lopsided regular season, this was a 50-50 battle between the two sides, and the reason for letting this happen, besides Scola, is Blatter. One gave Alcantar's inside scoring a qualitative boost, while the other took the offense up a notch with great play calling. The half ended with players from both teams preparing to head back to the locker room. Sunhao was also thinking of things to deal with in the second half as he walked. Calderon was too targeted, and he cut into the defensive issues that Bodiroga was talking about earlier. But that's not something he can change all at once right now. Throw in the fact that there were no caddies inside the system right now, and there wasn't much he could practice in that area. The more critical issue was that he was now only 1.83 m despite the help of the system. He can make himself the king of Europe and even make it to the NBA with his offense. But his height is a real disadvantage when it comes to defense. Sunhao was thinking about it when the shouts brought him back to reality. He turned his head to see that the person who had called out to him was Parker, and kept waving at him. He waved, barely squeezing out a smile in response. Son, thank you, Allen Iverson. I know how to play ball. Seeing that Sunhao responded, Parker shouted excitedly. Although the surroundings were noisy, the volume of the center field was not that loud, and Sunhao still heard it from some distance. He made cheering gestures at Parker. It looks like Parker has found what he's trying to do. Considering that Parker had come to ask him how to practice 3 points earlier, he still had some mixed feelings. Should he regret that he was missing a protege? Or should he be glad that he hadn't destroyed a sports car? After the greeting, he continued to walk towards the players' tunnel and also continued to think about how to break the Alcantar mismatch in the second half. When he reached the entrance to the players' tunnel, he suddenly stood still for a moment and then slammed his thigh. Yeah, Iverson. How did he forget about Iverson? No, I should say how he forgot about the group of short NBA players represented by Iverson, not to mention the extreme heights of Boggs, Boykins, and Thomas Jr. After all, as he comes up in age, he's not in that league anymore. He's in a class of his own with Iverson and Paul at his current height. No one in the NBA can say they play poor defense or even catch them full court. In other words, how they defend in the NBA gives him a model for how to defend in Europe. This reminder from Parker really came at the perfect time. What goes around comes around. And who would have thought that getting Parker an Iverson mold simply for his own good in the first place would backfire on him and help him in his own way? Coming back from halftime, the crowd's cheers remained the same. After the halftime break, both teams' fans had their strength back. What's more, the evenly matched scene in front of them made them all look forward to the outcome of the match. Anyone has a chance to win. Alcantar came back in the second half to strike first. Calderon continued to organize the offense in the front court. His gestures were the same as in the first half. The team tactics were the same as in the first half, although there were some differences in the detail runs. After Real Madrid's defense was driven up, Calderon signaled for Scolati to block. Everything is also going the same way as the first half. Nope, there's been a change. Sunhao didn't wait for Scola to raise the block or find a position to avoid the block, but went straight up for the steal. This choice surprised Calderon, who turned his back to avoid Sunhao's steal. But Sunhao didn't stop at all, and even gave up the front defense, directly flanked and pounced again. That one didn't go unnoticed by Calderon. Pop! In the unbelievable eyes of the fans on the sidelines, Sunhao actually broke Calderon just like that. Soldiers do the unexpected, and because the steal happened at the 3-point line, Calderon lost his center of gravity hand on the ground to not fall down, and other people are even too late to react. Sun Hao grabbed a horse after the break. He's fast. He gets to the free throw line. He's up in the air. He's going to fly and dunk. Ah, sorry he won't. In a highly personalized commentary by the on-site commentator, Sun Hao scored a fast break layup to give Real Madrid the first score of the second half. It was only a 2-run shot, but it broke up the Alcantar play. The source of their tactics was to catch the point that Sun Hao's single defense Scola couldn't defend. But now, Sun Hao's stealing directly pinched the source to it. Although this approach seems risky and full of gambling, but it wouldn't be a surprise to anyone who's seen Iverson play, because that's the way Iverson is used to playing defense, gambling on steals. Alcantar's offense. Calderon with the ball continues to be forced by Sun Hao. This time Calderon has the precaution of turning early to avoid the guard. And the disadvantages of gambling steals are also exposed. Grabbing is a dragon fast break show. Cannot grab. Is the defense out of position? Calderon gets to the free throw line after passing Sun Hao. He was watching his teammates, and it was this one-time gap that Sun Hao rejoined the position. Although Sun Hao was now on the short side, he had a low center of gravity and was fast. And the bottom line is that Calderon is not an offensive-minded point guard like Rose or Iverson. He had a good chance to strike just now by passing Sun Hao, but he didn't choose to strike first. He guarded the ball and was forced back to the three-point line again. Scola tried to come up to block a few times but didn't have a chance. Sun Hao pushed too hard and didn't have any space to insert. With little time left on offense, Calderon finally chose to force a breakthrough, but Sun Hao gave enough confrontation and his last shot smashed the frame. Gabayosa collected a defensive rebound as Alcantar failed to score on 2 straight second-half possessions. It can't be said that the Alcantar tactics were cracked, but it was like throwing a steel bar inside a running cog, jamming it hard. Back to Gabayosa to catch the ball inside to draw the defense and pass to Sun Hao who came out on the block. Swish! Sun Hao's trademark 3-point shot hit. 48-38. Sun Hao came back in the second half and scored 5 consecutive points to raise his personal score to 20 and also bring the deficit to double digits. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. Sun Hao came back in the second half with a killer performance on offense and defense. Blatt got up and walked to the sidelines at this point. His expression noticeably different compared to what it was during the first half. His tactics, he knew were okay. The problem is the people who execute the tactics. And of course he can't be blamed. He started coaching in Europe and has a European look, but is authentically American. He was born in Framingham, Massachusetts, and as a player played for the Tigers at Princeton University. The team's head coach's name at the time was Pete Carrier. The name may not be familiar to many, but the tactics he developed are known to the world. The inventor of the Princeton tactic was not Adelman, but him. It was that experience that led to the play that Blatt used the most in his coaching, the Princeton play. Princeton Tactical's motto, strong can take advantage of weak, while smart can take advantage of strong. Scola hitting Sun Hao is the obvious feature. It's just that this tactic is too much about tacit understanding and takes too much time to gel. He's been on this team for so short a time that even this is still only Scola's first game as a starter. But Calderon does have the ability. Even if Sun Hao pressed very tightly, he still managed to give the ball to Scola after many attempts. For the first time since the second half came and went, Scola finally got another chance to hold the ball in the high post for a single play. Garbajosa was going to come over to assist in defense, but this time he was shouted back by Sun Hao. Scola sees it and tries to turn around. However, it was at this time that he noticed that Sun Hao's defense was also different from before. Sink your weight and keep trying to steal interference left and right. The arms were waving like 1,000 hands, making it hard for him to turn inward comfortably, and because of the height difference, he could easily be cut off if he turned at this point. But the offense was running out of time and he didn't have many options. He ended up opting for a turnaround jumper. This kind of ball Sun Hao couldn't interfere, but Sun Hao didn't think he could defend Scola to death. The kind of defense Paul plays in the NBA is one that forces offensive players away from the basket. A small defense against a big one. That's half the battle. Bam! The basket does the rest of the half. A shot to the body from Scola misses. That's not at all how he's comfortable striking. Garbajosa grabbed another defensive rebound and Alcantar came back in the second half without scoring on 3 straight possessions. And it was a long rebound with the ball knocked down at the leading edge. And Real Madrid got it and turned around to play fast break. This time Trinidad received a pass from Prigioni and scored on a two-handed slam on the fast break. 50-38. The spread has come to 12 points. Real Madrid came back in the second half and just went on a 7-0 run to break the game open. Blatt reached out and called another timeout. The second half started as the first did. Coming back from this timeout, though, the Alcans were significantly less adjusted than they were in the first half. Although as soon as he came back Calderon hit a whistling 3 against Sun Hao's defense, showing a handful of his individual ability. But this type of scoring has shown the failure of the Princeton play that the Alcants rely on the most. Just like the second half of Real Madrid's previous game against Panathinaikos, it was the elevator gate tactic that kept them at bay. But now, the Alcantes have lost the one thing they relied on the most. Despite Blatter making successive tactical adjustments, the situation was out of his control. Near the end of the third quarter, the score on the court was already 61-44, and the difference had been stretched to 17 points. The Alcantar fans on the sidelines were silent. Although we know that Real Madrid is the Champions League winner, but the original stalemate has turned into such a one-sided situation. That kind of feeling is very difficult to bear. Bam! Calderon's three-point shot is still not there. Originally, he was thinking about proving himself in the WHL playoffs and getting a second tryout after the previous joint tryout, but now he was proving to be overthinking it. It was never luck that enabled Real Madrid to win the Champions League. It was a long rebound and the ball crumbled right into Trinidad's hands. Trinidad saw that Sunhow had already gotten off a fast break and threw out a long pass. Sunhow picked up the ball for a quick attack, and he quickly realized that no one from the Alcantar team was chasing the defense. It was obvious that their morale was at rock bottom by this point in the game. Looking at the course in front of him, which was even more expansive than Heulenbeyer, an idea suddenly arose in his mind. An idea he had been planning for a long time. He broke through with the ball 2 steps inside the free throw line, held his breath, looked straight toward the basket, then prepared to power up into the air. What a teenage dunking dream. After crossing over in the beginning can only watch Jianli and all kinds of buckle. Even when he got to Spain, his countless fast breaks could only end in layups. There were also tryouts where Burke Carter intentionally came to ask if he could dunk. Even the commentators teased him in the first half that he couldn't dunk. This is where it's all going to end. He would complete his first dunk on this court, not only to experience that feeling of soaring through the air, but also to prove that he, too, is a teenager who can dunk. ZZ. But just as he was holding his breath to take off, he suddenly felt a slip beneath his feet. Then the full breath he had been holding back melted right out of him like a second cut of sage thyme. Damn. He slipped. He didn't even have time to protect the ball because it was going so hard, and he sat right on his butt. Because of his years of strength training, his ass was all muscle, and surprisingly it took him bang a small step forward. Stretchy, popped the bottom line. But it's a good thing it's an ass, or else you'd still have to hurt yourself with that fall. There was a silence, followed by unstoppable laughter. Sunhow's dunk is too damn funny. Even the Real Madrid bench was overjoyed for a moment. They hadn't seen Sunhow dunk before and had thought they could finally see it today, but it turned out that they had overthought it. It was the cheerleader babes on the sidelines who had a conscience and came over to help him up off the ground. Sunhow didn't have time to go and thank him after he got up, and the first thing he did was signal to the referee that the ground was slippery there. If it wasn't for the slippery ground, he would have definitely snapped that ball in just now. The referee also called a halt to the match, signaling the crew to hurry up and mop the floor. Sunhow is the newly crowned Champions League MVP and wants to save face. The floor is mopped and the race continues. Scola's mid-range shot from the frontcourt was still not there. The team's offense wasn't working and his touch was lost with it. Garbajosa took the defensive rebound and saw Sunhow go down the fast break with another long dump. Sunhow shook off Calderon with a full-speed fast break after receiving the ball. Calderon chased it to midfield and gave up when he realized he had no chance of catching it. Sunhow looked at the basket that was getting closer and closer to him, and suddenly remembered the words from the movie Big Little Lies that everyone would memorize. Once a true love was put in front of me and I didn't cherish it. If I'm given the chance to do it again. He didn't think he'd get another chance so soon. This time he was noticeably more careful, looking for the right landing spot in order to prevent any more slips, and there was a noticeable drop in speed, waiting to break through to a position one step outside the basket. He held his breath and took off into the air. The fans in the crowd got emotional all of a sudden. Sunhow slipped a little bit on that ball in front of him, but now he'll have a chance to prove himself right away. Bang! Only the next scene caught everyone off guard once again. Sunhow drew all his strength to vacate the dunk on the basket. He was so powerful that the basketball deflated a bit into him, but the rebound was also powerful, and his entire body was bounced straight back. He was wristed by the basket. The large dugout was once again silent. Are you serious? One slip and fall. One basket cover. Well, it's definitely the new Champions League MVP's dark history. Luckily, Sunhow had a lot of strength and froze to catch the ball. Once he was back on the ground, he took the ball and scored again on a layup, so at least he didn't let the fast break go to waste. Laughter came from the sidelines again, and this time Sunhow smiled and ran back with his head buried in his hands. He looked away. He thinks the dunking thing isn't really that great, is it? Let Jianlian and the others buckle up. Yeah, that's it. He's not going to be Madrid Raven. By the end of the third quarter, Alcantar was down by a full 17 points. There wasn't much doubt about winning or losing anymore. The Real Madrid teams on the field have all started celebrating the victory early. Not only did they get revenge tonight, but they bloodied their opponents. In the final quarter, Alcántara played with momentum to recover some ground, but they were unable to turn the game over in the end because they were down too much. The final score on the field was set at 71-58, with Real Madrid outscoring their opponents by 13, completing their revenge from last season and advancing strongly to the La Liga final. Now, they have a chance to complete the Champions League and La Liga Grand Slam. Sanhao contributed a pair of dunks that will go down in personal history, but with 22 points in only 3 quarters of play, he was still the best player of the night, and his defense against Scola in the second half tonight was a sight to behold. In the locker room after the match, Real Madrid's players were having a wild celebration. Sanhao sat in a quiet corner. People thought he was sulking over those 2 dunks, but he was actually in the system right now trying to dunk like crazy. He tried a dozen times and buckled in half a dozen times. Just barely. Standard barely buckle. He was just completely dead in the water now. It seems that bouncing still need to practice more, and anxious to eat hot tofu. His current ability plus height is only enough to barely buckle. Want to actual combat dunk a little too anxious. When he was done dunking, he pulled up the attribute panel and looked at it again. He realized that his basketball IQ had risen to 89, and he was one step away from advancing to the gold level. The dunk thing aside, tonight's game helped him a lot. In particular, Blatt's Princeton tactics gave him a sense of enlightenment. What a gold-level basketball IQ badge. Because being an assistant coach in his past life gave him a natural advantage in ball handling, he looked at the badge with extra affection. Now, just like the long-range marksman before him, it's just short of a breakthrough. After the celebration, his teammates went back to the hotel one by one after greeting him. They knew that Sanhao was not in a good mood for dunking failure and didn't bother him. Sanhao wasn't in a hurry to leave after he exited the system. He went straight to the video room and asked for the video of tonight's match. Taking this one back and reading it a couple times might be the opportunity he's looking for. But just as he returned to the locker room to get his bag and leave, he noticed a man at the door. Someone who surprised him. Alcante's head coach David Blatt. He smiled when he saw Sanhao coming over, obviously waiting for him here. Sanhao looked at him with a puzzled face, wondering what Blart was up to. A cup of coffee? Blart didn't seem to be in a hurry, but smiled and extended an invitation to Sanhao. A very gentlemanly invitation. Sanhao felt that he wasn't a beauty, but he nodded his head and accepted. Just like Chinese people love tea, foreigners always love coffee, and it doesn't matter if it's in the morning or in the evening. After some coffee, Blart began foreplay. Who do you think is better, Jose Calderon or Prigioni? Calderon. The obvious answer to that question is that Calderon beats Prigioni hands down in terms of both talent and immediate success. Although Prigioni is a teammate, there is no need for Sanhao to open his eyes. Yes, Jose is a great court commander who gets the best out of his teammates. Sanhao nodded. There is nothing wrong with this point. The history of Calderon's first entry into the NBA, not a few seasons to become the Raptors team history assist king. And even more remarkable than the number of assists is his assist-to-turnover ratio, which has been tops in the league for several seasons in a row. Can pass and turn the ball over less? That's the label of a great point guard. Would you be interested in racing with Jose? After enough foreplay, Blunt gets to the point. The other meaning of the phrase "is there any interest in playing with Calderon" is there any interest in going to the Alcántaras? Blatt is swinging a hoe at him just like Bodiroga before him. Sanhao shook his head. He didn't have to think much about it. If it was the end of last season when the team won the championship and Blatt was with the Alcántaras, he would have considered it if asked that. At that point in time for him, going to the Alcántara team and partnering with Calderon allowed him to utilize his strengths to a greater extent. But a lot of things have changed over the course of a season. Especially after making a choice in the system before. He has closed the door on staying in Europe to play. Blart gave a bitter laugh. Sanhao was ready to open his mouth to say something polite. After all, Blatter had invited him so formally. Just then, however, Blatter turned his head and opened his briefcase, then took a book out of it. The book is 10 centimeters wide and about 20 centimeters long and looks like a booklet. Sanhao didn't know what this meant, and the words that came to his mouth didn't come out. Well, soon enough, Blatter offered an explanation. This is a playbook I've put together over the years, including my best Princeton, and it should help you. Tactical manual? Sanhao took it and flipped through it. The more he looked at it, the more incredible it became. Not because of the wealth of tactics within the tome, though it was certainly the best he had ever seen. Rather, it's because what was Blatter doing giving him such a big gift for no reason? Could he be wrong about Blatter? Blatter's bitter smile isn't a smile because he can't dig him up. It's a smile that adds leverage to digging himself up. Honestly, I'm probably going to the NBA after this season. NBA? This time, Bladder wore a surprised expression. Yes, that's why I can't have this manual, because there's no way I'm going to Alcantar next season. Sun Hao's eyes were full of reluctance. He knew the importance of this manual to him at this point in time. It was simply a heavenly gift, but he can't lie to Bladder. It's a matter of principle as a human being. He had resisted the urge to close the booklet and hand it back to Blart as he spoke. Instead of reaching for it, though, Blart suddenly laughed. "You misunderstand me." Blart's next words were even more confusing to Sun Hao. "My surprise is because you would consider the NBA right at this point, and I actually guessed you would turn me down. So this is a gift I have for you." Blart's words were clear, but Sun Hao was even more puzzled. "It's not a chip to dig yourself out of a hole. Simply a gift? Just take it as me admiring you, or whatever you think I'm pulling a fast one on you." Blart was straightforward, and seeing Sun Hao's look, he went on to explain. This time, Sun Hao sort of understood. This was his encounter with the legendary cave master who said to him about how I see you have exquisite bones and want to teach you the ultimate martial arts. But that latter comment from Bladder was solid. Everyone sees things differently and will naturally see the same person differently. At first Raoul thought Sun Hao was a patchwork after watching him play one game, but after Blatt fought him, he thought he would soar. It wasn't surprising. After all, Bertka had felt the same way when he watched him try out earlier. Even their judgment comes easier. Champions League MVP at the age of 18 and will probably win the La Liga and even La Liga MVP. Europe has never had a player like that before. Sun Hao finally took the booklet. He needs it now, and it wouldn't hurt him at all to get in good with Blatt, who he knows is an NBA head coach in the future. Actually, if Preston had matured a little bit more for Alcantar, or if Scola had gotten into the starting lineup a little bit earlier, it would have been hard to tell if the game would have been won or lost tonight. Sun Hao accepted the booklet and also said some complimentary words. And of course it's the truth. If Parker's reminder hadn't allowed him to break out of his little zoom rut, the Alcantes Princeton play could have gone the same way as the original elevator gate for an entire second half. Then the game would have gone completely differently than it did tonight, and probably would have gone down to the wire as well, as it did in the previous Champions League final. Blart smiled and nodded. Although it came from a player's approval, what Sun Hao said also just proved that this gift he gave out tonight was worth it. Good luck with the draft. I'm sure you'll get picked. Bladder also ended by sending his best wishes to Sun Hao. After saying goodbye to Bladder, Sun Hao returned to his apartment and couldn't wait to pick up the playbook and flip through it. He knew this was the baby after just casually flipping through it earlier in the cafe, and when he sat down to take a closer look, he was quickly immersed. Blatt is indeed a very powerful coach. Even if he is not yet the top coach who will later reign over the European basketball world and also enter the NBA, but now he has a fairly deep tactical understanding. At least it's much higher than Sun Hao's level. In particular, his understanding of Princeton's tactics is deeply rooted in Pete Carell. Sun Hao looked at it little by little, understood it little by little, and then mastered it little by little. By the time I was a third of the way through the rummage and ready for a break, I looked up to see the time on the alarm clock on the wall, and it was already 2 in the morning. It's amazing that 3 hours have passed since that look. To describe a person concentrating on one thing, there is the idiom of wasted sleep and food. As it turns out, the ancients were true to their word. Sun Hao is using this tactical manual as spiritual food. You don't have to tell me. By the time he finished reading and closed the manual, he actually didn't feel hungry, and even had an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It was a feeling that cannot be described in words. La Liga's other semifinal also came down to the wire the next day. Barcelona managed to advance to the finals by defeating the student team 90-80. Sun Hao came to Spain for his third year, and after consecutive misses, he finally fulfilled his pact with Casal to stage a summit showdown in the La Liga playoffs. However, Sun Hao didn't bother to pay attention to this, as he spent the next few days as if he was possessed, constantly studying the battle techniques inside the manual. Even for the team's daily training, he asked Russo for a vacation. He could feel that his basketball IQ was close to breaking through to the gold level, but it was always just a little bit short again. Feelings like that annoyed him a little. After all, it would help Real Madrid's team immensely if they could break through the badges before the final. But in the same way that the universe is vast when zoomed in between 2 fingers, that point is always insurmountable. And the team gave him a call 2 days before the start of the La Liga final. It's not so much that he's being rushed into training, but Adi has come to him for an endorsement. After winning the Champions League and becoming MVP, his popularity has been climbing. It would have been best to wait until he was done playing in the WHL playoffs for both sides to sit down and talk slowly, but it looked like Adi couldn't wait. Sun Hao put down the tactical manual in his hand first, then went out of the room. Stuck in his room all the time, he was just like the old guy in the metaphysical novels who had his mind on shutting down, and he didn't know how long it would be before he could make a breakthrough. Come out for some air. Maybe it breaks through on its own. And it's a little too obsessive when you think about it. Reasonably, Real Madrid won even Panathinaikos before, and Panathinaikos breezed past Barcelona. While the math equation A greater than B greater than C on the basketball court that yields A greater than C doesn't always apply, the bottom line is still there. Even if he doesn't break through, there's a good chance Real Madrid will win the title. Thinking of this, Sun Hao also temporarily put down the matter of the gold badge and concentrated on talking about the contract. There can be many endorsements for basketball players, from big jerseys and sneakers to small shampoos and body washes, even the one Sun Hao's dad gave away 3 years ago. If you dare, the endorser dares. It's the same as the NBA's globally promoted jingle, impossible. Is a nothing. But within those endorsements, sneakers have always been the big one, especially for linebackers, who are the biggest shoe sellers. There are a lot of sneaker merchants worldwide. This era of domestic leaning peak, the United States, Nike, Converse, New Balance and so on. There are quite a few sneaker companies over here in Europe, but there is only one company that rules the market: Adidas. European soccer is prevalent and Adi is the sponsor of choice for major soccer stars. The saying that Nike rules basketball and Adi sits on soccer is a perfect illustration, but both sides have always coveted the other's piece of the pie, and there's been a lot of action. Adi, in particular, has taken advantage of the rise of European players to make a name for themselves in the NBA. Sun Hao won the Champions League MVP at the age of 18, and no matter what the American side thinks, Adi takes him quite seriously. Take this negotiation. The supervisor in charge of the Spanish region came and brought a assistant with him. In her mid-20s, three-dimensional features, shoulder-length hair, tall figure, hips that shook as she walked, and most crucially there, what's with the 36D? Compared to the finale that Sun Hao had seen in the Italian bar before, this was the standard big ocean horse, the kind that can kill you. The negotiations went well. 4-year contract, and it comes with a lot of incentive clauses, almost $1 million a year if you get them all. This was already a sizable and even somewhat exaggerated number in 2000. Keeping in mind that Sun Hao wasn't even sure he could play in the NBA yet, Adi gave Sun Hao plenty of respect. But it's understandable. Sun Hao went to the NBA. This contract is solid. Even if Sun Hao didn't go, or if he went and came back less than desirable, with his influence in Europe and in the future in Asia, the contract wouldn't be a loss. Sun Hao is looking at the contract. He hasn't signed an agent yet and isn't very familiar with contracts, so he has to be careful with this piece. That supervisor's cell phone rang and he went out to answer it with an apologetic face. Sun Hao read the contract, felt no problem, and signed at the end. Adi also has no reason to swindle him. After all, if the two sides work well together, the back of the contract is the big head. When it was signed and the supervisor hadn't returned, he whistled and spun his pen. It was a skill he had practiced in his last life during his school days. Not for a moment, though, he realized there was someone else in the office, and whistling was a bit of a hooliganism, and stopped after that. It was also at that moment that his eyes were drawn to the indescribable part of his assistant, below the neck. This is truly spectacular, the kind that no man can get out of bed the next day. Sun Hao watched the ball without saying anything. Just then, though, the assistant noticed his gaze and got up with a smile and a shiver as she walked toward him. Sun Hao was a little dizzy, and a little swollen. He's not horny by any means, just a normal guy. Anna. The aide smiled and reached out to him. The name, it's very German. Sun. He wanted to get up, but fearing embarrassment, he crossed his legs and reached out to shake Anna's hand. Here's my card. Anna smiled and handed him her card. Sun Hao reached out and took it. It's common courtesy to take a business card. I'm free for the evening. But what was decent etiquette up front was immodest by the time the words came out. It's not implied. It's explicit. Sun Hao dryly coughed twice. He still hadn't gotten used to this direct way of speaking of European girls. The supervisor pushed the door in at this time. He asked about Anna's situation, and when he saw that Sun Hao had finished signing, he also smiled and reached out to Sun Hao to say good cooperation. However, after putting away the contract, he didn't leave right away, but told Sun Hao a message. Raoul is on his way here. He just went out to answer Raoul's call. This news made Sun Hao a bit surprised. Not that Raoul knew the supervisor by accident. After all, the person signed a sponsorship contract with Adi as well. Unexpectedly, Raoul has his cell phone number. How come he came not to call him on the phone, but instead to find this side of the supervisor? He said he brought a friend and said you knew him. The supervisor's next words were even more mysterious. Who? The supervisor shook his head. Apparently Raoul hadn't told him this. Sun Hao was even more puzzled. Raoul is trying to surprise him, but Sun Hao could more or less guess who Raoul had brought with him. The only person who has a common intersection with both and counts it as a surprise is probably Zidane. Before the Champions League final, Zidane and he talked quite a bit, when because of the time rush did not have time to deepen the exchange. but not necessarily so mysterious. Or Raul's parents. After all, he knew about Raul's parents being fans of his own, but he hadn't even met them in private yet either. His parents are worth too much trouble for him. 2. Not being able to think clearly for a while, Sun Hao didn't think about it anymore. After all, it wouldn't take long to arrive. We'll head back then. Feel free to contact me if you need anything else. The supervisor's card had been given to him at the beginning. Sun Hao nodded. When they were all gone, he pulled out the business card his assistant had just handed him. He looked at the contact information on it, reached over and tossed it into a side trash can. Honestly, this Anna made his heart flutter a little. To be precise, it should be this kind of female as a male would have thoughts. Throwing this card away. Not that he's playing the gentleman or can't or anything, but what happened in Italy last time was a wake-up call for him. And he was well aware that this Anna was nothing like Jocelyn. He was still a very average athlete at the time, and whether he was a lolicon or not, the feelings were real at the time. But now that he's looking at the bright side of money, the odds are that the women who come at this time of year are coming for the money. Taking a step back, this kind of person who casually gives out business cards and says, "Are we going to meet tonight on the first meeting?" is as good for him as it is for anyone else. He, still, prefers to drive his own car and not take public transportation. Well, that's just the way it is. After successfully finding a bunch of reasons to convince himself, Sun Hao finally didn't have to stand up awkwardly either. When not much time had passed, his cell phone rang. It was Raul who called. Sun Hao got up and went out of the office, and when he reached the door, he raised his eyes to see the handsome Raul. And, even more handsome. Surprisingly, it's him. Sun Hao guessed completely wrong. Deep eyes, a straight nose, a sighing beard, and a face that could charm countless young girls with a single smile. If a man is handsome enough, he can become an idol. If a guy plays ball well enough, he can be a star. He, the iconic ballplayer, David Beckham. Sun Hao felt that his first face value was defeated. How could he not have expected the man Raul brought over to be Beckham? "Son, introduce me. This is my friend, David." Raul smiled and came over to introduce Sun Hao. "I know, David Beckham. Everyone knows him. I'm Sun, Chinese." Sun Hao smiled and reached out to Beckham. Beckham hasn't really reached his personal peak yet, but he's already a superhuman superstar in Europe. Although 2 years ago, the same World Cup in France that Sun Hao and Fernandes went to see together, Beckham was red-carded for impulsive kicking, which led to England's loss, and caused him to be scolded by the fans for 2 years, and even forced him to postpone his wedding with his wife at one time. But a king is always a king, and this year the one who led his team to the Premier League title, the one who was England's Footballer of the Year, and the one who captained the national team, are all back. Raul said you signed with Adi today. Congratulations. Now we're family. Beckham is very soft-spoken. Sports don't have boundaries. It's soccer, basketball, but it's always a big family. Especially in Europe, there are many connections between sports stars. The three chatted for a while, and at Beckham's suggestion, the three were going to play a game of field hockey in the neighborhood. At this point Sun Hao had to be thankful that Prigioni often took him to play wild soccer, a really practical way to socialize in Europe. "What position do you play?" They were in Beckham's personal stretch Rolls Royce, and on the way to the car, Beckham spoke up and asked, "I don't have the skills. I can only play fullback." Sun Hao said with a bitter smile. He could visualize himself firing a shot into the corner. "I heard Raul say you play point guard in basketball?" Beckham then asked. Sun Hao nodded. "Then you can try the front. That's a position that tests organizational skills." Beckham said with a smile. "That's a good idea. You can partner up with David and I'll wait for you guys to feed me shells." Raul said with a nod. Sun Hao didn't object. Anyway, playing soccer with two thighs. It doesn't make any difference what position you play. In the same way that my grandmother could win a championship coaching, this follows two world superstars playing wildcard football. It can't lose. And winning and losing is not an end in itself. Socializing is. By the time they got to the stadium and they showed up, the venue was going nuts. Of course, the reason for the madness is because of Raul and Beckham. Raul is the Spanish national captain and Beckham is an iconic European superstar. And these two are a kingpin duo. As for Sun Hao, he's still an invisible man to soccer fans right now. When Raul and Beckham satisfied the fans, their wild pitch followed. Sun Hao had some small expectations. This was after all his first time playing the offense position. The front back is the most central position on the soccer field, and it is its duty to drive the whole team and organize most of the team's attacks. This is the position that usually wears the number 10 jersey, the soul of the team. It's also a wild pitch, and Beckham is there, so Sun Hao can play. But after kicking around for a short while, Sun Hao quickly got into character. He realized that Beckham still had a point, and that the most important thing about the position was the big picture. With Beckham there, he didn't have to worry about getting broken up or anything. The man broke the ball back the next second. It didn't take long to kick and Raul had already scored 3 or 4. Soccer is crowded and superstars don't dominate as much as they do on the basketball court. This statement is simply bullshit. Having a superb forward midfielder pressing the ball and a superb striker easily kicks your ass. Manhwa has been playing soy sauce all game, but this soy sauce is very meaningful, because he's found out that soccer is much bigger than basketball as far as the big picture is concerned. It's not just the pitch, but the more complex running of more people that really tests one's vision, as well as one's brain reaction as well as analytical skills. He remembered that Nash was also a soccer superfan, known by fans as the kind who could make the national team without playing basketball and soccer. Having experienced it firsthand, the connection speaks for itself. Kickoffs are really helpful for an organizational linebacker, and as he kicked, he felt that the bottleneck that had been troubling him before was actually showing signs of loosening. It was an amazing feeling. Beckham broke the ball out of the opponent's foot for the nth time. It was also at this moment that Manhwa suddenly charged forward violently. The front man, in addition to organizing, has the opportunity to get involved in the team's attack as well. Beckham saw it and cooperated, passing 2 people in a row before sending a long pass straight to him. Manhwa made a crappy stop, but couldn't hold up Beckham's pass. He didn't think much of it and saw that the defender was in position away from him and took a direct shot. That's a position to score an absolute worldie. But unfortunately, Manhwa's shot was directly crooked, and it was so crooked that it was close to being a real kick in the corner. Mistakenly, Raul was halfway down the field, made a chest stop and followed up with a dipping shot. Ball, in. Manhwa's shot becomes an assist. He froze there, feeling a little windy at the ballpark today. Immediately, though, his face turned colorful. Congratulations host, basketball IQ has been successfully upgraded to the gold level. Just now, the system prompted his gold badge, which had finally broken through the bottleneck and reached the gold level. Basketball IQ, gold dramatically improves understanding and use of basketball techniques and tactics. Is this a mistake on his part? A kick becomes an assist and then the badge is upgraded. It has the feel of a step in the right direction. Upon reflection, though, it doesn't seem entirely misguided. He has a new understanding of soccer tactics since he started playing up front in this one. From a bigger view of the pitch, to more complex tactics, this understanding stems from soccer, but not only from soccer. Just as the essence is all about being faster, higher and stronger, many aspects of sports are intertwined. As for the final kick, it's just a way to put the final nail in the coffin of that realization. And after the upgrade, he found he had a much better understanding of the running game of the players on the field. Even he could vaguely sense the tactics Beckham and Raul and the others were going to play, even though those were tactics he'd never been exposed to before. The feeling was really the same as in a metaphysical novel where you ascend to the top. Son, what are you fuming about? Raul's shout pulled him out of the system. He'd been standing there in a daze, and Raul had thought he'd been smothered by the shot he'd taken. It's okay, it's just so cool to see you shoot. Deja vu quote. You're a sweetheart. Raul laughed and punched him in the chest. He's not Yi Jianlian. That's a must. Manhwa shamelessly said back. He realized that he would have to train Yi Jianlian in that direction sometime in the future. That's how you get to know your teammates quickly. But it was really comfortable to play alongside his big legs, and within a few steps of running back with Raul on his side, Beckham on the other side broke his man off again. This iconic superstar is hitting it a little hard, and this time Beckham came to the party and started bursting in with the ball straight from midfield. Despite not playing as a striker, his attacking skills are better than most strikers, and it's been an unstoppable ride. The opposing player's shorty contracted and retreated, but knuckled down. It was also at this moment that Manhwa moved to the side and then quickly plunged forward from the side. Beckham quickly spotted him and then played a pass through the gap between the men. Manhwa turned early this time, stopped the ball with his chest, and then surged toward the goal with the ball. The defenders were all too drawn in by Beckham to get back in, and only the goalie came out to block. Manhwa closes the distance between him and the goalkeeper, then finds an angle and directly pushes a soft shot. The goalkeeper parried and the ball rolled straight into the goal. This ball into and Raul kind of pump shot completely not in a class. Relying on is not personal ability, purely judgment and rhythm, but a goal is a goal. Manhwa, completing the first goal of his soccer career, on an obscure wild pitch. Raul looks excited and rushes over to him and does a jersey rip on him. The look on his face, much more excited than if he had scored himself. Manhwa now finally realized that from asking him for a pen but asking his parents for an autographed jersey, to this teasing action, this guy is a teaser at heart. Beckham also gave him a thumbs up from a distance. It's a pretty big deal that a basketball player can score a goal in a soccer stadium. After the soccer game, the 3 men went out to dinner again. A very interesting thing was that when the meal was finished and Manhwa picked up the wolfberry tea to drink, Raul came up to ask with full interest, and after learning that Sun Hao's reason for drinking it was to nourish his health, he even said that he would go back and try it himself, and he didn't know if it was true or not. If that were true, imagining Raoul pulling a thermos out of his backpack at the end of the second half would be able to surprise and make you laugh. After dinner, Beckham sent Sun Hao to his apartment before leaving to go back to the hotel. Handsome, good at soccer, and a nice guy. It's really no coincidence that Beckham has become a national icon. Sun Hao returned to the apartment, only to arrive at the door and find two people standing there, Prigioni and Garbajosa. Son, where have you been? I didn't find you people for a few days, and no one answered when I called your phone. Prigioni said this with a hint of reproach, looking close to calling the police. Sun Hao took out his cell phone and looked at it before realizing that there were several missed calls, both from Prigioni and Garbajosa. Out of courtesy, he put his cell phone on silent when he met Beckham and Raoul. They got along and talked the whole car ride back to him, never looking at their phones. After all, now this phone and later smartphone is not the same thing. No video and no game. Want to be a lowhead cannot do. I'm sorry, I owe you guys a meal. Sun Hao smiled and walked over, reaching out to pat the shoulders of the two men. At the sound of a meal, Prigioni's grumbling face disappeared at once. There's food, so what's there to complain about? And, you guys just wait for the title. Sun Hao couldn't stop his excitement. Originally Real Madrid was stronger than Barcelona, plus he unlocked the gold-level basketball badge. He is quite confident of winning the La Liga title now. Prigioni and Garbajosa are even stranger though. Garbajosa also reached out and touched Sun Hao's forehead to make sure he didn't have a fever or anything. There was no way Sun Hao could tell about his system upgrade. He led the two into the room and then handed them Blart's playbook. Prigioni looked full of doubt, and waited a while for it to sink in. Garbajosa leaned in to watch for a while, then turned his head to look at Sun Hao again, still puzzled in his eyes. This tactical manual looks pretty good, but it's not that exciting for Sun Hao, right? He was now more and more curious about what Sun Hao said about taking the title. Curiosity is curiosity. You have to do something when you're here. The three sat and talked about tomorrow's game, although they couldn't describe it in words. Prigioni and Garbajosa could feel that Sun Hao was slightly different from earlier. There are no words to describe that feeling. If I have to say, it's that Sun Hao has become more relaxed and more in control of the game. It's a strange feeling, especially Garbajosa. He was originally curious with a bit of doubt, but by the time he left, he had surprisingly become confident in Sun Hao's words about winning the title as well. After sending Prigioni and Garbajosa away, Sun Hao felt sleepy. Count on him being overly oblivious the last few days, with a severe lack of sleep, and going to another soccer game. When he lay down on the bed, he fell asleep in no time. The sleep was one of the most comfortable he'd had in recent memory, and he had a beautiful dream as well. He dreamed of succeeding in winning the WHL and then getting a lottery pick commitment. Just as he was about to depart for the United States, the dream woke up. It was a good night's sleep and he got up, took a shower and traveled to Zaragoza with the team. Zaragoza, the city that was first visited with Fernandez. He's found that liking to travel has the added benefit for him of revisiting his old stomping grounds wherever he goes, which allows him to acclimatize more quickly. In the case of the Zaragoza gym, it's a breeze because I've stopped by to train on previous trips. Lasso didn't have a training session scheduled for that day, and Sun Hao went alone. Only he hadn't practiced for a while when Prigioni and Garbajosa came along. With the showdown looming, the pressure is on several of the team's core. After practicing until noon, both Prigioni and Garbajosa went back first, and Sun Hao was still practicing extra. He'd been so busy studying the playbook the last few days that he hadn't had much training in his system. He's like a machine that hasn't worked in a long time now, a little rusty and needs to move around more. And since he trained much more intensely inside the system than outside of it, this kind of extra training wouldn't be physically taxing for him. He waited until he felt his body almost back again before he stopped. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he proceeded to get something to eat at a nearby restaurant. The Zaragoza Stadium is fully equipped with a chain of restaurants right on the first floor of the dome. Lunch was gone at this hour, but hot food was still available, and he was going to get some hot dogs to fill his stomach. There were a few people in front of him and he was waiting in line. It was also at that moment that he suddenly realized that there was someone hanging back and forth in front of his eyes. He took a closer look. It was a 15 or 16-year-old kid, but fat-looking. The reason he waged back and forth in front of Sun Hao's eyes looked like he should want to buy food, but he seemed to have some scruples. Moreover, Sun Hao felt that this person looked particularly familiar. Is this Paul Gasol's brother Marc Gasol? The Gasol brothers are well known in NBA history and both have won NBA championships as starters. Honorably speaking, Paul Gasol is higher, but strength-wise Marc Gasol is more well-rounded. The reason why Sun Hao recognized him so quickly was not only because of the face that was similar to his brother's, but also because of an interesting story. Sun Hao had even heard of it in the NCAA back in the day. Marc Gasol is a big fan of high-calorie foods, which makes his weight unusually scary. After he was drafted by the NBA, the Grizzlies, who traded for his draft pick, had high hopes for him, but ultimately it didn't work out because of his weight. Gasol then struggled to lose weight for a year before managing to land in the NBA the following year, becoming a burst center after that. Sun Hao matched the number and quickly recognized him. "Mark?" he tried asking the kid. Sure enough, the child looked at him after hearing his words, his eyes full of surprise, reaching out and pointing at himself, inquiring if Sun Hao was calling him Marc Gasol. Seeing his reaction, Sun Hao smiled and asked after him again, "I know you?" Junior Gasol looked at Sun Hao for a while and didn't recognize who Sun Hao was. "No, but I know you, and I'm friends with your brother." After Sun Hao confirmed that it was Junior Gasol, he suddenly wanted to molest him. But what Sun Hao didn't expect at all was that after hearing this sentence, Junior Gasol turned around without saying a word. And the obese body is surprisingly flexible. A turn is about to slip away. "Wait, what are you walking?" Sun Hao pulled him back before he could say anything. "I didn't want to buy food. I was just passing through. You don't have to talk to my brother." Junior Gasol was pulled back, but what made Sun Hao even more surprised was what he said next. "I don't think he asked anything." "What do you mean? Why would I tell your brother about you buying food?" Sun Hao became even more puzzled, but after asking that he reacted, "Does this mean that Paul Gasol still controls Marc Gasol's food? Aren't you a friend of my brother's?" Unexpectedly, Sun Hao's words instead made Junior Gasol puzzled. "I'm his friend, but we're not on the same team. We're opponents on the field and friends off the field to be precise." Sun Hao opened his mouth to explain. "So, then you won't tell my brother, will you?" Junior Gasol understood, but his next words said one thing: he was afraid of his brother. Sun Hao suddenly wanted to laugh a little when he saw this. It's a normal thing for a younger brother to be afraid of his older brother, but it's not like he has to control what he eats, right? "Don't worry. I swear to God I won't tell your brother that you were here today." Sun Hao made a promise. In fact, he and Paul Gasol have not even exchanged words since the last time they met, so naturally it is impossible to tell each other about this. Seeing that Sun Hao had sworn to God, Junior Gasol was relieved. "Hot dogs are ready." Just then, there was a shout from the window. Sun Hao turned to pick up the hot dog. It was also at this moment that Sun Hao realized that Junior Gasol's gaze instantly shifted to the hot dog in his hand, and his eyes were shining. To put it in a very graphic way, that's Brin Brin's Flash Ahoy. This kind of look Sun Hao had seen before. Just last offseason, he invited Prigioni over for dinner, and the latter got this look in his eye when he saw the grill. Junior Gasol, definitely a foodie. And more than Prigioni, he should also be a foodie. That obese body already speaks volumes. But losing weight is not something Sun Hao needs to consider for Junior Gasol. "Anything you want to eat? It's on me." Sun Hao then spoke. "Really?" Junior Gasol completely gave up resistance in front of the food. "Of course it's true. I'm a friend of your brother's and it's on me. Not counting what you bought." Sun Hao continued. When Junior Gasol heard this, especially the second half of the sentence, his whole demeanor went out the window in a flash, and he went to the window with his ass in the air. Hot dogs, hamburgers, chicken fried wraps. Gasol Jr. was also really nonchalant. Sun Hao couldn't stop laughing as he paid the bill. Junior Gasol is a real foodie. No wonder he's fat. Junior Gasol chatted with Sun Hao while eating, and that feeling had already treated Sun Hao as a friend. During the chat, Sun Hao also got to know his brother, Paul Gasol, a little better. In Mark's words, his brother was a bully who did nothing wrong. As Big Gasol had previously revealed to Sun Hao, their father was a doctor and their mother a nurse. When they were young, the two of them had different hobbies. His brother was science and he inherited his parents' genes for medicine. Everything changed when my brother watched a couple of Barcelona basketball games. His older brother fell in love with basketball and then forced him to have to play basketball together as well, getting dragged up at the crack of dawn every day to practice. That was hell. Junior Gasol said this with a hint of fear in his eyes. His brother doesn't treat him like a kid at all when he trains and beats him violently every time. This is only part of the story. In the eyes of the younger brother, his brother's bullying from childhood to adulthood is too much to mention. Every day, he is monitored for food, and when he exceeds the standard, he is educated. He is still supervising his training every day and educating him when he fails to meet the standards. The brother even paid off his crew, everyone around him, to spy on him together. The biggest exaggeration is that his brother's biggest hobby is sunbathing and then having to drag him along with him. He doesn't like the outdoors. Sun Hao held back his laughter when he heard this. Not a sportsman, not a fan of the outdoors. Gasol Jr. This is the standard geek. Gasol Jr. was done complaining. His food was finished, and he was in a beautiful mood. Although it was only the first day he had met Sun Hao, It was also the first time he had someone else to listen to him complain about his brother. And there was so much good food. Oh yeah, and there was a hot dog he didn't bother to eat, bagging it and carefully placing it in his shirt pocket. I like you. When he was done eating, Gasol Jr. said something very internal. It wasn't the kind of liking between a man and a woman, but the liking of a simple child for a bigger child. Sun Hao smiled. You don't say. Little Gasol is quite cute. After eating and returning to the hotel for a rest, Sun Hao returned to the dugout early to warm up 2 hours before the start of the pre-game. The competition venue was open, and Sun Hao went over to warm up, and there were already people inside. It's Paul Gasol. Previously he and Sun Hao had an agreement to meet in the playoffs, and as a result, each of them broke the appointment once, and this time it finally came true. But the difference is that Sun Hao has already won the Champions League and has become the new Champions League MVP. We agreed to double row together, but you stayed up all night to score. Anyone with an ass knows how much he's holding back right now. Just what Sun Hao somewhat did not expect was that in addition to his older brother practicing on the field, his younger brother was also sitting on the sidelines. But compared to the front, the look on Gasol Jr.'s face was a different one. Before it was all smiles, now it's all sadness. Obviously, he was forced to do this. Both the older and younger brother turned their heads when Sun Hao came in. My brother frowned slightly. The old days of chatting freely about the sea of books. You say Cervantes and I say Joe Shuron are gone. The younger brother, on the other hand, smiled darkly as his worried brows relaxed, then waved his hand to greet Sun Hao. Sun Hao also smiled and greeted Junior Gasol. Mark, come up here and train with me. But soon, Gasol Jr. was heckled. Junior Gasol's easily stretched brow furrowed again, reluctantly removing his jacket before taking a heavy step onto the court. It felt like going to the guillotine in chains. Sun Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this. It seems like my brother's earlier complaints really came from the heart. Sun Hao did some warm-up activities, followed by also starting to shoot baskets to warm up. He's a shooter and finding his touch is a must before every game match. And on the other side, the older brother had begun to ravage his younger brother without a ball. Junior Gasol is big and slow-moving, and is small and not fully developed, so he is simply defenseless in front of his brother. Eat, 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 all you know is eat. See how you can defend yourself like that? It's a shame to have a brother like you. Have you forgotten that mom and dad used to be basketball players? Aren't you ashamed of that? I don't know that from time to time. Because of the relationship between Junior Gasol and his previous greeting, Sun Hao can hear such trash talk from time to time. Suddenly he understood a little bit about Junior Gasol. If this kind of ravishment continued, not to mention 15-year-old children, adults would not be able to bear it. Well, it wasn't long before players from both sides of the ball arrived at the dugout, and that kind of ravaging was finally able to come to an end. When Junior Gasol came off the field, the look in his eyes was, in a word, a real dare, and he probably hated his brother to death in his heart. Once the players had all arrived, the assistant coaches on both sides of the ball began leading the team in an official full-team warm-up. It was also at this point that a very interesting scene took place on the sidelines. Sitting in the second row of the audience, Gasol Jr. smashed his mouth a few times, his eyes glancing up the court for a moment, then into his shirt pocket, as if he had some kind of treasure inside. When the warm-ups on the field were pretty much underway, the coaches on both sides of the field began to gather their players together for the final tactical deployment. It was also at this time that Junior Gasol quickly took out something from his pocket, which was not finished when Sun Hao invited him to eat before. He had planned to eat it later, but couldn't bear the temptation. He's like a student at this moment who steals snacks in class, taking a bite and looking away. Only he was a little unlucky to be seen by Big Gasol, who had turned his head just halfway through the meal. He froze there for a moment. By the time the coach over there was done with the tactical setup, Big Gasol came right up to him and heckled him. Aggravation was written in 2 big words on Junior Gasol's chubby face. If it were not for the fear of his brother's power, he would have lifted the table and quit. The game started right away, and the starters on both sides began to make their way onto the field. Sun Hao shrugged off his arm and prepared to make his entrance as well. Passing through the audience, he saw that Gasol Jr. had his head down and was still emotionally frustrated. Granted, he knows that without Big Gasol's harshness, there wouldn't have been the successful Junior Gasol that he would later become, but it does go a little too far. I'll help you get your revenge. Sun Hao turned his head and said to him with a smile. Junior Gasol looked up and saw that it was Sun Hao. First froze for a moment, then his face was full of smiles. The expression seemed to be saying, beat my brother hard and avenge me. Both team starters are arriving on the field one by one. The fans on the field began to roar in an uproar. The two teams, Real Madrid and Barcelona, are arch rivals, and with a big stage like the La Liga final, this game is definitely a national derby. The players on both sides of the ball are also pumping their fists. With a stage this big and an opponent you want to fight so badly, you don't get the chance every year. For this group of players in particular, this may be the only opportunity they have in their careers. Sun Hao also stepped away from his legs and swung his body from side to side with his hands supporting his knees for a final warm-up. He has chosen the path of the Little Emperor, and this is a match he must win. He noticed eyes on him and looked up to see that it was Big Gasol. It was a gaze full of wariness. It's all in the words. Sun Hao stood up straight, then made an OK sign to Gasol. The gesture took Gasol's breath away, but the referee had come over for the kickoff, and he didn't have time to think about it. Standing in center field with his hands outstretched. Doh! With a whistle, Gasol grabbed the line and jumped to pivot the ball back into Barcelona's half of the field, officially kicking off the National Derby. It was the first time since Sun Hao entered the WAC that Gasol jumped over Garbajosa. Barcelona advanced to the front court and Big Gasol dropped straight to the high post for the ball. Right at this moment, Sun Hao suddenly found himself having a preconception of the offensive intentions of the Barcelona team on the field. It was a very strange feeling. He was able to roughly guess the offensive plays that the Barcelona players were going to play by the way they were running on the field. There are various types of plays, but most of them are made up of the basic units of blocking, cutting, and passing. A play like the Princeton play that Blatt used earlier is a combination of some of these basic units taken to the extreme. Man moves, ball moves, coordinated, blocking everywhere, cutting all the time, ready to pass. This tactic, when played to the extreme, is not only inexplicable, but also quite a sight to behold. Just like the Kings in the NBA right now, who top the league in attendance. Sun Hao could tell right now that what the Barcelona team was going to play was a tactic that was very similar to Preston's, but one level simpler. High curb, Gasol frames the ball before catching it, and the perimeter players cut to the basket from the wings looking for scoring opportunities, while the frontline players drop to the bottom corner to space the floor after the block. Sun Hao predicted that Barcelona would do that, and Barcelona did. Gasol seized the opportunity to pass. Pop! The ball hadn't been passed yet, and was cut off by Sun Hao pouncing on a direct hand. Barcelona's opening was a turnover. The first time after Sun Hao's steal, he dumped the ball to Prigioni, who made a quick fast break and got 2 free throws with a layup that caused a defensive foul on Navarro. Barcelona head coach Enrique had come down to the sidelines and was looking at Gasol with his hands spread out, clearly unhappy with the tactical execution of the earlier round. Knowing that the game has only just started, this kind of mistake is a big blow to the team's morale. Gasol had an innocent expression on his face. He clearly saw that it was an opportunity, but Sun Hao just rushed out so suddenly. The feeling was as if he knew he would pass there. Generally speaking, only people who know both the Barcelona team and him very well can predict it. But Sun Hao, for one, has never been on the Barcelona team, and for two, has never trained with him, so it's really a hell of a thing. Gasol was spitting inside, while Sun Hao was slightly excited at this point. What had just happened had shown how much the gold-level basketball IQ badge had helped him. It felt like switching from the player's perspective to God's perspective like inside a 2K game. Don't underestimate this change. Those who have played the whole game know the importance of vision. The wider the vision, the more accurate the judgment made. This also seemed to be right. And what helped Sun Hao upgrade before was relying on that proffered kick. Putting a soccer perspective on the basketball court works wonders. Prigioni hit 2 free throws to put Real Madrid on the scoreboard first. Barcelona advanced to the front court and Gasol continued to play the high post. This time he was careful to watch out, especially on Sun Hao's side. The move was so obvious, though, that Prigioni blocked the other side of the line of scrimmage straight away. Gasol ended up opting for a turnaround at the free throw line, which resulted in a defense by Garbajosa. Barcelona opened the game with 2 consecutive scoreless drives. The Real Madrid fans on the scene got high all of a sudden, chanting Real Madrid in unison with great energy. It was the Champions League loss to Greece. Fans were not convinced and saved their strength for the La Liga final. Cheers as Prigioni pushes forward with the ball to organize the front court. It was also at this time that Sun Hao felt that his observation of the defense was also different from before. Originally, he was just roughly judging how his opponents were defending, whether it was man-to-man or joint defense. But that's when he was able to judge his opponent's stance more clearly and more quickly. For example, right now Barcelona is guarding man-to-man, but standing all on the side he's on, including Gasol under the basket. Sun Hao has been at Real Madrid for 2 years and has played against Barcelona many times, and this old rival is studying him thoroughly. Prigioni was about to give the ball to Sun Hao, but Sun Hao made a tactical gesture to him and then started running without the ball. As soon as he ran, the Barcelona defense more or less converged towards him. This is a sign that he has already cultivated Sun's gravity. But Real Madrid's tactical blocking was well done, and Sun Hao circled around the field to take advantage of Gabayosa's thick chest already presenting an opportunity. Prigioni's pass was also given first time. There is a tacit understanding between the trident. Sun Hao caught the ball, but didn't take the first shot. With his field of vision widened, he had noticed Gasol, who was filling in on defense. Gasol pounced fiercely. He gritted his teeth, and I could see that he tried his best to keep up with Sun Hao's speed after changing defense. The opening 2 consecutive offensive possessions didn't work for the organization, and he fought to try to make up for it with his defense. He lunged over, and then he realized that Sun Hao had perversely not made a move. That damn feeling is back. It was as if Sun Hao had foreseen what he wanted to do. In the eyes of the fans, Sun Hao received the ball and waited until Gasol flew past his eyes, then aimed at the frame again and shot. The basketball spun through the air in a perfect parabola. Swish! With a crunch, 3 points should be in the net. Sun Hao hit his first 3 of the game. A 3 like that isn't too difficult for Sun Hao, but it's a great shot because of the backdrop Gasol flew over. The Real Madrid fans all stretched out their hands and cheered when the ball went in. Even across the audience, a chubby figure jumped up. That's clearly Marc Gasol. Sun Hao said he would help him take revenge, but he has been waiting for it. He had pressed his excitement when he broke his brother's ball in front of him and saw the helpless look on his face. Now that he was shaking his brother so easily, he really couldn't hold it in. His brother lectured him every day and had his day to be lectured. And it wasn't even at the training ground. It was an official game. A La Liga final. The thought of that makes it hard to feel good about yourself. Soon, though, he was met with a slew of blank stares from all around him. Which side are you on, little brother? Gasol Jr. then realized he was sitting on Barcelona's side, and he was looking for a fight with this celebration. He smiled awkwardly, then sat down. The scene took place on the sidelines, but because Gasol is big and jumping up to celebrate as the visiting fan was too much of a spectacle, the scene was seen by the players on the field, not to mention the fans on the sidelines. Sun Hao almost sprayed out a mouthful of salt vapor. Occasions, mind the occasions. For his part, Big Gasol's brow furrowed. Oh my stupid brother. He really had a feeling of hatred. If he was a dad instead of a brother, he'd want to delete his number and retrain. Unfortunately, he wasn't, so he didn't have anything else to think about other than the internal thought of giving his brother a more impressive education. And the game on the field continues. The Barcelona's high post game still had no chance, and Navarro ended up turning himself into a bomb toward the lane, which earned him 2 free throw attempts. He hit one of 2 free throws to total the first points of the game for the Buccaneers. But back in the game, Sun Hao ran the point to draw the defense, and Gabayosa caught the ball and rose up in the air, slamming the ball into the basket with one hand before Gasol could get back on defense. Gasol was once again a magnificent backdrop. He was really kind of miserable tonight. The Real Madrid fans on the sidelines were yet another excited shout. That bucket made it 9-1 on the field. It's only 3 minutes into the game and this is the Barcelona team that is going to be rubbed out as mercilessly tonight as they were in the Champions League semifinal. The fans were cheering, but Sun Hao unconsciously looked in the direction of Junior Gasol. Junior Gasol's chubby face was completely stifling his laughter, and his hands were even clenching his fists in a full effort to hold down his excitement. He was genuinely excited. This was really the first time he'd seen his brother get such a bad education. It wasn't his own hands, but someone else's hands were cool. He immediately lowered his head. Though, as his brother's murderous gaze returned, Sun Hao looked really happy. These two brothers, they really are a pair of enemies. With just over 8 minutes to play in the first quarter, the score was 20-8 on the court. The Barcelona team played a really stifling game. Originally, Enrique designed a lot of targeted tactics before the match, but I don't know how. But all those tactics were ineffective. You can imagine what it feels like to slap someone only to have your wrist grabbed in one fell swoop. And you'll get a sense of what the Barcelona team is feeling at the moment. And more crucially, as the game progressed, Barcelona's morale had hit rock bottom. Even if it's a national derby, it would be a real hell of a thing for morale to get up when you're being pressed all the time. After the first quarter, the score on the court was 24-12, a straight-up doubling of the scoring difference. Paul, you're on at the beginning of the second quarter. Enrique's tone wasn't good. After those 2 years of playing, Gasol has been the centerpiece of Barcelona's thunderous interior. But tonight, somehow, his performance can only be described as a disaster. This isn't the regular season, the kind of game where there's a next game if you don't play well. It's the La Liga final, and it's a one amateur tournament. Win, or go home. A loss is a loss of a season against an opponent that is still a mortal enemy. Gasol didn't say anything, and with his head down, he went on. Coming back in the second quarter, both starters were resting on the field. European game a section of only 10 minutes, but the confrontation on the court fist to the flesh. Physical exertion than the NBA only a little more. Gasol's appearance was still a surprise, as he had only been subbed out for 2 minutes of time. Lazo didn't make any immediate substitutions, though, and if this stretch of the scoreline held steady, Then Enrique's move to put Gasol on early would likely have crashed and burned Barcelona right out of the gate. After all, players have a limited amount of stamina, and Gasol's role on Barcelona's interior speaks for itself. Real Madrid came back in the second quarter to take the first shot, a beautiful play that unfortunately missed a layup. Barcelona protected the defensive rebound and came back with Gasol asking for the ball directly in the low post. He's playing significantly differently than he did in the first quarter. The guard turned the ball in and Big Gasol started right into a low post backbreaker. A turnaround layup after a weight press. Real Madrid's inside linebackers assisted in the pass. It was also at this moment that a scene that no one expected happened. As soon as Gasol went hard, his original layup turned directly into a dunk, and he slammed one hand directly toward the basket. Boo! Gasol looked slow, but his instant explosiveness wasn't bad at all, and rushed to slam the ball into the basket before the co-defenders could get in position. The scene took the Real Madrid players on the sidelines by surprise. Not to mention the players, even the Real Madrid fans on the field looked stunned. Is this still the Gasol they know? Manhwa also froze for a moment. Although he was facing the team's replacement, Gasol played this ball hard enough, and the key is his talent. A snap that shows off his long arms to the fullest. Keep in mind that he's now 2 feet 13 inches with a terrifying 228 centimeters arm span. Dunking, in addition to height and bounce, arm length is a critical factor. Carter's dunks are good looking and real life bulls just have a lot to do with those long arms of his. June C. Curry barely buckle. Griffin can only smash buckle, is to eat the loss of short arm span. Far from it, as far as Manhwa himself was concerned, because the system hadn't fully improved his arm span yet. His current height of 1 foot 83 inches with only 1 foot 88 inches arms is also a big culprit in making him fail to dunk in real life before. Also, he sensed in Gasol's eyes an even hotter wariness before the game. It took two people 3 years to make the deal. Gasol didn't want to just give up. The Real Madrid frontcourt flurry didn't go in, and on the return, Gasol tried to continue to demand position in the low post. But Russo reacted quickly, directing from the sidelines, and Real Madrid went up for the first sack. There's little room inside, and Gasol can't pass well when he wants to. All he could do was return the ball to the outside and get back near the free throw line. Barcelona's play organization on the wings didn't work, and with little time left on the clock on offense, the ball was still in Gasol's hands. It's almost a dump. Gasol took a shot from the free throw line with an open hand directly after the catch. Swish, the whistle blows and the ball goes in. Gasol's pressured mid-range from the free throw line also went in. That interception in front of him allowed him to wipe out the first quarter slump and get his form back. Real Madrid finally scored a goal in front of the net. At 26-16, the teams are still separated by 10 points. Russo is also back on the bench. While Gasol looked like he was having a return to form, the game was within reach. Real Madrid's frontcourt three went wide and Barcelona collected another defensive rebound. Real Madrid retreated quickly, though, and Barcelona still had to play positions when they got to the front. Gasol continues to receive the ball in the high post. He only looked at it, though, and raised his hand to aim for the frame. Is this thinking you're going to come in a row when you feel it coming on? Real Madrid's center pounced on it. Gasol's hands in the previous round made him afraid to just put it in, and Gasol's long arms are high at the point of striking, so he can't interfere if he's slow to pounce. Gasol, however, faked a right break and took a slow 3-step straightaway. He said it was 3 steps slower, but he was no slower than any other big man, and rolled his eyes to the basket. Players on the inside of Real Madrid's line twice coordinated and fought to seal the deal. Gasol went unabated, pulling the ball straight up with his right hand and slamming it straight toward the basket through 2 men. Boo! The ball was heaved into the basket to another incredulous look from the fans on the sidelines. The referee followed suit with a whistle. Buckle. Still 2+1. Gasol pulled on his jersey after the dunk and hissed in a burst of excitement. He's really hitting the high road here. There was a moment of silence. Then it was filled with the explosive cheers of the Barcelona fans. Although they don't usually see Gasol play that much. Love Gasol like this. Manhwa can't help but emote even after watching. What a woman. Honestly, those 2 dunks changed his opinion of Gasol a lot. He hadn't really seen any of these stars play. After all, most of it was a stream of impressions. Just as he would have been shocked to see Ginobili's Eurostep dunk before, he would have been just as shocked to see Gasol so spaced out. These scenes gave him a more realistic view of NBA stars. Big Gasol's extra point was there, and the deficit was cut to 7. Russo called a timeout. Junior Gasol on the sidelines had some mixed emotions. He'd had fun watching his brother get taught a lesson earlier in the day, but the time for fun was over now. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that his brother playing like that meant he was really enraged. An enraged brother is really scary. Coming back from a timeout, he subbed in both Manhwa and Garbajosa. Gasol has been in amazingly good form during this stretch, forcing him to go to the starter early. In the first turn back from the timeout, Sunhow's three-point drive from outside the pocket slammed off the rim. Good chance, but the hand got cold after sitting on the floor for so long. Barcelona protected the defensive rebound and continued to play the position after advancing to the frontcourt. With Garbajosa back, there's no way Gasol will ever play like he did before, but after he got up in form, his entire state was also completely different from before. Instead of standing still, he made a back turn at the free throw line and cut straight to the basket without the ball, reaching for the ball as he did so. It's a beautiful turn of events, and if you catch the ball, odds are you're going to score. Garbajosa was quick to react, though, reaching out to give pass interference. Navarro on the outside didn't dare to just pass, and after seeing the defense drawn by Gasol, he pulled up and shot straight from the three-point line. The ball was chosen a bit abruptly and Prigioni was a bit slow to pounce on the interference. Bam! But it was a little off the mark and hit the frame. Also at that moment, a figure rose up in the air from under the basket and directly grabbed the ball that popped out and slammed it into the basket. Boo! From Gasol's mulligan. Garbajosa was trying to cover up from behind and couldn't. Gasol didn't get a scoring chance after the cut, but he got his position completely jammed under the basket. The Barcelona fans in the crowd had gotten completely wet. That's the best sister-in-law ever. And the shot was Gasol's third dunk of the quarter. Sister-in-law. It's really not soft. In his retreat, Gasol even offered to find Navarro for a high five. That shot Navarro just took was decisive and didn't go in. But as the game showed, even if it didn't go in, Gasol was able to get the rebound. The two played together out of the Barcelona team, and the ball skills and understanding are really a match made in heaven. Looking at the two people showing love on the field, Sunhow looked down at his number 9 jersey. He suddenly felt that it would have been good if he had brought Jianlian along to Europe in the first place. Not to say that the cultivation is not cultivated. At least you don't have to only watch other people show their love. No, when we go to the NBA in the future, we must honor our agreement to play together. At this moment, Sunhow had already made up his mind. Gasol's resurgence in form will be key for the Barcelona team. Moreover, as the game went deeper, Sunhow also realized that the gold-level basketball badge was not as perverse as he had imagined. As an example, it's still a high pivot, but Gasol suddenly changes his moves and breaks inside with the ball. This change is something he can't predict right now. After all, the gold-level basketball IQ badge helped him more in terms of tactical understanding and vision. It's not mind reading, but he's also more excited about the basketball IQ upgrade to the Hall of Fame level, and wonders how much it will help him when he reaches the highest level. Gasol's resurgence in form has made it clear that the Real Madrid interior defense is struggling a bit. Garbajosa is not bad, but there's still a gap in talent to Gasol, especially against an informed Gasol. The Real Madrid defense was forced to shrink inward, and Navarro finally had room to flex his muscles. 3 points plus a breakaway throw. He began to echo Gasol inside and out. The situation on the field also changed significantly from the first quarter. It's turned from being lopsided to a stalemate. Russo was on the courtside bench with his hand on his chin, thinking, all marquee players are built on experience. He clearly has a lot more to learn on that front. For example, the impact of player form on the game. Gasol in the first quarter was a sister-in-law, soft and easy to pinch, but Gasol in the second quarter was Mulan on the battlefield, killing it. Two Gasols in two different states have completely different impacts on the game. This is the root cause of the shift in the field. If he had also switched to Garbajosa the first time he saw Barcelona switch to Gasol, the situation would have been different than what was in front of him. Unfortunately, no ifs. It's a necessary part of his coaching growth. After halftime, the score on the court was 42-36. Real Madrid ended the half ahead, but not by much. Gasol scored 11 points in the second quarter and had 15 points and 7 boards at halftime. Tonight's sister-in-law is fierce as a tiger. At halftime, Russo laid out his second-half tactics in the locker room as he prepared to hit the elevator gate again, a tactic that once helped them win the Champions League. He expects it to work wonders again. Back from halftime, Barcelona attacked first. Navarro and Gasol hit a blocking play, breaking the point back to Gasol, who took Prigioni's face-up shot. Swish, wiped the net. Gasol's form continued in the second half, and the first thing he did after the goal was turn his head to look at his brother in the audience. It was obvious that he was telling his brother that the ball was hit that way. Junior Gasol's face was ugly. So angry. Back to Real Madrid hitting the elevator door. But Barcelona obviously had a watchful eye, and when Sunhow cut out, Barcelona had already started their defensive rotation early. The player who originally defended Prigioni waited for Sunhow at the three-point line in advance. Sunhow didn't have a chance to take a direct shot after receiving the ball, and his three-point shot after he crossed over and shook off the defense was off the mark. He didn't have the best touch tonight. It's not every night that God is on his side. Even Curry had a 0-for-11 night from three-point range. Gabayosa was in good position for a front-court rebound, but Big Gasol came right up with a header to grab the defensive rebound. Real Madrid's elevator gate tactic came to nothing. It's not that they didn't execute their tactics well enough, it's that they were clearly targeted. When we played Panathinaikos before, because it was the first time we used it, the other team didn't have time to think of a response, but even then, with great ability, Yanakis figured out a way to play defense before the end of the game. And that, in a nutshell, is the best reference for the Barcelona team. For as much as the Barcelona team played so targeted from the start, there's no way they weren't there to see it. The result was the situation at hand, with Real Madrid having difficulty trying to pull away on the elevator goal. Gasol finally played organized in the frontcourt, assisting on a teammate's layup. Barcelona continued their excellent form in the second quarter and reduced the deficit further to 4 points. It's a flip-flop. Key moment. Sanhao read the defense, or elevator door. The difference is that he faked his way into the interior, and after the confrontation of the layup scored also caused a foul. After hitting the extra point, he made it 2+1 to help Real Madrid stabilize the situation. The game on the field was once again a stalemate. Real Madrid couldn't pull away in one fell swoop, and Barcelona struggled to turn the score over. In the stalemate, the two teams had unknowingly reached the final decisive moment of the fight. At the most critical moment, Sanhao finally found his touch from the outside and hit consecutive threes. But Navarro on the Barcelona side took the scoring baton from Gasol and bit into the score with a combination of sudden shots. And soon the Barcelona team started to pack on Sanhao. Sanhao's current height can't guarantee that he'll complete his outside shot even in the midst of the pack. And the two teams have entered into a defensive battle for a while. The teams were tied at 70 with 40 seconds left in the final period. Anyone has a chance to take this La Liga title now. Real Madrid had the ball and Russo called a timeout. The fans in the crowd were nervous and couldn't breathe, especially Real Madrid fans. The Champions League win over Panathinaikos. Another lopsided start. And now it's a matter of life and death. This game really took people by surprise and made their little hearts skip a beat. Sure enough, the basketball court. A greater than B greater than C concludes that a greater than C is unreliable. The form of the players has so much impact. Sanhao, who is in average form, meets Gasol, who is in explosive form. Real Madrid's ability to fight to the end and still draw with Barcelona has proven their strength. Now, they need to play the last 40 seconds. Son, you take the last pitch. As usual, Russo put his trust in Sanhao, and after elevator gate was targeted, he rearranged a new play. Back from the timeout, Real Madrid serves the ball out of the backcourt. Prigioni advanced to the front and started organizing. Real Madrid didn't press for time and started running straight away. With 10 seconds left on the game clock over the offense's time, now is not the time to press the clock either. Instead of taking the ball directly, Sanhao started running around the half-court without the ball. Outstanding players know what kind of offense to use in what kind of game. When his hands are good, Sanhao can just take the ball and hit the hero ball with a single. When his hands are bad, he needs to play with his ball handling more like he did earlier when he cut for a 2+1. Russo set up a play similar to the one in the opening half, with Sanhao borrowing a teammate's block to come out and catch the ball for a three. The play was made, and after Sanhao received the ball, Gasol pounced on the defense again. A similar scenario will be reenacted, but the difference is that Sanhao pitched straight away. He didn't wait for Gasol to fly by as he did in the opener, and didn't even dodge Gasol's cover. Pop! Sanhao had a slight backward lean in the air, and Gasol's cover hit Sanhao's hand. 3-point foul. The Barcelona fans on the sidelines were in an uproar. Gasol held his head in disbelief. Sanhao played this ball. It was so bad. Knowing that his big man can't control his body, he cheated a straight-up 3-point foul. At this moment Sanhao was not Mamba possessed, but Harden reincarnated. Sanhao, get to the free throw line. The fans on both sides reacted differently, with Real Madrid fans afraid to speak out and Barcelona fans fighting to make noise to interfere. What was the same, though, was the nervous look on their faces. Last minute, penalty kicks, a scene very reminiscent of the recently concluded Champions League final. Will the penalty shootout be repeated in the La Liga final? Sanhao's first penalty. The Barcelona fans behind the basket went wild with audible interference. Even crazier than at the Champions League, there was even a female fan lifting up her shirt and making waves. Sanhao's first free throw. Hit. Ha. Women. Does he really think he's an 18-year-old who hasn't seen it before? Sanhao's second penalty. Off the mark. He really didn't have the best touch tonight. Sanhao adjusted his breathing and took back the eyes that were distracted to the female fans. Swish. The third penalty went in. 72-70. In the final 17 seconds, the Royals got a 2-point lead. The scales of victory tipped in favor of Real Madrid. Barcelona called a timeout. The Barcelona fans in the crowd gasped for air. If the team hadn't scored on the last possession, then Sunhow's 2 free throws just now would have been a shutout. The Champions League drama will play out again in La Liga. Back from the timeout, Barcelona pushed quickly upfield. Real Madrid's defense expanded outside. All they have to do is defend Barcelona's 3-point shooting and they'll be invincible. Navarro realized this as well, handing the ball off to Gasol in the high post and proceeding to cut inside. Same as when Sunhow was going to take 2 points into overtime in the Champions League final. When the opponent is targeting the defense of the outside, high IQ players will make such a choice. That cut was also timed well, and Gasol was ready to pass. But just at the moment of the ball, he remembered Sunhow's opening break. His hand that was about to strike the ball paused for a moment, and then he really saw Sunhow, who was killing in the slanting side. For a moment, he had the feeling of coming back from the dead. Then he saw Gabayosa in front of him turn back. Everything is a chain reaction. He tries to pass the ball. Sunhow is ready to steal it, and Garbajosa looks back behind him because of his movement. Then he realized he got a good shot. He rushes and finishes the shot straight away before Garbajosa can turn around. The strike was sudden, and none of the Barcelona players present were expecting it, including those present. But it has to be said that the choice made in this instant was a real good one. The ball flew out of Gasol's hands and spun through the air in a parabola. The trajectory is spot on and just the right amount of strength. My sister-in-law is very good with her hands. Swish! With a crunch, Gasol's mid-range from the free throw line. In. 72 flat. The Buccaneers tied the game. With 12 seconds left in the game, Big Gasol pounded his chest in excitement after the goal and roared at the crowd on the sidelines. At this moment, my sister-in-law looked like a real beast. After his rant, he turned his attention to Gasol Jr. in the audience. The expression seemed to say, "Brother, this is how the ball is hit. Look closely." Real Madrid called timeout. The fans gasped even harder. This game is really killing people. Junior Gasol looked over to Real Madrid's bench at this time. To Sunhow. He could imagine what his brother would say to him after the Barcelona team won the title. That's the way to really play ball. Brother, if you keep being so decrepit you won't even be able to play in the Western League Brother, even if you could play in the Western Conference? I was already a champion before you arrived. He felt like his head was going to explode just thinking about those. All he can expect now is for Sunhow, Real Madrid to win this damn game. That way, the frustrated brother has no time for him. Back from the timeout, Real Madrid served the ball upfield. The last 12 seconds, Sunhow tries to get to the ball, but with 2 Barcelona men without the ball interfering, he can't catch it and Garbajosa gives the ball to Prigioni. Real Madrid fielded an attack. Sunhow turned without the ball, but Barcelona team close to him still do not give the opportunity to receive the ball. Enrique's coaching ability is still to be confirmed, but he's really good enough at targeting people. Prigioni saw that time was running out and fought to break through the basket with the ball in his hands. A strong layup against 3 people in the crowd caused a foul. Gasol's foul. Prigioni got 2 free throws. The Real Madrid fans at the venue stormed into cheers. With 7 seconds to go, Prigioni had the free throw shutout. Gasol holds his head. He played well all game, but committed 2 consecutive fatal fouls in the final moments. And the second foul was on Prigioni, the most accurate free throw shooter on Real Madrid's team. Enrique is yelling at the referee but the referee is ignoring it. A blown call doesn't change, and the ball was indeed fouled. Prigioni got to the free throw line and rubbed his arm first, then shook it off, grinning in pain. It pays to boogie free throws at times like these. The Barcelona fans in the crowd went crazy creating all kinds of distractions. Unfortunately the female fan who lifted her shirt earlier has been taken away by security. Real Madrid fans are holding their breath, holding their hands over their chests and looking straight ahead with nervous faces. With a penalty goal, Real Madrid got the initiative of the game. Prigioni's first penalty was met with loud interference from the floor. Bam! Didn't get in. The interruptions instantly turned into cheers. The expression on Prigioni's face didn't change, but you could tell by the way he rubbed his arm that the hard cut on his hand was affecting him. He adjusted for a second penalty. The jamming sounds of the scene resumed. Bam! Prigioni's second penalty. Still nothing. Prigioni, who is known for his steadfastness and has shot over 80% from the free throw line on the season, missed 2 free throws at critical moments. It's a situation no one would have expected. At the moment of Gasol's foul, the Barcelona players looked like they were in a torture chamber, with knives close to their necks. As a result, they are now being told that the executioner suddenly dropped the knife in a moment of weakness. It was scary, but life was retrieved. Not yet. Just as the Barcelona fans were beginning to get ready to cheer, Garbajosa squeezed past Gasol under the basket and fought to grab the offensive rebound with one hand. The last 6 seconds, Gabayosa with a layup. Bang! Just then, a big hand covered Garbajosa's second chance shot right to the rim, and after the cap he gets the rebound. Gasol, compensating for the credit. And he took the rebound and reached out to call timeout. Last 5 seconds. Possession of the ball. Belongs to the Barcelona team. Possession in hand. Last 12 seconds. Killer chance. 2 missed free throws. Front court rebound. Shot covered. Possession exchanged. This series of events all happened in a matter of 7 seconds. The plot is so far down that it's comparable to a movie. Back from the timeout and Barcelona have the ball in front of them. Gasol boundary serves the ball. Real Madrid. Real Madrid. I don't know who started it, but the Real Madrid fans on the sidelines let out a neat chant of support. That's the backbone of their 28 La Liga titles and the first Champions League title. The Real Madrid players on the field were encouraged and the intensity of the defense was raised to a high level. Gasol couldn't serve with the ball and was looking at a 5-second violation. Just as he was about to call another timeout, he caught a glimpse of a figure darting and cutting to the basket. Navarro. Gasol glanced at Sunhow's position before passing the ball, and passed the ball decisively after realizing that he was blocked by the center. Navarro catches the ball and darts in for a layup. Pop. Garbajosa in pursuit of the defense. He missed the ball and covered Navarro's hand. The referee whistles for 2 free throw opportunities for Navarro. The scales of victory tipped in favor of Barcelona's side. Hoo-hoo! The fans at the venue gasped violently. Their hearts literally could not take it. Russo's expression was helpless. Free throws, layups, 2 chances in a row that they didn't capitalize on. They're not going to be wrong if they lose this game. Navarro gets to the free throw line. For once, the mood of the fans of both teams on the sidelines was completely tuned out. While Barcelona fans are looking forward to it, Real Madrid fans are feeling a dark cloud over their heads. Navarro's free throws, and Prigione's a class apart. After the rebound, fans went crazy creating all sorts of distractions, and there were even female fans lifting their tops as well. Your female fan got ejected. Mine hasn't. Navarro's first penalty. Bam! Smash the frame. The scene resounded with cheers from the Real Madrid fans. Navarro and Prigioni are acting off each other? Sunhow couldn't help but laugh out loud at this time. Sure enough, basketball players are straight men of steel. No one but him can resist that kind of interference from female fans. Navarro turned around and high-fived his teammates, rubbing his hands together to adjust. If the second penalty doesn't go in, then this La Liga final will really go down in history. Navarro's second penalty. The ball's trajectory was right on the money. I can see Navarro has really adjusted this time. But, the ball was on the weak side and the ball knocked at the front of the basket. Navarro's second penalty. Also missed. Garbajosa would take credit for calling a timeout as he grabbed a defensive rebound. The last 4.2 seconds. Possession once again went to Real Madrid. The score on the field is still tied at 72. You missed 2 free throws. I missed 2 free throws. In this moment, the game is the movie, and you and I are the actors. An Oscar blockbuster. Navarro was also in a frustrated mood, and Gasol went over to touch his head in encouragement at this point. Since being touched by Sunhow, he didn't know when he had learned this traditional craft. During the timeout, Russo was nervously setting up. At 4.1 seconds, that's basically the last play of regulation time. Both sides acted out an Oscar-worthy movie, but it was nearing the end. If the game doesn't end there, then the teams will have to go into overtime for an extended version of the paintball. Timeout expires and Real Madrid has the ball on the sideline in front of the net. Gabayosa serves. The scene was suddenly inexplicably quiet. The tension in the final moments of reading time, the cheering of the Barcelona fans could not be shouted. Sunhow's continuous counter run still has no chance. The Barcelona players followed him like mad. That's his downfall right now. He can't go 1-2 as an individual yet, and catching for the sake of catching will just bury his chances. He ended up abandoning the catch and running to the weak side to pull up in space. Real Madrid's timeout to set up the play and can't play it. Gabayosa ends up giving the ball to Prigioni. With no time left on the clock on offense, Prigioni burst near the free throw line after a crossover step and took a straight, sharp mid-range shot. It's not an offense he's good at, and while he was striking, 2 or 3 people had already swooped in to interfere. Hard shot. Prigioni scrambles to avoid the cover and throws the ball away, but the pitch was clearly way off. On the third chance, Real Madrid still couldn't capitalize and the teams were going to overtime. And so on. It's not over yet. Just then, a figure darted in and cut to the basket, aiming at the deflected shot to rise up in the air. It's Sunhow. He pulled ahead to the outside of the weak side, allowing Barcelona to lower their defensive attention on him. But just before Prigioni took the shot, he had darted toward the basket. It was a play like the one he scored when he played field goal with Beckham and Raul. Use your teammates' offense to draw the defense in and then slant the side to insert it. He was fast and took off aiming at the ball after shaking off Navarro, who was defending him. He managed to get the ball and then a little pull-up in the air for a putback. The ball was put in the basket. Doe. The goal was followed by a whistle from the sidelines. Sun Hao, whistling for the game-winning layup, 74-72, Real Madrid, who won the 1999-2000 season's La Liga title. They completed the Champions League La Liga Grand Slam. The Real Madrid fans on the scene instantly rose up, and all of them rushed into the field like crazy. 2 crowns in 1 year. No one is happier than them at this moment. Some are happy and some are sad. In stark contrast to the Real Madrid fans, the Barcelona fans were clutching their heads in disbelief. They had such a great opportunity once, but they failed to capitalize on it just the same. The Barcelona players were looking up at the score and couldn't take it in for a moment. Navarro even squatted directly on the ground, holding his head and crying, emotionally broken. If he had made both free throws, the game would not have been the situation at hand at all, and he was the one who followed Sun Hao in the end. Sun Hao was also surrounded by surging teammates after the shutout. Prigioni was the first to rush up and hug him as soon as he could. If the team loses tonight, he'll be most responsible. First by missing 2 free throws and then by deflecting the game-winning shot. One can only imagine the pressure he needs to face this summer. It was Sun Hao who saved him. Followed again. Full of big men. Men on top of men. Men on the left and right. Sun Hao soon felt the various body odors of European masters. He struggled to get out of the encirclement and finally got a breath of normal air. Behind him, though, his teammates were still chasing him. He ran straight up around the field. He definitely wasn't running away from his teammates, but rather celebrating with the fans who hadn't gotten off the field yet. He waved and even high-fived fans on the sidelines as he ran. Those fans who clapped with Sun Hao were beyond excited. Although Sun Hao had a bad night overall, he did score 17 points and crucially contributed the final kill shot. The hand of extinction. Pop. Sun Hao came across a pair of fleshy hands. He turned his head to look. Geez mess. It's not Gasol Jr. The guy also came onto the sidelines at some point and into the Real Madrid fans. If other Barcelona fans had seen this scene, they would have had to shout out that we've got a traitor in our midst. And look at that expression on Junior Gasol's face. Not at all frustrated by his brother's loss, but happy instead. Sun Hao suddenly felt that this just wasn't a normal pair of brothers. The celebrations on the spot came to an end for the time being, and Sun Hao stopped when he saw that his teammates weren't chasing after him anymore. That's also when he saw Gasol walk over and pull Navarro up. Navarro slumps into Gasol's arms, and Gasol reaches out to pat him on the back. Lasso also walked over to Sun Hao at this time, and after drawing his attention over, reached out and gave him a big hug. The fact that Sun Hao is going to run for the NBA has been told to him before, which means that this thigh he has only held for 2 years. Although there are some regrets, this year Sun Hao helped the Real Madrid team to complete the Grand Slam, which is more important than anything else. Sun Hao also hugged Russo with gratitude. Lasso, although coaching ability and Yanaki's, Blatt and they have a gap, but good at discovering players' ability is also a kind of ability. In other words, Russo was his European bête noire and mentor. Coach, I'd like to invite you to the draft with me. Sun Hao extended an invitation to Russo. Even though it's not yet known what draft position will be taken and if it will be taken, Sun Hao's words are a sign of gratitude and confidence. Yes, I will be there. Russo was happy, even a little excited. The NBA draft is one of the most important moments in a player's career, and Sun Hao's invitation to him is a sign of the greatest respect. Having coached Sun Hao, he knew Sun Hao's potential. Perhaps in the future, when Sun Hao strikes heaven and earth, the photo of him and Sun Hao at the draft will be the highest moment of his life. The two teams began their final handshake salute at this time and the players were called together. Sun Hao shook hands with the Barcelona team members one after another. When he waited for Gasol, Gasol didn't rush to shake his hand, but looked directly at him and asked a question. What was the meaning of your opening gesture? Sun Hao was a bit unresponsive to the question, and only remembered after Gasol made the OK gesture. Our agreement. I thought you said this to me with your eyes. Sun Hao opened his mouth and returned. Gasol froze for a moment, then laughed. He didn't expect Sun Hao to mean that. With this smile, the iceberg between the two seemed to melt instantly as well. Originally, they were bookends who chatted well. Now that the game is over, all those on-field grudges don't matter. Are you going to the NBA? There is no impermeable wall in the world. So many NBA scouts looking for Sun Hao. Sun Hao also went to the joint trial. These Gasol must have heard some rumors, if not all of them. What about you? Sun Hao didn't answer directly, but asked Gasol in return. He knows that Gasol historically didn't run until 2001, but it's unknown if his involvement now will trigger a butterfly effect. Although the odds are that Gasol will play another year from the standpoint of being beaten by him. I'll keep fighting. Gasol answered just as Sun Hao expected. I'll be there. Sun Hao didn't hide it from Gasol. I guessed it. You're already the king of Europe, Gasol said bitterly. He and Sun Hao had finally fulfilled their agreement. but he was the one who lost. Now that Sun Hao has gone to the NBA, there is no chance for him to win it back. Paul, all encounters are long overdue, Sun Hao said with a smile, more or less guessing Gasol's thoughts. Sooner or later, though, Gasol will go to the NBA, and they're sure to meet again. It's a very philosophical saying, just like that Cho Shuren said. Gasol smiled back. The iceberg melts and the two seem to go back to talking about literature when they first met 3 years ago. After talking with Sun Hao, Gasol then went back to the locker room with his teammates. As he walked away, he continued to comfort Navarro, who seemed very understanding. Sun Hao was looking at it when suddenly a chubby figure broke into his eyes. Junior Gasol, this guy is out of his mind. You're really too good. Junior Gasol couldn't hide the smile on his face. You don't comfort your brother when he loses? Sun Hao took his gaze back and couldn't help but ask when he saw this expression on Junior Gasol's face. Where does he need me to comfort him? He comforts others more like, Paul, he has a heart as hard as a rock. Sun Hao was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and he suddenly felt that Big Gasol was also quite pitiful. In order to make his younger brother grow up, he has to pretend to be stern even though he has a gentle personality, and probably plays tough on the field to show his younger brother. As a result, he became hard-hearted in his brother's eyes. He didn't say anything more about how you should go comfort your brother. Regardless of the process, the end result in history, Gasol Jr. became a big white bear, played tough, took a burst of centers and won a championship. Big Gasol's hard work paid off in the end. You're really amazing. When are you going to go to the NBA? What Sun Hao didn't expect was that his younger brother then asked the same thing as his older brother. Sun Hao looked at Junior Gasol. Why are these two brothers so concerned about him going to the NBA or not? I'll be there. Sun Hao ended up giving the same answer. I knew it. You're already the king of Europe. You should be in the NBA. It's true that they're brothers. They all react the same way. Only Gasol Jr. looked more excited. Am I the king of Europe now? Sun Hao asked rhetorically. It's a question he didn't have time to think about when Big Gasol said it. And now that Junior Gasol said it again, he's asking Junior Gasol as well as himself. Who are you not? 18 years old, Champions League winner, Champions League MVP, La Liga winner. And the odds are that the MVP of the next one will be yours too. Junior Gasol was really brought up by his older brother all the time, and although he didn't play professionally, he knows a little bit about all of this. Sun Hao was stunned for a moment. He suddenly remembered the choices the system had given him. European Jordan, continue to stay in the European League to play even better. Bag the Champions League regular season and quarterfinals MVP, La Liga regular season and quarterfinals MVP, become the most bombastic man in Europe, and become a real European emperor. He's really only a regular season MVP away from that task. The King of Europe badge is a way to increase your influence and voice among European players. But on the flip side, without that badge, does he have no influence or voice among European players with his current performance? It really isn't. Historically, Mastic was only a year older going to the NBA, but he was well respected by European players. Athletics, influence and discourse is not by their own fight. He has, now, hit it out of the park. He didn't really have to want the badge. Once he thought of this, Sun Hao was suddenly a little delighted. I had originally chosen the Little Emperor, but I was sorry that I couldn't get the King of Europe badge. But now it seems like he's all in? Mark, what are you doing here? Your brother's looking for you. Just then, a Barcelona player came over and called out to Junior Gasol. Hearing the voice, Gasol Jr.'s smiling face turned into a bitter one, and like a prisoner caught in the act, he walked away with his head bowed and pulled his head together. But halfway through the walk, he secretly turned his head to look at Sun Hao again, and smiled at him. My brother is really funny. Sun Hao also smiled in response. Now that the La Liga title has been won and the King of Europe has been crowned, the first step has been successful. Next, he's going to try to finish the final tryout and start the road to Little Emperor. After a short while, there was an award ceremony and the MVP award. Sun Hao scored 22 points, 2 boards and 2 assists in the semifinals and 17 points, 3 boards, 3 assists and 2 steals in the finals. After averaging 19.5 points, 2.5 boards, 2.5 assists and 1 steal over the 2 games, he was voted MVP of the WAC quarterfinals. When Sun Hao lifted the MVP trophy, the Real Madrid fans left at the scene were already in a frenzy. Champions League and La Liga double MVP. Sun Hao's name of European Emperor has been solid. And looking back at history, there were many European emperors, but never one as young as Sun Hao. What a double MVP for an 18-year-old. In the eyes of European fans, that's a once-in-a-decade genius. And Sun Hao has been playing for the past 2 years, and his style of play has been recognized by European fans. Not to mention, the popularity is absolutely off the charts. After the award ceremony, Sun Hao finished celebrating with his teammates and met a few more new scouts outside the locker room. Heat, Bulls, Clippers. These teams have one thing in common. They were drafted high in this year's draft, including in the second round. Take the Bulls, for example, who own the third, fourth and fifth picks in the second round this year. While an invitation to a tryout doesn't necessarily mean a pick, this sign already indicates one thing: Sun Hao's draft stock is rising. He has accomplished something that no one before him has, even if he is a European guard, and has NBA scouts paying more attention to him than anyone ever has before. This gives Sun Hao confidence in the next draft. Returning to the apartment and lying on the bed, Sun Hao tossed and turned with some insomnia. Because of the close proximity to the draft, he has to return to his country tomorrow, and with a short stopover he has to go to the United States again right away. Before that, he had to think about where he really wanted to go. The draft. The decision is in the hands of those NBA teams, but that doesn't mean he can't have a team of his choice. Even that has a bearing on his next tryout placement. Because of the time constraints, the more beloved teams he has to schedule, the more forward. Or else he will just miss out if he can't make it by then. The Lakers are definitely his first target for a tryout. The draft promise Bertka gave was his guarantee. If the other side is an old fox like Riley, draft promises and whatnot aren't always reliable. But Bertka is different. A godfatherly figure with a higher probability of doing what he says he's going to do. And there's nothing wrong with going to play next to the OK combo. The Lakers' starting point guard at this point was Ron Harper, Phil Jackson's old man with the Bulls. It is said that Robert Horry is the most capable of mixing championships. This old brother is no slouch. 5 championship rings, all of which follow the Zen Master, comparable to the Imperial Guard. Harper was developed as the core of the team in his early years, but after injuries had to transition to playing role players, purely defensive point guards. The old man in history announced his retirement in 2001. That means that if he goes to the Lakers, Sun Hao will have a chance to compete for the starting job if he plays 1 year. This is a very big opportunity for him. In the long run, he could also emulate Matty back in the day. Just play through your rookie year, sharpen your skills, and pat yourself on the back. Outside of the Lakers, the Mavericks are the second team on his mind, for no other reason than Dirk Nowitzki. During the previous joint tryout, Sun Hao experienced the feeling of playing with Turkoglu. Turkoglu is happy, and so is he. In terms of strength, Nowitzki is a super-enhanced version of Turkoglu, and that joy would be super-doubled. And historically, Nowitzki has a great personality, plus everyone is playing out of Europe again. It simply couldn't be a more perfect combination, and the Mavs' second overall pick in the second round is pretty far down the list. Not getting a draft commitment, but a trip to Dallas would be a great outcome. The Bulls are his third target. Chicago is a big city and has a large Chinese population, so his popularity would be a nice plus playing there. Of course, more important than that is still opportunity. Throw in the fact that the Bulls have so many draft picks this year, and Chicago has been a complete wasteland since Jordan retired and Pippen left. The former royal city is in ruins, and only a new king can rebuild it. There is no place more suitable for the young emperor to ascend the throne. He's also a core playmaker, and the more chances he has, the faster the system will upgrade his badges. To be the new Chicago totem after Jordan, that's a beautiful image to think about. The Jazz are his fourth target. Just because the Jazz didn't come to Europe to offer him a tryout doesn't mean the Jazz are out of touch with him. Not all teams have European scouts. The point of greatest fit for him and the Jazz is naturally the block. All 3 of his major blocking badges are already silver, and if he gets to Jazz, the proficiency will surely rub off on him. And Jerry Sloan is not Larry Brown, who likes to coach ball-hawking players. And of course the most important point is the same as before. Stockton is retiring soon. If history is anything to go by, the Jazz will experience a brief period of underestimation before welcoming the eat, sleep, play 58-inch chubby Darren Williams. But if he goes, history will naturally be rewritten because of him. Wouldn't it be nice for the little emperor of Utah to storm Houston? Sun Hao thought beautifully and slept beautifully. The next day, though, he was awakened again by a knock on the door. This time he yelled outright, "It's me!" But a familiar voice came through the door, and his anger was all but gone again. Fernandez is at it again. Sun Hao got up from the bed as soon as the quilt was lifted and ran to open the door with a smile. There's a new videotape? He's got his heart set on the video of those remaining games in the Western Conference. If not, finals will work. The door opened and Fernandez was indeed waving a videotape in his hand. Mr. Sabonis is back home, and I asked him for the Game 7 tape. After Fernandez said this, Sun Hao couldn't wait to kiss him on the face. Really good brothers. Moving out the coffee squash, the 2 men watched again. The video just starts and Sun Hao and Fernandez are drawn in. As Sun Hao had checked earlier, the Lakers were up 3-1, were trailed 3-3, and were demoralized. You can feel it in both the expressions on the players' faces and the emotions of the fans on the field. The Lakers also played in a funk at the start of the game, with frequent iron shots and turnovers from the outside. And with the series at this point, the Blazers have learned how to defend O'Neal, with Sabonis circling around and ready to clamp down on both sides. The Lakers have no accuracy from the outside to pull up space, and are completely passive. 7 minutes into the first quarter, the score was 19-9 on the court. The Blazers took a double-digit lead in the first quarter. A very representative scene. O'Neal received the ball inside the crowded cast not open. Was Pippen steal? Rasheed Wallace fast break follow-up to catch the ball one-handed dunk. After the dunk rushed to the audience chest-thumping roar, the Staples Center was silent. Without a shooter who can shoot, and unable to space the floor inside, the Lakers are getting deader and deader. Sun Hao at this time would like to rush to the front of the Lakers team members and shout, "You really need me too much." After 3 quarters of play, the Lakers trailed by a full 15 points. This has been an almost impossible game to reverse, but history tells them that the game was won by the Lakers. Generally speaking, matches where the result is known don't look that appealing. It's the same way that most people prefer watching live to video, but this game was the opposite, and because they knew the outcome, the two were instead pulling their weight in anticipation of the final quarter. Soon, they knew the person who made the game change, not O'Neal, but Kobe. O'Neal was still lost in the defense in this quarter. But Kobe threw down the hammer in his hand with a yell and put on his purple cape. Peter Pan showed up at the Staples Center. Fast breaks off steals, threes from the outside, mid-range, and mid-range turnaround post-ups. Kobe proved with the fact that it wasn't him who had the iron. It was because it was in Portland before and now in Los Angeles. He showed his hand. He scored 15 points in the quarter, led the team to a 31-13 quarter, and in the final moments, he burst into the lane and wrapped up the ball back to O'Neal. O'Neal killed the game with a foul shot. 89-84. The Lakers completed a 15-point comeback as the Lakers stole the show. After watching the match, both Sun Hao and Fernandez were unusually excited. "I finally realize why you want to go to the NBA. And I want to go too." After the game, Fernandez even voiced this sentiment. "The NBA is really so aspirational. Then you have to go for it. I'll be waiting for you in the NBA," Sun Hao said with a smile. Fernandez nodded, but it was at that moment that his expression suddenly became a little tangled. "What's wrong?" Sun Hao looked at him suspiciously. "I probably won't be able to accompany you to the draft because Mr. Sabonis said he's going to tutor me in training." "You know. Good thing. What are you thinking about? Go numbly." Sun Hao thought it was something that Sabonis was willing to teach Fernandez, and that was the latter's honor. As far as his picks go, being there or not isn't that important. "I'll try to play in the NBA." Fernandez nodded, his eyes firm. "Definitely," Sun Hao said as he reached out and made a fist, touching it with Fernandez. It was another one of his engagements, but this one deal, he was sure that he would do it 100% of the time. Before saying goodbye, Sun Hao went to say goodbye to his teammates, and incidentally also invited Prigioni and Garbajosa to his home for another meal. It's owed from the last time because Beckham left them out in the cold. To make it memorable for both of them, he cooked spicy dishes on this occasion. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, spicy chicken, tiger green peppers, and spicy perfumed fish. One of the spicy perfumed fish Sun Hao never tried before. The internet searched in accordance with the teaching to do. The two ate with tears in their eyes, and this time it was truly a lifelong experience, and probably went back with a raw daisy. When he finished eating, Sun Hao said goodbye to them and went to the airport. The plane was still over an hour away, and he was sitting inside the terminal board and playing Snake. As he was playing, 2 tall figures suddenly appeared in front of him. As soon as he looked up he saw 2 figures, one tall and one fat. Fathead and skinny head. "Oh no, it's Gasol big and small." Seeing the 2 people, Sun Hao was surprised, because he hadn't told either of them that he was leaving Spain. "My brother has a bit of a friendship with Coach Russo, who used to coach the Barcelona youth team," Gasol Jr. said with a smile. He ended up being kicked in the calf by Big Gasol just as he finished. "Ah, no, I'm the one who asked. I'm on good terms with that who, Prigioni and Gabayosa." Gasol Jr. was forced to change his tune. Sun Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. These 2 brothers really looked too funny when they were together. When Sun Hao laughed at this, Big Gasol turned his head and blankly glanced at Little Gasol. Junior Gasol looked aggravated. It was obvious that this was the truth. His brother is so hypocritical. "Are you really sure about running?" When he sat down, Big Gasol spoke up and asked. Sun Hao nodded. This was something he had already settled on before, and he wouldn't consider withdrawing from the election. "Mark, you go get some food." Big Gasol suddenly turned his head. Junior Gasol froze for a moment, thinking he'd misheard, and when he was sure it was true, he jumped up and down with excitement and disappeared with the speed of the wind. Really flexible little fatty. I should be there next year too. When Junior Gasol was gone, Big Gasol spoke up. I think he had something he didn't want his brother to hear. Don't you still have a contract? Sun Hao knows that in history Big Gasol is running next year, but for reasons he doesn't know, Big Gasol will only be 20 next year, which is pretty early in Europe. It is important to realize that all of the Turkoglu's that Sun Hao met before were 21 years old before they were drafted. I'll talk to management, and if it doesn't work out, I'll have to pay for it out of my own pocket. Big Gasol looks like he's been planning this for a long time. You're in such a hurry to get to me in the NBA? Sun Hao wants to tease Big Gasol. Big Gasol froze for a moment, then laughed. It's because of my brother. After laughing, he went on to say the reason. Sun Hao looked at Big Gasol suspiciously. He's too lazy over here. He needs a new environment, or if he continues like this, his career path will be over before it even starts. Big Gasol said with a look of helplessness on his face. You're taking Mark with you to America? Sun Hao was a bit surprised. This was really to tie his brother to himself. Yes, he'll follow me wherever I go next year, and when my parents aren't around, he'll have to listen to me. Big Gasol was adamant when he said that. Sun Hao had a complicated expression. Big Gasol is a power favorite brother. It's just bitter for Junior Gasol, who just now went gleefully to get food without realizing how miserable he's going to be in the future. Just as he was thinking about it, Gasol Jr. had returned with lots of hot dogs and burgers in hand. Figured if you threw him in a back room and fed him, well, he could stay there for a year. In that sense, Big Gasol was right to do so. Time passed quickly in the chat. Sun Hao's plane was coming soon, and he got up and prepared to leave. Our engagement is not over. Wait for me in the NBA. I will come for revenge. Before parting, Big Gasol spoke up. Sun Hao nodded, but he knows in his heart of hearts that if Gasol is drafted by the Grizzlies next year as he has been historically, he'll just continue to get his ass kicked. Eat, sleep and beat your sister-in-law? Sounds good too. Big Gasol reached out and touched fists with Sun Hao, then walked away. Don't listen to my brother. Just beat him up the same when you get to the NBA. Junior Gasol walked slower and came over to whisper to Sun Hao. Sun Hao froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. There's really no one else for these two brothers. Mark. Sensing that his brother wasn't keeping up, Big Gasol yelled back. Gasol Jr.'s smile faded and he turned to follow. After walking not 2 steps, he turned back toward Sun Hao to say what he had just said with his mouth. Sun Hao smiled as he watched the two disappear into the terminal. Gathering his thoughts and putting his bag on his back, he also entered the boarding gate, waiting for the airplane to whistle out of Madrid Barajas Airport. Looking at Madrid outside the window, which kept getting smaller and smaller, Sun Hao's heart was full of emotions. In the blink of an eye, he had been living in the city for 3 years. Here, it was considered his second home after crossing over. Fernandez, Prigioni, Garbajosa, Gasol brothers, Ginobili, Raul, Beckham. A lot of people here have gotten in touch with him. Although leaving now doesn't mean he won't see you again. The European tour is coming to a temporary end for him. He finally pulled his gaze back from the window and pulled out the thermos with the goji berry tea, then flipped through the Lakers triangle playbook that had been printed out long ago. Next, it's time for him to try and knock on the NBA door. End of Volume 1. After returning to China, Sun Hao went home first. Counting, he hadn't been back in 3 years. But since the last time Mom and Dad went to Belgrade to see him play in the Champions League final, I can't say it was a long time coming. My son is really getting ahead. This is going to play in the NBA. I'll be able to see him on the air. I had just arrived home and my dad's proud look was already written on his face. There is nothing more pleasing to a person in middle age than to have a son who is successful. And this is not a normal outing for Sun Hao. He's got a chance to be the first Asian player to land in the NBA. You're not afraid of your son getting hurt. I see the live streams you watch sometimes. What a bunch of people that is. Mom's face was full of worry. Who would give up the meat that fell off his own body to go play with those American muscle men on the field and bang? Don't worry. You don't see how strong and tall your son is now. Dad patted Mom on the shoulder for comfort. At 1 foot 83 inches, he's considered short inside basketball. But in 2000, the average height of Chinese people is only 166 centimeters, unless to the northeast of that area. Otherwise Sun Hao go wherever. In the ordinary people are considered high. Not to mention Dad said strong. Sun Hao so many years of strength practice down, as not wear clothes show thin, is to wear clothes also strong. Mom was a little more relieved to hear that. After resting at home for a short while, we had guests at home. Jianlian. He had wanted to go to the airport to pick up Sun Hao, but the team had a training session, and he rushed over first thing after the training session, opening the door and looking at Jianlian, who was still a head taller than himself. Sun Hao punched him in the chest. It's not fair. It's not fair. He relied on the system to grow to his current height, but look at others. Just normal growth. Only 16 years old and already grew to 2 meters 1. This surge was faster than even he was. And it was the damn thing that was really unscientific. Asia's greatest physical talent really isn't blown out of proportion. You've gotten taller. You too. Stronger. As soon as the two met, they repeated what they had said 3 years ago. Everything as before. Sun Hao greeted his mom and dad and pulled Yi to his room. Mom and dad looked at each other. And dad's eyes looked odd for a moment. Especially when Yi Jianlian saw their coy and shy expressions. Sun Hao and Yi Jianlian hadn't seen each other for so long and really had a lot to say. Sun Hao's experience in Europe over the past year could be the subject of a book. And Yi Jianlian's encounters with the Hongyuan team could be the subject of a documentary. By the way, how's it going with what I told you earlier? Asking you to consider playing in Europe? Sun Hao was still concerned about this. He really doesn't want Yi Jianlian's overflowing talent to be squandered at home. I haven't said anything yet. Yi Jianlian's answer made Sun Hao somewhat unexpected. Why? I think the country is fine. The coach treats me well. And I get to be around my parents. How? I don't mean to sound bad. Yi Jianlian looks to be struggling a bit. Sun Hao nodded after listening. That's a normal reaction for a 16-year-old. Yi Jianlian isn't a crossover like him after all. You expect a 16-year-old kid to volunteer to go abroad. Not to mention play soccer. And have a very difficult time making ends meet. Not to mention that Yi Jianlian, a shy character, is only slightly more relaxed when he's with him. Tell you what. How about you come with me to America for the draft first? Sun Hao then proposed. He was under the impression that Yi's parents were quite supportive of him. So in order to change Yi's career, he first had to change him as a person. Yeah. Hearing Sun Hao's proposal, Yi Jianlian's eyes were filled with anticipation. With Stern knocking on the door of the Chinese market, the NBA has become quite influential in China after so many years. Wang was drafted by the Mavericks last year, making the country even more desirable. Yi Jianlian in the domestic ear. Naturally, the NBA is also full of longing. It really couldn't be better for Sun Hao to be able to bring him to feel it in advance. Two people chatting are a little bit itchy hands. Sun Hao in advance. Two people take the ball. And mom and dad said hello. Take the ball is ready to go out to play. Yi Jianlian went out first, with Sun Hao behind him, and he was suddenly pulled by his dad. Sun Hao was puzzled. Have you used that thing yet? Dad lowered his voice, small as a mosquito. Sun Hao froze for a moment before reacting. Dad, this fatherly love isn't silent anymore. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. Are you saying that your son has embarrassed you and hasn't used it for 3 years? Or should I say, Dad, what do you take me for? I'm still a kid. Nope. At the end of his thought, Sun Hao replied with a single word. Dad had a complicated look on his face, but didn't say anything. Wait until Sun Hao and Yi Jianlian are gone. Dad suddenly turned his head to Mom. You said your son's sexual orientation should be normal, right? Put. Mom was drinking her water and sprayed it right across the table. Want to get on your knees now, do you? Nonsense. I'm nonsense. Dad immediately threw up his hands and surrendered. Yi Jianlian and Sun Hao warmed up after arriving at the field and then started playing one-on-one. Sun Hao let Yi Jianlian attack first. Yi Jianlian had an expectant look on his face. The two left junior high school on two different paths, and he is also buried in the youth team. He's now a thundering centerpiece in the secondary. On the one hand, it's been a long time since he played with Sun Hao, and on the other hand, he also wants to see the strength gap between himself and Sun Hao, who can already go to the NBA. First ball. Yi Jianlian went to the right breakthrough, with the body leaning on Sun Hao squeezed through after the air. Directly two-handed vigorously violent deductions. After the dunk, Yi Jianlian swung around the basket, and the angry Sun Hao slapped his butt in place. Show, you know how to dunk. I'll dunk every day when I can. Yi Jianlian's face was slightly red after landing, but he couldn't hide the excitement between his eyebrows. He didn't leave Sun Hao behind too much. Second ball. It was still Yi Jianlian who started the offense. He's trying to pull the same trick. Pop. But this time, Sun Hao reached out the moment he started to take a shot and directly slapped the ball out of his hand. After playing in the Liga MX semifinals, he already has some experience on how to defend big men. Yi Jianlian froze for a moment. He didn't even see how Sun Hao broke it just now. I'm up. Watch out. Sun Hao dribbled the ball directly to the outside. He refocused and pounced straight after the kickoff. He knew that three-point Sun Hao was accurate, but just as he pounced, Sun Hao made a right breakthrough and directly passed him cleanly. Sun Hao's first step was a little too fast in his eyes. These two balls became a microcosm of the two men's 1-2 punch. A few rounds down, in addition to the one that began to buckle, Yi Jianlian behind a ball did not score. In turn, he had been variously passed by Sun Hao, and there wasn't much difference between standing there and a stake. There were even a couple of balls where even if he followed through, Sun Hao was able to put the ball in after the confrontation. In other words, He was completely and utterly blown away by Sun Hao. He also gained a deep understanding of the level gap between domestic and European basketball. By the end of the fight he was gasping for air and dripping sweat, his expression incredibly complex. All the hard training in front of Sun Hao was all unbearable. Compared with 3 years ago, the gap between the strength of the two people has changed too much. It's not an exaggeration to say that as much as he expected, the shadow of his psyche is now bigger. Well, my advice to you to play in Europe wasn't bad, was it? Sun Hao said with a smile. He didn't save any energy at all, just to show that he's improved even more in Europe. And playing down he also found that Jianlian was really delayed in the country, playing a monotonous style, and the offensive habits are very bad. Almost every offense has a forward swing action. You can see through it at once. He wiped his sweat and nodded. Son, there you are. Just then, a voice came from the doorway of the basketball court. Sun Hao turned his head, and then he saw the face that was extraordinarily impressive in his mind. Li Yanwei. Surprisingly, he appeared near his house. He was followed by a secretary. Sun Hao had only been home for half a day. Looks like his whereabouts leaked out, though that's not much of a surprise. Director Li Jianlian is in the country and knows that Li Yanwei is now the deputy director of the Basketball Association and said hello after seeing it. Counting, Li Yanwei and Yang Wei are two people who are considered to be his bull to enter professional basketball. Yi's here too. Li Yanwei's attention was all on Sun Hao in front of him, and it was only then that he realized Jianlian on the side. Because of that previous phone call, Sun Hao's impression of Li Yanwei changed quite a bit. After Li Yanwei came over, he politely greeted him as well. Lian, why don't you go over there and practice first? Sun Hao knew that Li Yanwei was looking for something, and after chatting for a few moments, he sidetracked Jianlian, who was still standing on the sidelines. Li Yanwei also turned around and gave a wink to his assistant, who followed along to the other side of the court. What do you want from me? I've decided to go to the NBA draft. Going back to play in the CBA is out of the question. When the two of them walked away, Sun Hao directly opened his mouth. I've changed my impression of Li Yanwei quite a bit, but it's hard to get him to forget about the original tryout so quickly. His attitude wasn't bad, but it wasn't great either. I know there's no need to play in the CBA when you can go to the NBA, but if you're going to come back and play, the door is always open for you, Li Yanwei said with a smile. Sun Hao nodded. Generally speaking, to be able to make a name for yourself in basketball, you must have a professional training system and training mechanism, which is actually called the system. In other words, the only way the average player can get enough resources to make a name for himself is to be in the system. But he's a special case who started his career in Europe and had nothing to do with the domestic system. Sun Hao was clear about this, so he didn't pay much attention to what Li Yanwei said. He'd seen a lot in the NCAA in his last life, and the people who made it to the top weren't as simple as they seemed. You haven't said what you wanted to see me about. Sun Hao stood for a long time and went to sit down on the pier of the basket rack. Li Yanwei followed suit and walked over to sit down. The Olympics this year were played in Sydney, Australia in September. The first words Li Yanwei said after sitting down made Sun Hao understand the intention of coming. The odds are that this is looking for him to play the Olympics. Now that the national team is training in Dongguan, I'm going to add you to the training list on a temporary basis so you can get a good stage to perform. As expected, what Li Yanwei went on to say was also similar to what Sun Hao had guessed. I can't go. Sun Hao gave a reply after thinking for a while. First of all, it's a draft year for him, not that a pick means he's riding high. If he was drafted in the second round, then he needs to play Summer League to get himself a guaranteed contract. Even if he makes it to the first round, the team is going to scout him and play him in the Summer League. Secondly, national level competition, until he's strong enough to play, will require a grind to make a showing. The span of the Olympics is neither long nor short. It's naturally good to be able to get on the field and play with the highest level athletes in the world, but it all means nothing if he ends up just sitting on the bench. Seeing Sun Hao's attitude so resolute, Li Yanwei had some unexpected and unhappy moments. He's at least an associate director of the Basketball Association and has pulled his old face off, but there was nothing he could do about it. For one thing, Sun Hao is not in the system and is not under his jurisdiction at all. Secondly, if you really want to go deeper, it is also the Sun Hao they did not want at the beginning. A good horse does not eat back to grass. To let people back to his heart, his belly has to be big. Will you fight later? Li Yanwei asked in a calm voice. Yes, I will. If there are no special circumstances, I will play in the Olympics and the World Championships. Although he was still not very fond of Li Yanwei because of what happened in the first place, the matter of fighting for the country had nothing to do with personalities, and he had long set out to win the trophy at home in the first place. Sun Hao didn't know what was going on in Li Yanwei's mind and was wary of him, but there was no need to hide this matter. Hearing this, Li Yanwei's face turned much better. He was relieved with Sun Hao's words. For Chinese basketball, the addition of a Champions League MVP and an Asian #1 who was likely to land in the NBA will be important. The exchange between the two was pretty much the same up to this point, although we did not get Sun Hao to join the training camp as we had hoped. The good thing is wearable, fine water flows, and the opportunity will come again in the future. After the conversation, Li Yanwei stood up, and his assistant was already waiting there. After saying hello, he left the basketball court with his assistant. Sun Hao also walked to the other end of the court to find Yi Jianlian. It's getting late and they should go back. How? That's the big one? When he grabbed his things and was about to leave, Yi Jianlian suddenly said with dismay. Sun Hao turned his head suspiciously, waiting to follow the direction of Yi Jianlian's gaze. In the distance, Li Yanwei and his assistant were ready to get into the car, and the driver had all but opened the door. But there was a car parked on the side, and a man came down from it. It was quite a distance away, but the slightly bloated face, the 3/7 loose haircut, that would be Wang Zhizhu. Sun Hao's popularity in Europe reached a peak when he won the Champions League MVP at the age of 18. But in the country, the popularity of this piece, Wang Zhizhi ranked second. No one can rank first, he is the same. As early as the 1996 Atlanta Games, Wang Zhizhi had already become famous. The youngest Olympic national player at 19 years old averaged 11.9 points, 5.6 rebounds and 2.9 caps in 8 games off the bench. Just by looking at those stats, you know this is definitely a teenager who was bursting with talent. As a matter of fact, Wang Zhizhi gave Jordan's successor Grant Hill and Admiral David Robinson a dare against the American Dream Team 3 in that tournament. That also made him famous. And the media used the phrase offense like a storm, defense like a brick wall to describe him after that Olympics. What's more, the #1 center in Asia has been pressed on his head. The name, the Wind Chaser, also came up. After coming back from the Olympics, he even helped the 8-1 team to complete 4 consecutive championships, becoming the ballplayer who was given the highest expectations by the fans. His popularity peaked especially last year when he was drafted 7th overall in the second round and 36th overall by the Mavericks. You should know that the Ginobili that Sun Hao met in Europe was from the same class as Wang Zhizhu, and he was 57th overall. Really, in this day and age, you'd have to be really bullshitting to say that anyone in basketball is more popular than Wang Zhizhi. Because of the distance, Sun Hao and Yi Jianlian couldn't hear what was being said over there. They could only watch. Wang Zhizhi's emotions seemed a little heightened at first. In front of Li Yanwei to find Sun Hao to participate in the national team training for the Sydney Olympics, which means that at this point, Wang Zhizhi should try out with the national team to be right. It really wasn't right for him to show up out of nowhere. How? What are they talking about? Yi's curiosity was drawn full. Sun Hao shook his head. He's got a system, but it's not a smoothie. But as the memory of Wang Zhizhi was awakened a little bit in his mind, he could probably guess what was being argued over there. He remembered that Wang Zhizhi's character was very mild, the kind of mildness that is not like words. There's only one thing that can get even honest people excited, and it has to be going to the United States. Actually, Wang Zhizhi could have gone when he was drafted last year. He was only 22 at the time, just right for an international player. But both the Basketball Association and the 8-1 team refused to release them. After all, the 8-1 dynasty has just started. They cannot possibly afford to let the team boss go. This is also human nature. But the problem is that Wang Zhizhi has stayed a year to help the team to complete the 4 consecutive championships. Still no sign of being able to go. Anyone else, or just about any individual, would have gotten antsy. That's a waste of a professional athlete's most prime athletic career. After watching for a while, the argument over there has subsided. Wang Zhizhi's expression of helplessness, and finally can only drive away in a sigh. Sun Hao also felt sorry for Wang Zhizhi when he saw this. That said, the only one of China's 3 great mobile walls in history to perform to expectations is Yao Ming. In addition to talent, character really matters. Yi Jianlian is shy and Wang Zhizhi is mild-mannered, both of which are hard to stomach in the NBA. Not that they're going to achieve what Yao Ming did just because they have the same personality as Yao, but it's certainly not in the history at least. And the immediate thing is not estimated to be Li Yanwei can decide. In the end, or with the parent team of the 81st team has the most to do with. After seeing the car disappear, Sun Hao turned back and looked at Yi Jianlian again. Wang Zhizhi has been limited to death by the system, but Yi Jianlian hasn't. As a good friend, he must not let Yi Jianlian make the same mistake again. When he was in Europe, he said he wanted to play with Yi Jianlian. Now that he's going to the NBA, to do that he'd have to get Yi Jianlian to the NBA sooner as well. And true to form, Big Gasol's power-spoiled brother could bring Junior Gasol to America with him. Why can't he bring Yi Jianlian with him? Although it is not really his own brother. But think about those 2 years after crossing over. The person closest to him is not Yi Jianlian. How different was that cry of how from a real brother? How? Yi Jianlian's face reddened at that look from Sun Hao. He didn't know why Sun Hao suddenly gave out that doting look. He had always looked at Sun Hao as a big brother. Sun Hao withdrew his gaze and jumped up to pat Yi Jianlian's shoulder, just like he did 3 years ago. Go back and talk to Mom and Dad. I'll be waiting for you in the States. If there are any difficulties, talk to me in advance. He continued. Yi nodded. Before, because it is to go to Europe to play the kind of big things. He is not good in parents to open up, but just go to participate in a draft. He believes that parents will agree. Moreover, after sparring with Sun Hao today, there was something inside him that wanted to go abroad to play. Just because he's shy doesn't mean he doesn't have dreams. In fact, he desires his dreams no less than anyone else, and that's what drives his self-discipline. When he sent Yi Jianlian away, it was already evening when Sun Hao went home. After dinner, because of the time difference, the scouts on the American side started working one after another, and he received phone calls one after another. After a bit of communication, his pre-trial schedule was lined up. 5 tryouts in 5 days, 1 place a day, either at the tryout site or on the plane to the next tryout site. The next 5 days will definitely be challenging 5 days for him. However, Sun Hao had played professionally for so many years that he could completely stand this kind of intensity. That night, Sun Hao said goodbye to his parents, put on his backpack, and got on a plane to the United States. The plane took off and the city below it grew smaller once again. He'd lived in the city for 3 years after crossing over, but now he'd only stayed for 1 day. And this one is different from the last time I left. The United States, where he's going, is going to have most of the challenges he's going to encounter than going to Europe. The good thing was that it was the predictable kind and he could mentally prepare himself ahead of time. When the plane was smooth, he opened his book bag and took out his thermos, ready to continue studying the Lakers triangle. It was also at this time that he realized that there was an extra box of something familiar and unfamiliar in his book bag. The thing was still the same thing. Only the brand had changed to the same Indian brand he had picked up 3 years ago. This also went out of its way to pick out the sign. Dad, please be human. His expression was speechless, but just then he realized that just like last time, there was a note on the side of the box. He pretended to turn his head absently to make sure the person next to him wasn't focusing on his side of the room, and then surreptitiously pulled it out to read it. Son, Dad doesn't have any major requirements for his daughter-in-law, as long as it's a woman. Sun Hao felt that his dad had a pit in his head. What's this all about? But that said, Dad was really edgy, which was a popular phrase in his day. Putting the note away, Sun Hao looked at the triangular tactics for a while, then closed it and lay down to rest. It looked like a break, but others had already gotten inside the system and started training. But unlike all of the previous tryouts, it wasn't threes or breakaways that he practiced, it was defense. After the La Liga Final Four game, he has realized that this is a point where he is now vulnerable to being targeted. He didn't expect a breakthrough anytime soon, but he had to be able to watch it anyhow, because the caddies hadn't been officially upgraded. A lot of the defensive drills couldn't be done, but not all. There's one item within the defense that he can work on right now: pace. Sun Hao had paid a lot of attention to this piece in his previous life when he was training his players at Kong University. Don't underestimate pace. It's arguably the bottom part of the defense pyramid. It's not practiced well enough to bring out the best of your awareness and ability. Like the previous strength, bouncing and dribbling, Sun Hao's training is systematic. Pulley steps. The so-called pulley step is the movement of the left or right foot by sliding the other foot across the floor. It's simple, but important, and the most important part of any pace. 2. Forward and backward movement pace. Make a back and forth movement between low and 45 degrees on defense. You must tend to raise your hands forward when doing this stride. After doing this 3 times, make a converging press defense from the low side along the baseline to the other side at 45 degrees, then down the end line along the 3-point line. 3. Backward defensive steps. Make a zigzag defensive move with a backward step. 4. Forward and backward steps. Sprints forward quickly, changes pace at midfield and advances backwards. Must bring up the back foot root on the move. After putting Sun Hao on the plane, Mom and Dad drove home. Waiting downstairs in their own house, they found a man standing there. Because they were staying in an exclusive villa, it was immediately obvious that they were coming for them. It's just that it's 8 or 9 at night and it's getting late. The two men looked at each other in disbelief, and Mom instinctively moved closer to Dad. When I walked in, I realized it was a young man in his early 30s with a satchel, a camera on his back, and a pair of glasses. When he saw them walk past, the man immediately greeted them with a smile. May I ask if you are Sun Hao's parents? Dad nodded. Is Sun Hao home? The man asked with anticipation. He just left for America. Dad just got back and got hit by Mom. Who are you? What do you want with my son? It's still Mom who's vigilant. Already gone to America? But the young man was already muttering to himself after hearing his dad's words. Without waiting to ask again, he tapped his head, then turned and ran off, leaving his mom and dad in a fog. He didn't seem to ask where his son was going. Dad couldn't help himself when the man ran away. What do you care? He's a nervous wreck. Mom had turned to go home when she finished. There are a lot of defensive paces, and Sunhow systematically trains down to consume a lot of energy at all. When he was done practicing, he sat down to rest in the system. Just because the system time ratio is 1 to 2 doesn't mean that stamina is unlimited. He suddenly became more and more excited about the system's upgraded store. If there was a stamina restoring type of drink in it, even if it could only be used within the system, it would be a huge help to his training. After all, as the system's functions continue to improve, his physical strength consumption must have continued to become greater. When he got some of his physical strength back, he trained, and when he got tired of training, he rested. So many times back and forth, and time passes without realizing it. Not long after he came out of the system, the flight attendant's beep came from the airplane. Sunhow put the thermos away and packed up his things. After not long, the airplane began to land at a height, and Sunhow slowly saw the scenery outside the window as well. The iconic corn building of Marina City came into view. There's also the Willis Tower, the 9th tallest building in the world. And, of course, there's the familiar and unassuming Union Center Arena, which took a long time to find. The first stop on Sunhow's tryout, Chicago. Here it is. In a hurry, Sunhow directly dragged his suitcase and rushed to the United Center ballroom. In time for the tryouts, Sunhow arrived at the place that smells sacred to basketball fans. This is the place where Michael Jordan sealed the deal by completing 2 Triple Crowns. There are even fans who feel that Jordan has a chance to complete 8 straight titles if he doesn't retire. In front of the dugout, the bronze statue erected in 1994 says it all. Sunhow lived in the United States in his last life, but spent most of his time in Connecticut, which is the eastern part of the United States. Chicago is in Illinois, in the middle of the United States, and he's been here a few times just traveling. Still, he was impressed with the sculpture. Although he was in a hurry, he walked over to the sculpture and stopped for a long time. The bronze statue is a classic of Jordan leaping over a defender for a one-handed dunk, and underneath the sculpture is written this quote: "The best there ever was, the best there ever will be." Translated into Chinese, it means, no one has gone before, no one will come after. This quote sums up Jordan's accomplishments in basketball succinctly. While there were the likes of Bill Russell and Chamberlain in the distant past, Jordan's influence has long since surpassed any of them. It has been a supreme honor to be called the god of basketball by the fans. As for no one coming after, who can top the basketball gods? Sunhow let out a long breath, then turned around and walked towards the United Center Arena. He's already stomped his former Europa to the top in Europe, and he can do the same in the NBA. Jordan in history is not willing to be lonely, and the next year will also come back. For Sunhow, that is the opportunity. Don't think that 38-year-old Jordan is already a bad old man who can't run. Your grandpa will always be your grandpa. In his first season with the Wizards, he averaged 23 points, 5.7 boards and 5.2 assists per game. Sunhow had just finished his rookie season at that point, and there was no better match for the sophomore. Just think of the scene where Iverson shakes the Wiz Jordan that fans are raving about. And imagine the scene if he had held Jordan down and shot him all over the place. The god of basketball is glittering in gold. And that's not the most luxurious backdrop ever. The moment he thought of that scene, Sunhow unconsciously developed a feeling of grandeur within his heart. With a light step, he walked into the United Center Arena. But when he waited outside the training hall where the tryouts were taking place, he found a group of people piled outside. The taller, shorter guys, most of them in jerseys, looked like they were here for tryouts just like him. And within these people he quickly found a few familiar figures. Michael Reed. When it comes to Reed, I'm afraid fans will remember him most as a self-promoter. Compliance Conference, Reed, Bogo. Because they had been teammates with Yi Jianlian, these players were brought up to speed by the rhythm of the self-promoting media at the time. But Reed was a hot scorer in the league at his peak. A left-handed general who could break out and shoot well, and a masterful one-handed shooter. It was even with a handful of three-pointers that he made the star-studded Dream 8 team and won an Olympic title with it. The reason why Sunhow noticed him at first glance was that animal instinctive alertness, also known for his threes. But Reed is 5 feet 98 inches, which makes him a big threat. Reed averaged 21.9 points per game in his first year of college and was the first freshman scoring leader in the Big Ten. But then his college numbers dropped and dropped. 19.5 points as a sophomore and 17.3 points as a junior. Everyone else was taking a step a year in college. And so was he, only in a downward spiral kind of way. Add to that the fact that he's 21 years old and his draft stock is getting worse every year. with his highest projected ranking in this year's draft only being the end of the first round. Deshaun Stevenson. This Stevenson is not his brother Stevenson. Old fans are most familiar with him as the Mavericks period, a standard 3D player. He gave Wade a run for his money in the finals and was a key role player in helping the Mavericks win the 2011 championship. And he didn't go to college. He ran directly as a high school student. Not every high school kid can be a superstar like Howard, James, Kobe, Matty and the rest of them. He didn't show up on the NCAA stage. Although in his final year at Washington Union High School in Fresno, he averaged 23.9 points, 10.6 rebounds and 6.7 assists per game, and won the Slam Dunk Championship at the McDonald's National High School Championships. But he still needs to rely on tryouts to get himself a draft pick. Eddie House. House was a standard role player in the NBA, with only one double-digit scoring season in his 11-year career. A lot of people are familiar with him, though, because he's one of those players with microwave attributes that are instantly hot. Son Howe also looked familiar, but he was more because of the game. He's the kind of backup guard that teams must have when there's not enough payroll space in 2K. Even some of the web manager type games he also played. 500, 000 House were almost a handful. In reality, though, House is probably the biggest name in the bunch. He is the all-time leader in scoring at Arizona State University and first in school history in field goals made and steals. The University of Arizona is no no-name school, not to mention that they are one of the top 10 colleges in the nation themselves. It is the Arizona Wildcats, also a top power in the NCAA, who has successively sent basketball talent to the NBA in the top 10 in the country. Not to mention the future, but the present. Steve Kerr, Mike Bibby, and Jason Terry all came from here. Compare and contrast to see what House has accomplished. And House was a true scoring monster in college. He was the first player in the Pac-10 to record 4 40-plus point games in a single season, scoring 61 points against UC Berkeley. 61 points is a statistic that can compete with the ancient beast Skyhook Jabbar's college scoring record. However, because of his height of only 5 feet 85 inches, his average defense, and the fact that he is already 22 years old, his draft stock isn't all that great. To really make an analogy, perhaps in the eyes of most American scouts, Son Howe and House are pretty much the same type of player. Strength-wise, they felt that Son Howe was a notch weaker than House. After all, the EuroLeague is not as good as the NCAA, and Son Howe hasn't scored 61 points in Europe. Marko Jaric. This Jaric wasn't the same Jaric who had his attention before because of his wife, but the one who had been with him before at the joint European tryouts. The Bulls have 3 first rounds and 3 second rounds this year, and all but the 4th and 7th have ended before tryouts. The rest are late first round and pre-second round. There are a real lot of guys coming to tryouts at this position. The challenge facing Son Howe on the first leg of his tryout was super high. But what made Son Howe difficult at this moment was not these competitors, but the current situation. A bunch of people were nestled outside the dugout, even some staff members next to the players, and surprisingly none of them went in. And I don't know what's going on. Son Howe took out his cell phone and looked at the time. The points for the tryouts had all arrived. After waiting for another while or no movement, Son Howe walked to the front and greeted Jaric. Having tried out together and been matched up in the same slot, this was a meeting of sorts, and the two quickly chatted. Jaric came much earlier than him, and in the chat Son Howe knew what was going on here in this nest of people. Because there are people training inside the training hall. That sounds incredible. Hey, it's a rookie tryout scheduled for today. Just because someone is training inside, a whole bunch of people have to wait outside? What kind of diva is this, with such a big ranking? Sky King. Could it be Jordan in there? It should be. This is Chicago, where Jordan still comes to train and play occasionally, even though he's retired. The Bulls scheduled a tryout, but it's unlikely that Jordan was notified of such a thing. Jordan was training and no one dared to bother. This is his place. The door inside didn't open, so the group had to wait outside. That's over half an hour of waiting. When the door opened, all eyes turned toward it. Son Howe was not the only one. Everyone else thought similarly to Son Howe. Who else but Jordan could have that kind of treatment in Chicago, at the United Center Arena? Also, really fucking have. The man who came out was not the Jordan they thought he was, though close in size to Jordan, that iconic exploding head Zappa who. The person who came out turned out to be Kirby. Son Howe also didn't expect it in a million ways. Kobe's connection to Chicago is something he knows, though he doesn't say it with his mouth. He's actually a diehard Jordan fan, and had the idea of playing for the Bulls long before he got to the finals to watch the game before the '96 draft. Even when his contract expired in 2007, rumors were swirling between him and the Bulls, and he was close to an official announcement. If Lakers management hadn't robbed and traded for Big Gasol, fans might be seeing the legacy of the number 1 and number 2 point guards in history in Chicago. It's just that it's only the year 2000. What's Kobe doing in Chicago? Kirby's clothes were plastered to his flesh and he was sweating like a pig, looking like he should have been training for a long time. He didn't seem to expect so many people waiting at the door when he came out, but he didn't change his face and headed straight out. It's Kobe, not Jordan, but the OK combo just topped out. Especially Sun Hao watched the game and the Blazers steal 7 big game, so that Kobe has a big momentum to become the league's first point guard. He moved forward, and the group of rookies still unconsciously moved out of the way. Kobe walked past Sun Hao's eyes, and for the first time, Sun Hao also had close contact with Kobe. I have to say, Kobe's current look is a bit off the wall. Perhaps sensing Sun Hao's strange gaze, Kirby turned his head to look at Sun Hao, frowned slightly, and then turned his head back to continue leaving. Kobe leaves and the staff greets the players as they enter the practice gym. Sun Hao also took his attention back from Kirby. His tryouts, finally, are about to begin. NBA tryouts. The general process is the same. The Bulls' tryout schedule was also much the same as the previous joint tryouts in Europe. The difference is the people who are there. The Bulls' scrimmage was attended by head coach Tim Floyd, general manager Jerry Krause, and the team's coaches and management team. After Jordan retired, the Bulls exited one by one of their former patriarchs and finished dead last in the East for 2 consecutive years. Last year, with Stern's blessing, they got the first pick to draft Elton Brand, but they weren't so lucky again this year, with the second lowest record in the league, but only the 4th and 7th overall picks. Plus, this is a small draft year, so it's harder for them to pick, and they naturally take tryouts more seriously. The tryouts were about to begin, and just then a familiar figure appeared at the entrance to the dugout. Kirby. He didn't leave the dugout right away just now, but went to the shower room to take a shower. He didn't want to kiss his Vanessa all sweaty and smelly. Krause had been sitting courtside, and when he turned his head and saw Kobe, he got up and said hello. Kirby took it upon himself to walk towards him even after seeing it. During the off-season, he stays in Los Angeles most of the time for personal training, but got engaged to Vanessa this past May and chose to visit Chicago for the first summer. Vanessa gets up late every morning and he takes advantage of that time to run to the United Center Arena to train. The dugout wasn't open during the off-season, and it was Krause he had reached out to earlier, who called the team's physical trainer to open the door for him. This training has been going on for days. Someone from the management team made room next to him, and Kirby sat down and quickly chatted with Klaus. The Bulls are a historically legendary NBA team with many legends besides Jordan. That includes GM Klaus, who was the one who achieved 2 three-peat feats with Jordan and Pippen at the center of the new 3 years and the old 3 years. Kirby has a lot of respect for him. Likewise, Krause is full of admiration for Kobe, a point guard who was godlike to Jordan. The two had nothing to talk about and naturally talked about last year's playoffs. You have an extra outside shooter who can shoot the 3, and I think the Lakers can pull off a dynasty pretty easily. Klaus saw it through. Ron Harper, who he poached from the Clippers back in the day, is now older and slipping quite a bit defensively, and crucially, is not allowed on the outside. That's a big reason why the Lakers nearly flopped in the Western Conference last season. If they can find a reliable shooter, everything will become a lot easier. It's like Steve Kerr during the Bulls. The Lakers and Bulls are 2 different teams, but the same coach. The playing style is actually not much different, nothing more than a change of 2 superstars. Kirby nodded as he listened. He felt this even more deeply as a party to it. Not to mention how many points you can score. Having a reliable shooter to space him out would have made the game look completely different. The two were chatting when a crunching sound came from the field. Their eyes were also drawn to the sound. There's a 3-point test going on the floor right now. A 1-minute quick-shot field goal percentage. 2 baskets. 2 guys, Sun Hao and Eddie House, popping left and right. House is an NCAA scoring juggernaut with a great 3-point shot, and it's not surprising to see that kind of performance. On the contrary, it was Sun Hao that they hadn't paid much attention to before, especially to Klaus. The first 30 seconds the two were equal, but in the second 30 seconds the two began to gap. The one who fell turned out to be House. House ironed out too. A minute of high-intensity shooting is very demanding on a shooter's accuracy, and it's still a tryout setting with a lot of mental pressure. After the last set of throws, Sun Hao finished all the throws and hit them all. House missed 2 of them, although he also threw all of them. Kobe also looked at Sun Hao with interest at this time. When he exited the training hall earlier, it seemed like this guy was the only one who didn't look quite the same as the others. Sun Hao went to the sidelines to rest after the pitch. Previously, he was worried that his hands would be affected by practicing so much inside the system, but now it seemed that his worries were a bit redundant. Years of training had already allowed his muscles to form a very strong memory, and to put a pretentious point on it, he could maintain a high hit rate with his eyes closed. This is by no means an exaggeration. When Jordan pretended to close his eyes and make free throws, Kobe was not affected by Battier's daily eye cover, and Klay Thompson made 8 out of 10 threes in the dark. All the same thing. Just then, he saw Reed go up for a 3. The PK with House just now was kind of an upper hand, but it was Reed who really made him jealous, and that should be his biggest competitor in this tryout. The assistant coach on the sidelines pinched his stopwatch and blew his whistle, but Sun Hao immediately had his jaw dropped in shock. Reed's threes are so much worse than he remembered, the kind where you can't even see House's taillights, let alone his iron half and half. Not even as good as Jarek, who was on the court with him. Sun Hao felt that his cognition had received some shock. Poor play? Or is it the same as Ginobili, the main guy whose shooting was practiced after he made it to the NBA? The latter is presumably more likely. Otherwise also Reed's performance, even for those reasons, wouldn't have dropped to the back end of the second round. After basic training, the scene quickly moved to one-on-one sessions. Sun Hao's first opponent was scheduled to be House. It was exactly the same as when I was at the joint European tryouts, and the people in charge of the tryouts were really in a hurry. Michael Reed I've heard of. Star player in the Big Ten. Great breakout. Who do you think would win a one-on-one fight between the two of them? Kobe was still talking about Reed, but Klaus' attention was already on the one-on-one between Sun Hao and House. Mere shooters the rebuilding Bulls don't need, and he's kind of looking forward to the two showing off other aspects of their game right now. House, he proved himself in the NCAA. Kobe gave his judgment, and he hadn't heard of any Asian guards playing in the NBA before. None that could play in the NCAA to be exact. The 1-2 punch on the court started quickly, with House holding the ball for the first offense. Sun Hao went straight forward to force the issue. Slide plus aggressive steal attempts. He's playing a combination of Iverson plus Paul on defense right now, forcing the ball against guards and driving the other team away from the basket against big men. House fumbled the ball straight off the dribble. He's really not a great dribbler. Despite his insane point spurt in the NCAA, he was a player with a very high assist rate. The scene took Kobe on the sidelines a bit by surprise, but it wasn't House's mistake that surprised him. It was Sun Hao's defensive footwork. It didn't look very skillful, but it was very professional. Perhaps only those who are very familiar with Kirby realize the importance he places on pace. He also mentioned more than once later in Kobe's autobiography that pace is always the most critical factor in determining success or failure, whether on offense or defense. What's his name? He couldn't help but turn his head and ask. Sun Hao, 18, previously played in Spain, where he was the double MVP of this year's Champions League and La Liga. Klaus aide to the side spoke up and answered. Kirby nodded with a look that said it all. The American side rarely hears about the European side, so this isn't surprising, but it's the first time an Asian player playing in Europe has heard about it. I just don't know if it's Chinese, Japanese, or Korean. While they were talking, the offense and defense on the field has been converted. Sun Hao saw that House pounced very out. A change of direction to accelerate over House. House pursues the defense from behind and flies into cover, and there's a confrontation between the two in the air. Sun Hao dominated the aerial confrontation and steadily put the ball into the basket. Kirby had an appreciative look on his face at this point. He's not much of a talker to express his emotions, so his eyes are colorful even on the field. With the pace of defense in front of him, plus this first step in confrontation, Sun Hao really got him a little interested. In 5 goals, Sun Hao allowed only 1 goal to House, making it a clean 5-1 score. Kobe was appreciative. Klaus was surprised. He's experienced but doesn't know much about European defenders. His perceived European guards are pretty much what most teams remember. Well organized against poor shooting inconsistency. That the EuroLeague is inferior to the NCAA is kind of common knowledge in their eyes, but Sun Hao's performance somewhat refreshed his cognition. 2 scorers who seem to have similar styles. House, an NCAA guard, was outplayed by Sun Hao, a European guard. After all the one-on-one play, the one defenseman who stood out, besides Sun Hao, was Reed. One-on-one Reed showed a different level of play compared to when he was shooting from 3 in front of him. His breakouts, matchups, and defense are all impressive. This is a player who has matured immensely and is clearly a class above the rest. Surely someone who can make even Kirby hear about it is not bad. Klaus got up at this point and spoke to his assistant. The assistant listened and quickly went over to head coach Floyd's ear and whispered for a while. With one-on-one over, the rookies were ready for the 2-on-2 that followed, but that's when head coach Floyd suddenly blew his whistle. He motioned for both Sun Hao and Reed to step out, then signaled for a one-on-one between them. The gesture drew whistles and uproar from the other rookies. There is one type of training that will be used often and is the most exciting part of rugby training. Mat drills, elite matchups. Sun Hao and Reed, now about to play this out on the basketball court. Kirby was sitting up straight at this point, and he could guess that this was Klaus' arrangement, but it also intrigued him to see who would get the upper hand of the 2 best performers in the one-on-one tryouts. Sun Hao and Reed's one-on-one fight is about to begin, but just then, Kirby's cell phone suddenly rang. The voice drew everyone's eyes over, also including Sun Hao on the field. It was then that he realized that Kobe was even courtside. It looked like it had been sitting there for quite a while. I have to go. Kirby looked over at Klaus with an apologetic face after seeing the caller ID. Don't you want to see it all before you go? Klaus was a little surprised. He could tell Kobe was interested in a one-on-one between the two men on the court. No, I have to go. But Kirby didn't hesitate and was all happy. He picked up the phone as he walked and quickly disappeared from the training hall. One-on-one on the court may be fun, but Vanessa trumps it all. Kobe is gone, but it doesn't affect the matchups on the field. In fact, if it wasn't for that phone call earlier, most people wouldn't have noticed that Kirby was there. Sun Hao attacked first. Reed kept a distance of almost 30 centimeters or so from him. It can go in and out. A very reasonable distance to defend. And judging by his defensive stance and the position of his left and right feet, he has good defensive habits. Sun Hao was under the impression that Reed was a quasi-all-star level scorer, but now it seems that the latter's defense is definitely underestimated. Sun Hao tries to cross over and Reed keeps the defensive position throughout. This position Sun Hao's three-point was interfered with a high possibility, and he finally accelerated to kill in the first step. There was a physical confrontation between the two near the free throw line. It was also at this moment that Sun Hao felt a completely different sensation from the previous house confrontation. Reed, so strong as a baby bison. For matchups alone, Reed is better than him. The opponent's height and weight is right there, and the physicality on the American side is really a notch above that of Europe. Sun Hao's shot after the first confrontation didn't go in. The teams exchange possession. Reed holds the ball. Sun Hao, with his right foot facing backward, not only pulled away from Reed, but was ready to slide back and defend. With the front base tryout down, he knows that Reed's current skill set is similar to Ginobili's and both are left-handed generals. Defending against breakouts and releasing throws, he took the same moves he used against Ginobili back in the day, and add in freshly practiced defensive footwork. Reed still chose to break when he saw it, and it was a straight left break. Sun Hao predicted it the first time, sliding to the left to grab the position early. Reed didn't dodge. He was similar to Ginobili in many ways, but not quite as skillful. This would have been a Eurostep to the right for Ginobili. The two were confronted again at the free throw line position. Reed was more dominant against the cage, but he wasn't able to create a comfortable shot for himself. His shot after the confrontation also smashed the frame. The first goal for each of the two men. Neither of them scored. The rookies on the sidelines were uncharacteristically tense, and although the ball didn't go in, that confrontation of skill and power. This is truly an elite matchup. Just what no one expected was that for 3 rounds in a row, they couldn't score on each other's heads. Two men, defending each other to death. The result was unexpected to many. It was Klaus who was calm and relaxed. He was, after all, an old man who had seen it all. He was able to tell that Sun Hao's breakthrough was only as fast as the first step, and the technique behind it was average. He could also see that Reed's long-distance shooting ability was poor, and was targeted by Sun Hao's defense for not being able to hit the ground running. Both have their strengths, but both also have significant shortcomings. Sun Hao has the ball. He caught his breath. The continuous confrontation had drained both of them physically. When his breath settled, he looked at Reed in front of him and realized that the two could fight all day if they kept fighting like this. He's going to have to show off his crushing skills. He took one look at the basket and opted to go straight for the three-point shot. It was a quick shot, but Reed was quick to react and pounced right out to interfere. At 1 foot 98 inches versus 1 foot 83 inches, the height advantage is perfectly reflected in this moment. Although Reed jumped back, he still gave enough interference to Sun Hao. Sun Hao interferes with a shot. Swish. Enter. A cheer went up from the sidelines. The first two played half a dozen times without scoring, which was great, but it was like wearing an umbrella and it was hard to keep holding it in. But just now, Sun Hao finally shot in. What a feeling of venting. Cool out of the sky. Continue Sun Hao's possession. Reed also didn't expect Sun Hao to throw the ball, and even after being defended like this, but he didn't change his defense. After Sun Hao saw it, he still made a three-point shot, and Reed also still pounced to interfere. Swish. 3 points from Sun Hao. And another goal. For once, there were more than just cheers and whistles. Sun Hao's 3 points. So accurate. Klaus's otherwise calm eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. One ball doesn't mean anything, but 2 balls do. Sun Hao's three-point shot was more than he expected. Better. And more critically, his threes, unlike the pick-and-roll threes of House's type, initiate the offense on their own. Or in other words, Sun Hao is not a mere shooter. He has the potential to be the centerpiece. And what he didn't expect even more was that this was just the beginning. After successfully drawing Reed's defense out with 2 consecutive threes, Sun Hao burst Reed 2 more times in a row. It feels like shooting threes just to change the way you play defense. Ballerina. Sun Hao's ballerina is very high. Thinking back to the way Sun Hao defended Reed earlier, that was also a sign of high ball handling. Klaus was already interested in Sun Hao. Swish! With Sun Hao's last three-point shot falling into the pocket, the one-on-one ended. An elite matchup with a twisted process, but a result no one expected. After hitting 3 iron in a row, Sun Hao hit a wave and shaved Reed's head directly. The cheers and whistles of the players on the sidelines were interspersed with applause. Sun Hao drew their recognition with his performance of strength, even as a competitor. An extra one-on-one that made Klaus pay a little more attention to Sun Hao. This concern became more and more prevalent in the next 2-on-2, 3-on-3, and 5-on-5. The more people there are, the more obvious Sun Hao's ball skills are reflected. By the end of the tryout, Klaus' opinion of Sun Hao had changed dramatically from the beginning. The tryouts were over and one by one players were pulled over to talk to the Bulls management. Sun Hao waited for a while and no one came to him. He suddenly felt a little chill. And in the end, it's still because of the bias against European guards or the way he plays that he doesn't get a chance even if he does well in tryouts? So what's the difference between this and when he first tried out for Hong Yuan? Watching a couple of centers who got what appeared to be a commitment to get a draft pick excitedly waving their fists there, Sun Hao was a bit unable to stay, and he's got to get to Dallas to start his next tryout. 2. He silently put on his jacket, then came to the airport with his suitcase. He kept his head down and collided directly with someone on his way out the door, waiting to stand and look up. He then saw a déjà vu face, and without waiting for him to speak, the other man was all of a sudden smiling and speaking first. Chinese Napoleon? Sun Hao searched his mind for a while and also remembered who the face in front of him with a straight nose and a European flavor was. During Jordan's second three-peat, Klaus recruited Rodman for the Bulls, forming the famous Bulls Iron Triangle. But the Bulls were able to accomplish a second three-peat, and even a history-making 72 wins and 10 losses, thanks to 2 other people besides the Iron Triangle. One was Steve Kerr, and the other one was even more important than Kerr, and that was the person who greeted Sun Hao in front of him, Tony Kucinich. Kukoc's story is a lot of young when he played all over Europe, invincible, known as European Jordan, results until the second round of the second place only to be selected. Europe 3 years finally joined the Bulls, but because Jordan announced his retirement and crying. Because the playoffs of the killer ball achievement, Pippen career biggest stains, but really, he was the one with the best temper inside that Bulls team. Kerr has yet to face off with Jordan on the sidelines, but Kukoc has never done anything like that. And to describe him in 8 words, dedicated. Mr. Nice Guy. That's why he stayed with the Bulls after Jordan retired. Pippen went away to Houston, and Kerr, Langley, and even Harper left one after another. And because of that, he has been given a new nickname by many Bulls fans, the last tears of the Bulls dynasty. Sun Hao didn't expect to meet him at this time, and the other party even knew his European nickname. It seems that despite playing in a foreign country, there is no shortage of interest in European basketball. You're here for tryouts? Kukoc should have something to do with head coach Floyd or general manager Klaus. But seeing Sun Hao, he still puts all his attention on Sun Hao. Sun Hao nodded. Well, I've seen you play in Europe and you could definitely play in the NBA. The Kukocians look really good. Okay, Sun Hao said with a smile, not showing his emotions easily in front of strangers. Come on. I know you can do it. It's okay to play in Europe for 2 years if you can get drafted. Look at me. I got drafted here after 3 years. Although Sun Hao didn't reveal it deliberately, Kukoc was after all an old man. And he still detected it from Sun Hao's words. It was a very simple few words, yet it really comforted Sun Hao. Yeah, that's actually his fallback. The little emperor was tasked with playing as long as he was drafted. And it didn't say that after he was drafted he would only play in the NBA. And Kukoc, like Kukoc, put up in Europe for a few years and used the perks that come with the system upgrades to get his personal strength up to a strong enough level to come back. That's not necessarily a bad choice. Thanks. Although it was the first time he met with Kukoc, Sun Hao felt that the other party was really nice. Cheer up. Kukoc patted Sun Hao's shoulder and then went into the training hall. Sun Hao looked at Kukoc's back, took a deep breath, and then regained his mood. The Bulls were only his third choice, with tryouts in Dallas and Los Angeles to follow. The spirit of Mamba has been tempered into steel. He took a cab to the airport, then went inside the system to continue training his footwork. By the time he got to the terminal, he was ready to enter the system again when his cell phone suddenly rang. He saw it was a Bulls scout calling. Son, Mr. Kraus asked me to convey that maybe 32, maybe 33, maybe 34th overall, the Bulls will take you. That's a draft promise. The reason you were notified in this way is because Mr. Kraus didn't want to expose this to other teams and he wanted to be able to see you at training camp. After hanging up the phone, Sun Hao's expression was a bit complicated. This seems to be a misunderstanding. Kraus, who ignored the legendary Bulls manager. People are, after all, old, and to put it mildly they are slicker than Riley. The Bulls are a separate tryout, but there were so many players present, going back to the agents of other players, and even some media reporters to casually ask a few questions. Things like, which players did the Bulls talk to today? And who did Kraus talk to individually? This stuff comes out when you ask. Turns out the people Klaus really wanted to pick didn't even talk to you. The old fox, counting the Bertka he met before, somehow felt that he was still a little too tender in front of these old guys. He was in a really good mood though, even whistling unconsciously. Both second rounds, both draft commitments. But this is nothing like what Bertka gave before. Bertka, that's something that might be able to be traded for, but the Bulls, that's something they hold squarely in their hands. 34th overall guaranteed, which is about as high as you can get for a European guard these days. And a couple teams behind him he would have been higher in the order if he had been better. Can't this be anything but delightful? Getting on the airplane to Dallas, somehow entered the system space in a beautiful mood. A one-on-one with Reed, whose defensive footwork, while still unskilled, helped him a lot. It was also a good thing that Reed wasn't quite what he thought he was. If he was good at long-range shooting as well, he'd be the one getting blown out today. But it was unlikely that every opponent in the later tryouts would have such an Achilles heel, and he would have to catch up on his footwork. And because of the tight schedule, he's also in the system at this time for direct rest. Before, he hadn't done that because he didn't want to disrupt his biological clock. But now, time was what was most precious to him. A little over 2 hours later, the plane landed at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Unlike when he was in Chicago before, since the time was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon local time, he was going to take a taxi directly to the hotel after getting off the plane. Only what he didn't expect was that the first thing he did when he got to Dallas went badly. He, for a long time, couldn't get a cab. It's not that there are no cars, but he waved his hand and those cabs didn't even stop. And even the ones that did stop looked at him and left. It took more than 10 minutes, but he barely managed to get into a cab. And when you get in the car, the white driver has a dead fish face the whole time, and the atmosphere in the car can smother you alive. Sun Hao directly ran the system to train, and that's just the beginning. By the time he got to the hotel to check in, the desk clerk froze for 5 or 6 minutes checking his identity. It's a feeling that really isn't very comfortable. Putting his luggage in the hotel first, he then prepared to go out for a meal first. With another tryout and a plane to catch, he'd only eaten a burger halfway through the day, and he'd been hungry for a long time. After walking along the street for a while, though, that uncomfortable feeling inside him intensified. White people only. Whites first. The restaurant doesn't serve non-whites. It's really hard to imagine that it's 2,000 years old and there's still a signage like this hanging on the front door, if you don't see it with your own eyes. Thinking back again to what happened to him after arriving in Dallas, Sun Hao suddenly knew where he had been uncomfortable. In fact, in a previous life, he had been more resistant to the city of Dallas, because friends he knew around him, both white and black, warned him not to go to Dallas, saying it was very racist. So even as a cool traveler, he never set foot in Dallas. He came here for the first time in his life because of the tryout, and it was true to its name. After walking around, Sun Hao couldn't find a place to eat. In the end he could only go to a chain restaurant and buy some hamburger hot dogs back to the hotel. Lying on the hotel bed, Sun Hao was still thinking about the encounters along the way. It's hard to imagine what it would be like for him to play in such a city. The next day, Sun Hao set off at dawn to avoid yesterday's situation. The result, to his surprise, was a swing at the car. Only unlike yesterday, it was an older black man driving. The old black guy was really much more talkative compared to the white driver yesterday. During the chat, Sun Hao also knew some very interesting things. Conflicts often erupt in Dallas because of racial discrimination, and even sometimes blood is shed and people die. So I don't know when it started, but blacks and whites not only live in separate areas, they even have staggered hours. Whites go to work at 9 and leave at 5. Blacks live from 6 to 9 and 5 to 12. Sun Hao got up early, so what he encountered was completely different from yesterday. After listening to what the old black brother said, Sun Hao turned his head to look out the window. This city is really somewhat annoying. Arriving at the American Way Center Stadium, another lengthy exchange at the door was inevitable, and at the end of the bargaining, he wasn't allowed in the dugout. The reason is simple, it's not time for tryouts yet. Sun Hao had already given up on the city of Dallas in his heart. All he could do was sit on the grass at the gate and wait, then run back into the system. It didn't take long, though, for a voice to pull him back from the system. When Sun Hao looked up and saw the source of the voice, he was stunned for a moment. The tousled blonde hair, the long face, the straight nose, and the familiar smell. This is not the silver-horned king. Ah shucks, if it isn't Nowitzki. Although his cheeks were still so green, Sun Hao recognized him at once. Dirk? The two had never met. but it seemed as if they had been friends for a long time. And at the first sight of seeing Nowitzki, those uncomfortable feelings Sun Hao had before dissipated, most of them. It's like a spring breeze. To say that Sun Hao's favorite NBA players in his past life, Nowitzki is definitely at the top of the list. One man, one city, loved to laugh and easygoing. Silverhorns king, was scolded softball last but toppled the brotherhood of basketball. The ball character are good. Although mixed in with some weird stuff, Nowitzki is definitely one of those rare superstars who doesn't have a black mark on him. I heard you got the double MVP of the Champions League and La Liga. That's really something. After a brief acquaintance, Nowitzki had sat down on the grass and turned his head to chat with Sun Hao. That feeling that you're a friend from the first time you meet is really comforting, and his words are very similar to Kusinich's before him. You can tell that the group that played in Europe interacted with each other and are all still interested in European basketball. You could have done all that by staying in Europe. Sun Hao smiled back. Nowitzki rose to fame in 1998 at the Alamo Drafthouse, slashing 33 points and 14 rebounds at the Nike Summit to help the international team to a come-from-behind win over the US team. He could have been the new European emperor in a year's time if he had stayed in Europe. Not to mention more. No, I can't do it. I can't go from 20 to 18. Nowitzki's next words immediately made Sun Hao laugh. Nowitzki was 20 years old when he became famous, and Sun Hao was only 18 when he did all this. There's nothing wrong with that statement either. That's a lot of humor in an old driver. The time that followed was spent with the two talking. Because of Sun Hao's achievements in Europe, the two really had no shortage of topics, even though they were of different nationalities and had never met before. And after some exchanges, Sun Hao realized that Nowitzki's character was kind. Too kind. It's really hard for you to have ill will towards someone like that. After chatting and knowing that Sun Hao was blocked by the security guards, he pulled Sun Hao into the dugout with him. It's a human-sized access card. When he got into the ballroom, Nowitzki also trained with Sun Hao. This made Sun Hao forget all the unpleasantness in Dallas. He suddenly sensed a bridge that would wonderfully appear in a movie. When the whole world is full of malice towards you, there is one person who is kind to you and you are able to feel the goodness of the world. After the training started, Sun Hao also felt the super strength of Nowitzki. At this point, Nowitzki had only been in the league for 2 years, and his signature golden cockerel hadn't been practiced yet. But his shooting, it was really accurate. As a 2 feet 13 inches big man, that soft touch is incredibly good. When the two people competed for 3 points, Sun Hao froze without much advantage. A big man who excels at shooting and a point guard who excels at shooting. Both are out of step with the big time when all is said and done. Things come together, and although out of place in the grand scheme of things, after training, they inexplicably fit in with each other. I'm sure we'll have great chemistry if you come to Dallas, perhaps coming from Europe together, or perhaps really feeling in tune. Nowitzki directly expressed his interest in playing with Sun Hao. I wish. Sun Hao smiled back. That was half polite and half sincere. That said, when he was in Europe for the Combine, he and Turkoglu were able to play well together. At that point all he could think of was that playing with Bodiroga would be power enhanced, but with Nowitzki it was super power enhanced. Of course, it's not up to him in the end whether or not he gets to play for the Mavericks. After chatting, Nowitzki first went to the locker room to take a shower and change clothes, while Sun Hao continued to stay and train. He practiced his stride, which was the part he had been working on lately. After another hour or so, it was getting closer and closer to the time of the tryout, and one by one, other players who had participated in the tryout were coming to the dugout. The Mavs have 2 picks this year, one in the first round with the 12th overall pick and one in the second round with the 31st overall pick. The tryouts for first rounders have been completed before, and this time around, the second round picks were made. Many of those who came to the tryout were familiar faces that Sun Hao had seen before when he was in Chicago. It's a completely normal thing to do. With the draft starting soon and the draft market pretty much all set, these guys are fighting for one last chance. By the time the tryout players were almost all in place, the Mavs scouting tryouts were coming in. Head coach and general manager Nelson Sr., head assistant coach Silver Fox Harris, and team owner Mark Cuban. Cuban's appearance surprised and made most of the players nervous. It was the first time they'd seen a boss show up for a tryout. Sun Hao wasn't too surprised. Cuban is known in history as a fanatical boss, and he only bought the team in January this year, so he must pay extra attention to the team. But the person who came in next surprised Sun Hao. Nowitzki, with a man at his side. Surprisingly, it's him, Dallas double soft, both today, for leading his team well in the regular season, but never being able to lead his team further in the playoffs. Nowitzki has been labeled a softie by bricklayers, a familiar scene and one that Big Gasol was treated to back in the NBA, or one could generalize a bit and say that this is how the NBA has always treated overseas players at this point in time. You can't lead your team to a championship. You're a softie. You win a championship. You take off your softy hat. Unfortunately, the current Dallas softball is still a double yellow. The other, who came in with Nowitzki at this moment, has medium-length hair and an iconic Canadian face. Steve Nash. Nash is, like Kobe, a member of the '96 Golden Generation. The first few years of his career were unimpressive, though, and he was traded to the Mavericks after 2 years with the Suns, and to the Mavericks did not get much better. Last season averaged only 8.6 points and 4.9 assists into the account, and half of the time to play or the bench. With this kind of performance, I guess no one thinks he can play much better. Well, it's even an exaggeration to say that if he hadn't signed a 5-year contract with the Mavs last summer, he probably wouldn't be with the Mavs anymore. It didn't seem to bother him though. Showing up at the training gym with Nowitzki, the two were talking and laughing. Doing the math, Nash was just traded to the Mavericks just as Nowitzki was entering the league. Both men are very kind in temperament, plus both are overseas players with a common language. It's not unusual for them to have a good relationship. The two men came in and greeted Cuban and Nelson Sr. and then sat down to chat. The tryouts started soon after, and Sunhow also took his eyes back from the two men and started to devote his whole body to the tryouts. The same process was repeated again, and Sunhow performed just as well as he did in Chicago. This time he was outplayed by Jamal Jackson, a guard from California, and Deshaun Stevenson. He was also the best performing defenseman on the field in subsequent tryouts, including the full game. Ooh, incredible strength. Nowitzki looked on in praise. Yes, this Asian defender is not like any defender I've ever known. Nash nodded his head in agreement, and like Kobe before him, it was the first time he had seen an Asian guard with NBA-capable strength. Do you know where he played before? Nowitzki asked with a smug look on his face. Europe? How do you know? Nowitzki didn't expect Nash to hit the mark on the first guess. He plays smart, has great vision and knows how to utilize the block, all of which are very similar to you. Nash's next words made Nowitzki laugh, which was kind of a change of pace from kissing ass. I think he's on the scoring side of the guard spectrum, just a little bit shorter, or he'd be an all-time combo with you. Nowitzki slapped an ass back. Two future Hall of Famers, just showing off their love there with such reckless abandon. Their appreciation for Sunhow could also be heard between the words, but at this time, the ones who appreciated Sunhow the most were not the two of them, but the old Nelson who stood on the sidelines with a big smile on his face. Nelson Sr., known as the Mad Scientist. This title is exclusive to one person and is absolutely true to its name. You might have a hard time imagining that the future master of the running game, as he is known to fans, actually started out on defense when he first started coaching with the Bucks. You may also find it hard to imagine that the shark slashing tactic, which is known to fans and has been popularized by Popovich, was actually invented by him, and it was initially directed at the Bulls' Big Bug Rodman. You may have a harder time imagining the organization forward that fans know because of Pippen, a term coined by Nelson Sr. and first assigned to Marquis Johnson and Paul Plessy of the Bucks. Although the coaching so far has not won a championship, so he in the eyes of experts and Cardinal Auerbach, Zen Master Phil Jackson, and even Popovich cannot be compared, but he is as well known in the NBA as any of them at all, even as he has revolutionized basketball like no one else. It was such a mad scientist who was now looking at Sunhow with a light in his eyes. He really likes this short guard who can throw threes too much, and the key is that compared to those short guards he coached, Sunhow plays significantly smarter. Smart and able to throw. This is a linebacker made for him. Mark, I want him. Near the end of the tryout, the elder Nelson spoke to Cuban in an almost commanding tone. It was the first time Cuban had seen the elder Nelson so fond of a player, though the Asian player's defense, in his opinion, was only that much better than Nash's, who was sitting on the sidelines. Do you want him to come in and start next season? If not, I don't think we're necessarily going to be able to pick him up, and I've heard that LA is interested in him as well, Cuban said with a smile. Now is not the time to think about that, but I'm sure I need this little guy. Old Nelson really likes Sunhow. Tell you what, you get Steve to go one-on-one with him and see how much strength he really has. Cuban made a sudden suggestion. The old Nelson froze for a moment, then remembered that Nash was also next to him, and he nodded directly. Steve, you and Sun have a one-on-one. He followed and turned his head. Nash stood up when he heard this, a look of embarrassment flashing across his face, because he wasn't sitting far away. He could hear Cuban's exchange with the elder Nelson. Last season's starting point guard Robert Pike, whose contract with the team is up in all likelihood, is leaving the team, and the upcoming season will be his first year in the team's starting lineup. I didn't realize Cuban just said he was going to draft a rookie to start, whether intentional or not. It sends a signal that Cuban isn't too keen on him. Don't go too hard. Nowitzki slapped Nash on the ass. Nash smiled and nodded. While Cuban's words were uncomfortable, he wasn't the type to take every penny, and bullying a rookie wasn't much of a skill in his understanding. And knowing that Sun Hao is also from Europe, he will also give face to Nowitzki. The other players on the court went off one by one, leaving the field to Sun Hao and Nash. Sun Hao was a bit confused at first. Tryouts, which are supposed to be between rookies, are completely unfair when playing active NBA players. No one is a jock in the NBA, and the ones that are jocking it up for a year or two are long gone. Nash is now a starting caliber player, though not quite the windbag he would be later in life. But looking at the old Nelson's expectant eyes, he understood. The Mavs should have a lot of interest in him, which is to try out his power ceiling. Instead of thinking through it, he had no thought baggage. From the European joint tryouts to now, different positions of Turkoglu does not count. He has singled against the strongest is the Chicago tryouts of Reed. But man Reed, while proving to be an underrated player in the future and a 43rd round draft pick in history, be careful. Nash reminded Sun Hao with a smile when he got on the court. Sun Hao nodded. 5 balls, Sun Hao first offense. As a traverser, Sun Hao is still relatively clear about Nash's technical characteristics. Shooting accurate, passing good, defense poor. What? The current Nash isn't the Nash that fans know? That's just weaker in every way. Nash is limited by his mediocre physical attributes, and there is no way he can make it to the NBA like Ginobili or Reed just by breaking through. Sun Hao chose to break through for the first goal. Even though Nash's defense wasn't standing too close to him and he had room for a three-point shot, he still chose to break. Nash's reaction was quick, and he also judged Sun Hao's offensive intention at the first time. In terms of baller, at this point he was no match for Sun Hao. Breaking to the free throw line, a direct physical confrontation between the two. Sun Hao soon realized that Nash's physical confrontation was much stronger than he had imagined. One word flashed through his mind. Reference. Nash's weakness against the NBA is relative to the NBA, and he's been in the NBA for 4 years even if he's mediocre. Compare Howard, Alphabet, Yao Ming, any player, before entering the NBA and after the NBA body comparison. You will know how much the NBA specialized training on the player's confrontation enhancement, even if he is Nash. But Sun Hao's 10 years of hard work within the system wasn't for nothing. Knowing that he was an NCAA trainer himself, swish, Sun Hao completely relied on confrontation to squeeze Nash and put the ball into the basket. 1-0. Sun Hao scored first. The sidelines erupted with whistles and cheers. During the tryouts, the players were all in competition with each other. But now that Sun Hao and Nash were opposite each other, the guys were on the same side as Sun Hao. Sun Hao's second goal, he still chose to break through, and Nash still had his anticipation in place, and he still had the upper hand after the two confronted each other. But Nash clearly added intensity to his defense this time, reaching out to interfere with Sun Hao's shot. Only his body could not keep up with the thought, and when he interfered, he hit Sun Hao's hand, and Harris blew a foul, and the ball was still Sun Hao's. Sun Hao holds the ball again. Nash is standing significantly back on defense this time. He has realized that this guy Sun Hao understands his technical characteristics very well, afraid of the ball exchange, and plays with the physical quality to dislike him. It has also been proven that Sun Hao does have the attributes of a small steel gun and has an advantage in physical confrontation. His current thought was no longer to go hard with Sun Hao, but to stop Sun Hao from getting started, pulling away and sliding up for a steal. That's what he's going to do next. But what he didn't expect was that Sun Hao suddenly chose to make a three-point shot. Swish! With a crisp sound into the net, Sun Hao's three-pointer landed firmly in the pocket. 2-0. Good. Good. This time, not only those players on the sidelines, even Nowitzki sat up straight and reached out to applaud Sun Hao. Nash couldn't help but look back at Nowitzki. Who was the one who said not to hit him too hard just now? Now you're calling for Sun Hao? This is Plastic Brothers.